Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Wano Kuni, located in the powerful country of the New World. A country that implements a closed-door policy, never accepts outsiders, does not join the world government, and even marine ships cannot enter the country. And Wano Kuni's supreme leader is Kurozumi Orakai. In fact, it has been ruled by the Kaido of the beasts. The Rabbit Bowl, an important location in Wano Kuni. This is a quarry in Wano Kuni, most of which are prisoners, or captured pirates. In the quarry, a lot of shabby, thin people were running slowly with huge stones in their hands. Most of these people have been starved for a long time, and some of them have become skinny, feeling like they will fall if the wind blows. Among the crowd, a young man who was not tall was very conspicuous. Because only his clothes are not torn, and he is full of energy. Although his figure is not very strong, at least he is not skinny. This boy is called Lin Xiao, a time traveler from Blue Star. Just traveled for less than a day. After crossing over, he became a common employee in the quarry. Fortunately, he was stronger, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by a nearby supervisor on the first day. Lin Xiao put down a stone. His body was very tired, but there was nothing he could do. Who made him just a common man now, and the nearby pirates are all powerful, he is not an opponent at all. Okay, it's time to eat. Lin Xiao immediately put down the stone, walked to the dining table, and took a meal. It's not very rich, otherwise no matter how heavy the workload is, they will be tired at most, and those people can't be skinny. The people nearby did not speak, but ate in silence. It's unpalatable. Lin Xiao scolded in his heart, but he could only continue to eat, and he had to work soon. If he was not full, he would not have the energy to work. Okay, you can go to rest, get up early tomorrow morning, and then continue to work. The overseers all left. The prisoners and workers also walked slowly to the resting place. Lin Xiao looked at the moon in the sky, cursed again in his heart, and vented his anger. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening before he got off work. Back then, he lived a 9-to-5 life, but now he lives a 5-to-9 life. The gap is simply too great. You bastards, wait for me, if Lao Zi goes out, he will kill you in minutes. The resting place is not very big, many people are crowded together. Lin Xiao occupies a good place due to his strong body. After lying down, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and looked at the system panel in front of him, feeling speechless. As a traverser, he naturally has a system, and it's not a simple system. Infinite system. This is not an ordinary system, but a collection of systems, composed of many systems. Lin Xiao has a system every once in a while. For example, the currently opened system is a task system. As long as the task is completed, you can get a reward. And the task is already there, but it is a little difficult. Set up your own pirate group and have the first crew member, and you can get a devil fruit without side effects if you succeed. How rich this reward is! A phantom beast devil fruit without side effects. Devil fruit is already very powerful, and it has no side effects, so it is even more powerful. That's the hard part. It is not an ordinary difficulty to set up a pirate group here, and also need a crew member. Both are hard to achieve for a common man. Lin Xiao was resting when a figure suddenly appeared outside, a figure he was very familiar with. The visitor was tall, wearing a slender kimono to cover his figure, with long horns on his head and a Prujna mask on his face, like a monster. But Lin Xiao knew that this was not only a monster, but a very cute girl. She also has an amazing identity. Yamato, the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, often considers herself a man just because she worships Kojiki Odin. This is a good chance. A gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. In the whole Wano Kuni, no one can help him at all, and only Yamato can help him. And Yamato is easier to handle, not so brutal, he has a good chance of winning. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and slowly walked out of the resting place. Fortunately, those overseers were proud and didn't think they could escape, so no one was watching. The prisoners noticed Lin Xiao and were slightly surprised, but they didn't mind their own business at all. They were not sure if they would survive tomorrow. After Lin Xiao walked out, he didn't go directly to talk to Yamato, but looked up at the moon in the sky, showing a longing expression. He knew very well that if he took the initiative to strike up a conversation, he might be alerted by Yamato, so he had to change the way and let Yamato take the initiative to find him. Yamato was about to leave, when he saw Lin Xiao coming out. He subconsciously stopped, clenched the huge iron rod in his hand. "Why did you come out? Aren't you afraid?" "I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid of losing my freedom and not being able to fly freely in this sea." Free? Yamato trembled inwardly. In Kojiki Oden's notebook, freedom is mentioned many times, and he is full of yearning for freedom. Lin Xiao's expression reminded him of Kojiki Oden, and he probably yearns for freedom that way. Yamato suddenly became curious about Lin Xiao. "Since you want to be free, why don't you run away?" "Of course I have to escape, but I don't have the ability right now. What I need is to preserve my energy and try to escape from here once." Lin Xiao showed firm eyes. Yamato trembled inwardly. He once saw this kind of gaze in the eyes of Kojiki Oden. Even though he was tortured, he was still not afraid, but faced death calmly. This boy. Yamato was attracted by Lin Xiao. "What about you? Do you yearn for freedom?" Lin Xiao asked suddenly. "Of course, I also yearn for freedom. I hope to become a real man like Kojiki Oden, go out to sea and explore, and find my own life." Yamato also looked at the sky with fascinated eyes. The two just looked at the sky like this, silently enjoying this rare time. At this moment, how quiet the night is. He suddenly felt that she somewhat enjoyed such a life without any troubles, which was fascinating. Chapter 2. After a while, Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at Yamato's profile. "Looking at your appearance, your status should be very high, and you should be able to go to sea to find your own freedom and your own life." Yamato's heart trembled, and there was some emotion in his heart. "I can't wait to go to sea now, find my own freedom, and pursue the life I yearn for, but when I think of the bomb ring in my hand, I finally restrain myself." "Why, is there anything unspeakable? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." Lin Xiao was very nervous. He was afraid that Yamato would leave just like that, and he couldn't even fool Yamato. Fortunately, he was still betting right. Yamato just thought about it for a while, and then told his story. "Actually, I also want to go out, but I have a bomb in my hand. As long as I leave, it will explode, so I can't leave." Yamato shook his right hand. Lin Xiao also took a look at the bomb. He also wondered why in this pervert world, there are still people afraid of bombs. "Are you saying this is a bomb?" "This is very simple. I can dismantle this bomb without any effect." Lin Xiao finally understood now why the system gave such a gift package to novices, and had already anticipated the latter. As for his novice package, there is only one thing in it: Bomb Grandmaster's skills. Any bomb that fell into his hands would be easily dismantled. For example, the bomb in Yamato's hands can be handled in minutes as long as it is in his hands, and it will not explode at all. Yamato stood up suddenly and looked at Lin Xiao. That ferocious Prujna mask looked quite scary. "Can you really do it?" "Of course, this kind of bomb is too simple, and I can dismantle it in minutes." Lin Xiao is very confident. The ability given by the system must not be too expensive. By the way, judging by your appearance, you should be very powerful. Do you want to go to sea with me to find freedom and find Lavrud in Legendary? Lin Xiao stretched out a hand and issued an invitation. He also doesn't know if Yamato is interested in Lavrud, but since Kojiki Oden is his idol, he must have such an idea. Yamato didn't answer directly, but looked directly at Lin Xiao, and from Lin Xiao's eyes, she saw confidence. She had never seen such confidence. However, in Kojiki Oden's notebook, he once revealed that when he first met Roger, he saw the confidence in Roger's eyes. A confidence that comes from the inside out. As a result, Kojiki Oden joined Roger's team. Yamato once wondered whether she would meet such a captain like Kojiki Oden. Today she finally met a confident person. Aren't you afraid? My identity is extraordinary. If I leave with you, Kaido of the Beasts will definitely hunt us down. Afraid, One Piece King Roger, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, which one has ever been afraid? Since I went to sea, I have never been afraid of anyone. Lin Xiao's eyes showed strong confidence. But deep down, he was still very scared. After all, he didn't have any combat power now, even the common soldiers couldn't beat him. Yamato didn't answer immediately, and kept his head down in silence. After a moment of silence, Yamato stretched out his white and tender right hand and held Lin Xiao's hand. From today onwards, we are companions. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. One mission has been completed. As long as he goes to sea, he can get a random Zoanyu demon's devil fruit. At that time, he was also a master. So, Captain, when shall we set off? Yamato is a little eager to try. For so many years, she has always wanted to go out, but her freedom was restricted by the bombs, so she had no chance at all. Now is finally a chance. Don't worry, if you want to go to sea, you will definitely need a ship and a lot of resources. You go to investigate and see if there will be a ship coming to Wano Kuni recently, and then take advantage of their supplies to snatch the ship and leave here. Lin Xiao also wanted to leave as soon as possible, but finally restrained himself. But it is very clear that this is Kaido's territory. If you don't investigate clearly and go out casually, you may encounter enemies. So it must be investigated clearly. Yamato also thinks Lin Xiao is right. Then I'll investigate first. Although her freedom is restricted, she can still investigate some things if she wants to. By the way, take me out tomorrow. I don't plan to continue working here. The food is terrible. Lin Xiao stopped Yamato. He was afraid that Yamato had been away for too long, and when he came back, he would have starved to death here, and he might not even be able to complete the first mission. Understood, I will come over tomorrow. Yamato left slowly, disappearing into the moonlight. Lin Xiao looked at Yamato's back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he could finish the task immediately and leave this ghostly place. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao smiled. The next morning, Lin Xiao and others woke up very early, and then ate a very thin porridge, with not many rice grains in it. Lin Xiao didn't care, and left immediately anyway. When the time comes, a life of big fish and big meat will be waiting for them. Hurry up and go to work for me. Just as an overseer picked up his whip and was about to whip it off, Yamato arrived just in time. Etc. The overseers took a step back immediately. Young master. Although Yamato is a woman, they will always call him son, which is also Yamato's own request. I need someone to choose from you. Yamato's words are simple and clear, very hacky. Yes. None of the people nearby dared to refuse. Yamato glanced around, and finally set his sights on Lin Xiao. He looks quite young, let him go with me. Lin Xiao didn't say much, and walked up immediately. None of the nearby overseers stopped him. Anyway, it is a labor force, less and less, who can't afford to offend Yamato. I'm really envious. This guy seems to be taken by the eldest lady. His future life will probably be better than ours. Yet, to be handsome is to do whatever you want, why can't we be more handsome? Lin Xiao followed behind Yamato in 2 or 3 steps. Watching Yamato's body from behind. Although Yamato is wearing a coat to hide his figure, he knows that Yamato has a great figure and is also very beautiful. In the future, not only will she be a crew member, but she can also be raised as a wife. Chapter 3. On the brick road, Yamato walked in front and Lin Xiao walked behind, meeting many beasts pirates along the way. Just seeing Yamato, these people just said hello, and then left, completely ignoring Lin Xiao behind. Lin Xiao is also happy to relax. After walking like this for a long time, the two came to an uncommon place, and there was no one around. Yamato, how is your investigation going? When are we going to leave? Lin Xiao couldn't wait. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. I've made a clear investigation. Kaido is going to find trouble with Marine. Jack and the others are going to deal with a newcomer pirate. We won't meet them in a short time, so we can start now. Yamato stopped. Lin Xiao grabbed Yamato's hand, stroked it lightly, and then placed it on the bomb ring in Yamato's hand. It's a pity, you are such a cute girl, you actually have a bomb in your hand, but don't worry, I will help you dismantle the bomb when you get to the beach. Although the hand was grabbed by Lin Xiao, Yamato didn't care about it, and there was no love between men and women at all. She still sees herself as a boy. Then let's go. Yamato withdrew his hand and walked towards the shore. The direction of walking is exactly a munitions factory of beasts pirates, which manufactures munitions for beasts pirates. That is to say, there must be a pirate ship there. In other places, because of the isolation of the country, there is not a single ship, let alone leave Wano Kuni. After walking for a long time, the two finally came to the beach. Go, I'll take you to have a meal first, and we'll leave here then. Lin Xiao originally planned to leave. But when he thought about it carefully, he was indeed hungry. If he didn't eat more, he would have no fighting power in the face of the enemy. Relying on her identity, Yamato found a place, and no one dared to stop her nearby, so she could only silently watch Lin Xiao and Yamato sit together. Let's have breakfast now, and it happens that I didn't eat it either. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, and started eating with big gulps. Not long after, the dishes on the table were eaten clean, most of them were eaten by Yamato, and only a very small part was handled by Lin Xiao. After eating, Lin Xiao grabbed Yamato's hand and placed it on top of the bomb. People nearby widened their eyes. What did they see? Lin Xiao actually grabbed Yamato's hand, but Yamato didn't resist. Is this the same Yamato they knew? Click. Lin Xiao took off the bomb in 2s and 3s, and threw it to Yamato. Hurry up and throw it out, the farther you throw it, the better. He knew how powerful these bombs were. Although they couldn't kill those top pirates, they could definitely kill him. Yamato took the bomb, threw it hard, and threw it into the sea in the distance. Boom! There was an explosion. The sea water was suddenly lifted up, and some sea fish were mixed in it. The explosion set off a huge wave, which kept hitting the coast, and the pirate ship on the beach shook violently, and it would be submerged at any time. A sea breeze even blew onto Lin Xiao's head. Black's hair blows in the wind. Yamato looked at his wrist, turned it lightly, lost a bomb, and became a little lighter and more flexible. The bomb is gone. It's still pretty good. Your bomb disposal level is pretty good. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. If possible, he would like the system to give a good novice package instead of giving a bomb defuse grandmaster. It can defuse any bomb. What is the use of this thing? You can't defuse bombs every day in the future. People in the nearby beasts pirates reacted quickly. No, the young master must not be allowed to escape. Let's go. Yamato pulled Lin Xiao, leaped, jumped over one side of the window, and landed on a boat. Boom! It's time for us to go. Yamato controlled the ship and let the pirate ship slowly leave the port. Although the pirates of the beasts pirates wanted to stop him, they didn't dare to attack Yamato, so they could only take a boat and chase after Yamato. From today, our pirate group has been established, and this is our ship. Lin Xiao shouted excitedly. This laughter is full of happiness. At last his task was accomplished. Set up a pirate group of your own, with a crew member, even if you complete the mission, you can get a devil fruit. Of course, to form a pirate group, at least one ship is needed, so until now, he has completed the task. Ding dong, congratulations to host, you have completed the task of the task system, and you will get a reward, a random Zoan Phantom Beast Devil Fruit with no side effects. Congratulations to host, I got a Zoan Brontosaurus Fruit, may I ask host to use it? Thunder Dragon Fruit. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. If it is in the dark night, maybe it will emit even more dazzling light. He also didn't expect it to be the Thunder Dragon Fruit. This is definitely the top Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, and it is definitely more excellent than the Pteranodon in the form of Fire Ember. Of course, the premise is that the Brontosaurus in his imagination is not the kind of Brontosaurus from the Jurassic era. Although it is big in size, it has no power at all. System, use it quickly. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate either, since there were no side effects anyway. It's almost okay. As soon as the words fell, a blue fruit with a spiral pattern appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Devil Fruit. Yamato's pupils shrank slightly. She remembered that Lin Xiao didn't have a devil fruit, but now suddenly there was an extra devil fruit. Lin Xiao picked up the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Sweet and delicious without bitter taste. The moment he swallowed it, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that his body had suddenly become stronger, and his height had also increased by 3 points. A vast force emerged from the body. With this power, Lin Xiao felt that he could blow up the stars. Although this is just an illusion, its power has indeed increased a lot. So much that he himself could not estimate it. Lin Xiao clenched his hands tightly, an electric current shot out from his arm, and surrounded his whole body. The electric current flickered non-stop. Sure enough, this was the Brontosaurus he had imagined. That is, the Brontosaurus form similar to Kaido's Qinglong form, not the Jurassic Brontosaurus. This is much more powerful than that Thunder Dragon. Next to him, Yamato felt Lin Xiao's aura, and also noticed that Lin Xiao had become stronger. There is a secret in this man. Yamato thought so in his heart, but didn't ask further. Chapter 4. The pirates at the port were all frightened. They didn't know Yamato's true identity, but they knew that Kaido would not allow Yamato to leave. If Yamato is allowed to leave, they face a furious Kaido. All of a sudden, more than a dozen pirate ships frantically rushed over from the sea, trying to stop Yamato. On the other side, several samurai stood at the port, looking at Lin Xiao and Yamato who were about to flee, frowning slightly. The man has blue-white hair, one of which hangs straight forward, and wears a blue kimono with green circles, and a samurai sword slung around his waist. Guangxi Lang. Once a retainer of the daimyo Kojiki Oden, one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, after the death of Kojiki Oden, he hid beside Kurozumi Orokai as Kushiro. What's going on there? Kushiro was a little curious, who made the beast's pirates so crazy, so many pirate ships actively chasing one person. Master Kushiro, it seems that the beast's pirates are chasing that person, should we help? The current cooperation Wano Kuni is working with the beast's pirates, and their name, Kurozumi Orokai, also needs to help the beast's pirates. Guangxi Lang hesitated in his heart. He just lurks beside Kurozumi Orokai and doesn't want to help Kurozumi Orokai. But if this can be done, maybe Kaido's trust can be gained, which will be of great help to him in rebelling against Kurozumi Orokai in the future. After making a decision, Guangxi Lang no longer hesitated. Get the boat ready, we're going to help the beast's pirates. Yes. On the deck, Lin Xiao held the pole with both hands, looked at the pirate ship chasing behind, grinning. It's finally time to go to sea. Lin Xiao is very excited, this sea is about to usher in a real king. A king beyond One Piece. Yamato was equally excited. She can finally get out of this cage that imprisoned her, and like Kojiki Oden, she can find her own freedom. The pirate ship behind also gradually approached. Lin Xiao clenched his right hand tightly, with a bolt of lightning around his arm, like thunder snakes, surrounding Lin Xiao. As soon as Yamato took out the mace, he saw that he was bathed in thunder and lightning, as if the god of thunder had descended. It looks so tall and majestic. Yamato took back the mace, ready to let Lin Xiao do it himself, just in time for her to see Lin Xiao's strength. As her captain in the future, he must be strong. Ding dong, trigger the task. You are a fledgling, please host to defeat the Guangxi Lang who came from a distance, and you can get a reward at random. Lin Xiao was about to do something when he heard the sound of the system and subconsciously looked up into the distance. Pirate ships are gradually approaching. On the last pirate ship, there are many warriors standing, and the one standing in the middle is Guangxi. Lin Xiao immediately noticed Guangxi Lang. Guangxi Lang also noticed Lin Xiao's gaze. The two looked at each other, and an invisible lightning flashed out of their eyes, and a weak momentum surrounded them. Fire! The beast's pirates fired at the same time. The spherical black cannonballs covered half of the sky, and would submerge the pirate ship under Lin Xiao's feet at any moment. Yamato gripped the mace tightly. If Lin Xiao fails, she will act immediately. The first time I did it, I was quite nervous. Lin Xiao's tone was a bit cold, and a strong killing intent suddenly burst out in his eyes. With a punch down, the void suddenly exploded, and an invisible shock wave erupted. In the sky, the black cannonballs all over the sky suddenly stopped, just floating like this. The invisible airflow suddenly spread out, sweeping away from Black's shell. Rumbling, rumbling. The black shells exploded one by one. A large number of sparks burst in and out, thick black smoke filled the air, and there was a burst of pungent smell in the air. The sea water was also affected by the strong air current, and it kept rolling, forming a series of waves, slapping away in all directions. It seems that a typhoon is coming. The nearby ships were all affected, constantly bumping and shaking, and seemed to be swallowed by the waves at any time. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. With just one punch, he has such strength. The pirate group was swaying, Lin Xiao held the strings tightly, and even though the pirate ship swayed, he could stick tightly to the deck. Yamato next to him was also in danger. The breeze came and just lifted her kimono. Quick, continue to prepare the shells. The people of the beast's pirates were in a hurry, they didn't care about so much, they frantically filled the shells, and prepared to crush Lin Xiao. Goodbye. Lin Xiao took a step forward, with indifference in his eyes. He will never show mercy to future enemies. Rumbling, rumbling. Lin Xiao punched again. This time, he punched out, and his arms were surrounded by layers of electric current. The qigong waves that exploded in the air were also accompanied by electric current. Rumbling. The void seemed to have collapsed, and the sea water on the sea surface was also dispersed, forming a huge gully. The closest pirate ship was hit by the shock wave and was instantly shattered, and the entire pirate ship was smashed in half. A large number of sawdust and planks flew into the air. Pirates were also beaten up one by one, the weapons in their hands fell, and then fell into the sea along with the planks. The fist wind was very strong, and several pirate ships behind were also impacted, and a large hole was cracked in the hull. Quick, turn around quickly. The ships of the beast's pirates were all affected and had to abandon the pursuit and instead fill in the large hole in the ship to prevent the sea from submerging the ship. Behind, Guangxi Lang's ship gradually approached. Leave it to me. Guangxi Lang jumped up into the air, holding the handle of the knife at his waist with his right hand, a cold light burst out of his eyes. A sword intent spread out, rushing towards Lin Xiao. As Wanakuni's Red Sheath 9 heroes, Kushiro is also an excellent swordsman and is also good at haki. Crazy dead man. Lin Xiao recognized Guangxi Lang at a glance, although he didn't know why he did it. But since he did it, he was the enemy. It happened that he also wanted to try the power of the Thunder Dragon Fruit. Boom! Lin Xiao clenched his right hand, his arm puffed up, and suddenly swelled by 3 points. The veins on his arm were even more bulging, covering Lin Xiao's arm like tiny green snakes. The power in the body is slowly running on the arms. Lin Xiao also jumped into the air, and a large number of blue thunder spewed out, surrounding Lin Xiao's body, forming a huge thunder dragon, making a thunderous dragon chant. Dragon Fist broke out. Chapter 5. Dragon Fist broke out. Lin Xiao was accompanied by a thunder dragon, roaring, as if a thruster was installed in the back, and it rushed towards Quangshalang. Kushiro's pupil shrank, and he clenched the samurai sword in his hand. Great guy! He felt a strong aura from Lin Xiao's body, even he was not sure enough. Quangshalang swung his knife violently, and slashed out a sword aura that was tens of meters long. There was a cold light in Lin Xiao's eyes. He had the intention of stopping, and continued to slam into the sword energy. Rumbling. A few seconds later, there was an ear-piercing roar. Blue's thunder dragon collided with tens of meters long sword energy suddenly, and a violent shock wave erupted. The shock wave was deadlocked for a moment, and the sword energy suddenly dissipated. Surrounded by the thunder dragon, Lin Xiao shattered the sword energy, and then continued to pounce on Quangshalang. Damn, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, Quangshalang in midair was dumbfounded. He knew that he was not the top expert in the world, but he was one of the best experts anyway, and his sword energy was shattered by Lin Xiao. The key Lin Xiao looks very young. When did such a genius emerge? Lin Xiao still charged towards Quangshalang with an unstoppable momentum. Quangshalang showed a look of horror, and was about to retreat, but Lin Xiao was already approaching, and he had no time to escape, so he could only put his knife in front. Clang! The next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Xiao's fist hit Quangshalang's katana. Click! Quangshalang's right arm suddenly folded, making a crisp bone-cracking sound, and his face became extremely pale. He knew that his arm was broken. How can it be? A samurai stared and rubbed his eyes, as if feeling dazzled. Their adult, Quangshalang, had an arm broken by Lin Xiao. You must know that their adult, Quangshiro, is the elite of Kurozumi Orakai, but in front of Lin Xiao, he couldn't block a single move. But Lin Xiao's shock didn't stop. Quangshalang didn't even have time to escape, his arm tilted, and Lin Xiao's fist hit Quangshalang in the chest. A powerful shock wave, accompanied by electric current, covered Quangshalang's body. Armed color overlay. Shiro had no time to escape, so he could only use armament haki to cover his body. But a strong electric current has passed through Quangshalang's chest and spread to the whole body. Muscles, meridians, flesh and blood, bones, and internal organs were all destroyed by Lin Xiao's electric current. Quangshalang gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out. Fortunately, he just used armament haki to cover his body in time. If it was a step later, the lightning on Lin Xiao's fist would probably destroy his body. But even so, Quangshalang's body was also a little paralyzed, unable to lift his strength, and then fell from the sky and fell into the sea. The weapon in his hand also fell and was caught by Lin Xiao just in time. Lin Xiao didn't have time to look any further, so he quickly returned to the boat. Clap clap! Yamato applauded Lin Xiao specially. That's right. I thought you didn't have much strength. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Only in this way can you be qualified to be my companion and pursue freedom with me. What? I'm recognized now. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up. At the beginning, he didn't think that Yamato would be able to surrender just by flickering, but in the end it still depends on strength. Yamato didn't speak, walked to the side of the rudder, controlled Chuanzi, and left slowly. Although the beast's pirates wanted to stop them, all the ships had been destroyed by Lin Xiao, so they couldn't chase Lin Xiao at all. Those warriors immediately wanted to save Quangshalang who fell into the sea, let alone chase Lin Xiao. Deck. Quangshalang covered his right hand, his face was pale, but even though his arm was broken, he still didn't cry out. This is his Bushido spirit. What a scary boy! Although he was defeated, Guangxi Lang was still a little excited. With Lin Xiao being so talented, he might cause trouble for the beast's pirates in the future, and even help Wano Kuni on the side. Quick, hurry up and inform Master Beast, Master Jack, and tell Yamato to have escaped. A tall, strong-looking person in charge, with a pale complexion. Yamato escaped, and they were out of luck. On the other hand, Lin Xiao squeezed his fist, feeling the power in his body, and felt a little curious. Even with the Zoan Devil Fruit, it is impossible to become so powerful. How can I say that Kushiro is also an excellent swordsman? Just as he was thinking, a message appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The message from the system made him understand why he was so strong. This is an optimized Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, which can be quickly controlled by people, and the system has strengthened Lin Xiao's body for free. It does not belong to the novice gift package, nor does it belong to the task reward, it is purely free. In addition, Kage Shiro was a little careless and didn't use armament haki at the beginning, so he was instantly killed by Lin Xiao. Ding dong, congratulations to host, defeating Guangxi Lang with one move, and getting reward, advanced armament haki. Lin Xiao looked ecstatic. If you want to mix in this world, you must know armament haki, otherwise you can be hanged and beaten by Marine Admiral. Not even Marine Admiral, as long as it is Logia's demon fruit power, it can beat Lin Xiao wantonly. Well now, with armament haki, and its advanced armament haki, it's enough to face Logia demon fruit power. An advanced armament haki is equivalent to Marine Admiral haki. The top-level armament haki is naturally the haki of Garp's super strength level, which is more powerful and has a wider range of use. Lin Xiao raised his right hand, a jet of black haki covered his entire arm, exuding a dazzling metallic luster, which caught the attention of Yamato next to him. What a tough haki! She can also haki and is very powerful, but compared to Lin Xiao, she seems to be a little bit worse. Haki soon diffused, completely covering the body, like a statue sprayed with ink. Lin Xiao could sense that his strength had become stronger, and if he faced Guangxi Lang again, he could still kill him instantly. Yamato was admiring Lin Xiao's body with these 8-pack abs, his face suddenly changed, he turned around quickly, and looked at the sea not far away. I saw a pirate ship approaching gradually. The flag of the beast's pirates was flown on the bow. This is obviously someone from the beast's pirates, most likely reinforcements sent by Kaido. Chapter 6 Beast's Pirates. Lin Xiao clenched his hands, feeling a little nervous. This is the beast's pirates, one of the Four Emperors' pirates, possessing the power to overwhelm the entire new world. Although he has become stronger, he dare not say that he can defeat Kaido of the beasts. Yamato also stared into the distance. After a while, Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Kaido didn't come, neither did the three calamities, it's just Liuzi, I can deal with him. Lin Xiao also saw who was coming. Wearing a fluffy coat, wearing a mask, a woman with slender thighs and high heels. One of the top 6 real hitters of the beast's pirates. Pachycephalosaurus form of Zoan ancient dragon fruit. The strength is quite good, after all, it is still a 12 real fight, and it is not something ordinary people can deal with. But Lin Xiao remembered that when Ultai was fighting Luffy, he was easily killed by Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams. Now that he is here too, it is easy to deal with the Ultai. The ship gradually approached. I'm so sorry, Yamato, the captain has already said that you are absolutely not allowed to leave Wano Kuni, so please go back with me. Erdi didn't do anything, and she also knew Yamato's identity, so she would never do anything unless it was absolutely necessary. Unless Yamato is determined to leave. I have decided to leave here, and I will never go back with you. Yamato clenched the mace tightly, his eyes full of determination. After finally untying the bomb in his hand, it is naturally impossible to give up like this. Erdi didn't continue to say more, but looked at Lin Xiao beside her, frowning slightly. Who are you? Captain of Thunder Dragon Pirates, Lin Xiao, remember, this pirate group will definitely become the strongest pirate group in the world in the future. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of confidence, a mighty aura soared into the sky, and a weak air current rose in the void. This airflow was very weak, only Yamato who was next to him could sense it. Looking at Lin Xiao's face, he clenched his hands tightly. She could see the confidence in Lin Xiao's eyes, a confidence that only the strong can have. This kind of confidence, she has seen in Kaido's eyes, and she has seen it in Kojiki Oden's eyes. The look in Kojiki Oden's eyes, she kept it firmly in her heart. Perhaps, this is a good decision. Humph, if you want to become the strongest pirate group, it depends on whether you can leave alive. Ultai's body suddenly changed. The skin on the body became dark first, then the two arms became thicker, and then the body became swollen. A huge dinosaur stood on the deck. Ancient species, Pachycephalosaurus form. That head was huge, like it was swollen. Boom! Ultai stomped the deck hard, the pirate ship trembled violently, the sea water kept rolling, slapping on the pirate ship, bumping and shaking. At the same time, he jumped and flew towards Lin Xiao's ship. Dragon Fist broke out. Lin Xiao waved his right hand again. But don't get me wrong, it's not the Dragon Fist explosion in Dragon Ball, it's just a name, which is pretty good. Tsitsaizi. One after another Blue's thunder was released. The arc kept jumping, forming a huge thunder dragon on Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao quickly approached Ultai, a black haki emerged from his hand, and then spread, covering the entire right arm. This is the high-end armament haki, which is dark and translucent, revealing a dazzling metallic luster. Then he punched hard. The void seemed to be collapsing, sending out bursts of roar. Ultai's pupils shrank slightly. She can also haki, but compared to Lin Xiao's haki, it seems to be a bit worse. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xiao is so young, it can be seen that he has outstanding talent. If he continues to grow, maybe he can really reach the level of Kaido. Your head gun. On top of Ultai's head, a black haki also appeared, and then spread, wrapping around that huge head. To Lin Xiao, it was a headbutt. Boom! Fists and heads collided. The pitch-black airflow, centered on the two of them, spread in all directions. This air current is like a storm. Ripples were set off on the sea surface, forming a huge wave, blowing in all directions. The waves hit the boat. The two ships were affected by the waves and gradually moved away. In mid-air, Lin Xiao and Erdi were still deadlocked. Ultai gritted her teeth and tried her best. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overwhelm Lin Xiao, let alone defeat Lin Xiao. Instead, Ultai felt a burst of pressure, and could even feel pain in his head. Over the years, I have rarely experienced pain. On the pirate ship, Yamato frowned slightly, with a look of worry on his face. This is the territory of the Beast's pirates. If you don't leave as soon as possible, if Kaido or the three disasters come, it will be difficult to leave by then. Yamato made a decision in his mind, picked up the mace in his hand, leaped forward, and jumped to Ultai's side with lightning speed. It's like lightning and flint. Thunder 8 trigrams. The mace in Yamato's hand fell down. On the mace, streams of blue currents emerged. A club hit Ultai on the head. Erdi was fighting with Lin Xiao originally, but when he was hit by such a stick, his head sank and his body was weak, so he was thrown into the sea and fell into the sea, causing a wave. Lin Xiao stepped on the air quickly and returned to the boat. Chapter 7. Lord Ultai. The pirates of the Beast's pirates quickly jumped off, several of them when they saw Ultai being sent flying. As a demon fruit power, Erdi will definitely be drowned in the sea if no one goes to rescue it. Yamato, let's go. Lin Xiao didn't intend to do anything, and was going to leave Kaido's territory first to get out of the crisis. Yamato went to the helm of the boat, steered the boat, and left the sea. Although the Beast's pirates wanted to stop them, Even Ulti was defeated, so what could they do? They could only watch Lin Xiao leave. A few minutes later, Ulti stood on the deck, shook her wet hair, and looked at the sea in the distance with a gloomy expression. Yamato escaped, and she was in trouble. What are you still thinking about? Tell Boss Kaido. Yes. Beast's Pirates Base Camp. In a huge palace, many people stood in the lobby, all shut their mouths, and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Below, there are many people standing. Standing at the forefront are the three disasters. Embers, Plague Quinn, Jack the Drow. They're both aces of the Beast's pirates. But at this moment, they didn't dare to speak, because Kaido's face was full of anger, and that ferocious face looked a little scary. Gurgling. Kaido gulped down the wine, leaving a lot of wine at the corner of his mouth, wasting a lot. After drinking, Kaido threw it hard, the glass fell to the ground, shattered into many pieces, and flew in all directions. A piece of debris just across a pirate's face, piercing his skin, leaving a bloodstain. But the pirate lowered his head, not daring to move, not even wiping the bloodline off his face. A group of trash, all of them are trash, even a woman can't look down on them, what use are you to have? Kaido roared, a storm roared out of his mouth. Some pirates couldn't bear the storm and took a step back. None of the three calamities said a word. This is Kaido's family background, they are not easy to intervene, and dare not intervene. Jack, you take someone there, you have to bring Yamato back, I don't care what method you use, you have to bring it back. As for the other kid, kill him casually and bring me his head back. I want to hang it on my pirate ship. Kaido's eyes were full of murderous intent. If Yamato was not his daughter and dared to rebel against him, he would definitely kill Yamato. Those nearby trembled. An angry Kaido is really scary. Yes. Jack lowered his head, agreed to Kaido, then turned around and left slowly. On the sea, a pirate ship was bumping and shaking. Lin Xiao and Yamato leaned back together, looking a little tired, as if they hadn't rested for a long time. Indeed, Lin Xiao is not resting. As soon as we left Wano Kuni, the sky was overcast with clouds, lightning, and thunder, and then it started pouring down with rain, which lasted for a long time. It took Lin Xiao and Yamato control of the boat for a long time, and they got out of the storm not long ago, exhausted. Yamato, I've been tired all day, I'm already hungry, you go prepare dinner. No, why should I go? You should be the one to prepare dinner. The two stood back to back, and neither of them got up. After waiting for a while, Lin Xiao arched Yamato. You are a woman, you should be able to cook some dishes, so hurry up and prepare dinner. Humph, I've been motivated to be a boy since I was a child, so it's impossible to be a girl. Yamato snorted coldly, with a dissatisfied tone. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that because Yamato adored Kojiki Oden, he considered himself Kaido's son, and always regarded himself as a boy. But for such a lovely girl, it seems inappropriate to call herself a boy. Had to flick and straighten Yamato. Yamato, I didn't expect it. It's disappointing that you can't face yourself. What right do you have to admire Kojiki Oden? Lin Xiao sighed with contempt on his face. Yamato suddenly became anxious, and immediately stood up with his hands on his hips, a little bit annoyed. The ghost mask on his face also fell off, revealing his delicate face. Fair skin, big shiny eyes. These eyes made Lin Xiao feel a little moved. Say, what do you mean? Why am I not worthy to worship Kojiki Oden? She admired Kojiki Oden a lot, but Lin Xiao said she was unworthy. A coward who doesn't dare to admit his gender, what right does he have to worship Kojiki Oden's brave man? He can face death directly. Just one sentence from Lin Xiao shocked Yamato's heart. Yes, how can a person who can't face his own gender face the world? How can he be qualified to worship Kojiki Oden? In this world, what matters is not gender, but your courage, your tenacity, and your never-say-die belief. Lin Xiao made persistent efforts and took advantage of the victory to pursue. Yamato suddenly smiled, his smile was bright and sunny. You're right, I never thought I'd be persistent after so many years. From now on, I will use my identity as a woman to assist you to become the king of the sea. Like Kojiki Oden, I will become an upright hero. Well, since you have admitted that you are a girl, you can go to prepare dinner now, I am already hungry. Lin Xiao put his right hand on his lower abdomen. Cooing. Won't. Yamato said plainly. Lin Xiao's face turned green. Sure enough, a chef should be hired. Chapter 8. New World, above a certain sea area. The sea is sparkling, but the waves are not happy. From time to time, a bird flies by, but fortunately it rushes into the sea, picks up a plump sea fish, and feasts on it. Suddenly a ship passed by, and the bird was frightened, and flew away quickly. On this ship, there is a skull flag. There are many people sitting on the deck of the ship, eating delicious food, drinking wine, and even singing, looking very happy. Sitting on top, is a young teenager. The teenager has black shiny black hair, a normal Asian complexion, a Madara tit on his cheek, and a tattoo of the word ASCE on his left arm. He was wearing a vest, an orange cowboy hat, several skull pendants next to him, and a red chain bead around his neck. This boy is no common boy. His name is Porgas D. Ace. That's right, he is the son of Roger, the One Piece King, and the godson of Whitebeard Edward Newgard in the future. At the same time, he is also the sworn brother of the future One Piece and the sworn brother of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Possesses the ability of Logia Maramara fruit. But now, he's just the captain of the Common Spades Pirates, who's just left the Grand Line and entered the New World, ready to do something great. Not long ago, Marine invited Ace to join 7 warlords of the sea, but was rejected by Ace. Captain, we have arrived in New World, what should we do next? A little pirate suddenly put down his wine glass. The others looked at Ace at the same time, full of curiosity about the future of the pirates. Ace also frowned slightly. I decided to challenge the strongest man in the world and become One Piece, but before that, I need to visit another person. Challenge Whitebeard, Captain, are we in a hurry? Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, should we wait a while? Yeah, don't be so anxious. The people present persuaded one after another. They are not like most pirates, with fanciful self-confidence, thinking that they can defeat Whitebeard and become the new One Piece King. They still feel a little apprehensive. It doesn't matter, I will never lose. Ace pulled his hat back, full of confidence, and a flame burst out from his arm. Having Maramara fruit, coupled with Marine's invitation, made him full of confidence in his strength, and he didn't think he would lose to Whitebeard. The pirates around didn't say anything more. Now that Ace has decided, they can only obey. Okay, let's continue to celebrate. Just when the Spades pirates were happy, another pirate ship was gradually approaching. This pirate ship is of course Lin Xiao's ship. Captain, a pirate ship has been found on the other side. Ace put down his wine glass, stood beside the strings of the boat, looking at the sea in the distance. Everyone get ready. Although Ace doesn't know who the ship is, it doesn't stop him from getting ready for battle. Lin Xiao, there seems to be an enemy on the other side. Yamato also spotted Ace and the others, patted Lin Xiao, and at the same time picked up the mace and carried it on his shoulder. Lin Xiao walked to Yamato, stood on tiptoes, looked at the sea in the distance, and focused on Ace. Ace. Lin Xiao basically recognized this familiar face and attire at a glance. Ace, do you know him? Yamato has been in Wano Kuni all year round and doesn't know many people. But according to the plot, Yamato probably will know Ace soon. According to Ace's sailing route, Wano Kuni should be next. Well, I know him. He is a Logia Maramara fruit capable user. His strength is quite good. Otherwise, let's recruit this pirate group. An idea came to Lin Xiao's mind. His team currently only has 2 people, and they still have to face the pursuit of Kaido of the beasts. There is no one who cooks, and there are not enough people. If you can subdue Ace, you will not only have an extra talented partner, but also a lot of miscellaneous pirates. Conquer these people. Yamato looked into the distance. They are all common people, that is, Ace, who have also caught her eyes. All right, there are just a few people missing. Since it is Logia Maramara fruit, he can also join our team. Yamato thought about it, but didn't refuse. Only those with such excellent strength will not drag them down if they join their team. In that case, get close to them. The 2 pirate ships gradually approached. The 2 parties seemed to have made an agreement, and neither did anything until the 2 pirate ships approached and saw each other. Captain, it should be a rookie pirate. The pirate walked to Ace's side and said softly. Ace nodded slightly, not too worried. Yamato, come on. Lin Xiao leaped across the sea, and Yamato followed closely behind. The 2 landed on the deck one behind the other. The pirates backed away quickly, dodging far away. Only Ace was alone, still standing where he was. Lin Xiao, the captain of the Thunder Dragon Pirates. Lin Xiao was the first to introduce. Ace was stunned for a moment, and then introduced. That's how the 2 sides got to know each other. Ace, I've heard about you, Logia Maramara fruit, it's good to meet you. Lin Xiao shook his arm, then shook it again, his eyes a little excited. Defeat Ace, conquer Ace. This is his only thought now. Ace understood what Lin Xiao meant, and raised his right hand, with a ray of flames on his arm. Chapter 9. Since you want to challenge me, let me see your strength. Ace stretched out an arm, a ball of burning flames rising from it. The flames grew bigger and wrapped around the arms. His subordinates immediately backed away and walked away, holding a fan in their hands. Some people even took off their coats, revealing their strong muscles. Hey, every time the boss fights, we have to use fans, it's so hot. Yeah, I really want to jump into the sea to cool off. Lin Xiao also raised his wrist, clenched his right hand, and the muscles in his arm bulged. A thunderbolt burst out from the wrist, making a crackling sound. Ace's pupils shrank slightly, slightly surprised. Demon fruit power, it looks like it really shouldn't be underestimated. Yamato retreated slowly, handing over the battlefield to Lin Xiao. Musket. Ace suddenly stretched out 2 hands, pointed 2 fingers at Lin Xiao, and a small flame burst out from the fingertips. Beware, the flames are fast and powerful, like pistol bullets. With a light twitch of Lin Xiao's right hand, a ball of flames was pulled away and hit the deck on one side. A small hole instantly appeared on the deck, with scorched marks on the surface and a faint flame burning on it. Bang bang bang! No flame could come close to Lin Xiao. Ace was not surprised either, this was just his tentative move, and he hadn't shown his full strength yet. Shenhuo Shiranui. 2 deep red flames were thrown from Ace's hands, forming a fiery spear, stabbing Lin Xiao. Boom! Lin Xiao jumped into the air, flipped in the air, landed next to Ace, and punched down. In the void, ripples were set off. The air seemed to be scattered by Lin Xiao. Rumbling. Lin Xiao punched Ace in the chest. Ace's face turned bitter, and he slid out, dragging his feet on the deck, leaving 2 long ravines. Quiet. The scene was very quiet. All the members of the Spades Pirates were stunned. Their captain was actually beaten up. This is the first time Ace has been beaten up in so many years. And the whole process took less than 30 seconds. True or not, the captain was sent flying. Are young people nowadays so powerful? Don't talk nonsense, the captain hasn't been defeated yet, he was careless just now. All present were whispering. Ace also wiped the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile on his face. I didn't expect your strength to be very powerful, so I have to show my full strength. He just thought it was too careless just now. In fact, it is indeed careless. Fire punch. Ace pulls out the most common trick. The blazing flames instantly formed a huge flaming fist. The flaming fist sprayed towards Lin Xiao as if carrying a flame thruster. A heat wave came head-on. Under this heat wave, it is like being in the crater of a volcano, which makes people feel a little hot. Even Yamato took a step back. Lin Xiao raised his right hand, clenched it violently, and then swung a fist suddenly. While swinging the fist, the pitch-black haki covered his wrist at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumbling. The void seemed to be collapsing, making loud roaring sounds. The flames were easily scattered by Lin Xiao, turning into flames, falling scattered on the deck. The deck was ignited in an instant, and with the breeze blowing, the flames became more and more intense, and seemed to have the tendency to ignite the entire ship again. Ace frowned and took a deep breath. The flames returned to Ace's mouth as if summoned. He didn't want to burn his pirate ship. At that time, he, a Maramara fruit-capable user, will probably only be buried in the sea. Lin Xiao leaned slightly. Ace immediately became vigilant, and the brief confrontation made him understand that Lin Xiao was not from common. So you must not be careless and slack. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Xiao moved suddenly, and his figure was like lightning, turning into black shadows, moving at high speed around Ace. Flame is on top. Ace opened his hands, and a large amount of hot flames erupted, surrounding his body, forming a wall of flames. This wall blocked Lin Xiao's way. As long as Lin Xiao gets close, he will be burned by flames. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that there is an ability in this world called armament haki. The pitch-black haki enveloped Lin Xiao's body like a solid steel plate. Lin Xiao jumped forward, and the flames burned on armament haki, easily blocking all the flames, and he didn't even feel the heat. After breaking through the flames, Lin Xiao was the first to rush to Ace, and raised his right arm. Click! The entire arm suddenly swelled up, and pieces of solid light blue scales emerged from it, emitting a blue flash. This is the animalization of the Zoan phantom beast species. Not only can it provide powerful power, but it can also provide solid defense. Because of this, phantom beast fruit is very rare. Rub rub rub. At the moment when the right hand turned into a beast, the arm was covered with haki again, blocking the brilliance of the blue scales, and emitting a dazzling black flash. Dragon Claw. Lin Xiao grabbed it hard with his right paw. Ace only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and then found a huge animal claw appeared in front of his eyes. The light above is so dazzling. Even Ace couldn't open his eyes in the photo, but the sound of air bursting could be heard from time to time. Chapter 10. Boom! Lin Xiao slapped Ace's arm with a dragon claw. Click! There was a slight cracking sound, and Ace's arm was even slightly broken, and his body involuntarily flew upside down and fell on the deck. Ace's face was a little pale, with a tinge of purple in his pale face, and drops of cold sweat left on his forehead. Captain! A few pirates came running quickly with worried faces, and the remaining pirates surrounded Lin Xiao. Some held long knives in their hands, some held quick-fire guns, and some even had bare hands. But without exception, they were all full of hostility towards Lin Xiao. The biggest advantage of the Spades pirates is unity. Lin Xiao didn't continue to do anything. The moment Lin Xiao saw Ace, he was ready to kill the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace, if you learn armament haki, you should be able to fight Marine Admiral after hard training. Such a talented person, he didn't want to give up. Ace was helped up by several pirates, his right hand pressed his fractured left hand, his body trembling slightly. You, who are you? Why did you hit me just now? At the most critical moment just now, Ace felt threatened and subconsciously prepared to use elementalization. But he just didn't understand that the elementalization, which was very effective in the past, was actually ineffective. If it wasn't for the ineffectiveness of elementalization, he wouldn't have been seriously injured by Lin Xiao. And it was still a serious injury with one move. Why should I tell you? Lin Xiao smiled with interest. Ace's face darkened. He really deserved a beating. Looking at him, he really wanted to hit someone. But this is just a thought. He doesn't have the ability to defeat Lin Xiao now. Captain, what should we do now? Ace frowned, and gently pushed away the pirate next to him. Then raise your right hand. Don't worry, I can still fight. Although one arm was injured, what Ace is best at is the fire ability, not physical skills. He can still fight with flames. It seems that I still need to scare you. Lin Xiao pinched his arm and made a clicking sound. Fire punch. Ace didn't dare to let Lin Xiao approach, so he could only unleash a huge flaming fist, using long-range attacks. He believed that he could consume Lin Xiao to death with flames. Dragon Fist. Lin Xiao also threw a punch. Crackling. On the arm, there was a cloud of thunder. The thunder flashed, forming a thunder dragon, accompanied by Lin Xiao's fist wind, carrying a violent shock wave. The thunder dragon opened its teeth and danced its claws, and the tiger was full of power, as if it had come to life. Then it swallowed Ace's fire fist in one gulp. Ace's face turned pale. His fire fist was swallowed up by lightning. It seems that Lin Xiao also has long-range attack ability. If so, he has no advantage at all. Ah! Thunder Dragon roared, twisted its huge body, roared, and rushed towards Ace. No, everyone run away! Ace yelled at his men. He knew very well that none of his men were Lin Xiao's opponents, let alone these thunderbolts. The pirates also ran away in a hurry, not daring to confront the mighty Thunder Dragon at all. Ace stretched out his right hand, using all his strength. Rumbling. With a whistling sound, the fire fist hit the Thunder Dragon, knocking it over, and the flames drowned out the thunder and lightning. Even so, the Ace didn't have it easy. Because before, his fire fist had already been dealt with by Lin Xiao's Thunder Dragon. Now that Thunder Dragon has been dealt with in time, he is still at a disadvantage and may be defeated at any time. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and his stomach bulged. A large number of lightning elements are concentrated in the lungs, and they are constantly backlogging, ready to erupt at any time. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Lin Xiao roared, the thunder element in his body erupted as if being ignited, the dazzling thunder illuminated the sky. Ace's pupils shrank and his body trembled. He wanted to resist, but the thunder had already erupted, submerging Ace in an instant, and he didn't even have time to react. The nearby pirates clung to the side of the ship, and the lightning flashed past their eyes. The pirates trembled, for fear of being affected by lightning. Ah! Amidst the thunder, Ace clutched his arms, screaming in pain, his face was bulging with veins, and he looked quite painful. Ace screamed for a moment, and then, accompanied by thunder, smashed the fence on one side, and fell into the sea. Thump! The waves set off. Ace fell into the sea water, instantly lost the strength to resist, and could only sink towards the sea water. This is where devil fruit falls short. Even if you are Admiral or Four Emperors, if you fall into the sea, you will lose your ability to fight. Except for Lin Xiao. The pirates were all dumbfounded. Captain Fire Fist Ace was actually defeated. These people subconsciously forgot to save Ace. Ahem, ahem. Aren't you going to rescue Ace? If you don't, he will float up soon. Lin Xiao coughed lightly, reminding him. Ah, you guys, hurry up and save the captain. The pirates also reacted, and immediately several of them jumped into the water and swam desperately to Ace. The remaining people were very vigilant, for fear that Lin Xiao would do something to them. It's a pity that Lin Xiao didn't plan to do anything at all. His goal is to take down the Spades pirates, not destroy the Spades pirates. Yamato stood next to Lin Xiao, holding a mace in his hand. In the sea water, the pirates just searched for a while, then found Ace, then took Ace out of the sea, and returned to the pirate ship. Chapter 11. Cough cough cough. Ace knelt on the deck, coughing softly. After being slapped by Lin Xiao and struck by lightning, even Ace felt very sore. The clothes on his body were also worn out, and there was even a trace of burnt traces, and there was a vague fragrance in the air. You are really powerful. Ace raised his head with difficulty. He sincerely admires Lin Xiao. He is obviously younger than him, but his strength is much stronger than him, defeating him with just a few moves. Lin Xiao also walked towards Ace slowly. The nearby pirates immediately surrounded him, armed with weapons, their faces full of vigilance. What are you going to do? You are not allowed to do anything to our captain. Ace was still very touched, at least his crew still thought of him. But he also knew that these people were not Lin Xiao's opponents at all. To be an enemy of Lin Xiao is to kill oneself. Get out of the way, all of you. Ace pulled a person and stood up slowly. Lin Xiao also stopped and did not move on. Ace, Mara fruit ability user, I think you are excellent, would you like to join my team? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ace refused without hesitation. Lin Xiao was not surprised either, he knew very well that Ace was arrogant, even the future Whitebeard did not subdue Ace. Still played the emotional card for a long time. I would also like to thank Whitebeard for providing him with such a good method, but the method still needs to be changed slightly. Lin Xiao stood in front of Ace, pretending to be thinking. Ace, why do I think you look familiar? Have we met somewhere before? Have we met before? Why don't I remember? Ace was a little puzzled, Lin Xiao was not in his memory at all. All of this is of course Lin Xiao's nonsense. By the way, my hometown is the Kingdom of Goa, what about you? Where is your hometown? Lin Xiao was talking nonsense on purpose. He is just going to play the emotion card, and he still has an ace, which can completely win the ace. That's right, my parents are indeed from Goa Kingdom, where exactly is your family? Ace suddenly felt a turnaround. If the two parties were really from the same hometown, he might really be able to save his life. No one wants to die. I just remember that I was from Trash Mountain, but then I was burned, and I just wandered around, and then I came to New World. Lin Xiao is glad that he has watched anime and can come to deceive Ace. And he thought that Ace might be playing tricks on him, so he still had some doubts in his heart. Hearing this, Ace no longer doubted it, because the burning of the garbage station was an unforgettable event in his life. Because right after that, his sworn brother was killed. By the way, I remember that you seemed to have two brothers at the time, who often robbed in the garbage mountain. Hearing this, the last bit of doubt in Ace's heart disappeared. He didn't believe that Lin Xiao had investigated him specifically. By the way, that man with gold hair and a tooth missing, did he come to you after that? Lin Xiao finally played his trump card. Ace must want to know where Sabo is. In bullying, Ace will definitely give in. When Sabo was mentioned, Ace looked a little sad, with a tear in the corner of his eye. He still can't forget Sabo, and he can't forget the beautiful scene of the three brothers together. He died later. Dead, how is this possible? Although he was attacked at the beginning, I saw with my own eyes that he was rescued by a person, but he lost his memory later. I thought he had recovered his memory. Fortunately again, the anime he watched. Ace's pupils shrank, ignoring the pain in his body, he staggered to Lin Xiao's side and grabbed Lin Xiao's arm. What did you say? You saw Sabo, he wasn't dead, no way, I saw him killed with my own eyes. Yes, I saw it too. He was on a small boat and was hit by a shell, but he was rescued. I saw it too. Expectation suddenly surged in Ace's heart. Really? Sabo is really not dead, that's great, I know he's not dead, by the way, do you know where he is? Lin Xiao gently patted Ace's arm away. I do know where he is, but why should I tell you? Ace froze. Yes, why did Lin Xiao tell him? They are enemies. This. If you are willing to tell me, I will definitely be grateful in the future. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. He's asking for Ace's people, no thanks. Thanks for this kind of thing, what's the use? Be able to become 4 emperors, or be able to dominate the world. If you want me to tell you, it's actually okay, as long as you are willing to join my Thunder Dragon pirates, I can tell you all about it. Lin Xiao finally revealed his conspiracy. Ace was stunned and hesitated in his heart. He was also thinking about whether Lin Xiao was deceiving him in all of this. But Lin Xiao knew so much, it didn't look like a fake. Because of this, Ace was very tangled in his heart. So, let's make an agreement, as long as you can defeat me in the future, you can leave at any time. Besides, if I don't let you see your sworn brother after 3 years, you can leave at any time, what do you think? Anyway, Lin Xiao thinks that Ace cannot do without. At least it is impossible for Ace to defeat him, so this agreement can basically be voided. Chapter 12. Ace's mind was racing, he didn't know whether he should agree or not. Logically speaking, this is already the best result. Not only can he survive, but he can also know the whereabouts of his brother. When he has the ability, he can also leave the team. But if he refuses, he is dead. The other pirates also looked at Ace. They are also waiting for Ace's decision. If they can, they also want to live. Not everyone is willing to give generously. Well, this is already a very preferential treatment. As long as you want, I will tell you where your brother is. Ace was a little moved. After pondering for a moment, Ace had no choice but to nod and said, I agree, starting today, the Spades pirates will be incorporated into your pirates. But I have a request, if one day I defeat you, or if I fail to find Sabo, I can leave here at any time, and you will never stop me. Then you won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. Lin Xiao is very confident that Ace will be proud of his pirate team in the future. Now tell me, where is Sabo? Ace asked impatiently. He still cares about Sabo a little bit, wishing to see Sabo now. Lin Xiao approached Ace and said softly. Remember, don't look for him in a short time, it will cause him trouble, after all, he is not from common. Ace nodded, but didn't bring it up. After all, this is a person strictly wanted by the Revolutionary Army and the world government. Compared to Marines, people from the Revolutionary Army are more dangerous. Wait for us to gain a foothold in New World first, and then go find your brother. Lin Xiao patted Ace, then walked to Yamato's side. Ace nodded slightly. Indeed, the most important thing now is to gain a foothold in New World and have a place in New World. Let me introduce to you, this is Yamato, the vice captain of our pirate team, and you will be the captain of the first team in the future. The deputy captain, of course, is Yamato. Who made Yamato not only powerful, but also beautiful, and came earlier than Ace. Ace had no objection either, but put his right hand near the back of his head, showing a smirk. My name is Porgas D. Ace, please give me your advice in the future. My name is Yamato, please give me your advice in the future. The core backbone of the two future Thunder Dragon pirates met for the first time. Lin Xiao walked up to Yamato and patted Yamato on the shoulder lightly. Let me introduce it solemnly. This is not only the vice captain of our ship, but also the woman I fancy. It is very likely that she will be my woman in the future. For this kind of masculine woman, you should take the initiative. Otherwise, if he is as stupid as Luffy and doesn't know his intentions, wouldn't it be a headache? Especially now that there is one more person on board, if Yamato is abducted by Ace accidentally, he is probably the worst time traveler. Although Ace looks a bit stupid, he doesn't seem like someone who will pursue girls. Yamato's face turned red slightly, and she never thought that Lin Xiao would confess his love to her openly. This was the first time someone had confessed to her. Ace also froze, then burst out laughing. I understand, don't worry, I will never rob you. Yamato became even more shy. He raised his mace and smashed it at Lin Xiao, but he didn't use much force. Whoosh whoosh. There was a whistling sound. Lin Xiao just stretched out his hand, grasped the mace in Yamato's hand, and pulled it lightly. Yamato didn't expect Lin Xiao to do this, he staggered and fell into Lin Xiao's arms. A delicate fragrance came to the nose. Lin Xiao sniffed lightly. Yamato had a strong fragrance, which made people feel refreshed. Yamato also felt Lin Xiao's warmth, his heart was throbbing, and his cheeks were flushed. This is the first time she has felt this way. Lin Xiao lowered his head and approached Yamato's cheek. Yamato, you are my man. I will definitely protect you. I will never let you be imprisoned there like before. I will give you freedom and happiness. Lin Xiao felt that this sentence was very lethal. Normal women should be fascinated by him. Yamato's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Lin Xiao brought her a special feeling, an unprecedented feeling. Lin Xiao, although you are my captain, it doesn't mean you can threaten me. I will never give in. Yamato pushed Lin Xiao away and ran away quickly. At this moment, Yamato was completely full of little girl attitude. Lin Xiao carefully looked at Yamato's delicate body. This figure is really good, with lordosis and back warping. Yamato should have been taken sooner if possible. Ace walked to Lin Xiao's side and observed carefully. This woman is indeed very good. She will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. You really have vision. Lin Xiao looked at Ace silently without speaking. The real Yamato is quite formidable. When fighting, he is no worse than a man. He always felt that Ace would be beaten one day. By the way, repair the pirate ship, we will use your pirate ship in the future, and then leave this place. Repair the pirate ship, why are we repairing it? Lin Xiao stopped and turned his head. Of course you are here to fix it. There are only two of us here, the captain and the deputy captain. Who do you ask to fix it? Ace thought for a while, the captain and the deputy captain probably didn't have this ability. Chapter 13. On the sea, a pirate ship sailed at extreme speed. This pirate ship originally belonged to the Spades pirates, but now, it belongs to Lin Xiao's Thunder Dragon pirates. Ace lay on his stomach on the deck, with one hand propped on the ground, doing push-ups and exercising. Not just Ace, others are exercising. Even Yamato is quite serious. There was only Lin Xiao, sitting on a stool beside him, eating melons, fruits and barbecue, and had no intention of training at all. As a systematic person, why do you need to train and waste time and energy? Even if he has the Zoan Brontosaurus fruit, if he wants to reach the Four Emperors, he will have to work hard for 3 or 4 years. It's better to use the system to become stronger. And he knows that his system is an infinite system, and a new system will appear every year. And every time a major event is experienced, a new system will appear. Although he didn't know what the big event was, today was the end of this year, and after 12 o'clock, it was the new year. Then there will be a whole new system. After an unknown amount of time, Ace stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Xiao, why don't you train? I'm sorry, even if I don't train, I can become stronger, so why should I train? Lin Xiao took a bite of the apple. Ace was speechless. Yes, you can become stronger without training, why do you need to train? Etc. I can become stronger without training, I am so envious. This should be an excuse. By the way, Ace, let me teach you Haki. If you want to play in New World, you can't do without Haki. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered Ace's shortcomings. Although Blackbeard is very powerful, if Ace knows Haki and is good at physical skills, it is impossible to be restrained by Blackbeard. And in this world, you must learn Haki. Haki, what is this? Ace was a little confused. But no one has taught him this. If it is not for the Maramara fruit, although Ace is very powerful, it is impossible to reach this step. The so-called Haki is a unique power that exists in the New World, possessing Conqueror's Haki in total. The first type of Haki is Conqueror's Haki, which can greatly shock the enemy's soul and make the enemy faint through courage. This is the only Haki among millions of people. The second type of Haki is Armament Haki. Just like me, it can be used as armor to resist attacks from others, and it can also attack others. The reason why your Maramara fruit can't resist me is because I have Armament Haki, so I can hit you. Lin Xiao deliberately stretched out his right hand, and Haki encircled his arm. Ace immediately surrounded him and watched carefully. Is this Armament Haki? No wonder my Maramara fruit didn't work for you. He had wondered before why elementalization didn't work. It turned out to be restrained by Armament Haki. By the way, not only I can, but also Yamato, and her Haki is also very powerful. It's you, the oldest and the weakest. There was a look of contempt in Lin Xiao's eyes. Yamato also cooperated and walked to Lin Xiao's side. The pitch-black Haki covered his whole body in an instant. That delicate body, but exudes a metallic luster. Ace's eyes widened, and then he blushed, as if humiliated. He was actually despised by Lin Xiao. But yes, compared to Lin Xiao Yamato, he is indeed the oldest, but his strength seems to be the youngest. Wait, looks like he might be better than Yamato. No, I haven't competed with Yamato yet, maybe I can beat Yamato. Lin Xiao was about to introduce observation Haki when he heard Ace's lies. This kid will die if he doesn't teach him a lesson. Yamato, someone questioned your strength, you fight with him, remember not to destroy the pirate ship, I don't want to swim. Lin Xiao stepped aside slowly. Yamato also stepped forward, mace in hand. Ace stood up and pulled the hat on his head. Don't think that if you are a woman, I will be merciful. I don't think you are better than me. Yamato suddenly smiled, a bright smile. I'll let you know how powerful women are. Lin Xiao sighed. Ace is too arrogant, dare to challenge Yamato. This time, Ace is expected to be miserable. Fire punch. As soon as Ace made a move, he came up with a unique trick. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato also came up with a unique trick. Accompanied by thunder, his body quickly appeared behind Ace, and then he smashed down hard with a mace. The fire fist just emptied out and flew to the distant sea. Ace's pupil shrank, and just as he was about to turn around, he felt a pain in his back. Then he flew out uncontrollably. Thump! A figure fell into the sea, setting off a wave. Everyone! Captain! No, the captain is true, why challenge the vice-captain? Yeah, this is looking for death. Is he the deputy captain's opponent? After joining the Thunder Dragon Pirates, these people have started to focus on Lin Xiao, and occasionally make fun of Ace. Ahem, ahem. I think you should go and save him. It was only at this time that everyone realized that Ace didn't seem to be able to swim. Captain, we are here to save you. A dozen people jumped into the sea together. Although Ace is no longer the captain, they still respect Ace. A few minutes later, Ace collapsed on the deck. You win. Chapter 14. I just said, let you not court death, you just want to provoke Yamato. Lin Xiao shook his head and sighed. With such a funny crew member, life will be more fun in the future. Ace coughed lightly and wiped his back. Until now, he could feel a burst of pain. Vice-Captain Yamato, you don't show mercy, it hurts me so much. I thought you were very powerful. Who would have thought that you would be vulnerable, and I would blow you away in no time? Yamato puts the mace on his shoulder. Ace was speechless. It turned out that he was too weak, and I was a little sorry for Yamato. But Yamato is really powerful. At that moment just now, he basically didn't react and was instantly killed. By the way, is there another kind of Haki? Ace suddenly remembered Conqueror's haki and was very curious. Another kind of haki, the so-called observation haki, allows people to perceive other people's movements, even if they close their eyes, they can still fight. Lin Xiao introduced the last kind of haki. Ace was very interested after hearing it. All interested in Conqueror's haki. You should know how powerful haki is. The most important thing is armament haki. Starting today, all of you must learn haki. Lin Xiao looked at everyone present. If you want to play in New World, you must know haki. Although these common people are not strong enough, but they can enter the New World, and they can still study a little bit further. The most important thing is to let Ace learn haki. I see. Ace didn't refuse, just didn't seem to pay much attention to it. In his opinion, nothing is more important than his Maramara fruit, and haki is only secondary. I advise you to pay more attention to it, Garp. You know, the marine hero has the strongest armament haki. Devil fruit is important, but in this world, the body is the capital of the revolution. If the body is not good enough, others will consume you to death. Lin Xiao guessed Ace's thoughts at once, and reminded him seriously. He doesn't want Ace to have shortcomings. Master. Hearing Garp, Ace's face changed slightly. He's still pretty scared of Garp. I see, I will definitely study hard in the future, haki, I will never hold back. Ace is rarely serious. Lin Xiao didn't say much, since Ace has already paid attention to it, there is no need to worry about this issue. Okay, I'll teach you haki first. Ace and the others listened carefully, not daring to be careless. After teaching, Lin Xiao didn't bother Ace, but found a place to rest. The rest is left to them to do by themselves. The day passed quickly. At night, after Lin Xiao finished his dinner, he enjoyed the shade on the deck. After getting tired, I was ready to go back to the cabin. Just when he was about to enter his room, Lin Xiao found that the door of the next room seemed to be still open, and there was still a light inside. As the captain, the room next door to him is, of course, the room of the vice-captain Yamato. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. On this late night, Yamato left the door open, there must be some kind of conspiracy. He must have told him not to open the door when entering her room, but to walk in openly. Yamato's performance was so obvious that he seemed to have no reason to refuse. As expected, I am the most handsome. Lin Xiao tidied up his clothes, stroked his hair again, put on the most handsome pose, and then walked into Yamato's room. Yamato, I knew you liked me very much, so I asked you to sleep with me tonight, and I will never let you down. Rumbling. A mace hit Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao reacted quickly enough, quickly grabbed the mace, otherwise he would be disfigured. Yamato, what are you doing? Do you want to murder your husband? Or do you want to be a widow for the rest of your life? Yamato's pretty face darkened. It was the first time I found Lin Xiao's character, and I couldn't bear it. Get out for me. Lightning flashed from Yamato. Looks like it's time to launch Thunder 8 trigrams. Lin Xiao quickly stepped back and stood outside the door, and Yamato did not continue to do anything. Yamato, if you don't think about it, I really have feelings for you. If the two of us can be together, it will be a strong alliance. Whoosh! A mace flew over. With a flash of Lin Xiao's figure, he quickly dodges. Disappear for me quickly, or I will kill you. Yamato, you must think carefully, we can have a child together, a very strong child. After Lin Xiao said something, he went back to his room. Yamato went outside, picked up the mace, and looked at Lin Xiao's door, with a blush on his cheeks. My heart was beating wildly. She had just faced Lin Xiao, and she had a strange feeling. She couldn't describe this feeling. Lin Xiao didn't know that Yamato was actually shy. In the room, Lin Xiao was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and Yamato appeared in his mind. Tisk tisk tisk, Yamato is still quite beautiful, with a good figure and strong strength. She is my kind. I must catch up with her. In another room, Yamato was also lying down, recalling the figure of Lin Xiao in his mind. Lin Xiao is actually quite good, very excellent, and treats me pretty well. Should I think about it? After all, I am also a girl and I need to consider getting married. The two thought about each other at the same time, and gradually fell asleep. Speechless all night, Lin Xiao didn't open his eyes until the next morning. Chapter 15. System, what is the new system? After Lin Xiao woke up, he couldn't wait to turn on the system. Today is the new year and he can get a new system. At that time, it will be difficult for the two systems to become stronger. Ding dong, congratulations to host, the new year begins, and the check-in system is activated. As long as the host checks in at the designated place, the designated reward can be obtained. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Another good system. Yet. Lin Xiao shouted excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, a mace was thrown from the side, smashing through the wall, smashing past Lin Xiao's head, and embedded in the wall on the other side. It's early in the morning, can you let people rest? While speaking, Yamato had a blush on his face. Lin Xiao patted his heart. Fortunately, he reacted in time just now, otherwise he would have been beaten flying by the mace. This Yamato is really ruthless. This is simply murdering your own husband. Lin Xiao walked to the wall, jumped through the hole in the wall, and then jumped at Yamato, pressing on Yamato. I see, you must like me and fall in love with me deeply, I will definitely not let you down, let's practice the Jade Heart Sutra happily together. Ba, 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 let's do something meaningful to human beings, such as multiplying offspring. Yamato was also stunned. She thought about what Lin Xiao might say, but she didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so active. It's hard to think about it, it's okay. But just when Yamato was about to do it, Lin Xiao left suddenly. No, I absolutely can't do this. Even if you tempt me so much, I still have to stick to my bottom line. Lin Xiao is not stupid, he knows that it is impossible to succeed, of course it is impossible to do so, he just took advantage of it a little bit. Yamato was almost pd off. They all threw themselves on her, yet they still insisted on sticking to the bottom line. Lin Xiao, you are going to die. Yamato didn't put on his coat either, and was about to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Wait, Yamato, clothes. Lin Xiao can be said to be a feast for the eyes. Yamato's figure is really good, with a protruding front and back, and a cute face, which is definitely his favorite type. But now, you should run away first, because Yamato is really going to explode. I go first. Lin Xiao turned around and slipped away. Although Yamato wanted to chase him, he thought he hadn't got any clothes on yet, so it was too late to chase him, so he could only put on clothes. After getting dressed, Yamato remembered again. Lin Xiao seemed to have seen and touched him just now, and his pretty face blushed instantly. On the deck, Lin Xiao focused on the new system again. Punch-in system, what's the check-in task? Ding dong, please check in at any Four Emperors base camp and retreat safely. According to the difficulty of the task, you can randomly get a reward. It seems a bit difficult to punch in the Four Emperors territory. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. This seems a bit difficult. None of the existing Four Emperors has been beaten by him. This task is really difficult. Captain, I have something to ask you for leave. While Lin Xiao was thinking, Ace came and interrupted Lin Xiao's thinking. Tell me, if there is anything, I will agree to it. Captain, I want to go to the territory of the Four Emperors' red-haired Shanks. I have something to do. I want to visit him. No, I don't agree, In the middle of Lin Xiao's speech, he suddenly stopped. What did he just hear? Ace seems to be looking for Four Emperors' redhead Shanks. Lin Xiao remembered that in the original book, Ace paid a special visit to the red-haired Shanks because of Luffy. He can also take this opportunity to visit the red-haired Shanks, just to complete the task. Captain, I'm only going for a few days, I will definitely come back, and I will definitely not run away. Ace thought Lin Xiao was worried that he would run away, so he could only emphasize it once. Okay, I agree. It's just right, I'll go with you too, to see the style of the Four Emperors. Lin Xiao agreed. Really? That would be wonderful. Ace was so excited that he almost jumped up. Okay, without further ado, I can go. The pirate ship turned around and moved forward at top speed. At this moment, Yamato came out from the outside, holding a mace in his hand, staring at Lin Xiao. There was a murderous look in this look, and there was a faint blush on his cheeks. Lin Xiao stood up quickly, stood beside Yamato, with his right hand on Yamato's shoulder. Yamato, let's go, let's enjoy the beautiful scenery and enjoy the taste of freedom. Yamato did not push Lin Xiao away, but followed Lin Xiao to the side of the ship's strings, looking at the sea in the distance. The sea is very calm. The two just enjoyed a rare time like this. Yamato leaned on Lin Xiao lightly, she didn't even notice her abnormality. Ace and the others watched from behind, talking a lot. I think the captain and the deputy captain are a good match. Yeah, they are both very strong, and they can defeat Ace. They are definitely a good match. Ace's face suddenly darkened. When did he become a power calculation unit? Yamato also blushed and pushed Lin Xiao away. Lin Xiao was a little annoyed that such a rare opportunity was ruined by these people. The pirate ship gradually disappeared. Not long after Lin Xiao's pirate ship left, a ship flying the Beast's pirates flag approached. Standing at the bow is Jack the Drow, one of the three major disasters of the Beast's pirates. Chapter 16. Captain, the territory of the Red Hair Pirates is ahead. Lin Xiao stood near the strings of the boat, looking into the distance. A gloomy and clear island floated in front of my eyes. The island is full of birds and flowers, and from time to time a bird passes by and rushes into the white cloud. The environment here is really nice. Lin Xiao couldn't help saying something. What? Do you want to take over this place? Ace said with a smile. Yamato's delicate pretty face suddenly changed. Lin Xiao, I advise you not to die. You are not qualified to challenge the Four Emperors at all. She is well aware of the strength of the Four Emperors. Had she really been able to defeat the Four Emperors, she would have challenged the Kaido of the Beasts before fleeing Wano Kuni. It is also impossible to be locked up for so many years. Don't worry, I will never do anything stupid. Lin Xiao patted Yamato's shoulder lightly. He wasn't an idiot either, so he naturally knew that the Four Emperors were not that easy to deal with. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin Xiao was going to die. Send the order down, get me closer to the coast. The pirate ship gradually approached the shore of the island. As soon as they approached, many pirates came over with weapons in their hands and vigilance in their eyes. But after seeing Lin Xiao clearly, these people didn't care so much. What strength can a few young people have? Who are you? This is our Red Hair Pirates' territory, don't try to find trouble for me. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, just leave this kind of matter to Ace. I'm really sorry, my name is Ace. I was entrusted by an old friend to pay a special visit to your captain. Please inform me. Ace smiled and looked friendly. The pirates looked at each other, thinking that Ace was not looking for trouble, so they didn't do anything. You wait, I'll inform the captain right away. A pirate ran out. In the middle of the island, the Red Hair Pirates are drinking and having fun. Captain, there is someone visiting outside, it seems to be your old friend. Redhead Shanks stopped drinking and turned to look. My old friend, who is it? It seems to be the newcomer pirate, Fire Fist Ace of the Spade Pirates. Redhead Shanks looked down, frowning. Fire Fist Ace, I've heard of it, it seems to be very famous recently,
but I don't seem to know him.
Captain, did you say that he admires you so much that he wants to come and visit you? Lajilo, who was holding the chicken leg, said. The red-haired Shank's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands vigorously. That's right, maybe that's the case, you let him in, let's have a good chat. Soon, Lin Xiao and others, led by the pirates, came to the center of the island. Lin Xiao looked at the red-haired Shanks in front of him, his pupils shrank slightly. Although the red-haired Shanks is very scruffy, unkempt, and even missing an arm. But he could feel the power in Shanks, the redhead. Like a wild beast that hides deeply. It is indeed the Four Emperors and legendary. Just as Lin Xiao was looking at the red-haired Shanks, the red-haired Shanks was also looking at Lin Xiao and Ace with a hint of admiration in his eyes. No matter Lin Xiao, Ace, or Yamato, they are all the favored ones of heaven, and they possess a remarkable strength at such a young age. As long as he is trained well, not to mention the Four Emperors level, he is definitely a top master. You must admire my reputation as red-hair pirates, so come here and join me. The red-haired Shanks held his head high, quite proud of himself. But in his heart, the red-haired Shanks himself had some disbelief. Such a young leader definitely has his own ambitions, so it should be impossible for him to seek refuge with him. Wrong. Ace simply declined. Ha ha ha, Captain, these people don't like you at all, so don't be narcissistic. Yeah, don't think too much. The pirate next to him mocked unscrupulously, not caring about the identity of the red-haired Shanks. Yamato was shocked, surprised. In the Beast's pirates, the position is strictly guarded, and no one dares to offend the officers and captains. It is still rare to see anyone who dares to tease the captain. Yamato remembered the notes in Kojiki Oden, and still envied this team in his heart. The red-haired Shanks didn't care, and laughed instead. After laughing for a while, the red-haired Shanks looked up at Lin Xiao and the others. So, is there any purpose for you to find me? Or, you want to challenge my position? While speaking, a powerful aura erupted from the red-haired Shanks. There was a faint gust of air in the air, causing a ripple. Not Conqueror's haki, pure momentum. But even so, many pirates were trembling and full of panic. It's like a flat boat in the middle of the sea, under the beating of the waves, it will be submerged by the waves at any time. Only the three of Lin Xiao Yamato were not affected by this momentum, and they still behaved calmly. Redhead Shanks was even more impressed. Ace took a step forward. I came here specially to visit the red-haired captain, thanks to your care for my brother. Your brother? Redhead Shanks was a little dazed. Did he take care of Ace's brother? How could he not remember? Also, who is Ace's younger brother? Ace seemed to see red-haired Shank's doubts, and explained, my younger brother is Luffy, I've often heard him mention you, so I came here to take a look. As soon as he heard Luffy, the red-haired Shanks beamed with joy, and the momentum on his body suddenly disappeared, and the others laughed too. Chapter 17. So it's Luffy's friend, that's great, sit down quickly, let's have a good chat. Redhead Shanks beamed when he heard Luffy. The nearby pirates also regained their momentum. The originally weird atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Yamato was a little surprised. She was ready to fight, and the redhead Shanks actually smiled. Ace was also surprised, didn't think much, and found a place to sit down. Lin Xiao also found a place to sit down. Red-haired Shanks chatted with Ace for a while and suddenly thought of something. Ace, you're new too, do you want to join my red-hair pirates? Ahem, cough. He doesn't need to, he has agreed to join my team. Lin Xiao immediately pulled Ace. If you want to compete with him, the red-haired Shanks can't do it either. The red-haired Shanks was a little surprised. He originally thought Lin Xiao was under Ace, but he didn't expect it to be the other way around. Ace also pulled his hat off. That's right, I'm already a member of the Thunder Dragon Pirates, and I won't join other teams. Really? That's fine. The red-haired Zionx didn't bother, since he was Luffy's big brother, he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, how to face Luffy in the future? By the way, little brother, don't you know who you are? Where does your family live? The red-haired Shanks was suddenly curious about Lin Xiao. Me? I used to be from the kingdom of Goa, and I also met Luffy and the three of them, but I left later. Lin Xiao said something casually. I have fooled Ace before, and now I can only continue to fool him. I see, you also know Luffy? I didn't expect you both to know each other. The red-haired Shanks smiled happily. No, I know him, he doesn't know me, but I do know that his grandpa Garp has been trying to catch you and beat you hard. Lin Xiao showed a weird smile. The red-haired Shanks shuddered, and a coolness surged in his heart. Especially thinking about Garp gives him a headache. Many years ago, after he fooled Luffy, he was hunted down by Garp crazily. He was able to come to this point and become so powerful because he experienced too many dangers, so he thrived, and Garp has a lot of credit. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about this kind of thing, let's drink and continue to drink. The redhead Shanks smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Captain, I think you are afraid. Yes, I remember when the captain was hunted down, he ran away for several days and nights, and finally escaped. A few people didn't care about the feelings of the red-haired Shanks, and crazily demolished the stage. Redhead Shanks is also awkward. These subordinates are too disrespectful to him. But whether it is Lin Xiao, Yamato, or Ace, they all like this atmosphere. I'm really envious, this pirate group is very elegant. Ace said enviously. Lin Xiao slapped suddenly. Our pirate group should still love each other, but the premise is to respect the captain, understand? The redhead Shanks nodded solemnly. Yes, the pirate group should respect the captain, and you should respect me in the future. But what greeted them was the mocking eyes of others. Redhead Shanks is getting more and more embarrassed. I don't want to talk about this kind of thing. Let's have a drink and get along well. It's rare for friends to come over. Let's celebrate together. At the same time, outside, a ship gradually approached. At the bow, Jack looked at the island in front of him, and finally set his sights on a boat next to him. A banner with a dragon head and a skull hangs on the bow. On the dragon head, there was also a thunderbolt. This is Lin Xiao's Thunder Dragon banner, and Lin Xiao's current pirate ship. Brother Jack, the front seems to be the territory of the red-haired Shanks, should we move on? The pirate next to him was a little nervous. After all, this is the territory of the Four Emperors. If Kaido is here, they will not be afraid, but now there is only one Jack the Drow. There's nothing to be afraid of. Keep going. You must find that person and bring him back. Even the red-haired Shanks can't stop you. Jack snorted coldly, not giving up at all, let alone being afraid. Even Shanks the redhead, he wasn't too scared. The other pirates are a bit bitter, the red-hair pirates are not so easy to deal with, but Jack has such a hard head. As subordinates, they have no right to refuse. The pirate ship gradually approached, and the men of the red-hair pirates noticed it, and they all frowned. They didn't have a good relationship with the beast's pirates, and it wasn't necessarily a good thing for Jack to come here suddenly. Gradually, the ship approached the coast. Jack jumped lightly and landed on the shore. The pirates immediately surrounded him, but they were not in a hurry to make a move. Go and inform your captain, I have something to look for him. Jack is not stupid, naturally it is impossible to do anything in the territory of red-hair pirates, that would be an act of death. He intends to communicate verbally this time. It would be best if I could bring Yamato back, but if it's not possible, I'll think of another way then. Anyway, he couldn't do it foolishly. The pirates breathed a sigh of relief, and their whole body became more relaxed, as if a boulder was missing from their bodies. They really thought that Jack would do something to the red-hair pirates, but it turned out that he just planned to communicate. While Lin Xiao and the others were celebrating, the little pirate rushed in, then knelt down in front of the red-haired Shanks, panting heavily. Chapter 18. Captain, Jack the Drow from Beasts Pirates is here, please call for anything. Jack the Drow. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Of the Beasts Pirates, definitely looking for him. Yamato was also standing behind him, looking into the distance. Redhead Shanks was also curious. Jack the Drow actually came looking for him. He and Kaido have not been in touch for many years. The two sides can be said to be enemies. They have fought many times and have a deep hatred. Go, call him over. A little Jack the Drow, although the name is quite big, but it is not enough to be greeted by the red-haired Shanks in person. Jack was not angry either, and came in with his men. As soon as he came in, Jack saw Lin Xiao and Yamato, and subconsciously prepared to do something. But before he could make a move, Beckman raised his gun. Hey, it seems a bit inappropriate to want to do something on the territory of our red-hair pirates. The red-haired Shanks was still very calm, he didn't even draw his knife. Jack, he is not qualified to do it. Jack also realized at this time that this is the territory of the red-hair pirates, not their own home, so he can't do anything casually. Lin Xiao leaned slightly, with a proud expression on his face. This look seemed to be provoking Jack. Jack gritted his teeth angrily, and glared at Lin Xiao viciously, which also attracted the attention of the red-haired Shanks. Brother Lin Xiao, do you have any grudges with Jack? He didn't know that Jack came to look for Lin Xiao, but seeing Lin Xiao's provocative expression, he thought Lin Xiao and Jack had enmity. It can even be said to be a deep hatred. Oh, it's nothing, I just abducted Kaido's crew. As for the specific identity, I'm not very clear, but it seems that the status is quite high. Lin Xiao looked at Yamato next to him. He knew Yamato very well, but Yamato didn't know, so he pretended not to know. The red-haired Shanks only noticed Yamato at this time, and looked at him carefully, as if he didn't recognize him. On the contrary, Beckman next to him seemed to recognize Yamato's identity, walked up to the red-haired Shanks, and said something softly. What? Redhead Shanks yelped in surprise, but quickly stopped. Lin Xiao, you are really amazing. He was a little impressed. Lin Xiao was also powerful enough to abduct Kaido's daughter. No wonder Kaido sent Jack over, presumably to bring Yamato back. Red hair, I came here this time just to take Lin Xiao and the others away. It's none of your business. I hope you don't interfere. Humph, I have already left Wano Kuni, I will never be with you, just give up. Yamato snorted coldly, and immediately rejected Jack, with determination in his eyes. Redhead Shanks didn't speak. He still doesn't want to interfere with other people's affairs. Lin Xiao also stood up and hugged Yamato. I advise you to give up, I forgot to tell you, I am married to Yamato, and just the night before, I took her first blood. Yamato's cheeks flushed slightly. But unexpectedly, Yamato didn't even refuse Lin Xiao's hand, instead leaned on Lin Xiao. The two behaved very kindly. The red-haired Xiongx admired Lin Xiao a little. Actually abducted Kaido's daughter and married Kaido's daughter. Lin Xiao secretly waved at Ace. Ace stood up immediately. Who are you? You still want to take our captain's wife away, so let's go to sleep. The other pirates were not fools, and they all accused them. Anyway, there is only one topic, Lin Xiao and Yamato are married. Did you hear? Yamato is my wife now, stay away from me if you have something to do, and don't think about hooking up with my wife. Jack was also dumbfounded. Their captain's daughter actually married someone else. How will I explain to Kaido after I go back here? Kaido should beat him up. Most importantly, Kaido will be angry. Okay, don't be dazed anymore, I can tell you very clearly that Yamato will be mine from now on, and has nothing to do with you beasts pirates. If you come to trouble me in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xiao stood in front of Yamato, with a domineering tone. Yamato couldn't help looking at Lin Xiao's face, and was gradually attracted by Lin Xiao. What a flawless man! A man who is more excellent than One Piece, a man with great ambitions. Only such a man is qualified to be her companion. Damn it, brat, I advise you to separate from Our Lady, or else, I'll crush you to pieces. Jack glared at Lin Xiao aggressively. A powerful aura enveloped Lin Xiao. There was a vague air current in the air, and the ground was trembling slightly. This is the aura of the strong, able to affect the surrounding environment, and even the weather. Lin Xiao didn't care, even in the midst of a storm, he wasn't afraid. Sorry, don't say it's yours, even if Kaido of the Beasts is here, I won't give up my wife's. Yamato's heart was sweet. Damn it, do you want to die? Then I'll kill you now. Jack was angry, and slowly pulled out the mammoth blade, ready to attack Lin Xiao. Ace and the Thunder Dragon pirates became nervous, and they all stood behind Lin Xiao, ready to strike at any time. A ball of flames surrounded Ace. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange, and the battle was imminent. Chapter 19. Since you want to do something, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xiao slowly stretched out his right hand. The surrounding atmosphere became more tense. The red-haired Shanks stared intently, but had no intention of meddling. Jack also slowly raised the mammoth blade, ready to attack Lin Xiao. Red hair, give it to me. Lin Xiao waved his hand, but did not step forward. Plop plop. Countless people present fell to the ground. Redhead Shanks was also speechless. Lin Xiao, shouldn't you do it yourself? Why did you let me do it? Jack was also shocked by Lin Xiao's shamelessness. It was obviously he and Lin Xiao who fought, but Lin Xiao actually let the red-haired Shanks do it. This is clearly to want red-haired Shanks to teach him a lesson. Nonsense, this is your turf. He wants to do something in your turf. This is slapping you in the face. Of course you have to get back. Lin Xiao said seriously. What he said was quite reasonable, at least the red-haired Shanks was fooled by Lin Xiao, thinking that Lin Xiao was right. Seeing that the red-haired Shanks was about to be fooled, Beckman coughed lightly. The red-haired Shanks immediately came to his senses. Cold zip eyes. He was actually fooled by Lin Xiao. If it wasn't for his deputy captain's reminder, he might have been cheated by Lin Xiao and used as a knife. Cough cough cough. It's okay, you can hit me, I don't care about my face. The people nearby were contemptuous. Redhead Shanks completely ignores, being despised is despised, what's the big deal? Really? I remember you once said, give me face, and now you don't want face. Lin Xiao was a little suspicious, with doubts in his eyes and a touch of contempt. Redhead Shanks was speechless. This seems to be what he said. He often said it before, to save me. Now Lin Xiao said it again. Jack stood on the edge, keeping his hands still. He's waiting for Redhead Shanks to make a decision. As long as the red-haired Shanks doesn't intervene, he is sure to finish Lin Xiao and take Yamato away. I don't care, anyway, I'm shameless today. Redhead Shanks has a thick skin. He's used to being shameless, so there's no need to care. It doesn't matter to me, I'll be thick-skinned today, and I'll stay here, and I won't leave. Lin Xiao found a place to sit down, picked up the wine, and poured himself a glass. Ace and Yamato stood by, very vigilant, just to prevent Jack from making a sudden move. Jack frowned and could only look at the redhead Shanks. Red hair, do you want to intervene in this matter? The tone of this speech made people very uncomfortable. Redhead Shanks frowned. This is his territory, if Jack is allowed to do anything recklessly, it will be a slap in the face. He was later thought to be afraid of the Kaido of the Beasts. Sorry, this is my territory, I don't welcome you, you can leave, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The red-haired Shanks slowly drew his western sword. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth turned upward. He already knew that the red-haired Shanks would have done it long ago. After all, this is his territory. He just said so much, just talking casually. He also knows that there must be a battle between him and Jack, and there will also be a battle with Kaido of the Beasts after that. You wait for me. Jack said a harsh word, and then he was about to leave. But when he left, he gave Lin Xiao a glare. Not only did Lin Xiao not pay attention, but instead he glanced back at Jack with a sly smile on his face. Jack looked very upset. Shhhhhh. Lin Xiao even whistled specially. Jack gritted his teeth angrily, raised the mammoth blade, and was about to cut people. This is really irritating, abducting his boss's daughter, and still taunting him so brazenly. Two people next to him suddenly grabbed Jack. Brother Jack, don't mess around. Yeah, this is the territory of red hair, don't mess around. Jack was finally dissuaded. It was still inconvenient for him to do anything to Lin Xiao. Oh, don't go, come and cut me off, my head is right here, straighten it out for you to chop off. Lin Xiao stretched out his head and patted it lightly. With a dark face, Jack ran away at a faster speed. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would wish to hack Lin Xiao to death. The red-haired Shanks on one side was also speechless. Taking advantage of his power, he provoked Jack unscrupulously. Lin Xiao is also really good enough. Ace and Yamato were also speechless. Okay, let's eat and drink well, and we'll leave here in the evening. Leave. Ace froze for a moment. What did you say? Leave tonight, aren't you afraid of Jack? Snapped. Lin Xiao slapped down, and then slapped Ace on the ground. I'm afraid of him? I'm just playing with him, that guy is stupid, stupid. Let's set off tonight and give that guy a hard lesson and let him know my strength. Ace was not angry either, his eyes were blazing with excitement. That's right. I thought you had given up. We're going to do it tonight. I just think that guy is upset, so I must give him a hard time. Yamato next to him was also very excited, clenched the mace in his hand. As long as Jack is defeated, she can temporarily escape the surveillance of the Beast's pirates. When Lin Xiao's team is fully developed, she will be able to resist Kaido. Really looking forward to it. Chapter 20. At night, Lin Xiao didn't stay any longer, but prepared to leave with Ace. Jack is still watching, he has enough confidence to fight Jack. But if Kaido comes, there will be trouble. He didn't think Shanks the redhead would help him, so he had to leave as soon as possible. In the evening, the pirate ship set sail. Lin Xiao stood on the deck, looking at the dark island in front of him. It's going to be a big fight. System, I should have completed the check-in task, right? Ding dong, congratulations to host, successfully checked in at the Red Hair Pirates site, and left safely, and obtained the Advanced Conqueror's Haki. The sound of the system came. Lin Xiao frowned. This reward seems to be quite good, and it is also very popular to take it out. After all, it is Haki among millions of people. Which emperor in the New World does not have Conqueror's Haki, and he will become one of the Four Emperors, or surpass the Four Emperors. If there is no Conquerors, it would be too embarrassing to say it. It's a pity that it's useless to him now, what he needs is absolutely powerful power. But forget it, this reward is not bad. Lin Xiao comforted himself. With 2 systems, he will never lose. Ding dong, start the mission, defeat Jack the Drow, and leave successfully, complete the mission, you can get a Devil Fruit side effect eliminator. The sound of the system came again. Lin Xiao is slightly happy. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, there is still a task. Completing the task means that there will be a reward. And it's a nice reward. Devil Fruit side effect remover, can be given to Ace, so that it can reduce his weakness and indirectly increase the strength of the team. Ace, we're going to see now. Lin Xiao was a little excited. Ace didn't know why Lin Xiao was so excited, but he was also very happy that he could finally set sail. In the distance, a pirate ship has been watching. Lin Xiao's fleet immediately attracted the attention of the beast's pirates as soon as they set out to sea. "Brother Jack, that brat is out." Jack was lying on the deck. When he heard the pirate's words, he immediately opened his eyes with a fierce look. "Catch up with me, I must kill him." "Yes." Jack stood near the deck, unable to restrain his murderous aura. He wanted to kill Lin Xiao a long time ago, and he dared to tease him by taking advantage of the red-haired Shank's territory. And let him suffer so much grievance. The mammoth quickly approached Lin Xiao. On the coast, at some point, the red-haired Shanks appeared by the sea, looking at the sea in the distance. Beside him, stood many cotters. "Beckman, who do you think will win?" "Lin Xiao, I think they will win." Beckman didn't know Lin Xiao well, but he was full of confidence in Lin Xiao. Redhead Shanks laughed too. "It looks like the beast's pirates are about to run into trouble this time, and Kaido will probably be angry." "That's right, if my daughter is kidnapped and my beloved cotter is defeated, Kaido will definitely go berserk." Lajilu took a bite of the chicken leg, feeling slightly interested. "Ha ha ha." On the sea, two pirate ships approached gradually. Lin Xiao stood at the bow of the boat, looked at the approaching ships in the distance, and slowly clenched his hands. Others also stood at their own positions. Some stood near the fort, firing at any time. Some stood on the deck, drew their swords, and prepared to fight. Ace and Yamato stood behind Lin Xiao. One left and one right, looking into the distance. On Jack's side, he was also ready. The boat was getting closer. "Fire!" Jack was the first to call the shots. Bang bang bang! A cannon sounded. Several huge round shells flew into the air. "Attack!" Lin Xiao also waved his hand and gave orders. Several round shells also flew out. Rumbling rumbling. Fire punch! Ace took the lead. A huge flaming fist penetrated the cannonball, causing the cannonball to explode in mid-air. Jack pulled out the mammoth blade and slashed at the void. The transparent and powerful slashing waves cut the cannonball in half. Thick black smoke was everywhere in mid-air, and it also carried a trace of faint flames, falling into the sea water. The battle has finally begun. Redhead Shanks is a little agitated. Indescribably excited. "Captain, what's there to get excited about?" Lakilo gave red-haired Shanks a look. "Ha ha ha. Of course I am very excited about such a fierce battle." Everyone present rolled their eyes. Those who didn't know thought he was fighting Jack. On the surface of the sea, there were constant explosions. The pirate ships on both sides gradually approached. Lin Xiao had one foot on the string, ready to jump over and fight Jack. But before he had time to jump, Jack jumped and the pirate ship shook violently, setting off sea currents. The next moment, Jack jumped right above Lin Xiao, and with the mammoth blade in his hand, he slashed down with all his strength, causing violent vibrations in the air. Lin Xiao held his right hand tightly, and the pitch-black haki spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering his right arm. And exudes a strong metallic luster. Dragon Fist. Lin Xiao punched the mammoth blade. Rumbling rumbling. In the void, there were bursts of vibrations. An invisible airflow diffused, causing the pirate ship to shake violently, and the waves kept beating, as if it would capsize the ship at any moment. Chapter 21. Rumbling rumbling. On the surface of the sea, there was a strong gust of wind. The sea water kept shaking, and the pirate ship bumped and swayed. In mid-air, Lin Xiao and Jack were still colliding. Jack's huge pupils stared at Lin Xiao firmly, without any waves in his eyes. But the heart was extremely shocked. Their beasts pirates, the cotters are Zoan phantom beast species devil fruit, all belong to the type of infinite strength. In the end, they faced Lin Xiao and did not have an advantage. In the distance, the red hair pirates were shocked. Redhead Shank's pupils narrowed. What a powerful boy, he is able to fight Jack at such a young age. Yet, when the captain was as young as him, he seemed to be still playing soy sauce, right? Lajilu mocked unscrupulously. The others even laughed out loud. Redhead Shanks is embarrassed. Please, you should give the captain some face. Others were also watching Lin Xiao's fight. Good boy, you are indeed powerful enough, no wonder you dare to challenge us beasts pirates. Jack still admires it. Such strength at such a young age. Boom. Lin Xiao suddenly exerted force. The powerful force sent Jack flying, but he also flew upside down and landed on his own boat. Ace, Yamato, let's go together. Lin Xiao rushed out first, across the sea, and landed on the deck smoothly. The others followed Lin Xiao and landed on Jack's mammoth. Jack didn't stop him, just watched Lin Xiao and the others jump over, and the others immediately surrounded him, ready to fight at any time. Your opponent is me. Kim Rami raised his sword and charged at Yamato. Lin Xiao sighed. This woman looks very smart, how could she make such a stupid choice and want to challenge Yamato? Yamato can instantly kill the 6 volleys. Jin Rami quickly jumped next to Yamato. Lin Xiao didn't intervene either, his target was still Jack. Boy, let me show you the strength of the beast's pirates. Jack's body was changing rapidly. The body surface suddenly became rough, and the body expanded rapidly, turning into a huge mammoth. The 2 ivory tusks were very sharp and gave off bursts of cold light. Zoan ancient mammoth fruit. Although it is not as good as the phantom beast, it is not bad. Whoosh! Jack raised his thick nose and twitched it violently, and there were bursts of roaring sounds in the void. It was as if the void had been pumped and collapsed. A strong gust of wind blew on Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand, forming a claw shape. The right hand also changed rapidly, and several fingers turned into sharp claws, covered with blue scales, emitting a deep blue light. Dragon Claw. Lin Xiao's dragon claws grabbed Jack's trunk, and then pulled hard. Jack's body also retreated quickly, but the trunk was caught by Lin Xiao, and he couldn't retreat no matter what. The 2 were deadlocked like this. One kept retreating, and the other pulled desperately. The nearby pirates were all stunned. It's not like a fight, but a tug of war. The 2 of them won't just go on like this, right? An unknown pirate asked. The other pirates were also thinking about it. After a moment of stalemate, Jack suddenly rushed forward, using the mammoth's huge body, to bump into Lin Xiao. The entire pirate ship was shaking violently. Lin Xiao leaned back, exerted strength on his waist, tightly grasped the elephant's trunk with both hands, and then threw it down forcefully. Jack was thrown up by Lin Xiao. Boom! That huge body was thrown on the deck by Lin Xiao, creating a huge deep hole. Jack's body is embedded in it. The pirate ship shook more violently. Some pirates failed to stand still, fell to the ground, then rolled, and rolled into the sea. Jack's strength was not bad. At the moment he fell, he immediately stabilized his body and charged towards Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao leaped into the air and slapped Jack on the back. Jack was caught by a dog and fell to the deck. It seems that Jack in this form is not Lin Xiao's opponent. Redhead Shanks stroked his chin. Indeed, Jack could really be defeated. Many people began to doubt Jack. Even Jack's men felt uneasy. Jack seems to know that the mammoth form is too large and slow to react, far inferior to Lin Xiao. So he immediately returned to his human form, then took out his sickle-like weapon, and slashed at Lin Xiao. It's like harvesting wheat. Lin Xiao clenched his right hand, and slapped the sharp blue dragon claw towards the sickle blade. The blade and the scales collided. A spark burst out from Blue's scales. But apart from sparks, there was not a single trace. This is the super defense of the fruit in the Eudemons. Although it is not as pervert as Kaido, the defense is also super strong. In addition to his powerful haki, ordinary attacks really can't break through his defense. Jack frowned and didn't continue to attack. You are demon fruit power, and it belongs to Zoan, so it should be a phantom beast, right? In this way, if you join our beasts pirates, with your talent, you can definitely become a cadre of beasts pirates. Jack also developed a love of talent. Plus Lin Xiao deserves his recognition. Even if a common man possesses a phantom beast devil fruit, he must first beat him hard until he surrenders. Chapter 22. Jack actually took the initiative to recruit Lin Xiao. Many people present were surprised. Is this still the Jack with the iron head? There is a good saying. Speak the harshest words and receive the most vicious beatings. This is the true portrayal of Jack. Lin Xiao was also taken aback for a moment. Actually, you can join my Thunder Dragon Pirates. Anyway, you are in the Beasts Pirates, and you have nothing to do. If you don't hang out with me, you will be well fed and spicy. Jack can recruit him, and he can recruit Jack. The faces of the others darkened, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Jack the Drow of the Beasts Pirates. This is one of the three major disasters. If it's not worth it, many people in the world will be worthless. Stinky boy, since you refused, don't blame me for being rude. Jack raised the huge sickle blade, waved his hand suddenly, and slashed down with the knife, and there were cold lights in the void. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, and a large amount of lightning elements gathered in his lungs, constantly squeezing. Then a blue light, carrying a beam of light, instantly drowned Jack. Thunder's speed is very fast, and the two are very close together, so Jack has no time to dodge at all. Rumbling. The dazzling thunder kept roaring. The faces of the beasts pirates changed suddenly. Brother Jack! Jinrami shouted and was about to fight Yamato, but because he cared about Jack, he didn't care so much and ran towards Lin Xiao. Then he leaped into the air and slashed at Lin Xiao with a knife. Thunder 8 trigrams. Naturally, it was impossible for Yamato to let Jinrami succeed, so he immediately showed his own special moves. He quickly appeared beside Jinrami, and the mace in his hand, accompanied by flashing thunder snakes, smashed towards Jinrami. Jinrami didn't react, only felt a blue light appeared in front of his eyes, and then felt a burst of pain. Rumbling. The powerful force caused Jinrami to fly out. He kept falling on the deck, and finally slipped and fell to the ground, but his eyes turned white, and he passed out completely. Although Jinrami is Jack's right-hand man, but his strength is too weak, Yamato kills him instantly. Ordinary people are not opponents at all. Golden Rummy. The nearby pirates immediately surrounded him. The other pirates looked at Jinrami with some vigilance. Fire Punch. Ace also made a move. A huge red flame fist hit a large group of pirates. Ah! The pirates were instantly ignited by the flames and kept screaming. Some of the pirates just jumped into the sea. It's a pity they forgot, they are demon fruit power, once they fall into the sea, it's over. Be careful, everyone, don't jump into the sea. Only then did the pirates react. It was as if jumping into the sea meant death. The thunder light gradually dissipated, and Jack appeared in front of Lin Xiao again. The huge body remained motionless. It's just that the clothes on his body are a little worn out, and there are slight burnt marks on his skin. Apparently, Jack wasn't hurt too much. Golden Rummy. There was no concern in Jack's eyes, but anger. But thinking of Yamato's strength, Jack didn't say much. At any rate, he was able to fight with Ling Kong Liuzi and 12 Real, and he was naturally much stronger than Jinrami. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato suddenly rushed behind Jack, smashing down the mace in his hand. Dragon Fist broke out. Lin Xiao also jumped, accompanied by his body. These thunderbolts were like thrusters, pushing Lin Xiao out, carrying a powerful shock wave. The surface of the body is covered with powerful thunder. Thunder formed a huge dragon, surrounded Lin Xiao's body, and crashed into Jack. Jack's pupils shrank. He was a little startled by the rapid attacks of the two of them. Rumbling. There were bursts of roaring sounds in the air. Jack turned immediately, ready to back off. But just dodging Yamato's thundering 8 trigrams, he was hit by Lin Xiao's dragon fist. It's a pity that he can't penetrate the fierce chest of Piccolo like Monkey King. But the powerful shock wave still sent Jack flying, and then flew out of the deck and fell into the sea. Thump! A large amount of seawater splashed out and sprinkled the entire deck. Ace stepped back quickly and patted his heart. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, it was not affected by the sea. After Jack fell into the sea, he instantly lost the strength to resist, and his body sank toward the sea water. Fortunately, Jack has Murloc blood and can live in seawater, so there is nothing wrong with him, but he cannot escape. Okay, we can go. Lin Xiao jumped back to his boat. The beast's pirates didn't stop them at all, they could only silently watch Lin Xiao leave. The pirate ship turned around and gradually left. Lin Xiao glanced at the beast's pirates, then turned to look at the red-haired shanks in the distance. Pirates, come out and wash the floor. By the shore, red-haired shanks pointed to himself. He just said, the pirate, came out to wash the floor, could it be us? That's right, it's us. It is indeed us. After receiving the affirmation, the red-haired shanks was quite speechless. He is one of the 4 emperors. Actually let him come out to wash the floor. No, it should be to let him clean up the mess. Let me clean up the mess, he is really good enough, I admire it. Chapter 23. After leaving Red Hair's territory, the pirate ship drifted on the endless sea. Lin Xiao, where are we going next? Ace looked at the sea in the distance, feeling a little excited. He was even thinking in his heart, defeat Jack the Drow, make persistent efforts, defeat Kaido of the Beasts, and then he will be able to become 4 emperors. If you continue to work hard, you will be able to become the One Piece. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and thought. He has no idea at the moment. After all, he was in Wano Kuni after time traveling. Although he knew a little about New World, he didn't know much about it. I don't even know where to find a place. Moreover, the New World is so dangerous, and he offended Kaido of the Beasts, which seems a little difficult to mix. The main reason is that he has too few men. Just a Yamato and Ace. Yamato is okay, has great strength, and also Conqueror's Haki, which has a strong talent in itself. Ace will not work. Talent is fine, but not Haki. Even with Maramara fruit, it is not enough. At this time, it seems that it is better to go to the Grand Line. Let's go to the Grand Line. Lin Xiao finally made a decision. What? Go to the Grand Line? Ace couldn't help shouting out. He just came from the Grand Line, and his purpose is to become the One Piece. Now back to the Grand Line, isn't it for nothing? The other pirates were also a little puzzled. I know what you're thinking, but the 4 emperors are too powerful, and it's absolutely impossible for us to deal with him. For example, Beast's pirates, in addition to Kaido of the Beasts, there are 3 disasters, Jack is the weakest among them, and then there are 6 volleys and 12 real hits. So I decided to go to the Grand Line to accumulate strength, and after a year or 2, I will return to New World to completely conquer the world. A light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and a powerful momentum burst out. Ace and the others were shocked by Lin Xiao's aura. This is the aura that a true king should have. Of course, this is just momentum, not Conqueror's Haki. Ace bowed his head in thought. Jack is indeed very strong. Although he has never fought against each other before, he is not absolutely sure in a real fight. It would be unwise to continue to stay. You're right. Maybe I'm too optimistic. We haven't really faced the strength of the 4 emperors. We must continue to save. Don't worry, at most 2 years, we don't even need it, we have the strength to enter the new world. Lin Xiao wasn't joking either. With 2 systems, he doesn't have to train hard like ordinary people, and even has to experience life and death. As long as the task is good, the reward is good. Maybe half a year will be able to call back. Ding dong, to recognize your own strength, host, please go to the Grand Line, accumulate strength, harvest a talented crew member, complete the task, and get a battle pet. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment. This mission came just in time. As long as you complete the tasks, you can get rewards. And it's a battle pet. Just don't know what it is. The super beast in Pokemon, or the ultimate body in Digimon, or something else. It's really exciting. Okay, let's go now. Lin Xiao looked at the sea in the distance, quite excited. The captain and cotters have made a decision, and the pirates naturally have to implement it. The pirate ship turned around and moved forward at high speed. Cut through the wind and thorns along the way. Lin Xiao opened his hands, enjoying Xiafeng. Night gradually fell. By the way, Yamato, it's already night, and it's time for the 2 of us to go back to sleep. Yamato blushed and swung the mace. Lin Xiao dodged quickly, grabbed the mace with one hand, and wrapped his arms around Yamato's waist with the other. With a light pull, Yamato fell into Lin Xiao's arms. Why, do you want to murder your husband? Yamato struggled lightly, but he didn't dodge, and he didn't resist. Nonsense, I have nothing to do with you. Lin Xiao smiled and turned to look at Ace. Ace, I just said that the 2 of us are married, what's Yamato's reaction? Ace also showed a bright smile. I saw it just now. The vice captain is very happy. He must be very excited. He probably wants to marry you a long time ago. Snapped. The mace flew suddenly and hit Ace in the face. Ace just flew out. After dragging on the ground for a long time, it stopped when it was about to fall into the sea. It's also because Yamato's shot was too sudden, Ace didn't react at all, and was just sent flying. Lin Xiao approached Yamato, their cheeks were almost touching, and they could feel each other's breath. Yamato, do you hear me? You are very happy, you should like me very much, right? How about the 2 of us make a deal and make a couple? Plop plop. Yamato's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xiao could hear the beating of his heart, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It looks like Yamato really likes him. Or take this opportunity and take down Yamato. Many pirates nearby just looked at it like this, and even looked stupid. Some pirates took a step forward on tiptoe, petty theft, and kept watching. Come on! Come on! The pirates cheered for Lin Xiao in their hearts. They also want to see a wonderful scene between Lin Xiao and Yamato. Lin Xiao approached slowly. Yamato suddenly became nervous and pushed Lin Xiao's face. It's just that the strength is a bit strong, and Lin Xiao was pushed away. Ha ha ha, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Yamato ran away shyly. Lin Xiao didn't worry too much, thought of the devil fruit side effect eliminator, and handed it to Ace. Anyway, neither he nor Yamato can use this thing. Chapter 24. Sabayati Archipelago is located at the end of the Grand Line, at the junction with New World. If you want to enter the New World, you have to coat at the Sabayati Archipelago, then pass through the Fishmen Island, and then enter the New World. Of course, the Marine and the World Government can directly enter the New World through their own passages, and there is no need to venture into the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea. Boo boo boo. On the calm sea, a lot of foam suddenly popped up. Then a huge black pointed object surged out from the bottom of the sea, and it got bigger and bigger. A huge pirate ship floated out from the bottom of the sea, and then floated on the surface of the sea. That's right, this is the Sabayati Archipelago, and I'm not coming back again. Ace shouted excitedly, feeling a little emotional in his heart. I just left the Grand Line and entered New World, and not long after, I came back again. Lin Xiao also looked up, and the Sabayati archipelago in front of him was like a dreamy island, with bubbles everywhere in the sky. Okay, let's go up now, but remember to be careful, this island is very dangerous. Clear. A group of dozens of people set foot on the Sabayati archipelago together. Looking at the dreamy bubbles around him, Yamato couldn't help but take another look, full of curiosity in his heart. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful scenery. Yamato, isn't it beautiful here? Kindness. Yamato nodded slightly, his expression a little excited. She's only seen in Kojiki Oden's notes, and this is the first time she's actually been seen. Let's go to the island for a while and leave in a few days. It is rare that Yamato is so happy. Lin Xiao plans to spend a few days on this island. It happened that he also wanted to enjoy the beautiful scenery. By the way, Captain, after leaving the Sabayati archipelago, where shall we go first? Ace asked suddenly. He still doesn't know Lin Xiao's purpose. Go to the Grand Line first, I want to recruit some experts to expand the strength of my team. Lin Xiao knew several talented people. As long as he is well trained, he can become the backbone of the pirates. Clear. Ace didn't ask much, he believed Lin Xiao. Walking and walking, Lin Xiao also came to the prosperous street of Sabayati archipelago, and there were crowds everywhere. It's just that there are a lot of pirates, and the streets are chaotic. From time to time, pirates exchanged fire. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiao completely ignored the pirates who were exchanging fire nearby, and continued to walk forward. Ace didn't seem to see it either. These pirates are too weak, and they are not qualified to let them do it. Suddenly, people on the street in the distance knelt down. Ace was stunned. What's going on? Why did they kneel down for me? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. Where did this guy get the confidence to think that these people were kneeling down to him? Even if you want to kneel, you should kneel him. But he just thought about it, in fact he already knew what was going on. Only celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, can make so many people and so many pirates kneel willingly. The celestial dragons, who claim to be the descendants of the gods, possess the supreme power in the world. Whenever someone provokes them, Marine Admiral will do it himself to maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons. Go, follow me. Lin Xiao immediately walked into a side street. He didn't want to kneel to celestial dragons, nor did he want to have any intersection with celestial dragons. He doesn't intend to confront Marine directly at the moment. Although the others were curious, they still followed Lin Xiao and entered a nearby street. What happened? Ace was still curious. Get down on your knees, the celestial dragons are coming. Don't offend the celestial dragons. Lin Xiao doesn't even need to explain, the people nearby have already helped to explain. Celestial dragons. Yamato frowned slightly. Even though she has been imprisoned in Wano Kuni, she also knows the existence of celestial dragons and the dignity of celestial dragons. Even her father doesn't usually bother with the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, who are they? That is Ace, who is too simple to even know the existence of celestial dragons. Everyone, including Lin Xiao, was a little surprised. This guy doesn't know about celestial dragons. Don't worry about this guy, he's out of his mind. Lin Xiao didn't want to talk to Ace anymore. I don't know how to know more about things, and I guess he has a higher IQ than his sworn brother Luffy. The others nodded solemnly. It would be foolish not to know celestial dragons. Is this celestial dragons really powerful? Ace rubbed the back of his head, a little dumbfounded. Lin Xiao didn't speak, but silently looked at the street in the distance, and black shadows appeared in his eyes. These are the guards of the celestial dragons. Everyone is very strong, but that is only compared to the common people. In the eyes of real masters, they are far behind. This is why no one dares to do anything to celestial dragons. Is the one in the middle the celestial dragons? Ace focused on the man in the middle. The other men were all wearing black suits and looked like bodyguards. Only the one in the middle is dressed more gorgeously and wears a hood on his head, which looks like an astronaut. This unique dress is naturally different. That's right, he is the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, who possess the supreme power. Anyone who offends him will be hunted down by Marine Admiral. The faces of the nearby pirates were a little dignified. Chapter 25. On the street, celestial dragons walked proudly, with their heads held high, not paying attention to the people present. The people nearby could only bow their heads and kneel respectfully, not daring to offend the celestial dragons at all. Only a small number of people, like Lin Xiao, hid in the dark and did not intend to bow down to the celestial dragons. Humph, these celestial dragons are simply dross. Yamato snorted coldly, unable to accept celestial dragons. These celestial dragons, hated as much as her father, were the dross of this world. Ah! Suddenly, a small child fell and stood in front of the celestial dragons. Everyone present was shocked and held their breath. They knew something big was going to happen. Even a child, celestial dragons will not let go. In their eyes, anyone is a slave. The child's mother seemed to have expected something, her face was extremely pale, and her eyes were full of endless panic. Dear Lord Celestial Dragons, my daughter didn't do it on purpose, please let him go. The mother kept kowtowing her head, and even her head was bleeding. No one nearby dared to speak, and no one dared to intervene, but I felt pity for this person. Celestial Dragons was about to make a move when they suddenly saw the woman's appearance and were slightly interested. This woman is not bad, I want him to be my wife. A black-clothed guard next to him immediately understood and bowed his head respectfully. Understood, I'm going to arrange the check-in procedures of Marie Joyce in the holy place now, making him the 19th lady of my lord. 19 ladies. Lin Xiao admitted that he was envious. He has only one Yamato up to now, and nothing has even happened, the most he can do is hold his little hands and hug his waist. How can this BD have a woman? Master Celestial Dragons, please let me go, I am already the mother of a child. The woman's face was extremely pale, and tears flowed out. She naturally knew that becoming the wife of Celestial Dragons was not a good thing, and she would die if she was not careful. The real Lady Celestial Dragons, all Celestial Dragons. They are internal digestion, inbreeding. The woman kept begging, and the child was crying too. But these black guards don't care, they just need to complete the orders of the Celestial Dragons. A guard grabbed the woman, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get rid of it. The people nearby all lowered their heads and felt resentful in their hearts. Damn it, this BD actually did such a thing. Ace clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. The Celestial Dragons reminded him of the nobles of the Goa Kingdom, all rotten and full of stench. Captain, you must restrain yourself, we must not offend the Celestial Dragons. Yes, this is the world's noble Celestial Dragons. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure jumped out from Lin Xiao's side and appeared next to the black-clothed guards. Rumbling! With a loud noise, the black-clothed guard flew out violently. During the flight, accompanied by a strong air current, he crashed into a house not far away. The house collapsed instantly. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, carrying pieces of gravel, flying all over the sky and falling in all directions. Lin Xiao helplessly covered her forehead. He didn't expect Ace to restrain himself, but Yamato didn't restrain himself and rushed out directly. Ding dong, release the mission. As a time traveler, how can you claim the reputation of a time traveler without a battle of dragon slaying? Please kill the world noble Celestial Dragons to get a generous dragon slaying gift package. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment. There is a mission, and there is a huge gift package. I didn't expect Celestial Dragons to be so valuable. Lin Xiao looked at the Celestial Dragons proudly in the distance, his eyes were full of fire. This is no longer a hassle, but a gift package. Although killing the celestial dragons will cause trouble, but since the celestial dragons have been offended, they can only make mistakes again and again. Kill the celestial dragons to get a big gift bag. Ace, now that we've done it, let's save the world and turn the world upside down. Lin Xiao was no longer hiding his tracks, and walked forward slowly. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Ace clapped his fists, feeling very excited inside. He was already annoyed at the celestial dragons, but Lin Xiao didn't order it, and he couldn't do it. Now that Lin Xiao has an order, let's do it. The other pirates are also very helpless. Why are they all so impulsive? Just now I said that I was very afraid of celestial dragons, and now I rushed out, which didn't take celestial dragons seriously at all. On the street, many people were dumbfounded. How dare anyone stand against the celestial dragons? The celestial dragons themselves were also stunned. This was the first time anyone dared to resist him. This is trampling on the dignity of their celestial dragons. But when the celestial dragons saw Yamato's face, greedy eyes appeared in their eyes. I don't want that woman just now, take this back to me. As soon as Lin Xiao came out, he heard celestial dragon's words, and his face turned black. He dared to hit his woman's idea. Sure enough, the dragon slaying gift package still has to be obtained. Ace, I'm going to go on a killing spree today. It's okay, I agree. Ace pulled his hat, a ball of flames burst out, and even more blazing flames appeared in his eyes. Yamato's eyes were also full of murderous intent. The guards of celestial dragons heard the master's order and came over one after another, surrounded Yamato in the center, and gradually narrowed the encirclement. Chapter 26. Hey, don't do it to my woman. Lin Xiao put his right hand on the shoulder of a guard, and his face was quite gloomy. An aura enveloped the body of the guard. The guard also felt the oppression on Lin Xiao's body, his eyes were full of panic, and his arms trembled slightly. Yamato's heart was also warm. Lin Xiao actually said that she was his woman. Boom! Celestial dragons suddenly shot. Gold's bullet penetrated into the guard's body. Red's blood splattered from the guard's body, and then he fell to the ground with a plop, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Although he knew about the tyranny of celestial dragons, he didn't expect celestial dragons to attack him suddenly. The other guards were also filled with sadness. Ace suddenly became angry. "UBD, he is your companion, how can you do anything to him?" Yamato was also filled with anger. Both of them have the same personality, so they can't accept the tyranny of celestial dragons. Humph, he's just a pariah, it's his honor to die at my hands. Give me your hands too, quickly take them down, or don't blame me for being rude. Celestial dragons snorted coldly, their gazes were so indifferent and even tinged with tyranny. Even Lin Xiao felt a chill in his heart. Never seen such a heartless person. The guards didn't dare to hesitate when they heard the celestial dragon's warning, they scattered and rushed towards Lin Xiao from all directions. Lin Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed a guard who was close to him, and punched lightly. Rumbling rumbling. This punch hit the guard in the stomach. The guard's body trembled, his eyes turned white, and the eyeballs were about to pop out. A mouthful of white foam spit out from the mouth. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand, and the guard fell to the ground, his body paralyzed, looking weak. With just one move, Lin Xiao solved a guard. Yamato on one side also waved the mace in his hand. It's like playing baseball, hit a home run, and the guard is sent flying in the sky, and then disappearing. Fire punch. Ace also throws a huge fire fist. The flaming fist instantly overwhelmed several guards. Ah! Several guards were ignited by the flames, screaming, struggling on the ground, trying to put out the flames. A house in the distance was also shattered by flames. A raging fire was ignited, illuminating half the sky. Bang bang bang! In the streets, fighting has broken out. Although there are only 3 of Lin Xiao and Yamato, there are especially many black-clothed guards. But these guards are very weak. There is almost no single enemy. In less than a few minutes, it was solved by Lin Xiao, and even his subordinates didn't do anything. I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. I allow you to be my guards. Although the guards under him were defeated, the celestial dragons not only showed no fear, but began to recruit Lin Xiao instead. That expression seemed to be the honor of Lin Xiao and others, seeing Lin Xiao wanted to hit someone very much. Celestial dragons are really annoying enough. Yamato and Ace were also dumbfounded. There are such wonderful people in this world. All the guards under him were defeated, yet he was still so arrogant, even talking nonsense. Could it be that celestial dragons are powerful? Both of them thought so. But no matter how you look at it, celestial dragons are full of fat, just a waste. Lin Xiao walked slowly towards the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons thought that Lin Xiao was about to take refuge, and held their heads high proudly, waiting for Lin Xiao's kneeling. Snapped. Lin Xiao slapped down, and easily shattered the hood on the head of celestial dragons, leaving a palm print of red. Quiet. The scene was very quiet. The people kneeling on both sides were stunned. What did they see? How dare someone beat celestial dragons? This is the world noble celestial dragons. Even the celestial dragons themselves were dumbfounded. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to beat him except his parents, even Marine Admiral had to be respectful, and today someone dared to beat him. You, how dare you? Celestial dragons pointed at Lin Xiao, ready to curse. Lin Xiao slapped him again. Celestial dragons stared at the slap, turned around in a circle, and then fell to the ground. Who am I? Where am I now? What happened? Celestial dragons was completely puzzled. After a long time, celestial dragons came back to their senses. He was beaten, and he was dizzy from the beating. Come on, hurry up and kill this pariah for me, I will tear him into pieces. Lin Xiao was speechless. Celestial dragons is definitely a good example of inbreeding. How could this person be so stupid? He already dared to hit someone with his hands, but he was still so arrogant, as if he was afraid that he would not dare to do it. Lin Xiao raised his foot and kicked hard. One kick after another, kicking very hard. I let you and I be arrogant, and I made you so cruel. Your uncle, I really thought you were a nobleman in the world, so I wouldn't dare to beat you. Don't take yourself too seriously. Ah, don't hit me, please don't hit me. At this time, the people nearby all reacted. Someone really was beating the celestial dragons. And hit so hard. The cries of celestial dragons are so miserable. Ah, celestial dragons has been beaten, everyone run. One person was the first to react and fled quickly. Others also ran crazily. Celestial dragons is beaten, Marine Admiral will definitely be dispatched. If they continue to stay, they will definitely be affected. Chapter 27. Naval Headquarters, Marine Variety. Inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku was correcting the document, rubbing his messy hair from time to time, with a worried expression on his face. The recent pirates have become rampant again, even if they marine suppressed batch after batch, these pirates are like leeks, they can't be harvested cleanly. Damn Roger! Sengoku couldn't help but curse. Boo boo boo! The phone bug rang suddenly, Sengoku frowned slightly, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Hi, this is Sengoku. Sengoku just picked up the phone, and after a few minutes, his expression turned completely ugly. Celestial dragons got me in trouble again. Sengoku is unacceptable to celestial dragons. They call themselves proud marines, but they still need to enshrine such corrupt and disgusting noble celestial dragons. But their marine is not qualified to refuse. Forget it, just send any admiral there. Although Sengoku didn't want to send people there, but since the celestial dragons were injured, he had no choice but to send people there. Someone, go and call Akainu Admiral. Yes. Akainu arrived a few minutes later. Marshal Sengoku. Akainu had a stern face, as if someone owed him money. Sengoku didn't care, and said directly, "You go to Sabayati Archipelago, someone beat celestial dragons, you go and give celestial dragons an explanation." Yes. Akainu didn't ask any more questions, turned around and left. At the moment, Sabayati Archipelago. Don't fight, I don't dare anymore, please let me go, I am celestial dragons, I have a lot of money, I can give you a lot of gold, silver, and jewels. Celestial Dragons was beaten to tears by Lin Xiao. Although he is a nobleman in the world, usually arrogant and quite arrogant, Marine Admiral doesn't pay attention to him. But he wasn't an idiot either. Normal people couldn't stand being beaten so hard by Lin Xiao, let alone the pampered celestial dragons. I make you arrogant, I make you talk nonsense, dare to talk so much with Laozi, let you and Laozi rob women. Although Lin Xiao hit him hard, he didn't use much force. He didn't want to beat celestial dragons to death right now. Ace next to him was stunned. It was the first time I saw Lin Xiao being so cruel, but thinking of the bad habits of celestial dragons, he really should be taught a lesson. Yamato is shy. Just now Lin Xiao seemed to say that she was his woman. As for the others, they were almost crying. This is celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. If celestial dragons are beaten, Marine Admiral will definitely be dispatched. Lin Xiao's attack was so ruthless, they could already predict that in the next few days, Marine Admiral would definitely attack them. After a long time, Lin Xiao stopped. Remember to be careful in the future, don't give me too arrogant, or I will kill you. The celestial dragons immediately curled up, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes filled with fear. I will never dare again. Everyone present shook their heads. They thought the celestial dragons might be useless. You said, what should I do to you? Lin Xiao squatted down with a smile on his face. It's a smile, but it looks scary, especially the celestial dragons, full of fear. Please let me go, I can give you any wealth, devil fruit, the supreme sharp knife, I can give you all. For their own lives, celestial dragons had to sell their dignity. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Kill the celestial dragons, but there will be a dragon slaying spree. He didn't think celestial dragons could give him anything comparable to the system's dragon slaying spree. Don't worry, I will give you a good time. Taking advantage of celestial dragons' lack of reaction, Lin Xiao punched celestial dragons in the heart. Click! The heart burst open, the pupils of celestial dragons shrank, the body twitched slightly, and then slowly fell to the ground. Celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, just died. All the people present were dumbfounded. Especially those pirates, all a little confused. Captain, how did you kill the celestial dragons? This world's nobles, killing them will definitely cause Marine Admiral to hunt them down. They originally thought that Lin Xiao was just going to teach the celestial dragons a lesson, but they didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so ruthless that he directly beat the killer. Ace and Yamato were also surprised. Okay, don't worry so much, even if we don't kill him, Marine Admiral will hunt us down, it's better to kill him. After hearing this, everyone was speechless. What Lin Xiao said made sense, and they couldn't refute it. Okay, let's run now, Marine Admiral is probably coming soon. Yes, let's run now. The others reacted and quickly followed Lin Xiao. Everyone returned to the pirate ship together, and deliberately turned in one direction, far away from the Marine's advancing route, and then headed for the Grand Line. About 10 minutes after Lin Xiao left, Akainu arrived with a team of Marines. Seeing the dead celestial dragons on the ground, Akainu's already ugly face became even more gloomy. I thought I could get the appreciation of celestial dragons. Unexpectedly, not only did he not see celestial dragons died, and he would be blamed by celestial dragons no matter what. Damn it, who did this? Akainu roared angrily, half of his body turned into magma, flowing on the ground, corroding the stone slab. The surrounding marines lowered their heads, not daring to speak. They also know that the matter is serious, and the world government will definitely be furious. Chapter 28. News of the celestial dragons killing quickly reached naval headquarters. In Sengoku's office, everyone's heart is heavy. After all, these are the noble celestial dragons of the world, and being killed is no small matter. Everyone, tell me, what should we do now? The celestial dragons were killed, and there must be an explanation. Sengoku scanned the crowd. The vast majority of people bow their heads and don't want to meddle in this matter, nor do they want to do things for celestial dragons. Sengoku, now, do you know who the murderer is? Crane Vice Admiral asked. It has been investigated. The captain is an unknown person, but one of them is Fire Fist Ace. Haha. The name Ace is very popular, and there are people named Fire Fist Ace. Garp, who was eating a donut, subconsciously laughed when he heard Sengoku's words. Sengoku's face darkened and he glared at Garp with an angry expression. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Garp felt a little bit inwardly. Sengoku, could it be? He already had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. That's right, it's Fire Fist Ace, who do you think it is? Garp's face darkened. Originally, Ace went to sea, but he couldn't accept it anymore, but he didn't expect Ace to kill celestial dragons. This is the world noble celestial dragons. He can already predict that Marine will hunt down Ace next, but he doesn't know who to help. Whether to obey Marine's justice or protect his grandson, he was very conflicted. Garp, don't meddle in this matter. Sengoku naturally knew Garp's thoughts, and of course it was impossible to dispatch Garp. Otherwise, it is estimated that I will not be able to win the Ace. Marshal Sengoku, leave this kind of thing to me. I didn't take them down at the beginning, let me take them down now. Akainu stood up, eyes full of murderous look. A scorching heat was released, and the nearby marine frowned. Especially Admiral Aokiji, as a frozen fruit capable user, hates this temperature even more. I see. Garp was also helpless. Akainu turned and left. On the other side, on the endless sea, a pirate ship was sailing rapidly. This pirate ship is naturally Lin Xiao's ship. It has been a long time since I left Sabayati Archipelago, but Lin Xiao knows that they are not out of danger, and Marine will send people over at any time. But he wasn't afraid, after all, he had the dragon-slaying gift pack. It hasn't been opened yet, but there's sure to be something good inside. System, open the dragon-slaying gift package. Lin Xiao's tone was a little impatient. He really wanted to know what was in this big gift bag, it should be very rich. Ding dong, congratulations to host, you have obtained a skill advancement card and a loyalty card. A bright smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. This reward can be seen just from the name. System, please explain. Although he knew what the reward was, Lin Xiao asked again, because he might have made a mistake after all. Ding dong, the skill advancement card, the host can advance any of his skills. Loyalty card, which can greatly increase the loyalty of a person in the host pirates. The words of the system are concise and clear. But Lin Xiao basically understood. Needless to say, the skill advancement card is a really good thing, which can increase one's own strength. As for the loyalty card, that goes without saying. For example, Blackbeard, as long as he joins his pirate group, he can greatly increase his loyalty, even if he has a conspiracy. Another example is any pirate, he can temporarily threaten this person, let him join the team, and then use the loyalty card. Either way, both are nice rewards. System, use the skill advancement card. Lin Xiao couldn't wait any longer. He wants to increase his strength now. It is best to be able to fight against Marine Admiral after advanced skills. As for defeating 4 emperors, he doesn't think it is that easy. Please host to choose a skill to advance. Lin Xiao thought for a while. In terms of skills, he only has 2 now. It is a 2-color haki. As for Devil Fruit, it doesn't count as a skill at the moment. Among the 2-color haki, the Conqueror's haki does not work. At present, the advanced ones are already good, and they cannot improve their effective combat effectiveness, let alone face the upcoming roundup of Marines. So you can only upgrade armament haki. System, upgrade armament haki. Lin Xiao clenched his right hand tightly. A jet of black haki emerged from the arm, and then completely enveloped the whole body. As before, his armament haki covers his entire body. It's just that this time armament haki is darker, and the quality is also excellent than before. And there is still an earth-shaking gap. Compared to Vigor's armament haki that covers the whole body, Lin Xiao's armament haki is more pervert. He also noticed, walked slowly, reached out and tapped Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao, your haki is strong again. She admired it in her heart. Back then, although Lin Xiao's armament haki was also very powerful, it wasn't like it is today. Not long after, Lin Xiao's haki became even stronger. Of course, you don't even look at who I am, I'm your man, how could I be weak? Yamato blushed, and swung the mace at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao dodged easily. You want to kill your husband again, do you really want to be a widow? Chapter 29. Akainu Admiral, according to intelligence, the enemy will reach our encirclement around this afternoon. On a piece of sea, more than a dozen warships lined up in a row. In order to catch Lin Xiao and appease the anger of celestial dragons, Marine sent a lot of troops. Akainu stood on the warship in the middle, looking at the sparkling sea in the distance, with a sullen face all the time. The nearby Marines didn't dare to say anything. Pass down the order and be ready for battle at any time. Yes. Marine is also worthy of being Marine, with great influence. Even though Lin Xiao left Sabayati Archipelago, Marine still found clues. And also prepared for an ambush. And all of this, Lin Xiao doesn't know, he is still on the pirate ship, living a life of flirting with Yamato, life is very happy. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao's ship sailed directly into Marine's encirclement. Akainu Admiral, the enemy has entered the encirclement. Send the order down and narrow the encirclement. Following Akainu's order, more than a dozen marine warships sailed towards Lin Xiao from all directions. Lin Xiao was soon surrounded in the middle. With so many marines, it is impossible for the pirates to be blind. Captain, it's not good, we are surrounded by marines, there are a lot of marines. Lin Xiao naturally noticed it too, and looked up at Marine in the distance with a slightly dignified expression. At a glance, there are more than a dozen marine warships densely packed. It looks like Marine is serious. But yes, kill a celestial dragons, if Marine doesn't do something, how to explain to the world government, to celestial dragons? And this time Admiral must be on the move. Lin Xiao looked at it carefully. Only the Marine Admiral Akainu stands on a warship in the middle. Phew, there is only one Admiral. I thought how many people Marine sent. Yamato also relaxed. Although the number of Marines is quite large, if there is only one Marine Admiral, they still have the power to fight. If the 3 Marine Admirals are here, they don't even think about fighting, they run for their lives first. Ace, later, you and Yamato deal with those Marines, and I will deal with Marine Admiral, be careful. Lin Xiao took off his coat slowly. Understood, leave it to me. Ace didn't say much, and took off his coat. He is very clear that this is probably the most difficult battle they have ever fought, and they must be careful. Yamato raised his mace. This is probably her most difficult battle. The marine warship slowly approached. In less than a few minutes, it was within range. Fire! Akainu didn't strike first. He is very confident in his strength, as long as he makes a move, he can easily end the battle. But before that, let your subordinates do it. Rumbling rumbling. There was a deafening roar on the sea. Round cannonballs flew out one after another, all over the sky, covering a small half of the sky. Ace, do it. Lin Xiao patted Ace on the shoulder. Please, I know, can you not shoot me? Ace complained, but there was a sharp coldness in his eyes. He is very clear that they only have one ship and there are too many marines, which are not suitable for shell confrontation at all. Then only he, the captain, did it. Shenhuo Shiranui. Countless flames, like bullets, flew out and collided with the shells in the sky. Rumbling. The shells were detonated in an instant. Thick black smoke filled the air, giving off bursts of choking smell. Black smoke even enveloped the pirate ship. Mara fruit, hum. Akainu snorted coldly, feeling a little upset. Akainu just doesn't like the Logia devil fruit, which is also a flame. It happens that the owner is still an evil pirate. There was a fierce artillery battle between the two sides. Although the number of marine warships is large, with Ace's Mara fruit, the marines' shelling is still blocked. Get out of the way. Akainu finally got impatient and pushed away a marine next to him. Marine is not only not angry, but adored. It started, Akainu Admiral is going to do it. The other marines were also like little fans, shouting frantically, their eyes full of confidence, as if Akainu could defeat the enemy with his hands. Great eruption. Akainu stood on the marine deck, most of his body turned into magma, flowing like a real magma eruption. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. The nearby marine also felt the heat, sweating on his forehead. Akainu suddenly threw a fist. Hot magma spewed out from Akainu's body, forming a huge fist, leaping across the sea, and came directly above the pirate ship. This trick is similar to Ace's fire fist. That's awesome, is this Marine Admiral? Ace's eyes were filled with shock. Both are similar to flame abilities, but he can feel the heat in Akainu magma, which seems to be higher than the temperature of his flame. It made him feel a little inferior. I thought I was very powerful, but I didn't expect that Marine Admiral is not so simple. Captain, let me come. Seeing Lin Xiao about to make a move, Ace suddenly had the idea of comparison in his heart, and then walked in front of Lin Xiao, clenched his right hand, and a ball of flame burst out from his body. The flames formed a ring of fire that surrounded Ace. Seeing that Ace was so serious, Lin Xiao hesitated for a while, and finally decided to let Ace play. Chapter 30. Fire Punch. Ace roared angrily. Hot flames erupted from his body. The flame roared, quickly formed a huge arm, and flew into the air. The fire fist collided with the magma fist very quickly. Two fists, one flame, one magma. All exude scorching high temperature, the moisture in the air is constantly evaporating, and the entire space looks distorted. Drops of magma and balls of flames all fell into the sea. The sea boiled in an instant, and the temperature gradually rose. The sea water seemed to be burnt through, and the corpses of sea fish floated out of the water from time to time. The flame and the magma stalemate for a moment. But soon, the magma defeated the flame. Magma fist crushes Ace's fire fist. The huge magma floated right above the pirate ship, and hot magma fell down. Hateful. Ace gritted his teeth angrily. He actually lost to Akainu's magma, which is really annoying. Okay, this is Marine Admiral's strength. It's normal for you to be unable to beat me. After all, you can't even beat me. Lin Xiao patted Ace on the shoulder lightly. Ace's complexion was not very good. Captain, you are too bad at comforting people. Is this how you comfort me? Nonsense, you are not a beautiful woman, why should I comfort you? Lin Xiao glanced at Ace, then looked at the magma in mid-air, and slowly raised his right hand. Rumbling. Just a light punch. The magma in the air was shaken away, and then turned into magma fragments, which fell into the sea. Humph, no wonder you dare to kill celestial dragons. It turns out that you have strength. It's a pity that you will die when you do anything to celestial dragons. Akainu snorted coldly, and then let the warship approach. After the warship approached, Akainu jumped towards Lin Xiao's pirate ship. Ready to fight. Lin Xiao quickly jumped out. On the sea, Lin Xiao and Akainu gradually approached. Dark Hound. Akainu swung his fist violently, and there was a roar in the air. The magma spewed out, like a hound, showing ferocious fangs, and rushed towards Lin Xiao, as if to engulf Lin Xiao. Not to be outdone, Lin Xiao also threw a punch. The moment he swung his fist, Lin Xiao's wrist was covered with a layer of black haki, spreading from one arm to his body surface. Armament haki. Akainu's pupils shrank slightly. He also didn't expect that Lin Xiao would actually be able to haki. And judging by the color of Lin Xiao haki, it is definitely not common haki, so he should be very skilled. With such a haki at such a young age, the future is bound to be limitless. Akainu became more determined to eliminate Lin Xiao. Pang! The magma was immediately broken up by Lin Xiao, and scattered pieces fell into the sea, and the fists of the two also collided. Click! There was an invisible energy in the arm. The vigor was like a storm, blowing Lin Xiao's hair and dancing with the wind. The sea water was also affected by the air current, setting off waves and affecting nearby ships. The pirate ship and the warship kept shaking. On board, both Marine and the pirates grabbed the ship's strings. That guy actually blocked Akainu Admiral's attack. The Marines present were shocked, and the pirates were very excited. Lin Xiao can block Admiral's attack, which means they can escape here. As for defeating Admiral, they have no such idea. After all, this is the highest combat power of Marine. Akainu was also surprised inside. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so powerful. Your strength is very powerful, it's a pity, why didn't you join the Marine, wipe out the pirates, and even killed the celestial dragons? Akainu is indeed very sorry. Such a talented person is not Marine, not his subordinate, but became a pirate instead. Sorry, I'm not interested in Marine. In fact, Lin Xiao doesn't care about Marine pirates either. But who made his system's first task be to be a pirate and form a pirate group? Never fail to do tasks. Then you go to die. Akainu's eyes became sharp, with a murderous look in his eyes. Lava suddenly burst out of his body, like a volcanic eruption, and the lava quickly spread towards Lin Xiao. After a while, Lin Xiao was swallowed up by the magma. Even Lin Xiao felt a little heat. Crackling, crackling. At the moment of being engulfed, a blue light suddenly emerged from the magma. Akainu froze for a moment. The next moment, Blue's light became even more dazzling, breaking through the barrier of magma in an instant. This is Blue's thunder. Under the thunder, Lin Xiao felt as if the god of thunder descended. Thunder formed a thunder snake, and Blue's twisting body swam towards Akainu, roaring. Akainu's pupils shrank slightly. Thunderbolt, you are Logia Thunder Fruit. While speaking, Akainu's body instantly became elemental. Let the thunder and lightning pass through his body, but nothing happened. Akainu backed away quickly, for fear that Lin Xiao would sneak attack him at this time. After all, Lin Xiao knows how to hack. Are you a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user? Akainu asked again, with even more murderous eyes. Talented, Logia Thunder Fruit again. Such a person must be killed, or else he will be a threat to Marine in the future. Yes, I am Logia Thunder Fruit. Lin Xiao grinned. It's not illegal to cheat. Chapter 31. Bang bang bang. In mid-air, Lin Xiao and Akainu collided fiercely. With the two of them at the center, strong air currents were generated, roaring crazily. Lava and thunder sprang up from time to time. After fighting like this for a long time, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his foot and kicked, and Akainu immediately stretched out his hands to block Lin Xiao's foot. With the help of the reaction force, Lin Xiao quickly retreated and jumped onto a warship. After all, he is only from common, and he does not know how to do Marine 6 styles moonwalk, let alone fly, so naturally he cannot stay in midair for a long time. Akainu used moonwalk to follow Lin Xiao to the warship. A large number of Marines immediately surrounded them. Back off and deal with those people, and she will leave it to me. Akainu's tone was a little cold. Although he didn't take Marine's life seriously, he knew about these Marines, and he couldn't do anything to Lin Xiao at all. Might as well let them catch ACTL. Yes. The Marines retreated again. On the entire warship, there are Lin Xiao and Akainu. I didn't expect your strength to be very powerful. It seems that you can't be careless. Akainu pulled hard, pulled down the cloak on his back, and threw it aside forcefully. Lin Xiao squeezed his fist and made a cracking sound. Marine Admiral, I dare not underestimate. Indeed, Marine Admiral cannot be underestimated. These are all at the top of the world. Although I don't know how Admiral compares to Four Emperors, it doesn't mean Lin Xiao is stupid. Dark Hound. Akainu suddenly swung his fist and shouted violently. The magma spewed out, forming a dog's head with a ferocious face, crushing towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao punched Magma Dog on the head. Although the Magma Dog's head is huge and looks fierce, but the moment it collided with Lin Xiao's fist, the Magma Dog's head was shattered. Drops of magma fell on the deck. Chi 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 chi. The deck corrodes small pits. Akainu rushed out suddenly, with a fierce face on his face, moving at a high speed, and ran to Lin Xiao's side. Lin Xiao didn't react too slowly. The moment Akainu approached, he raised his right hand, forming a claw shape. In an instant, Lin Xiao's right hand swelled up, the muscles on his arm swelled, covered with a layer of scales, and his 5 fingers also turned into sharp claws. The animalization of the Zoan phantom beast species not only can increase defense, but also increase strength. Lin Xiao grabbed the void forcefully, and there was a faint roar in the air, as if the void had been torn apart. Akainu's pupils narrowed slightly, his eyes revealing disbelief. What did he see? Lin Xiao's arm turned into a beast. Are you a Zoan phantom beast? Akainu yelled out in surprise, but the power in his hand still didn't decrease, instead it exploded with stronger power. Although he was surprised by Lin Xiao's ability, he was not afraid of Lin Xiao. Whether it's the Zoan phantom beast or Logia, they are all his targets. Boom! The animalized claws collided with Akainu's fist. It's like the air exploded. A strong air current suddenly appeared in the void, surrounding the two of them, forming a huge storm. The warship was affected by the storm, shaking violently, bumping and shaking, and the waves also beat up and spread to the deck. The two stood in the center of the warship, motionless, as if they were not affected by the storm and shaking. In the center of the storm, magma surged continuously, like a volcanic eruption, engulfing Lin Xiao in an instant. In the magma, the thunder was also roaring, hitting the magma non-stop, and then spread to Akainu. 2 rays of light, one red and one blue, intertwine with each other. It seems that no one can do anything to the other. The two sides are so deadlocked. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, exerted force with his right arm, and slapped the dragon claw on Akainu's wrist, bursting out with mighty force. Akainu's face was also very gloomy, the muscles on his right hand were swollen, the veins on his arms were exposed, and the veins on his forehead were also bulging. Apparently, Akainu also tried his best. In terms of strength, Lin Xiao, the Zoan phantom beast demon fruit power, is not bad at all. Creak creak. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and stared at Akainu. Akainu Admiral, you are quite powerful, you are indeed Admiral. He basically gave it his all. Humph, you're not too bad. If you join Marine, you will definitely be able to promote justice. It's a pity that you went the wrong way. Akainu felt regretful in his heart. Such a talented boy is not marine. If it is his subordinate, he can be trained well, and he will definitely become the pillar of the marine in the future, and even help him become the marshal of the marine. But to become a pirate and kill the celestial dragons is simply asking for his own doom. The two were in a stalemate for a moment, then Lin Xiao suddenly withdrew his arm and grabbed Akainu again. The dragon claw threw out several sharp blades. On the sharp blade, there is also a stream of electric current. Boom! Akainu slammed the blade into pieces with a backhand. Lightning didn't hurt Akainu either. Come again! Akainu rushed towards Lin Xiao in 2 or 3 steps, spread out his huge palm, and slapped Lin Xiao down. The palm is covered with hot magma. A gust of dry hot wind hit Lin Xiao's face. Don't underestimate me! Lin Xiao punched, and the void trembled, as if the space had been shattered by Lin Xiao. The surface layer of magma was torn away. Punch and palm together. Boom boom boom. The fists separated, and then collided again. The two fought so fiercely that it was hard to tell the winner for a while. The nearby sea areas were all affected, and huge waves were set off. Chapter 32. Rumbling rumbling. The battle on the warship was fierce. Although Lin Xiao is just a newcomer, it didn't take long for him to acquire the ability. However, the combination of top-level Phantom Beast Devil Fruit and top-level Armament Haki still has the power to resist. At least Akainu couldn't beat him easily. In the distance, countless marines and pirates were shocked by the battle between the two. That pirate is so powerful, he can actually fight against Akainu Admiral. Humph, it's just to gain a little advantage. As long as Akainu Admiral is serious, he can be eliminated immediately. Although the Marines were amazed by Lin Xiao's strength, most of them didn't think Lin Xiao could win. This is their endorsement of Marine Admiral. In Marine's encirclement, Ace was covered in flames and was besieged by several Marine generals. With Mara Fruit's dominance, even if he faces several Marine generals, he still has the power to fight. Fortunately, these Marine generals know Armament Haki, otherwise they would have been tortured by Ace long ago. Yamato, I can deal with these people, you go to help the captain and try to end the battle as soon as possible. Ace glanced around. Marine is strong and outnumbered, but he is still confident. I see. Yamato also knew the current situation, he had to end the battle as soon as possible and leave here, otherwise Marine reinforcements would arrive at any time. Stop, don't bother Akainu Admiral. A Marine officer is placed in front of Yamato. From the point of view of clothing, he is a Marine Vice Admiral level officer, and among these Marines, except for Akainu, he is the strongest. Get out of the way. Yamato's mace was thrown down, rubbing against the air, and roaring. Marine Vice Admiral quickly raised his sword and slashed at Yamato. Clang! The knife and stick collided, and metal sparks burst out. Marine Vice Admiral's arm trembled slightly, and his body quickly slid backwards, leaving some faint traces on the deck. After repelling Marine Vice Admiral, Yamato didn't continue to entangle, ran to the side of the pirate ship, and jumped to the distant warship. She didn't forget that her purpose was to help Lin Xiao and find a way to defeat Akainu first. What a powerful force! Marine Vice Admiral's arms were shaking. At that moment, he felt some pain in his wrist. If he hadn't stepped back in time, he might have been injured. No, Akainu Admiral must be helped. Marine Vice Admiral also found that Lin Xiao and Akainu are evenly matched. If Yamato joins the battle, it will definitely affect the battle situation. But just as he was about to go to help, suddenly a hot flame burst out from a distance and passed by his side. A gust of hot wind blew on his face. Ace jumped over from afar. Your target today is me. Then defeat you first. Marine Vice Admiral also got angry, brandishing a big knife at Ace, showing great power. Ace also knew the existence of Armament Haki, so of course he didn't dare to take it hard. On the other side, after Yamato jumped onto the warship, he smashed the black mace at Akainu. Akainu felt the sound of breaking through the air behind him, his face changed slightly, and he quickly jumped to the side, dodging Yamato's attack. An explosive airflow erupted. The metal ship's side in the distance was broken in an instant. Another one. Akainu's face was gloomy. One Lin Xiao is already strong enough, and now there is another very powerful one. Let him deal with two alone, the pressure is quite high. Yamato, let us husband and wife be of the same heart, and the prophet will cut the gold. Lin Xiao rushed out first, swung his right hand, and the dragon claws emitted a deep and cold light. Yamato blushed and rolled his eyes. What kind of couple? She was very shy to hear that. But Yamato still followed behind Lin Xiao, swung the mace in his hand, and smashed it down at Akainu. There are black shadows of wolves clamping sticks everywhere in the sky. Humph, even if there are two, I can defeat you. Akainu was wary inside, but he didn't show it. Lin Xiao slapped down with a dragon claw, Akainu jumped out of the way, and then punched Yamato. The hot magma is like a titan's arm, which is bigger than Yamato's. Yamato's mace covered Haki and hit the giant lava. The magma was shattered in an instant, turned into a rain of fire, and sprinkled into the air. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xiao jumped behind Akainu, leaped in the air, and kicked Akainu down with one foot. Akainu reacted quickly, turned around quickly, and put his hands in front of him, blocking Lin Xiao's feet. Boom! There is a lot of power in this kick. Akainu's arms trembled, his body gliding, and flew into the distance. Yamato ran to Akainu and swung his club down. Boom! Akainu leaned back, avoiding Yamato's mace, and kicked again, landing on the mace. The mace detached from Yamato's wrist and flew into the sky. Yamato stomped the deck lightly, leaped into the air, grabbed his own mace, and aimed it at Akainu, swinging hard. Thunder 8 trigrams. Accompanied by a shock wave, a thunderbolt rushed towards Akainu with a momentum of lightning speed and majestic airflow. Akainu's figure flashed rapidly. At the moment when the lightning shock wave was about to arrive, Akainu dodged. Rumbling. The shock wave directly hit the sea and exploded, setting off a large amount of sea water, rushing to the warship. The warship pitched and shook. Akainu stood in the center of the warship, letting the warship shake, focusing on Lin Xiao and the two of them. Chapter 33. And who are you? Akainu's face was quite ugly, as if someone owed him millions. One Lin Xiao is already difficult enough to deal with, and now there is another Yamato. After just a short confrontation, he knew that Yamato was very strong, definitely no worse than the General Marine Elite Vice Admiral. If Lin Xiao and Yamato join forces, he will feel a little palpitating. She, of course, is my crew. With your talent, you can join the Marine, there is no need to be with the pirates. Akainu began to poach the wall. During the Summit War, Akainu persuaded the Whitebeard pirates to betray Whitebeard with his own tongue. Lin Xiao was in a bad mood. This guy poached him in public. Didn't know Yamato was his woman? Lin Xiao was about to scold Akainu angrily, when he suddenly remembered a very important thing. Humph! Yamato is my woman and the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, how could he join Marine? Yamato's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Xiao said again that she was his woman, but for some reason, Yamato was very happy and had a sweet feeling. But soon, Yamato understood what Lin Xiao meant. Make trouble for Kaido and frame Kaido for killing the celestial dragons. Although it can't be kept secret for long, if it can be delayed for a while, it will be delayed for a while. That's right, I'm from Beasts Pirates, how could I join Marine? Lin Xiao was very moved. He fooled Yamato to go to sea, and now he is using Yamato's father, and Yamato actually cooperates with him like this. Kaido's daughter. Akainu's eyes were full of murderous intent. He even guessed in his heart that Kaido must be looking for death again, and dared to kill celestial dragons. Poor Kaido, such an innocent backer. Then I can only kill you all. Akainu's body suddenly erupted with rolling magma. The deck has corroded a large pit. Space seems to be distorted by burning. Akainu was completely angry. It's a pity that no matter how angry he is facing two top experts. He had actually lost this battle. Lin Xiao ran quickly, his entire right arm was completely transformed into a dragon, with blue scales glistening on it, and then covered with pitch-black armament haki. Crack it! Crack it! A burst of thunder flashed, surrounding Lin Xiao. Pirate, don't underestimate Marine! Akainu roared and punched Lin Xiao. Not to be outdone, Lin Xiao also threw a punch, unleashing a powerful impact. Rumbling rumbling. The two fists collided. Magma and lightning are intertwined. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, Akainu's face was ferocious. The two seem to have put all their strength into it, as if they want to destroy each other completely. The entire ship was affected, shaking more violently, as if it would be submerged by the violent sea water at any time. Da-da-da! There was a sound of footsteps. I saw Yamato running quickly, came to Akainu in 2 or 3 steps, raised the mace in his hand, and swung it hard. Whoosh whoosh! Akainu's face suddenly changed when he heard the sound of piercing through the air, and a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. If he got hit by Yamato, he would definitely be seriously injured. Boom! Akainu pushed Lin Xiao away with a sudden force, and then quickly dodged backwards, dodging Yamato's mace. Lin Xiao only took a step back, then immediately ran forward and kicked Akainu. Yamato stood beside Lin Xiao and swung again. The two flanked each other, one left and one right. Just as Akainu dodged Yamato's attack, Lin Xiao kicked him in the waist, flew out backwards, hit the deck, and dragged away. Not good, Akainu Admiral. Some marine generals noticed Akainu's weakness, ignored Ace, jumped into the air, used moonwalk, and ran quickly. Although Ace wanted to stop him, there was only one person after all, and he couldn't stop him at all. He could only watch helplessly as these people made trouble for Lin Xiao. Yamato, continue. Lin Xiao quickened his pace, and Yamato followed closely behind. The goal of the two is very simple, that is to find a way to defeat Akainu first, and then quickly evacuate here. It is best to be able to eliminate Akainu. Akainu immediately jumped up from the ground, looking at the two running down in front of him, full of vigilance. He already feels a lot of pressure now, and at the same time regrets it. He would have known that he would bring some more powerful people. Lin Xiao was very fast and kicked Akainu. Although Akainu dodged dangerously, he was finally hit by Yamato severely, and a mouthful of blood protruded from his mouth. Not even Marine Admiral can handle it. Hateful! Akainu was furious, and the magma on his body became hotter. Lin Xiao and Yamato's offensive became more fierce, pressing Akainu out of breath, and the marine generals couldn't reach them in a short time because the distance was too far. But fortunately, Akainu is relatively strong and cannot be defeated for a while, until the arrival of those marines. Yamato. Yamato immediately understood Lin Xiao's thoughts, put aside Akainu, picked up the mace, and greeted the approaching marine. Thunder 8 trigrams. As soon as several marine generals reached the deck, they were violently attacked by Yamato. Rumbling. Marine generals were hit head-on, and then flew out backwards, falling into the sea one by one. Hateful! Akainu gritted his teeth angrily. The generals he led were too weak to be a single enemy at all. I knew I would bring a few more powerful companions here. What kind of ghost spider burned the mountain? Not a single one fell. Chapter 34. On the sea, a warship cut through the waves. On the bow of the warship, there is a dog's head decoration, and behind it stands a white-haired, but very energetic old man. Marine legendary hero Garp. Garp looked out to sea in the distance, looking a little anxious, not even bothering to eat the donuts. After all, this time, among the people Akainu wants to arrest is his grandson. Although it was not his own, he regarded it as his own. Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Sengoku has ordered us to absolutely stay out of this matter. Is it really okay for us to do this? The adjutant didn't know what Garp was thinking, so he was very worried, for fear that Garp would go the wrong way. What? I just went out to catch pirates, and I didn't do anything. Garp turned his head and looked aside, naturally not admitting it. The adjutant was helpless, but he couldn't blame Garp either. Whoever makes Garp like to play dumb, he can't break it. By the way, go full speed, I want to catch those nasty pirates. Garp couldn't wait any longer. The adjutant rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe that he wasn't here to catch pirates, but definitely to save his grandson. But he also cares about Ace. When he was a child in Windmill Village, he often took care of Ace. On the other side, the battle between Lin Xiao and Akainu has reached a fever pitch. Although there are many marines brought by Akainu, the high-level combat power is not enough, and they are easily defeated by Yamato. This made Akainu have to face the pincer attack of the two. For a moment, Akainu was in danger, and regretted in his heart why he acted rashly to arrest Lin Xiao, and also regretted that he had underestimated Lin Xiao's power. The marine generals in the distance are also very anxious, but Ace is stronger and Maramara fruit is very powerful, and they are difficult to get rid of. Akainu Admiral, you seem to be dying. Lin Xiao waved his right hand, and each punch was accompanied by strong air currents and surging thunder, making his mood even more joyful. He has pinned down Akainu now. If this continues, it won't be long before he can completely defeat Akainu. Akainu's expression was quite embarrassing, coupled with his original gloomy expression, he looked even more frightening now. Yamato, let's go together and destroy Marine Admiral. Lin Xiao couldn't restrain his excitement anymore. This is Marine Admiral, and if you eliminate it, you will be famous all over the world. Clear. Yamato admired Lin Xiao very much, and the two ran to Akainu together, blocking Akainu's way. Even if Akainu wanted to run now, it was too late. Dragon Fist broke out. Lin Xiao clenched his right hand tightly, his body was shrouded in lightning, and then he punched violently. A giant dragon formed by thunder and lightning rushed towards Akainu with the sound of dragon chants and awe-inspiring aura. Akainu's eyes were covered with blue light. Danger! This was the first thought in Akainu's mind. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato also took out his big move and threw out a thunderbolt. Both sides of Akainu were surrounded by thunder. In other words, the entire ship was illuminated by the blue light. Damn it! Akainu gritted his teeth, and knew that he could not retreat now, but he could only try his best to defeat one person. Akainu chose Yamato. No matter how you look at it, girls are easier to bully. Great eruption. Akainu clenched his right hand, pierced Yamato's thundering 8 trigrams, leaped quickly to Yamato's side, and punched down. Yamato didn't dodge, he raised his mace, and slammed it into the void. Pang! A stick hit Akainu directly on the arm. The pirate ship trembled, and the two were in a stalemate for a moment. The dragon fist released by Lin Xiao came behind Akainu with a roar, and opened its ferocious dragon mouth, ready to swallow Akainu in one gulp. Akainu jumped to the side and rolled on the ground, struggling to avoid the Brontosaurus. Akainu Admiral, why are you rolling on the ground? It doesn't suit your temperament. Lin Xiao taunted unscrupulously, the speed of his subordinates was not slow at all, and the attack became more fierce. Although Akainu was angry, he could only be in a passive defensive state in the face of the violent attacks of the two. Bang bang bang! The fierce battle continued, and as time passed, Akainu's situation became worse and worse, and he was about to be defeated at any moment. As for Marine, Garp's reinforcements gradually approached the battlefield. Suddenly there was a loud noise. I saw Lin Xiao pressing Akainu on the deck. It's not easy. Lin Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. After spending so long, he finally got Akainu down. Akainu, Marine Admiral, so what, you are too arrogant. True, Akainu is a bit arrogant. If one or two more elites were brought along, it would be impossible for them to be gang-beaten. Lin Xiao, marine reinforcements are here. Yamato suddenly called out. Lin Xiao looked at the sea in the distance, and what came into view was a warship decorated with a dog's head. Garp. Only Garp uses such warships. Damn it, it's Garp, we're backing off quickly. Lin Xiao picked up Akainu, returned to his pirate ship, and quickly eliminated all marines. Ace, retreat quickly, Garp is coming. When Ace heard Garp, his face turned pale, and his body trembled subconsciously. He already recalled the fear of being dominated by Garp. Quick, retreat quickly. The pirate ship quickly turned around and broke through Marine's encirclement. Ha ha ha. Pirates, don't run away from me. Garp laughed, but didn't move. Maybe he subconsciously wanted Lin Xiao to escape. Lin Xiao threw Akainu into the air, kicked Akainu hard, and Akainu was kicked into the sea. Chapter 35. Quick! Hurry up and save Akainu! Garp yelled excitedly. Akainu was thrown into the sea, as a demon fruit power, it must be rescued by others. He also has an excuse not to go after Ace. There are many marines that jumped into the sea. Vice Admiral Garp, are you sure you don't go after him? The adjutant couldn't help asking. The enemy was right ahead, and Garp didn't even pursue him. Damn it, I don't know if Akainu is okay, I'm going to save him now. Garp jumped into the ocean and was quickly lost. Adjutant. As Garp's lieutenant for many years, he knew Garp well, and it was definitely Garp's intention. But thinking of Ace, the adjutant felt that this should be done, and Ace could not be caught. Thinking of this, the adjutant hurriedly shouted, "You, and you, hurry up and save Akainu, Admiral." The nearby marine didn't think much of it either. They also felt that Marine Admiral was more important. As for Lin Xiao, the one who killed was the celestial dragons anyway, and had nothing to do with them. On the pirate ship, Lin Xiao also noticed this scene, and he was very happy. Ace, your identity is quite useful. Garp saw you and gave up hunting. Lin Xiao knew very well that so many marines were enough to save Akainu. Garp is purely on purpose. Ace was also very moved, and at the same time felt a little sorry for Garp. Okay, don't think too much, since you're already out to sea, let's go, don't let Garp down. Lin Xiao patted Ace on the shoulder. Ace was also encouraged. Yes, I will definitely work hard to go on. Akainu was quickly rescued. As soon as he returned to the deck, Akainu found that Lin Xiao had disappeared. Vice Admiral Garp, since you've already come, why didn't you arrest him? Ah, I gave up chasing the enemy to save you. You should thank me. Garp snapped his nose and turned his head, looking uncomfortable, looking like he was lying. Akainu felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't do anything to Garp, who refused to admit it. The most important thing is that you can't beat Garp. Notify Marshal Sengoku, I have made a clear investigation, the attacker is Kaido's son-in-law, and the other is Kaido's daughter. Akainu had no doubts. Because Daihi is so much like Kaido, even the attack method is exactly the same, exactly the same. And they also know that Kaido has a daughter, this kind of thing is not so easy to hide. Kaido. Garp's face was also slightly dignified. That Kaido guy is a monster. Naval headquarters, after Sengoku received the news, he was furious, wanting to pin Garp on the ground and beat him violently. He is not an idiot, and he is naturally very clear that Garp definitely let Lin Xiao and the others go on purpose. Garp, BD, who let him go? Who allowed him to go, and dare to intervene in this matter, didn't he hear what I said? Sengoku roared out. Marine in the office lowered his head, few dared to speak. Okay, Sengoku, it's a good thing Garp is there, otherwise Akainu would have been defeated. In the end, Crane Vice Admiral helped to speak. Sengoku also calmed down, thinking about it, it seemed to be true. If Garp hadn't arrived in time, Lin Xiao threw Akainu into the seawater in order to delay Garp, and Akainu would have been captured. But precisely because of this, Sengoku's face was even uglier. To be able to defeat Akainu is definitely not a common man, but this man is actually Marine's enemy. Damn celestial dragons! Sengoku can't wait to kill the celestial dragons. They Marine have many enemies, all caused by celestial dragons. Forget it, we'll talk about this kind of thing later. First find a way to issue a warrant to increase Kaido's bounty, and then reward Kaido's daughter and son-in-law. Yes. That night, a brand new reward order spread throughout the world through Newsbird, and countless people were shocked. 100 Beasts Island. As soon as Kaido came back, Quinn took a newspaper and found Kaido. Brother Kaido, look, there is another bounty about you in the newspaper. It seems that 500 million Baileys have been added. An increase of 500 million means that I have destroyed a marine warship. Is it necessary to increase so much? Kaido frowned, not knowing that he was implicated by Lin Xiao. No, brother Kaido, it seems to say that your son-in-law killed celestial dragons. Quinn was a little uneasy, he knew everything, and naturally he also knew about the relationship between Lin Xiao and Dai. My son-in-law. Kaido froze for a moment, and quickly thought of Tae, and at the same time thought of the man who abducted Tae. Damn it, what did that BD do? Why did Lao Zi increase the bounty, and Lao Zi take the blame? Although Kaido didn't know what happened, he probably guessed it. Lin Xiao must have been blamed. Echo didn't speak, but just handed out the newspaper. When Kaido saw the newspaper, he was furious. Lin Xiao killed the celestial dragons and offered him a reward. Although he doesn't care about you very much, it doesn't mean he is willing to help others take the blame. Especially the BD who abducted his daughter. This group of useless Marines can't even be caught. Also, that person is not my son-in-law at all. Marines are all useless. Kaido's angry voice spread all over the island. Quinn lowered his head, regretting in his heart, he knew that he had sent a random pirate in. Chapter 36. Captain, you have been offered a reward. This morning, Lin Xiao was taking a rest when a pirate ran over in a hurry. What? Have I been offered a reward? Lin Xiao was a little confused. Last night, I stayed with Yamato for a long time. Although I didn't do anything, I took advantage of it very late, so I'm a little tired now. Yamato next door also came out exhausted. Let me see, how much is my bounty? Lin Xiao took the bounty list and was a little curious, how much bounty was there for killing the celestial dragons? 8, 1 0, 2 zeros. 8 followed by a string of zeros. 800 million rewards. Lin Xiao shouted in surprise. Although I knew a lot, I didn't expect 800 million directly. Think about Luffy, doing so many things, beating up the celestial dragons, destroying the N-Ice lobby, and ending up around 300 million. It seems that the life of celestial dragons is more precious. Great, with a bounty of 800 million, the captain is the best. The nearby pirates shouted excitedly. As for the previous concerns about killing the celestial dragons, they were completely forgotten. Come on, let me see how much the other people's bounties are. Lin Xiao looked at the reward list carefully, and suddenly, Lin Xiao focused on a line of words on it. Son of Sin, Kaido's son-in-law. Member of the Beast's Pirates. Uncles. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse. Although he wants to cheat Kaido, it doesn't mean he wants to be lower than Kaido. But after thinking about it carefully, he abducted Yamato, and he can be regarded as Kaido's son-in-law, and his seniority is indeed a little lower. Forget it, I'll notify Marine later. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and took out the next bounty card. Yamato. Daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, with a bounty of 600 million Baileys. The charge was not written, and the world government probably doesn't want anyone to know the news that celestial dragons were killed. The purpose is to protect the dignity of the celestial dragons. Even the news of Akainu's defeat was not written, probably for the sake of Marine's face. Fire Fist Ace, the newest member of the Beast's Pirates, with a bounty of 440 million Baileys. Standing by the side, Yamato saw the introduction on the bounty, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he couldn't help but peek at Lin Xiao. Kaido's son-in-law is not her husband. But Lin Xiao is really excellent, she likes it very much. It seems that I don't know about my pirate group yet, but it doesn't matter, anyway, we can trick Kaido, and they will definitely know next time. Lin Xiao threw the bounty aside, and then came to the deck, looking at the sea in the distance, his thoughts racing. Kill the celestial dragons and be hunted down. He has to think about how to increase the strength of the pirate group. He now has a loyalty card, as long as one person joins the pirate group, his loyalty can be increased. But this person must be powerful. Not to mention the Four Emperors, we won't be able to meet them in a short period of time, and Marine probably won't be able to, only the 7 warlords of the sea. Lin Xiao thought about it. Gecko Moria was the first to be ruled out. This guy is useless from beginning to end, so he has never been great. On the Grand Line, it seems that there is only Cloak Doll, who has good strength, and is also Logia's, and he can also be well trained. It's decided, choose Cloak Doll. Lin Xiao made a decision with a gleam in his eyes. Clock Keeter, are you going to kill him? Then weaken Marine's strength. Yamato sat next to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao grabbed Yamato and pulled her into his arms, regardless of the eyes around him. No, I just want to defeat him and subdue him by the way. Really? He's 7 warlords of the sea, so he shouldn't be so easy to conquer, right? Yamato peeked at Lin Xiao, his cheeks flushed slightly, although he wanted to resist, but he couldn't get rid of it at all, and finally he could only fall into Lin Xiao's arms. Don't worry, your husband, of course I have a solution. Lin Xiao secretly tapped Yamato's face. Very white, fresh, and delicious. A juicy fuchsia cabbage is right in front of you. Yamato couldn't help pushing Lin Xiao. Don't mess around, there are still many people here, and they will be discovered by others. Oh, you mean, if there is no one, then we can do whatever we want? Yamato. Does she mean it? Why Lin Xiao always likes to misunderstand her and take advantage of her. But if there is really no one around, it's not impossible. Seeing Yamato struggling, Lin Xiao immediately turned to look at Ace and the others behind him. Hey, the captain and the co-captain are friendly, what are you still looking at? Hurry up and leave. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and then laughed. I see, the captain should not be disturbed. Let's go, the 2 captains have a good rest. Yamato's face turned red when he heard this, and he couldn't help picking up the mace and hitting Lin Xiao down, but he didn't use much force. I'll go, you are too ruthless, do you want to murder your husband? Lin Xiao dodged easily, then grabbed Yamato's arm and pulled her into his arms again. There was no one around, so Yamato was not shy, and just fell down next to Lin Xiao. The 2 leaned on each other and were very cordial. In the distance, several heads poked out secretly. Both Lin Xiao and Yamato noticed, but they didn't want to destroy this rare tranquility. This ordinary life just passed away. After about a month, Lin Xiao finally arrived at his destination. Alabasta. Chapter 37. Alabasta, a desert city. The country of the 20 kings who once created the world government. But it would be foolish to pass up the chance to become the world's noble celestial dragons. But it's really smart. If Alabasta's royal family becomes the world's noble celestial dragons, it will be wiped out by him one day. The pirate ship slowly approached the coast. There are deserts everywhere around here, and there are no people, so no one found Lin Xiao's boat. Everyone pack up, lower the pirate flag, and then enter Alabasta together. Remember to wear more clothes, the sun is very hot here. Clear. The pirates packed up and left the pirate ship together, leaving no one behind. Lin Xiao walked in the front, and the others followed. In the desert, the sun was very hot, even Lin Xiao felt a little hot. Just Ace alone, feeling nothing at all. After all, as a Maramara fruit-capable user, it is naturally impossible to be afraid of the sun. This flame is nothing to him. By the way, Yamato, make sure you dress well, I won't like you if you get a tan. Maybe it was too boring, Lin Xiao couldn't help but tease when he saw Yamato beside him. Yamato waved the mace without hesitation. Shut up, or I'll blow you away. Lin Xiao was very happy. Every time Yamato wants to strike, he either moves very slowly to let Lin Xiao dodge, or hits directly beside Lin Xiao. Anyway, none of them were hit. Okay, don't quarrel. It's too embarrassing for us and my husband to quarrel and be seen by other people. Lin Xiao put his arms around Yamato. Although Yamato blushed, he didn't refuse. Instead, he leaned on Lin Xiao and acted very kindly. Captain, when are you two getting married? I'm still going to drink your wedding wine. Ace patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, quite excited. After a long time, he also regarded Lin Xiao as a companion, and he was a life and death friend, and he had already recognized this pirate group. Ha ha ha, of course I will. After a while, when I grow up, I will definitely get married. Lin Xiao hugged Yamato tightly. Yamato's face was already red, the weather was already hot, and now it's getting hotter. Why, are you shy? It doesn't matter, anyway, one day, you will be with me, and then there is no need to be shy. Lin Xiao patted Yamato lightly, and then tapped Yamato's face again. Yamato pinched Lin Xiao lightly, and then turned 360 degrees. The pinched Lin Xiao's flesh hurts. Don't talk nonsense. Okay, don't say much, let's go. The weather in the desert is very hot, and it doesn't rain, so the air is quite dry. Lin Xiao walked for 3 days and 2 nights, and finally arrived at the destination this time, the rainy land. Captain, is this the territory of K-Lock Dar? When are we going to find K-Lock Dar? Ace suddenly became a little excited. This is 7 warlords of the sea, and he hasn't fought yet. Of course it's now. Forget it, let's go tomorrow morning. It's already late today, and I'm tired after walking all day. Lin Xiao looked at the sky, the sun was about to set, and the sky was getting dark. Okay, let's go take a break. Ace didn't refuse either, because it was indeed dark. Everyone came to a nearby hotel together, and opened many rooms. By the way, Yamato, shall we roll? Yamato had already guessed what Lin Xiao was thinking, reprimanded him without hesitation, and then left first. Ace patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder from behind. Captain, you haven't dealt with the vice-captain yet, it seems that you still need to work hard to get her down as soon as possible, ha ha ha. This arrogant look is very uncomfortable. Lin Xiao raised his foot and kicked Ace, and then quickly ran away. Ha ha ha. Ace, I'm going to rest first. Damn it, Captain, you are too despicable to attack me secretly, don't run away. Ace chased after him, but finally failed to catch up. On the other hand, Yudi is in a casino. BA Lock Studio also found Lin Xiao and immediately notified K-Lock Doll. K-Lock Doll hesitated a little, wondering if Lin Xiao should be taken down. So many bounties are worth a lot. But in the end, Cloak Doll gave up. Because Lin Xiao was still safe and sound after killing the celestial dragons for so long, which shows that he is very powerful. And he was doing a very important thing, and he didn't want to attract too much attention, so as not to arouse the concern of the world government. Forget it, Miss Sunday, forget about it, just pretend they don't exist. It's a pity that Lock Doll didn't know, he wanted to pretend that Lin Xiao didn't exist, but Lin Xiao came here to trouble him on purpose. In the darkness, a slender figure looked at the reward list in his hand, with an indifferent arc on the corner of his mouth. Killing celestial dragons is really capable, but unfortunately, I don't know if I can escape Admiral's pursuit. If Lin Xiao were here, he would definitely recognize this person's identity. Nico Robin, son of the devil and legendary. Like Lin Xiao, they are all criminals wanted by the world government. It's just that Lin Xiao's crime is relatively serious. Killing the celestial dragons is far worse than studying a blank century of history. Chapter 38. In the early morning of the next day, after breakfast, Lin Xiao and others went directly to the local casino. As a time traveler, of course he knew where Cloak Dar was. Outside the casino, Lin Xiao raised his mouth slightly, slowly extended his right hand, and swung it forcefully. Ace, come on, screw me up. Ace almost fell. Hey, why me? And your attitude is too bad, I'm your crew member, not your little brother. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and do it. Understood. Ace stopped talking and strode into the casino, raising his right arm with a ball of flames on it. Fire punch! A fist of fiery flames rushed into the casino, burning out many gaming tables in the middle of the casino, and smashing a wall at the same time. The casino was instantly set ablaze. Not good, everyone run! The people nearby had never seen such a scene before, they were running wildly, and some even fell to the ground. After a while, there were not many people in the casino. Lin Xiao walked to Ace's side and looked around the casino. It was empty, only the flames were burning. The flame can be retracted. The flames burning in the casino, as if summoned, returned to Ace's body. Not far away, many guards came over immediately. All are guards in the casino. Damn it, who allowed you to do it here? Do you know whose territory this is? This is the territory of 7 warlords of the sea Lock Dar. The guards were furious, with arrogance in their words. 7 warlords of the sea, in this small place, is already a big name. Lin Xiao didn't speak, but just waved. The pirates behind immediately understood, picked up the big knife, and rushed towards the guards. Kill, kill, kill! Inside the casino, there were clashes of swords, muskets, and shouts of killing everywhere. The battle between the two sides was very fierce. However, these guards are only guards in small places, and their strength is not very powerful. Unlike Lin Xiao's subordinates, they are all pirates who have traversed the new century. Even if they are just small pirates, they are very powerful. It didn't take long for the battle to become one-sided. Desert Vajra Saber. Suddenly, a cold voice came from a distance. A huge crescent-shaped sword formed of yellow sand was slashed at the pirates. Lin Xiao's figure flashed quickly, and he raised his foot and kicked. Pang! The desert sword was kicked to pieces by Lin Xiao, turning into yellow sand and spreading all over the ground. The pirates behind were a little lucky. Thank you, Captain. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao, he might have been hit by the crescent-shaped desert sword. You all stand back, the next battle is the captain's battle. Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the far corner. A tall figure stood there. Wearing a black fur coat, smoking a cigar, there is a scar on the face that looks a bit hideous, the left hand is gone, and a golden hook is replaced on the forehead. This person is Lin Xiao's target this time. Cloak Dar in 7 warlords of the sea. Lok Dal walked slowly, put aside the cigar in his mouth, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Little ghost, do you know whose territory this is? How dare you act wild here? 7 warlords of the sea, Clock Keter. Lin Xiao clenched his right hand, ready to strike at any time. There was a cold light in K Lok's eyes. So, you came here on purpose to look for me. You are already very famous, and the bounty is higher than mine. It seems that you don't need to look for me at all. No, you are 7 warlords of the sea. You are quite powerful, so I decided to let you be my subordinate. Ha ha ha. Lock Doll was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. There was disdain in the laughter. Lin Xiao didn't care either, and later it was time for force to decide everything. Just because of you, you also want me to submit to you? Boy, when I became famous, you were not weaned. That's right, when you were defeated by Whitebeard, I really didn't seem to be weaned. Lin Xiao mocked. Lock Doll's smile gradually froze. To be defeated by Whitebeard, with a broken arm and a hasty escape, was indeed the greatest shame of his life. Being mentioned by Lin Xiao now is tantamount to exposing his scars. Stinky boy, since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Lokadar's tone was a little indifferent, and he stretched out his right hand. A small storm appeared in the palm of his hand, and then he threw it out forcefully. Shalan! The storm suddenly grew larger and spun rapidly. In an instant, a desert tornado with a height of more than 10 meters was formed. And under the control of Lokadar, he slowly moved towards Lin Xiao. Although the speed is very slow, the power is getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Lin Xiao punched the void. An invisible shock wave erupted and blasted above the sandstorm. The sandstorm was shattered in an instant, and endless yellow sand gushed out with a strong air current, filling the entire casino in an instant, and spreading out continuously. Lin Xiao also left the casino the moment the airflow came, and dodged far away, while the others ran faster. Outside the casino, Lin Xiao stood on the tall building opposite, looking at the casino that had been filled with yellow sand, with a serious expression on his face. Although Lokdar did not come out, but he believed that Lokdal could not be so weak. Hey, Clockkeeter, the battle is about to start, how long are you going to hide? Chapter 39. Boom! The casino suddenly exploded, and a large amount of yellow sand burst out from it, blowing up the casino in an instant. A figure came out of the casino. Desert Vajra Saber. Lokdar shook his hand vigorously at Lin Xiao, and the crescent-shaped desert sword cut through the sky and came to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes were a little cold, he clenched his right hand, and punched lightly. Boom boom boom! Lin Xiao shattered the desert sword in an instant. Lokdal was not surprised, he quickly approached Lin Xiao, and threw his right hand at Lin Xiao. The moment he got close to Lin Xiao, a large amount of yellow sand suddenly appeared in Lok's hand, forming a crescent shape, like a knife, and slashed at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao still clenched his fist tightly and swung it violently. It's just that Lin Xiao didn't use armament haki when hitting someone. Lokdal has been paying attention to Lin Xiao, and after confirming that Lin Xiao will not haki, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No haki, no matter how powerful he is, he can't help him. Lin Xiao just passed through the sand blade with his arm, approached Lok, and punched again. Lokdal didn't even dodge. As a Logia demon fruit power, he can elementalize, dodging any physical attack. Even if Lin Xiao can push the Four Emperors to the ground and beat him violently, as long as he doesn't know haki, he can't help him. Unless Lin Xiao has a sea stone weapon. But Lin Xiao obviously didn't. Smelly brat, your strength is quite good, but if you only have such a little strength, today is your death day. Lokdal smiled triumphantly, his eyes full of disdain. Yamato's eyes were also full of disdain. She knew that Lin Xiao knew haki, and he was a very strong haki. Lokdal is so careless, it must be finished. Armed color overlay. At the moment when he was close to Lokadar, Lin Xiao's right hand was covered with a pitch-black armament haki, shining a pitch-black brilliance under the fiery sun. Not good, haki. Lokdal's pupils shrank. He also didn't expect that Lin Xiao would armament haki, and it seemed to be of a very high level, even stronger than before. But he actually underestimated Lin Xiao. Lokdal was about to step aside, but he was still a step too slow, and was punched by Lin Xiao, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body. The expression also became very painful and hideous. Rumbling. Lokadar suddenly flew backwards, accompanied by a strong roar and an air explosion. In the sky, clusters of white gas appeared. In an instant, Cloak Doll fell to the ground, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. The ground trembled, cracks spread, and endless dust covered half of the sky. Lin Xiao fell slowly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The battle is basically over. He punched him with all his strength, and even if he didn't lose his fighting ability, Cloak Doll would probably feel sore all over his body. Okay, the battle is over. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the figure of K-Lock appeared in front of everyone. In the deep pit, K-Lock Dar was curled up there, his body twitching slightly. After a while, K-Lock Doll stood up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. You know armament haki. K-Lock Doll regretted it in his heart. If he had known that Lin Xiao would armament haki, he would never have let Lin Xiao do it. It turned out fine, and was punched violently by Lin Xiao. Although he hasn't lost his fighting ability yet, he's almost there. At least he's sore now, unable to engage in high-intensity fighting. It's not my fault, I never said I can't armament haki, it's your own carelessness. Lin Xiao smiled happily. K-Lock Doll was about to vomit blood, and there was some sweetness in his throat. Who knew there were people in this damn place who knew armament haki? Come again. Lin Xiao jumped and threw himself at Lokadar. Originally thought that Cloak Dar had lost the ability to fight, but now it seems that he can continue to fight. That's just as well, completely wiped out Kelkadar. Get out of the way. Naturally, Lokadar couldn't sit still, even though his body was sore, he still released a large amount of yellow sand, filling the sky and engulfing Lin Xiao even more. Lin Xiao let the yellow sand rush in, covered his body with haki, and then rushed into the yellow sand, passed through the yellow sand, and came to Lokadar. Dragon Claw. Lock Doll's pupils shrank, and he was about to escape, but he was injured, his reflexes became worse, and his speed slowed down a bit. Lin Xiao's right hand, formed into a dragon claw, slapped Lock Doll with a slap. Lock Doll was shot flying again, rolled on the ground, and then crashed into the ruins of a casino on one side. Lock Dar, who was seriously injured, was not Lin Xiao's opponent at all, and was even more powerless to resist. Yamato in the distance saw this scene and retracted the weapon in her hand. She knew that the battle was basically over. Oh, I don't even have a chance to fight. Ace sighed. The other pirates had a little bit of experience, and thought it would be a tough battle, but they didn't expect Lin Xiao to gain the upper hand with just a few tricks. Da-da-da. Lin Xiao walked towards the casino slowly, clenched his hands into fists, not daring to be careless, for fear of being overturned if he was not careful. Chapter 40. Boom. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped sand blade flew out of the casino. Lin Xiao lifted his foot and kicked, and yellow sand splashed everywhere. Pang! Lock Doll also rushed out of the casino. But he didn't trouble Lin Xiao, but turned around and ran to the other side. He also knows that the current him is not Lin Xiao's opponent at all, and if he continues to fight, he will only prolong the time of being defeated. So he has to run away. Did you run away? Lin Xiao snorted coldly, with the thunderbolt on his body, he rushed out with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lokadar, blocking the way. Although it is not a Logia thunder fruit, Lin Xiao is still very fast with the speed of thunder. Lock Doll's pupils shrank, and his face changed suddenly. Not good. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Lock Doll, grabbed Lokdar's head, and pressed it hard to the ground. Lock Doll was knocked down before he could react. Pressing his head into the soil, he took a big bite of the yellow sand, and his mouth was filled with bitterness. Rumbling rumbling. In order to prevent Lokadar from escaping, Lin Xiao used a very violent attack, which made Lokadar dizzy and unable to resist. A few minutes later, cloak doll was brought down. Done. Ace walked to Lin Xiao's side, looking at the bruised and swollen clock keter on the ground, he couldn't help but shook his head with pity on his face. It's so pitiful, Lin Xiao, you are too ruthless, can't you show mercy? If you didn't surrender at the beginning, I would definitely beat you up every day until you surrendered. Lin Xiao patted some Ace's, showing a weird smile. Ace's body trembled, it was really scary. Fortunately, he took refuge in Lin Xiao at the time, otherwise it would have been worse than K-Lock doll. Okay, get me some sea stone handcuffs, tie him up for me, and get out of here. Here, Lin Xiao solemnly thanks celestial dragons. Not only provided him with a dragon slaying spree, but also provided him with a sea stone handcuff. In fact, it came along at the time, thinking that I might use it one day, and it turned out to be used. Clear. A day later, in the desert. Lok Dar woke up leisurely. As soon as I woke up, my body felt very sore, as if it was about to fall apart. How is this going? Shouldn't I be in the rain? Why is the body so painful? K-Lock doll didn't even react, and he also forgot that he was defeated by Lin Xiao yesterday. What? Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? Ace stuck his head out, blocking Locke's view. Locke doll was about to move when he suddenly felt very tired and fell down. What's going on? Why can't I move? Don't worry, you're just handcuffed by sea stone, nothing happened. Locke doll looked at his wrists, and he was indeed handcuffed. This should be the sea stone handcuffs. I told you, you're fine. Ace had a sunny smile on his face. K-Lock doll's face is very ugly. This was all handcuffed by sea stone, and he still said it was okay. For his devil fruit ability, this is already the biggest thing. Damn BD. K-Lock doll also remembered at this time, he seemed to be defeated by Lin Xiao. It's because he underestimated Lin Xiao. Once, there was a powerful opponent in front of him, and he was not careful. If he was given another chance, even if he was facing a young man, he would have to show his full strength. What are you trying to do by catching me? K-Lock Dar looked at Lin Xiao in front of him. Since Lin Xiao didn't kill anyone, it means that Lin Xiao didn't want to kill anyone, and must have his own purpose. You forgot, our captain said that he wants you to be a member of our pirate team. Ace said. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I am K-Lock Dar, how could I become a member of your pirate group? Lock doll refused without hesitation. He also has his own arrogance, and it is absolutely impossible to become a crew member of other pirates. Tisk tisk tisk, you are really too, can't you just learn from that person? Look at her, how smart she is, as soon as our captain spoke, she immediately agreed to join our pirate group. Ace pointed to a girl in the distance. The girl's skin is a bit dark, and this is naturally Nico Robin. When Lin Xiao defeated Cloak Dar, he happened to meet her and captured her easily. Then after some hard persuasion, Nico Robin naturally agreed to join his pirate group. K-Lock doll only glanced at it, eyes full of disdain. This person is full of betrayal, aren't you afraid that she will betray you at any time? Nico Robin was also a little disappointed. In fact, she also wanted to find a companion, but most of them wanted to betray her, but she betrayed her first. This caused her to have a bad reputation. Lin Xiao walked up to K-Lock at this time, his words were full of disdain. Scared? Why should I be scared? I even dare to kill celestial dragons, I don't care about the 79 million Baileys at all. The reason why Nico Robin betrayed the previous people was because those people took a fancy to Nico Robin's bounty. But Lin Xiao killed the celestial dragons, even if he brought Nico Robin there to exchange for the bounty, Marine would not agree to exchange it. On the contrary, it is very likely to attack him. Chapter 41. Kill the celestial dragons. Lock doll was stunned. What did he hear? Lin Xiao actually killed celestial dragons, that noble world noble celestial dragons. Now he finally understood why Lin Xiao was hunted down by Marine, and he had such a high bounty when he went to sea for the first time. Even if they beat Marine, it's impossible. Turns out it was killing the celestial dragons. If it was killing the celestial dragons, then it would indeed have such a high bounty, and there would be no need to care about Nico Robin's identity. They will all be wanted by the world government anyway, it doesn't matter if one person is wanted or two people are wanted. Nico Robin on the side was also very surprised. She also didn't expect Lin Xiao to kill celestial dragons. If this is the case, maybe Lin Xiao really won't covet her bounty, and she can find a real home. Unlike Cloak Doll, it is a family that does not threaten her and does not have any plots. It's unbelievable that you killed the celestial dragons. K-Lock Doll admired a little, then lowered his head and stopped talking. Lin Xiao walked up to K-Lock Doll and sat down cross-legged. K-Lock Doll turned his head, as if he didn't want to see Lin Xiao. How about K-Lock Dar? Do you want to join my pirate group and dominate the world with me? Snort. Lock Doll snorted coldly, turned his head, as if he didn't want to talk to Lin Xiao. Why, you're scared. It looks like you've been frightened by Whitebeard and dare not enter the new world. Lin Xiao sneered. K-Lock Doll turned around suddenly, a sharp cold light appeared in his eyes, and his momentum was a bit surprising. Just being handcuffed by Sea Stone, even if Lock Doll had any ideas, he couldn't resist. Humph, even if I'm defeated by Whitebeard, it's only for a while. One day I will defeat him. Locky Dale thought of Whitebeard and felt a faint pain in his left arm. Don't think about it, you have been caught by me, you don't know if you can live, and you want to defeat Whitebeard, I don't want to give you a chance, I guess you are scared. Lin Xiao sighed, as if thinking of K-Lockadar. Don't think I don't know what you want to say, anyway, I will never join your pirate group, I am Lock Dar, the sand crocodile. K-Lock Doll didn't understand what Lin Xiao meant. Lin Xiao also knew that it was impossible to get K-Lock to surrender by persuasion alone, and other methods had to be used. In this way, K-Lock Dar, let's make a bet, you join my pirate group, become my crew, I will give you a chance. A year later, the two of us will find a place to fight, as long as you can defeat me, or remain invincible, I will let you leave safely. Lin Xiao is quite confident and doesn't think K-Lock can beat him. Especially after a year. At that time, he was already strong pervert. After listening to Lin Xiao's words, Ace always felt that the words were very familiar. Isn't that what Lin Xiao told him? At the beginning, he also thought he had a chance, but as time passed, he would be beaten up every time he challenged Lin Xiao, and he had already forgotten about it. Now Lin Xiao is here to fool Lock Doll again. He could have predicted that Cloak Doll was about to enter this pit and would never be able to leave. K-Lock Doll didn't know so much, his eyes rolled around, and he was also thinking in his heart. It's hard to accept him submitting to Lin Xiao. But if you give him a chance, give him a hope, he still won't refuse. After all, no one wants to die. Lock Doll's thoughts at the moment are the same as Ace's back then, he doesn't want to die, and he wants to seize this chance of survival. Okay, I'll give you a chance to join your pirate group, I hope you can defeat me and let me stay forever. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. K-Lock Doll is also K-Lock Doll, still so proud. He obviously wanted to give himself a chance, but he said it was Lin Xiao's honor to give Lin Xiao a chance. But forget it, he was very happy. As long as K-Lock Dar joins his pirate group, he can use that loyalty card to instantly increase K-Lock Dar's loyalty. When the time comes, maybe Lin Xiao will drive Clock Keeter away, and Clock Keeter will stay with a shameless face. Also blame this loyalty card. It must be used by the team members, otherwise it is impossible to intimidate and lure Lock Doll. When you think about it, this card is pretty good. Aside, Ace also felt sorry for Q-Lock. It was another innocent little sheep that fell into Lin Xiao's mouth. It would be swallowed by Lin Xiao at any moment, and it would never escape for the rest of its life. After all, which little sheep in captivity can escape the control of the beast? Very good, from now on, you'll be the captain of the second division of our pirate team, that one is the captain of the first division, and this is the deputy captain. Lin Xiao introduced each of them. Yamato and Ace greeted at the same time. There was a gleam in Locke's eyes. One is the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, one is a Logia Maramara fruit-capable user, plus him, Logia. This pirate group is really quite powerful. Wait, can he also subdue this pirate group, so that he will have an advantage against Whitebeard in the future? Lockdoll thought so in his heart. It is estimated that even Lin Xiao does not know that Lockdoll intends to subdue his entire pirate group. Even if you know it, you don't care. Immediately Cloak Doll will surrender willingly. Chapter 42. 2 days later, Lin Xiao returned to the pirate ship. Lockadar glanced at Lin Xiao's pirate ship. Is this your pirate ship? It looks very common. Ace's face darkened. This is the pirate ship he is most proud of, but in the eyes of Lockdoll, it is so common. On the contrary, it was Lin Xiao, with golden eyes shining. By the way, you are 7 warlords of the sea, you should be very rich, just give me some money, and I will rebuild a pirate group. No money, my site was destroyed by you, and the money is gone. Lockdoll refused without hesitation. Even if there is money, it is impossible to give it to Lin Xiao. After all, after a year, he might leave the pirate group, so he naturally had to keep some pocket money for himself. System, use the loyalty card. Lin Xiao silently used the card. After using it, you should be able to handle Cloak Doll. Ding dong, Cloak Doll's loyalty has increased significantly. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lockadar suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and felt that Lin Xiao was quite excellent. No, this must be my illusion. Lockdoll shook his head vigorously. He was defeated by Lin Xiao, and he was full of resentment towards Lin Xiao. How could he have a good impression of Lin Xiao? But thinking about it carefully, Lin Xiao is really excellent, with such strength at such a young age, he is a suitable captain. With such a powerful captain, maybe he can really defeat Whitebeard and avenge his blood feud. Wait, I remember that I still have some private treasury, why don't you go get it back and treat it as the cost of our pirate group? When Lockdoll said this, he didn't believe it himself. He actually handed over his small treasury to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had a bright smile on his face. Loyalty cards just work. This has only just been used, and Cloak Doll is about to sell himself. Very well, then let's go back and move all the money away. All the money? Lockdoll's face was slightly ugly. He has collected it for so long, and this time it will be gone. But thinking about it, it seems to be possible, just treat it as an investment. Okay, I see. In this way, everyone went back again. Lockdoll's assets are also a huge insurance curry under Rainland's casino. On the way, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Lockadar. By the way, Lockdoll, you have been in Alabasta for so long, is there some conspiracy? In fact, Lin Xiao already knew what Lock would do. Just a casual question, and look at how far this loyalty card can go. Lockdoll suddenly struggled. This is a very important matter, whether Lin Xiao should be told or not. Still a year later, he left Lin Xiao's pirate group and came back by himself. Really tangled? Okay, that's it. Lin Xiao also saw Lock's entanglement, so he didn't continue to ask. As long as Lockdoll meant it. A year from now, he's sure to get Lockdoll. No, using the word get it done seems to have some special meaning, and it should be that Lockdoll will definitely surrender. 3 days later, Lin Xiao came to the rainy land, dug away all the gold, silver, and jewels of Lockdar, and then returned to the pirate ship. Looking at the jewels on the deck, Cloak Doll felt a little pained. After collecting jewelry for so long, it was finally donated to Lin Xiao for nothing. Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and saw Nico Robin on the side. Robin, look, your former boss has contributed some jewelry, do you have anything to contribute? Nico Robin rummaged through the bag, but there was nothing. I'm sorry, Captain, it seems that there is no money. It's fine if you don't have any money, just right, there are only 2 girls in our pirate group. Yamato is not married to me yet, why don't you be her dowry maid and help her try my ability first, what do you think? Lin Xiao made fun of it. How to say Nico Robin is also a beauty, looks very seductive. Nico Robin laughed suddenly and didn't care. If you need it, Captain, I can provide some services to the Captain for free. Service provided for free. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. What exactly is the service? Yes, can you provide? Lin Xiao stopped suddenly, feeling a murderous aura. Turning around, I saw Yamato looking at him with gloomy eyes. Those eyes can kill. What, Yamato, you can't wait to like me, so you're jealous of other people being with me. Humph, who would like you, even if someone likes you, it has nothing to do with me. Yamato snorted coldly and walked into the cabin. But after entering, Yamato did not leave, but hid behind the door and listened secretly, feeling quite nervous inside. This girl obviously cared about Lin Xiao very much. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth were slightly raised, and he walked to the front of the door with his hands and feet. He put one hand on the doorknob, and then pulled it suddenly. Boom! Yo, Yamato, what are you doing here? Could it be that you want to eavesdrop? Who wants to eavesdrop? I'm not interested in you at all. Yamato blushed and ran away. Hey, don't worry, Yamato, I have something to talk about. Lin Xiao beckoned, and Yamato ran even faster. Chapter 43. East Blue, an ordinary town. The huge pirate ship approached slowly. This pirate ship is, of course, Lin Xiao's pirate ship. After leaving Alabasta, Lin Xiao came to East Blue immediately. After all, this is where the story begins. As a time traveler, he should pay his respects to the hometown of the future One Piece. Deck. Lin Xiao was lying on a sun lounger, enjoying the bright sunshine and warm breeze. Beside, Ace and the others are training. Especially Clock Keeter, who is very strong in itself, but because of being severely injured, his strength is weakened, and Haki is far from what it used to be. During this period of time, K-Lock Dar was the most desperate, and it was also requested by Lin Xiao. In the future, they will definitely break into the new world, K-Lock Dar, and they should regain control of armament Haki anyway. Nico Robin walked up to Lin Xiao suddenly, put down a glass of juice, and sat down cross-legged, showing off his charming figure. Captain, why don't you train? Well, I also want to train, but I have never trained since I was a child. I am so strong. Haki learned it casually. The talent is too high. I don't want to continue learning, so as not to hurt others. Lin Xiao sighed, looking very melancholy. Ace. Yamato. Lock Doll. As strong players, they train almost every day, and it is high-intensity training. In the end, Lin Xiao was lucky. He had never trained for a while, but his strength was so strong, he was a big pervert. The key point is that Lin Xiao's words are too shocking. Nico Robin also smiled awkwardly. Captain, I can assure you that if you weren't stronger, you would have been beaten to death. Others nearby nodded. As long as they are a little stronger than Lin Xiao, they will definitely beat Lin Xiao, and let Lin Xiao know what is modest and what is traditional virtue. Don't worry, they can't beat me. Lin Xiao had a satisfied face and didn't take it to heart at all. Suddenly, several murderous eyes focused on Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao's back numb with these eyes, Lin Xiao knew who it was without thinking. It must be Yamato and the 3 of them. Cough cough cough. I won't talk about this. By the way, Robin, I remember that you will provide me with some special services. I don't know what services there are. Lin Xiao showed a smile that men could understand. Although Nico Robin is a bit darker now, it's just that the weather in Alabasta is too hot. After a long time, it will definitely be maintained. For example, Nico Robin after the Summit War, with fair skin, beautiful appearance and good temperament, is an authentic royal sister. I can provide any service, but I don't know if the deputy captain is willing. Nico Robin covered his mouth and smirked. During this period of time, she also figured out the relationship between some characters of this pirate group. Lin Xiao and Yamato like each other. Yamato is particularly easy to handle. So Nico Robin got Yamato right away and became Yamato's little sister, backed by a big sister. She wasn't very afraid of Lin Xiao either. And Nico Robin also knows Lin Xiao, he is not a bad guy. This pirate group has an atmosphere that other pirate groups do not have. You don't have to worry about her. I have the final say in this family. As long as you are willing to provide some services, I will never refuse. Lin Xiao ignored Yamato whose eyes were glowing red behind him, and looked at Nico Robin. This figure is really good. A mountain that can crush Lin Xiao to death. He, I can provide anything. Nico Robin teased and didn't care at all. She believed that Lin Xiao would definitely not mess around. There are also people who won't let Lin Xiao mess around. Then I'll take the initiative. Lin Xiao slowly stretched out his right hand, gradually approaching Nico Robin, and would reach the top of the mountain at any moment. But at this moment, a huge mace fell from the sky and hit Lin Xiao. Hearing the piercing sound coming from his ears, Lin Xiao knew who it was without thinking. No one else would dare to do this except his wife. Ma'am, you also know how hard your husband and I usually work. We always need someone to comfort us, so we can't understand me. Yamato's red eyes stared at Lin Xiao, with a faint blush on his cheeks. If comfort is needed, she can too. It's just that there are too many people here, so I'm sorry to say. Lin Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly paused and looked up into the distance. I saw a small boat approaching slowly. Captain, it seems like a shipwreck, and there is only one person on board. Do you want to save him? Then save it. Lin Xiao didn't refuse either, he just didn't take it to heart as he was just a common loser. Those who are stronger can't be so miserable. Not long after, the boat below was salvaged. A man with green hair and 3 swords on his waist was kneeling on the deck, panting heavily, looking very tired. Finally survived, that's great. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank when he saw this young man with green algae head, and the corner of his mouth curled up. It's such a good luck. Just came to East Blue, and met one of the 3 main players of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. Zoro is known as the 3-sword swordsman. He is also a young man with the talent of the world's #1 swordsman. It seems that this is fate. God let him continue to dig the corner, first dig Whitebeard's corner, and then dig Luffy's corner. Chapter 44. Where is this place? Zoro looked around, slightly confused. Here, is my pirate ship. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Your pirate ship, where is this place? How far is it from Shimotsuki village? Shimotsuki village, it's already far away. It's far away. Zoro's eyes widened. He just went out to sea to be a bounty hunter, but unexpectedly he couldn't go back. Lin Xiao has known Zoro's character for a long time, and he is definitely a real big road idiot. This guy must have lost his way. Young man, don't you know the way home? Yamato rolled his eyes. Obviously Lin Xiao is also very young, yet he still calls someone else a young man. Zoro blushed, rarely shy. I just encountered a storm, how could it be a Lu Chi? Definitely not a Lu Chi. Oh, I just asked you if you were lost, but I didn't ask if you were a road idiot. Could it be that you are really a road idiot? Click. Zoro felt his heart was broken, as if a knife had been stabbed in his heart. What a shame! The number one swordsman in the world in the future is actually Liu Qi. Do you want to kill someone? Zoro just thought about it this way, and didn't intend to kill people to silence him. Can I trouble you to take me back? Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't send Zoro back, but he couldn't force Zoro to stay either. So we must think of a surefire strategy. By the way, Yamato, when are we going to find Mihawk, the world's number one swordsman? Lin Xiao winked at Yamato on purpose. As Lin Xiao's good wife, Yamato immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant. It probably won't take a few days. The world's number one swordsman. Zoro's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. What is his goal at sea? Isn't it the number one swordsman in the world? Now that I can find it, it's just right that I can challenge him and realize my dream. Excuse me, are you looking for Mihawk, the world's number one swordsman? Can you take me with you? Zoro's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Xiao was very happy in his heart, but on the surface he was quite indifferent. Aren't you going home? No, I want to become the number one swordsman in the world. Zoro's eyes were full of determination. Everyone present was infected by Zoro's aura, perhaps this is the charm of an important male supporting role. You want to challenge the world's number one swordsman? Yes, why not join my pirate group so that I can take you there? Okay, I promise you. Zoro agreed immediately. As long as he can become the world's number one swordsman, even if he joins other pirate groups, it's all right. Who made him a road idiot? Without help, it might not be possible to find the world's number one swordsman, let alone challenge him. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. The three main players of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future were abducted by him just like that. Poor Luffy, one of the main players is missing. But what does it have to do with him? If people are not for themselves, heaven and earth will perish. Very good. From today onwards, you are a member of our Thunder Dragon Pirates. Currently, you are just a small crew member. When you become stronger, you can become a cotter. Zoro's future strength is quite good. But now he is just a newcomer, so of course it is impossible for Lin Xiao to make him a cotter as soon as he arrives. He wasn't Locke, after all. Others conquer Locke Dar, not necessarily conquer Zoro. I understand, just wait and see, one day, you will be proud, because the world's number one swordsman is your crew. Now Zoro is quite confident. But when he really meets Hawkeye, he will find that there is a huge difference between him and the number one in the world. It was also after that that Zoro saw the world clearly, kept advancing and surpassing, and finally became the top swordsman. Very well, quite confident, then Cloak Doll, it's up to you to teach him Haki, and explain it to him by the way. Of course, this kind of rough work was not done by the captain. The most important thing for the captain is to fight, occasionally molesting the beautiful female crew members and bullying the deputy captain. That's what he's supposed to do as a captain. TCH, why should you leave such a small matter to me? K. Lakadar snorted coldly, but still walked to Zoro's side and taught Zoro Haki himself. It is absolutely impossible for a person who does not know Haki to become the world's number one swordsman. Not far away, Nico Robin had some doubts. Captain, do you think this person is really likely to become the world's number one swordsman? The others also nodded. No matter how you look at it, I think Zoro is very common, and he doesn't look like he can become the world's number one swordsman. Don't worry, time will tell everything. Even if he is close, as long as I teach him, he will have a bright future. Nico Robin rolled his eyes. She always felt that Lin Xiao was a little narcissistic. There is a sense of boasting. Okay, let's not say more, you go and ask, where is the next site? Lin Xiao put on his sunglasses, closed his eyes and rested. The sun is really wonderful. As for Zoro, after hearing about Haki, he also started the learning process of Haki. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and remembered a very important thing. He seemed to have a mission accomplished. After opening the system, one of the tasks was really completed, and the lottery could have been drawn long ago. Chapter 45. Lottery. This is the most important thing right now. Before leaving New World, he had a mission to recruit a talented crew and get a battle pet. Lock Doll is a gifted crew. It's just that he forgot before, but now that he thinks about it, of course he has to smoke pets. System, draw the lottery now. Ding dong, congratulations host, or a Gallardo in the Pokemon world. Gallardo. The super beast in the Pokemon world, the Lord of the Earth. This Pokemon is still pretty good, but why not give him another one? At least get one that can fly. That is to say, Gallardo didn't know what Lin Xiao was thinking, otherwise he would have given Lin Xiao a sword of the cliff. It's so contemptuous of someone who can't fly. Although Lin Xiao was speechless, she was very happy. At least Gallardo is particularly powerful. Just when Lin Xiao was thinking, a gold sphere appeared in front of his eyes. Pokemon Ball. This should be the Pokemon Ball loaded with Gallardo. Originally, Lin Xiao thought that Gallardo would appear directly, but he didn't expect to change the way. That's pretty good too. You can hide Gallardo's things, wait until the marine rounds up, or face other four emperors, and then release Gallardo. Lin Xiao weighed the Pokemon Ball. The system is quite considerate. There is a necklace of unknown material on it, which can be worn around the neck, which is quite convenient. Hey, Captain, this is your necklace, and you are planning to give it to the deputy captain. Nico Robin suddenly noticed the necklace on Lin Xiao's neck and couldn't help but tease him. Perhaps because he recognized Lin Xiao and felt that Lin Xiao could not betray her, Nico Robin became more and more dancing, and dared to tease him in public. Not far away, Yamato's eyes flickered, and there was some expectation in his heart. Lin Xiao noticed Yamato's gaze, took off the necklace without hesitation, and handed it to Yamato. Yamato, this is for you. Lin Xiao still believes in Yamato. To be precise, the cotters he got on board are all he knows and trustworthy, only those common pirates may have spies. Although Yamato blushed and was a little shy, he did not reject Lin Xiao. Come on, let me tie it on for you. Lin Xiao took the initiative to help Yamato. People nearby were booing, and Yamato shyly stuck his head down, almost buried in his arms. Okay, this thing must be protected. After all, it is something I gave you, and it is also a very important thing. Lin Xiao stroked Yamato's hair. Kindness. Poor Gallardo, he was just given away. Gallardo wanted to come out very much, and sent a cliff sword to Lin Xiao's pirates, burying everyone on the ship. Yamato kept peeking at Lin Xiao, his little heart was jumping like 1,000 deer. Nico Robin's face was also reddish, and he felt that Lin Xiao was a nice person. It's a pity that the name Grass has an owner. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind having a relationship with Lin Xiao. Captain, there seems to be another shipwreck. Suddenly, a pirate interrupted the eerie atmosphere. There is another shipwreck. Is it possible that he is another road idiot? Lin Xiao laughed. Zoro's face darkened, and he stared at Lin Xiao. I've said it before, I'm definitely not a road idiot, it's just that I accidentally encountered a storm. Okay, please go left. Let's go. Zoro immediately turned to the right. Everyone present burst out laughing. That is Zoro, a pure road idiot, who can't even distinguish front, back, left, and right. Zoro was even more embarrassed, so he stopped talking and sat down at a random place. Anyway, the more you explain, the more chaotic you get. By the way, bring that boat up. I'm a good man. How could I just refuse to save him? Everyone rolled their eyes. Lin Xiao is not a bad person, but definitely not a good person. Soon, the people in the shipwreck were salvaged. A girl with orange hair stood in front of Lin Xiao, showing a bright smile. But behind the smile, there was a hint of cunning. Thieving cat Nami. Lin Xiao recognized the person in front of him at a glance. He thinks he is lucky, he met Zoro before, and now he meets Nami. Is this god punishing Luffy, or rewarding him? Thank you so much, thank you for your help. Nami smiled and thanked. But her eyes sneaked around here and there from time to time. This girl is definitely trying to trick him. Nami, the pilfering cat, is not for nothing. You're welcome. It's been a miserable time for you, Cloak Doll. Giving her 5 million Baileys can be regarded as an explanation. Don't order me. K-Lock Doll was very upset, but he didn't refuse. He went to the cabin on the side and took out 5 million Baileys. The others were a little curious, not knowing what Lin Xiao was up to, but they knew very well that Lin Xiao couldn't be so generous. 5 million Baileys. Nami's eyes lit up. This is 5 million Baileys. If Lin Xiao can produce so much, he can produce more Pele. If Lin Xiao is looted, she should be able to collect 100 million Baileys and redeem her hometown. Nami was very excited, but she was afraid of being discovered by Lin Xiao, so she could only restrain herself a little. No, absolutely not excited. It's my honor that this gentleman saved me. How can I ask for money from him? Nami speaks righteously and behaves very noble. If he didn't know Nami well, Lin Xiao would really be fooled by her. Chapter 46. At night, on the pirate ship, a person took advantage of the darkness to carefully walk out of the room and went to the next room. This person is of course Lin Xiao. As for the room next door, it was Yamato's room. Yamato also noticed Lin Xiao's arrival, and the little boy jumped up suddenly, feeling a little nervous, wondering what Lin Xiao was going to do. At the same time, he was debating whether to reject Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao tiptoed to Yamato, squatted down slowly, and approached Yamato. Yamato thought that Lin Xiao was going to make a move, so he became even more nervous, and quickly stretched out his hands to stop it. Lin Xiao, I'm still young and I'm not ready, can you give me a little more time? Lin Xiao. What are you thinking? I just asked you to go out to the theater, but you actually want to FK me. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious expression, Yamato knew he had misunderstood, and was quite embarrassed. This. What show are you watching? Let's go out and watch it. Okay, come with me. Lin Xiao pulled Yamato to the deck. In addition to Yamato, Ace and others have arrived. Captain, what's the fun? Everyone has doubts. Just wait. Although they didn't understand what Lin Xiao meant, but since Lin Xiao said it, they could only wait. After waiting for a while, a figure sneaked out of the cabin and walked into the treasure room on the other side. This person is of course Nami. Nami quickly walked to the front of the treasure house, then took out a steel wire, tapped the lock twice lightly, opened the lock, and walked in. Captain, I think you should change the lock. Ace suggested seriously. Lin Xiao also nodded slightly. Indeed, it's time to change the lock. By the way, I won't say much about this kind of thing, let's welcome this little thief. There were smiles on other faces too. This is the first time someone dared to hit their minds. Several people did not stop Nami, but stood outside the treasure room and waited. In the treasure room, Nami's eyes lit up when he saw the glittering gold and silver jewels inside. So much money, we must take it all away, anyway, it's all from the common people who took the money, these pirates deserve to die. Nami put away the big and small bags. And it's all worth the money. After collecting it for a long time, the backpack was finally full, but there were still a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry left on the ground. Nami looked a little sad. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be so many. I can't fit it all at once. I really want to pack it a few more times and take all these things away. Do you want us to help? Of course, thank you very much. Nami's face froze suddenly, and he turned around quickly, only to see Lin Xiao's person standing outside with a smile on his face. 7 or 8 people, everyone is very strong. But he is just a common girl. Nami judged through her rational intuition that she would definitely not be able to beat these people in front of her. Ha ha ha. I saw a thief coming in just now, so I came over to take a look, maybe I was blind. Thank you so much. Lin Xiao was also smiling, not angry at all. You're welcome, this is what I should do. By the way, since there is no one else, I'll leave first, goodbye. Goodbye, no, it should be arrested. 3 minutes later. After a fierce resistance, Nami was finally caught, tied up and thrown on the deck. Lin Xiao sat in front of Nami, drinking some wine and enjoying the refreshing xiafeng. It's a pity, you don't want to give you 5 million Baileys, but you are so greedy and want so much money. I'm so sorry, I only want 5 million, and I don't want the rest. Nami felt a little regretful. If I had known that I would have won the 5 million Baileys, I would not have to worry about being caught. Well now, it's really bad luck. Forget it, throw her into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Xiao turned his back to Nami, and didn't blink at Yamato. Yamato understood what Lin Xiao meant, and walked towards Nami cooperatively, showing a cruel smile. Nami's face turned pale in an instant. She's going to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, and she's bound to die. If she dies, who will save her hometown? Wait, don't kill me, I can give you all my money and promise you any request. Nami kept struggling. Yamato took Nami and came to the side of the pirate ship, ready to throw Nami down at any time. The others watched silently and did not stop them. They believed that Lin Xiao would not do this. Just when Nami was about to fall, Lin Xiao stopped her. Forget it, bring her here. Yamato carried Nami back again and threw it in front of Lin Xiao. Nami, it's okay if you want me to let you go, but you have to agree to one request, any request. Yes, I promise you. Nami agreed without hesitation. As long as you can survive. Nico Robin suddenly covered his mouth and smirked. Captain, don't you want this little girl to realize your ulterior conspiracy? She is still young, very young. Yamato scanned Lin Xiao with sharp eyes. Lin Xiao laughed rather awkwardly. Ha ha ha, how could I be this kind of person? By the way, it's getting so dark, and I'm already quite sleepy, so I'll go to rest first, and you guys should also go to rest earlier. Lin Xiao hurried into the cabin. Chapter 47. 3 days later, Kokosilla village. Looking at the familiar village in front of him, Nami felt very nervous, for fear that Lin Xiao would do anything to it. Her hometown has been oppressed by evil dragons for a long time. If another pirate group comes, it might collapse her hometown. Lin Xiao, why don't you evacuate here? This place has already been occupied by the dragon pirates. They are big pirates with a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Nami only hoped that Lin Xiao would fear the power of the dragon and not loot her village. A big pirate with 20 million Baileys, this is a big pirate, I'm so scared. Lin Xiao patted his heart. The nearby pirates were all giggling. As long as they have a bounty on their ship, there are basically hundreds of millions of Baileys. The one with a relatively small number, K-Lock-Dar, is also a 7 warlords of the sea anyway, so there is no bounty. Even worse, Nico Robin also has a bounty close to 80 million Baileys, not much stronger than the dragon. Clock Keeter, this is a big pirate, I will leave it to you, and I will wait for you nearby. Lin Xiao patted K-Lock Doll. Humph, a little common pirate, it's really troublesome enough to leave this to me. K-Lock Doll snorted coldly. It's just because of the loyalty card that Clock Keeter is very loyal to the pirates, that is to say, it's very true in his heart. Nami was very anxious, but helpless. Clatter. Not long after K-Lockadar left, a manatee appeared in front of Lin Xiao's pirate ship with a fierce face. Lin Xiao just watched the manatee silently. Manatee also looked at Lin Xiao silently. The two eyes looked at each other. After a while, Lin Xiao stood up, jumped softly, came to the top of the manatee, and punched it down. Boom boom boom. A minute later, the manatee had a bruised nose and a swollen face, showing fear. Take me to the Dragon Manor, you can refuse, but if you refuse, I will have an extra meal tonight. Ace also looked at the manatee, a ball of flames emanating from him. I think I can have an extra meal tonight. Seeing the flames on Ace's body, the manatee's eyes widened with horror. Shouldn't it really be an extra meal? Moo moo. Manatee made a decision immediately, then swam to one side, and gestured to Lin Xiao cautiously. Follow up. On the other side, K. Lock Doll entered the Kokosilla village in a mighty way with the people from Locke's studio. Clock Keter was planning to hide his subordinates at first, but Lin Xiao used his loyalty card, so he took his subordinates to join him without hesitation. It can be regarded as some elites in marine. For these people, Lin Xiao also attaches great importance to them and focuses on training them. Even if they are not cotters, they can also be a team leader. Or can be the deputy of the cotter. People in the village naturally noticed K. Lock Doll and others, but they dared not strike up a conversation, for fear that K. Lock Doll and the others were also some cruel pirates. K. Lock Doll casually found someone to threaten, and then found the whereabouts of the Dragon Manor. In front of the Dragon Manor, K. Lock kicked the gate, and the gate was kicked open with a bang, it was smashed in mid-air, and then floated into the sea and fell. There are no tactics at all, and no tactics are needed. After all, they are just some very common murlocs. Who? Naturally, there was no way to hide such a big movement from the murlocs. The evil dragon and others have all discovered it. Lock Doll walked in aboveboard. You are the dragon. K. Lock Doll. The dragon's pupils shrank and his face turned pale. As someone from the Grand Line, he naturally knows the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, his former boss, Jinbei, was the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that you know me, that's great, our captain let me catch you. K. Lock Doll slowly stretched out his hand, and a cluster of fine sand dust burst out from the palm of his hand, spreading slowly. Captain! The evil dragon was shocked in his heart. Wang Xiaoxi Shibukai is already powerful enough, so the captain who can subdue the 7 warlords of the sea must be even more powerful. Came to trouble him again. Ruined. He must have done too much evil in normal times, and God sent someone to punish him. Run. This was the dragon's first thought. Flash everyone, he's 7 warlords of the sea. The other murlocs recognized K. Lock's identity, and ran away without hesitation when they heard the dragon's order. You can't beat it, so you must run away. Did you escape? Arclunate Dunes. Lock Dar, a hand knife, crescent-shaped desert, cut through the nearby murlocs. The water in the murloc's body was instantly absorbed, and then fell to the ground, almost like a mummy, motionless. The evil dragon did not dare to stop it, nor was it qualified to stop it. You can only jump lightly and fall into the sea. As a murloc, the seabed is his home field. No matter how powerful K. Lock Doll is, as a demon fruit power, it is absolutely impossible to chase him into the sea. Feeling the sea water flowing by, the evil dragon was very excited and even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! So what about the 7 warlords of the sea? In the sea, it's our murloc's world, and he can't do anything to us at all. That's right, brother evil dragon, after he leaves, this place will still be our territory. K. Lock Doll's face was a little cold, quite ugly. He also didn't expect these murlocs to be so unscrupulous, they ran away before hitting them, and they didn't give him a chance to fight. Chapter 48. Captain, there is a pirate ship. The evil dragon, which was laughing wildly, was suddenly interrupted by the murloc. The evil dragon looked up at the sea, a pirate ship was sailing, and there was a manatee mooing in front of it. I thought of the pirate that K-Lock-Dar said, maybe this is the new captain of K-Lock-Dar. This should be the enemy. Let's go together, sink the ship, and then leave. The evil dragon quickly swam towards the sea surface, and the other murlocs quickly followed behind, swimming very fast. On the deck, Lin Xiao and others discovered the anomaly in the sea naturally, and walked to the edge of the ship one after another, ready to attack at any time. Leave it to me. Lin Xiao stretched out a hand and aimed at the sea. Beep beep, beep beep. Thunderbolts surrounded the palm of his hand. Idiot! Lin Xiao sneered, and the explosive lightning burst out and landed in the sea water. Sea water conducts electricity. These electric currents spread to the evil dragon in an instant. Ah! The evil dragon screamed miserably, and the other murlocs screamed miserably, and everyone on the deck heard the screams. How is this going? Nami walked to the edge of the boat, eyes full of shock. Don't worry, someone should have invaded from the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, the captain's ability can release powerful electric currents. These people are out of luck. Nico Robin patted Nami on the shoulder, feeling sorry for these people. It is not good to attack from anywhere, but from the bottom of the sea. It's true that Lin Xiao's phantom beast fruit is a vegetarian. That can release lightning. Nami suddenly thought of the dragon. Attack from the bottom, most likely these murlocs. If these murlocs were really the ones, Nami hoped they would be beaten to death by Lin Xiao. At least for now, Lin Xiao is not a bad person. A few minutes later, one after another murlocs were floating on the surface of the sea, with their belly turned upside down, their eyes turned white, and they passed out. It's really a dragon. Nami was ecstatic. I didn't expect that it was really a dragon, and it looked so miserable. If it wasn't for the wrong situation, she would definitely open a bottle of wine to celebrate. Go, salvage them all. Clear. 10 minutes later, all the murlocs were salvaged, and K-Lock-Dar returned to the pirate ship. Clock-Keter, you are so careless to let these people go. Snort. Lock-Dal turned his head, disdainful to explain. It's just carelessness. If you are careful, it is absolutely impossible for these murlocs to escape. Nami, I'm also from East Blue. I've heard about you. I'll leave these murlocs to you. If you agree to my request, go to sea with me. Nami's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that Lin Xiao actually understood her, and even all of this was probably because of her, so she was very moved. Captain, it turns out that all you did was for her, it's so touching. Nico Robin covered Sakura Momo's mouth with a small smile. Yamato narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that there is an extra love rival. But if you take a closer look, her advantage is obvious, and she is definitely not comparable to Nami. Nami's face was also flushed. It turned out that Lin Xiao was doing it for her, so Lin Xiao really likes her. If Lin Xiao confesses his love to her, should she agree? Really too tangled. Okay, I will leave these people to you to deal with, but let me tell you, pirates, you shouldn't be merciful, you should kill the grass. There was murderous look in Lin Xiao's eyes. These pirates should be dealt with cleanly. Nami struggled for a moment, then revealed a firm look. Then get rid of them. Although she didn't want to kill people, but if these murlocs were released and she left, these murlocs would definitely retaliate. Lin Xiao nodded to Ace. Ace threw the man into the sky without hesitation, and then a fire fist, everything was resolved. If it was common people, Ace might not do anything, but when dealing with pirates, Ace will never show mercy. The dragon pirates were destroyed. Nami threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms excitedly, with tears in her eyes, and she cried so much that it rained like pear blossoms. She looked quite touching. Lin Xiao, thank you. Yamato narrowed his eyes and threw himself into Lin Xiao's arms. No, it must be stopped. But seeing Nami crying so miserably, it seemed so pitiful, Yamato could only restrain himself. After a long time, Lin Xiao patted Nami's fragrant shoulder. Okay, go say goodbye to your family, and celebrate. By the way, we'll be leaving in a few days. Kindness. That night, the entire Kokosilla village was celebrating, and it was very lively. Even Lin Xiao's pirate group joined the carnival. At the same time, other people also know everything about Nami, and they still admire this young girl who shoulders everything. A few days later, the seaside of Kokosilla village. Nami stood at the bow, waving his right hand at his family. Goodbye, everyone. The villagers were also very excited, with tears in their eyes. Okay, it's time for us to go. Lin Xiao patted Nami, turned and walked towards the cabin. The pirate ship turned around and left slowly. So far, Lin Xiao's pirate group is getting bigger and bigger. Combat members, navigators, archaeologists. And, of course, there's the all-important chef. Besides, there is the captain's wife. This is also very important. If there is no captain's wife, how lonely the captain will be in the future. The captain's wife can relieve loneliness. Well, that's it. Chapter 49. The town of Rog, the town of the beginning and the end. The hometown of Roger, the One Piece, is also the place where Roger was executed. After Lin Xiao left Kokosilla village, it took him a few days to finally reach Rog town. Captain, we are running out of supplies, we have to purchase supplies. I understand, now rely on the case, and then you go to buy supplies. I will go shopping in the town, and we will meet in 2 hours. After the pirate ship docked, it split into 2 groups. Ace went to purchase supplies in person, Lin Xiao and Yamato went shopping, and Kakadar took the people from Locke's studio to guard the pirates. Perhaps because he is strong enough, Lin Xiao has no intention of hiding his tracks at all. So as soon as he arrived in Rog town, Lin Xiao was discovered by the Marine of Rog town and reported to the Marine base. In Marine base, Colonel Smoker immediately summoned all Marines to capture Lin Xiao. Colonel Smoker, the person we want to capture has a very high bounty. With just a few of us, can we catch it? A cute-looking girl hesitated. Don't worry, Lin Xiao is very young, and his strength should not be very strong. He must have done something big. We can definitely catch him. Smoker is pretty confident. He is a Logia fruit-capable person. Even if he is not Lin Xiao's opponent, Lin Xiao will definitely not be able to deal with him. Tashiji didn't say much, just silently holding the knife and standing beside Smoker. Soon, all the Marines were ready, and then left the Marine base in a mighty way. Many villagers have noticed Marine and know that Marine is about to set off, so they are full of anticipation. Because Smoker is the real Marine. A Marine who really does things for the common people is naturally respected by many people. On the street, Lin Xiao had just bought a few dolls and gave them to the 3 of Yamato Nico Robin, when he saw the mighty Marine. Well, I originally planned to buy some gifts for you, but now it seems that I have no chance. Others also discovered Marine. Nami even grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, with nervousness in his big twinkling eyes. Lin Xiao, Marine is here, let's run. She is still thinking about the fact that the pirates are about to run away when they see Marine. But yes, most pirates will run when they see a Marine, sometimes even the 4 emperors are no exception. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Yamato, you protect the 2 of them, and I can fight alone. Clear. Yamato picked up the mace at the back and did not make a move, but stood beside Nico Robin and the 2, ready to protect them. Marine quickly approached, and then came over one after another, surrounding Lin Xiao in the middle, pointing long guns and short guns at Lin Xiao. There are also many Marines with big knives. Lin Xiao, you are really too. I told you to run, but if you don't run, you are fine now, surrounded by so many Marines. Seeing so many people, Nami couldn't help complaining, but she didn't run away. She still has this bit of integrity. Don't worry, Lin Xiao can win. Yamato touched Nami's head. For Lin Xiao, Yamato is very confident. With just a few common marines, Lin Xiao can solve them in minutes. Lin Xiao, I advise you to catch him without a fight, lest I do it myself. Smoker had a cigarette in his mouth and had no intention of doing anything, but his sharp eyes fell on Lin Xiao. It turned out to be you, the smoke man. Lin Xiao thought it was someone at first, but he didn't expect it to be Smoker. This is also one of the few marines he recognizes. It seems that for the sake of approval, it is enough for Lin Xiao to teach him a little lesson today, there is no need to kill him. I'm not called Smoker, I have a name, I'm Smoker. Smoker shouted angrily. He is also a Logia smoke fruit capable user, and has nothing to do with Smoke Man. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi reminded. Smoker immediately calmed down, but also curiously. To be honest, I really want to know why you want to be a pirate, why is your name not written on the reward list? What? After knowing the reason, will you let me go? Lin Xiao joked. He knew Smoker's character well. Smoker frowned slightly. He also knew that many people had to go to sea to become pirates. He wanted to change all this, but he couldn't. Tell me first. It's very simple. In Sabayati Archipelago, I saw a celestial dragons doing a lot of evil, so I couldn't hold back and killed him. Smoker fell silent. All nearby marines froze. What did they hear? Lin Xiao actually said that he killed celestial dragons. Smoker also figured it out, no wonder Lin Xiao got so many bounties when he first went to sea, it turned out that it was because of killing the celestial dragons. But he didn't know that there was another reason for Lin Xiao's high bounty, which was that Lin Xiao defeated Admiral Akainu, so he had such a high bounty. Then, most respectable marine who upholds justice, do you think I did a wrong thing by killing a celestial dragons who killed innocent people indiscriminately? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth were slightly raised, with mockery in his eyes. The nearby marines were all silent. They all knew the identity of the celestial dragons, and they knew very well that Lin Xiao did nothing wrong at all, and it was even a good thing. But they are marine, they have their own responsibilities, even if they know Lin Xiao is right, they still have to do it. Chapter 50. Okay, I don't want to waste time with you, don't you want to catch me? You can do it, and I'll play with you. Lin Xiao took a step forward slowly, and the nearby marine immediately raised his weapon, becoming more vigilant. Smoker also drew the weapon behind him. A weapon made of sea stone, demon fruit power, once you don't pay attention, you will be pitted and lose the ability to fight. Although I know that you are innocent, but I'm sorry, as a marine, I can only do it. Smoker is also very resentful towards marine, but he knows better that pirates persecute this world even more. He can't change marine, he can only change the world as much as possible, for example, just hit Lin Xiao casually, and then let Lin Xiao go. It's the only thing he can do. Da-da-da. Lin Xiao took 2 steps forward slowly, then raised his head suddenly, with a sharp look in his eyes. The mighty conqueror's haki soared into the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. A faint purple aura, centered on Lin Xiao, spread in all directions. The nearby marine and the crowd of onlookers. Under this aura, it was like a heart being beaten, their eyes turned white suddenly, and then they fell to the ground one by one. Tashigi also held the knife and fell to the ground. Even Smoker's body trembled slightly, and when he was about to fall, he supported the ground with his own weapon, and then looked at Lin Xiao with difficulty, his eyes full of doubts. Conqueror's haki. Although he was only a base commander of the small East Blue, he was sent here only because of his personality. He also knows Conqueror's haki. So it's shocking that Lin Xiao can get the Conqueror's haki out of millions of people. Yes, you can still stand up, it seems that you are very strong. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, a little in admiration. He is a high-level Conqueror's haki, and most people can't handle it, but Smoker can handle it, which shows his strength. What's going on here? How did they fall? Nami was a little confused and didn't know what happened. Don't be surprised, after a long time, you will know that Lin Xiao is the most powerful person in this world. He patted Nami on the shoulder, looking at Lin Xiao's back, his heart was full of determination. Indeed, although the captain is somewhat perverted, his strength is quite good. Nico Robin also admires Lin Xiao a lot. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. Although it was complimenting him, but what was the meaning of lewdness, it was definitely questioning him. Okay, Smoker, I admire your character, I will let you go this time, but you have to remember, if you want to realize the justice in your heart, you only need to become stronger. Lin Xiao left slowly, and the others followed behind Lin Xiao. No marine can stand up and stop it. Although Smoker wanted to stop him, he just moved a bit, and then fell to the ground. He could only raise his head with difficulty, looking at Lin Xiao who had disappeared into the distance. Lin Xiao, Conqueror's Haki. Gradually, Lin Xiao disappeared. On another street, Lin Xiao continued shopping. Being defeated by his Conqueror's Haki, it is impossible for these marines to disturb them for a short time. By the way, Lin Xiao, why did you put back those marines? Aren't you a pirate? Nami was a little puzzled. In her eyes, pirates were bad guys, except for Lin Xiao. But pirates should be enemies with marine, and the two sides will fight each other until one side is defeated or escapes. Lin Xiao patted Nami's head lightly. Nami, you know, not all pirates are bad, and not all marines are good. Although our marine and the pirates are enemies, it doesn't mean that the two sides are immortal. Sometimes, the pirates will recognize marine. He simply admires Smoker's character. Change someone here and kill them in minutes. Nami also nodded in understanding. About an hour later, Ace prepared all the supplies, then boarded the boat together and left Rog Town. By the sea, Smoker, who had recovered, brought Tashiji and others, watching Lin Xiao silently. Tashiji, apply to Naval Headquarters, I'm going to be transferred to the Grand Line, I should work hard, I must not lose to him. Clear. Daisuke was very happy. Smoker has long been able to enter the Grand Line, but has been reluctant to go, it seems that some are unwilling to make progress. Now I am finally willing to enter the Grand Line. Colonel Smoker, are you trying to catch Lin Xiao? No, I want to catch more pirates. Smoker's target is not just Lin Xiao, but all pirates. Lin Xiao didn't know, he made a trouble. But even if he knew it, he wouldn't take it to heart. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku received the news from Lin Xiao, and immediately summoned all marine officers to prepare to encircle Lin Xiao. Recently, Celestial Dragons has been under a lot of pressure. There will be calls every day, whether he has caught Lin Xiao or not. He had a headache from hearing it, and his hair seemed to be about to fall out. It's not that difficult to catch Lin Xiao. It is difficult to know the trace of Lin Xiao alone. Every time I learned about Lin Xiao's traces, Lin Xiao disappeared in an instant, let alone chased Lin Xiao. Now it's finally all right, knowing Lin Xiao's whereabouts, they can encircle and suppress Lin Xiao, and then give Tianlong an explanation. Chapter 51. Naval Headquarters, received orders from Sengoku, all marine senior generals are here. 3 admirals sat at the front. Next to Garp and Crane Vice Admiral. Afterwards, several marine generals sat at a time, and their status was ranked from high to low. After everyone arrived, they just looked at Sengoku without saying a word. But they knew very well that since Sengoku had summoned so many people, something big must have happened, but they didn't know what it was. Sengoku scanned the crowd below, and after confirming that everyone had arrived, he took out the documents. Everyone, Colonel Smoker from East Blue Rog Town just sent a message that Lin Xiao's whereabouts have been found. When Akainu heard Lin Xiao, his eyes were full of murderous intent. The smaller half of the body turned into magma, which was flowing and emitting scorching heat. The people nearby frowned slightly and moved away slowly. They don't like the heat of the magma. Marshal Sengoku, where is Lin Xiao now? I apply to arrest him. Akainu could not forget the last humiliation. A Marine Admiral was easily suppressed by two people. Of course Sengoku also planned to do something to Lin Xiao. At present, the enemy has just left Rog Town and headed for the Grand Line. The world government has strongly urged us to capture Lin Xiao and give the Celestial Dragons an explanation. The Marine generals frowned slightly, a little unhappy. As a righteous Marine, he actually wants to give an explanation to the Celestial Dragons, which is simply Marine's humiliation. But they didn't say anything. Okay, it happens that the three of you are here, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, the three of you set off together, and you must catch Lin Xiao. By the way, apart from Lin Xiao, Kaido's daughter Yamato, Fire Fist Ace, and Sand Crocodile K Lock Doll were all arrested together. Clear. The three admirals stood up together and walked outside. In addition to the three admirals, this time Akainu was smart and brought a lot of people, all of whom were marine elites. It was also because Akainu was afraid of being beaten, and he was afraid of being beaten by gangs, so he specially prepared a lot of experts to gang up on Lin Xiao when the time came. Let Lin Xiao know the pain of being beaten by a group. All this, Lin Xiao does not know. At the port, Sengoku saw that more than a dozen marine warships had left, and couldn't calm down. After all, this time, 3 admirals were arranged, which is equivalent to a super large battle. It is also a rare battle for Marine over the years. If Marine loses, it will be a big blow. Garp tapped Sengoku on the shoulder. Sengoku, don't worry, they will never lose, this time there is Marine and Admiral, how could they lose? Click eat. Sengoku's face darkened. Please, when comforting people, can you not eat? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like comforting people. Still, Sengoku looked into the distance. He was always very restless. On the other side, after Lin Xiao left Rog Town, he went directly to the Grand Line. He has enough subordinates now, and there are many strong people, maybe a little worse than the Four Emperors group, but not much worse. Then go to other 4 seas for a stroll, maybe you can find 1 or 2 masters. Or complete 2 more tasks. On the deck, Lin Xiao enjoyed himself as usual. Everyone else is training hard. Ace, Zoro, Lock Doll. The 3 of them are very talented, as long as they work hard, each of them can become a strong person on their own. Especially Clark Doll, who already had a foundation, but his spine was interrupted once, so he just needs to connect it. Lin Xiao, don't you train? Nami was puzzled, holding an orange in his hand, peeling it slowly. No need, the talent is good, there is no way, there is no need for training at all. Ace, Zoro. They had an urge to hack Lin Xiao to death. So smug, almost contemptuous of them. Nami also felt very speechless and stopped talking to Lin Xiao. Hey, the orange is peeled, give me a slice. Why should I treat you to oranges? Nami rolled his eyes, but still took a piece of orange, handed it to Lin Xiao, and fed it into Lin Xiao's mouth himself. Ah! Lin Xiao bit down and licked Nami's hand. Nami immediately retracted his wrist. I just went to the bathroom and didn't wash my hands. Lin Xiao. This girl is naughty enough. And actually looked at him with a playful smile. Lin Xiao immediately grabbed Nami, put her on his lap, and then raised his hand to pat her down gently. I let you tease me, and I need to teach you a lesson. Nami blushed, but she didn't stop her. She just curled her head together like an ostrich, a little embarrassed. Yamato beside him also watched silently. In my mind, I imagined that I replaced Nami, lay on Lin Xiao, and was taught by Lin Xiao. But all this is just a thought. Lin Xiao noticed Yamato's eyes, and pulled Yamato gently, pulling Yamato to his side. Yamato, are you envious? I can give you a chance to replace Nami. I didn't. Yamato was about to refuse, but Lin Xiao pulled Yamato down beside him. Nami ran away shyly. Thank you, Sister Yamato, please take over my shift. Yamato blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. But for some reason, he didn't want to resist Lin Xiao, but just like Nami, his head shrank. Chapter 52. Woo woo woo. Captain, there are Marines coming, many Marines. On the deck, Lin Xiao immediately jumped up, came to the side of the ship's strings, and looked at the sea in the distance. At a glance, the densely packed marine warships have surrounded his pirate ship. If you want to leave, you must break through. Lock Doll, Ace, and others ran quickly. A lot of Marines. Aces are all feeling the pressure. It was the first time he faced so many Marines. Lin Xiao, did you see those people? Lock Doll's face was gloomy, and his expression was a little dignified. Lin Xiao also saw it. Marine 3 Admiral. It seems that in order to solve him, the world government spent a lot of money and mobilized 3 admirals at once. These are the 3 top combat forces standing by the sea. It may be a little worse than Garp, but Lin Xiao doesn't know how much worse. After all, the two sides have never compared, that is, Garp himself said that he might kill Akainu. Marine Admiral. Nico Robin's delicate pretty face was a little pale. She saw Aokiji again, and even thought that Aokiji had come to catch her this time, and she was the one who got Lin Xiao involved. The brief time together had already made her recognize Lin Xiao, and she didn't want Lin Xiao to be hurt because of her. Lin Xiao saw what was going on in Nico Robin's mind and patted her on the shoulder lightly. Don't worry, it's because I killed the celestial dragons, and it has nothing to do with you. It was only then that Nico Robin remembered that Lin Xiao seemed to have gone too far than her. Of course, if you feel particularly guilty, after this war, you can dedicate yourself to me and let me taste the taste of beauty. Lin Xiao joked. The originally somewhat depressing atmosphere was completely liberated, and the nearby pirates all laughed. Nico Robin also covered his mouth with Sakura's peach. If the captain is willing, I don't mind, the battle is over, the captain can ask for whatever he wants. Really? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Suddenly a murderous aura filled the air, Lin Xiao shuddered, turned his head, and saw Yamato's gloomy gaze. Ha ha ha. We'll talk about this kind of thing later, first find a way to deal with marine siege. Lin Xiao looked at the approaching marine warship, jumped lightly, and sat on the side of the ship. This is the largest war since he crossed. Marine 3 admirals, several Marine elite vice admirals, almost moved the entire naval headquarters here. It was simply an attempt to kill him. But Lin Xiao wasn't too worried. Their strength is not bad either. Yamato, Lock Doll, himself, each is a top player. Maybe a little worse than Marine Admiral, but not by much, especially since Locke is basically back to his peak form after a long training session. At this moment, Lock Doll is the big pirate who dares to challenge Whitebeard. What's more, Lin Xiao also has the super mythical beast Giulardo. It's not clear if you can fight well, but you can definitely run if you want to. Ding dong, the host is facing a large-scale siege by the Marine, please successfully escape the siege by the Marine, and get a lucky draw chance. The system always comes on time. Just as Lin Xiao was about to start, the task of the system came. And it came just right, not only to escape from Marine's pursuit, but also to complete tasks and get rewards. Everyone, if Marine wants to catch us, let him know how powerful we are, and we pirates are not easy to bully. Lin Xiao shouted, and the atmosphere on the scene was mobilized instantly, and many pirates were furious. While Marine is strong, they're not bad either. Their captain Lin Xiao, deputy captain Yamato, and 7 warlords of the sea. I would like to solemnly thank Marine here. Because of supporting 7 warlords of the sea, Marine of Common thinks that 7 warlords of the sea has the power to fight against Marine Admiral. It made Marine a little weaker. Lin Xiao, don't die. If you die, I will just quit your pirate group. K-Lock-Doll looked a little serious. But Lin Xiao is very clear that K-Lock is just talking, and he has already approved the current pirates in his heart. Marine on the opposite side was also watching Lin Xiao and the others. Especially Admiral, who is quite curious about Lin Xiao. Just such a young man dared to kill the celestial dragons and even defeated Akainu. Akainu, this man looks quite young, did he really beat you? Kizaru speaks strangely, like a hermaphrodite. That is to say, Akainu knew Kizaru's character, so he just snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. It's getting close, ready to make a move. Aokiji walked forward slowly, grasping the side of the boat with both hands. A burst of cold air emerged, and a streak of ice formed on the strings of the boat. Marine generals took out their weapons one after another. The other Marines also returned to their respective posts, ready to do it at any time. Everyone, prepare to fight. Lin Xiao found that Marine was ready and started to prepare at the same time. This battle is very important. The Marine pirates are all ready, and the war is about to break out. Rumbling, rumbling. Fire. Both sides issued a battle order at the same time. There are shells and explosions everywhere on the sea. Puffs of thick black smoke came out, and there was a burst of sulfur smell in the air. The war broke out completely. This is the biggest war in so many years. The war has begun. Lin Xiao suddenly became excited, his blood boiling. He was actually looking forward to this battle. Perhaps this is the grand ambition of the traveler. Chapter 53. Rumbling. On the surface of the sea, there were explosions from time to time. The airflow from the explosion blew against the surface of the sea, and waves beat against it. Lin Xiao stood at the bow of the boat, a gust of air was blowing head-on, and his jet black hair was blowing with the wind. It's time to do it. Yeah, it's time to do it. Ace pulled his hat, a flame burst out from his hand, and his eyes became more excited. In the distance, Marine is also ready to fight. The ships on both sides gradually approached. Do it! Akainu shouted and jumped out first. In mid-air, Akainu clenched his arms and punched Lin Xiao suddenly. Rumbling, rumbling. The fiery magma erupted, forming a huge fist in an instant, as if carrying a jet. Obviously, Akainu still has a grudge against Lin Xiao, so he was the first to attack Lin Xiao, wishing to kill Lin Xiao immediately. Yo, Akainu, it looks like you really hate me, the first one you want to kill is me. Lin Xiao also jumped up and flew into the air. His target is also Akainu. Having fought the last time, he has a lot of experience, and he is sure that he will be invincible. As for wanting to win, it is not that simple. Lin Xiao clenched his right hand tightly, the muscles in his arm swelled, and scales emerged on his arm, forming a solid armor. The right hand also turned into a dragon claw, and several sharp claws reflected a dazzling light. Is this the Zoan Phantom Beast? It looks quite powerful, but speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Kizaru's body was covered with golden light, behind Lin Xiao who was moving at the speed of light, and then he kicked down with his feet covered in golden light. Lin Xiao could even hear the sound of piercing through the air behind. Kizaru, your opponent is me. K-Lockadar was also fast and responsive, appearing next to Lin Xiao when Kizaru was about to kick down. A large amount of yellow sand emerged, forming a sharp sand blade, which was thrown vigorously. The blade slashed at Kizaru. Boom! Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. Aokiji jumped into the air, his arms folded, his entire arm covered in ice. A gust of cold air came out, forming a huge ice bird, making a loud and violent sound, and then flew towards Lin Xiao. The target of all three is Lin Xiao. They also know that Lin Xiao is the captain of this pirate group. As long as Lin Xiao is eliminated, this pirate group will be disbanded. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato flashed past, moving like a thunder. The mace in his hand swung down and hit the ice bird. Click! The ice bird was shattered with a stick. I didn't expect that there are so many masters in your pirate group, but today, I will capture all of you and send them to Impel Down. Akainu's tone was a bit cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Please, Akainu Admiral, look at your eyes, as if you are going to kill me. How could you send me into Impel Down? And can you calm down your expression? I don't know, I thought I abducted your daughter and married your daughter. Lin Xiao joked, not worried at all. Akainu's face was ferocious, and the flesh on his face was pressed against him, making him look a little scary. Go to hell, Great Eruption! Kizaru and Aokiji also did it together, and the three admirals released their own tricks at the same time. Magma, Ice, Laser. Clock Keter, Yamato, let's go together. Lin Xiao was the first to rush to Akainu, and the right hand of Longhua scratched towards the void, and the magma was crushed by Lin Xiao, and scattered in the sea water. K-Lock Dar also met Kizaru. Yamato confronted Aokiji, and the two sides fought fiercely. Everyone go together, for the sake of justice, we must destroy the pirates. A Marine Vice Admiral drew his sword, jumped out, and landed on the pirate ship. The other Marine generals jumped out one by one. The Marine warship also approached quickly. The two sides quickly moved closer together, and then a fierce battle ensued. There were explosions and shouts of killing everywhere on the sea. Lin Xiao, if no one else helps you this time, it will be your end. Akainu's whole body was covered by magma, and the temperature in the air was extremely hot. Waves of heat blew on Lin Xiao's face. Humph, this is just a small scene. If I beat you today, I will be famous all over the world for beating up Red Dog. When I enter the new world, I will definitely have a place. No one can talk. Lin Xiao would also, anyway, just say something to make Akainu angry. Akainu was really furious. The magma on his body suddenly swelled up, forming a huge arm, as thick as a titan's arm, and then blasted down on Lin Xiao. There was a sound of air explosion in the void. Dragon Claw! Lin Xiao also raised his right hand, and the thunder burst out, forming a huge dragon claw, as thick as Akainu's titan-like magma arm. Rumbling! The dragon claw and the arm collided, and a violent explosion occurred. An invisible air current accompanied by smoke enveloped the figures of Lin Xiao and Akainu. Bang bang bang! In the smoke, there was a constant roar. Even though it was shrouded in smoke, the battle between Lin Xiao and Akainu did not stop, but became more and more intense. The crowd couldn't see anything, only black shadows flashed by. Damn it, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. Akainu's face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with a sense of crisis. The current Lin Xiao is already strong enough. As he continues to grow, one day, he will not be able to suppress Lin Xiao. Akainu, let me show you my true strength. Lin Xiao suddenly opened the distance between him and Akainu, scales appeared on his body, and then quickly grew in size. Soon turned into a blue brontosaurus. The body of hundreds of feet was floating in mid-air, and the scales on the body shone with the brilliance of blue. Akainu was stunned. Phantom beast species. Although I guessed it a long time ago, it was the first time I saw it. Dragon, it's a dragon. Many Marines yelled out in surprise, with shocked expressions on their faces. Even the pirates were shocked by Lin Xiao. It was the first time they saw that Lin Xiao turned into such a huge dragon. Akainu, the battle has begun. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, and a thunder came out of his mouth. Surrounded by thunder, a thunder column was formed and sprayed towards Akainu. The battle became more intense. Chapter 54. Great Eruption. Dragon Claw. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Mouth. Thunder 8 trigrams. On the surface of the sea, several figures crisscrossed, making thunderous sounds from time to time. The battle between Marine and the pirates has entered a fierce stage from the very beginning. Thunder and fire are intertwined everywhere, mixed with ice and gold light. A warship was buried and corroded by sandstorms. In the sky, Lin Xiao in the form of a thunder dragon stared intently, and at the same time secretly glanced around. Although the battle was intense, Lin Xiao could tell that their side was at a disadvantage. 4 major battlefields. He played against Akainu alone. Although he was invincible, he could not gain an advantage in a short period of time, and he might even be in a disadvantaged state. The battle between Lockdoll and Yamato was also tough. The two are indeed very good, but compared to Marine Admiral, it is not so good. That is to say, the battle has just begun, both sides have strength and can still fight, but after a long time, the two are definitely not Marine Admiral's opponents. In the last battlefield, Ace was also besieged by many Marine generals, and he resisted tenaciously only by relying on Maramara fruit. As long as there is a Marine Admiral to end the battle first, the outcome of this battle is already obvious. Fortunately, Lin Xiao still has a trump card. Yamato, do you remember what I told you? Use it now, it will be too late after a long time. Lin Xiao shouted loudly, and did not intend to hide the existence of Giulardo. Otherwise, after they are defeated, Giulardo will be unable to recover the disadvantage if he plays again. The only way to take advantage of this opportunity is to dispatch all combat forces, quickly gain an advantage, and end the battle. Understood. Yamato instantly remembered what Lin Xiao said, immediately took off the Pokemon ball on the necklace, and threw it out forcefully. In fact, Yamato didn't know what it was, but Lin Xiao told her that she believed Lin Xiao very much. A ray of light emanated from the Pokemon ball. Aokiji was about to attack. Seeing this light, he retreated subconsciously, a little vigilant, for fear that Lin Xiao might have some conspiracy. He thought Lin Xiao was so powerful, he must not be from common. Ho 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 ho! Suddenly, there was a loud roar. The whole sea was trembling. In the sky, the dark clouds that originally shrouded it disappeared in an instant, and the sun became very hot, covering the entire sea with hot sunlight. What the hell is going on? Why is it so hot? Aokiji frowned. The sun was so hot that even he, a frozen fruit-capable user, felt a little uncomfortable. The other Marines also stopped fighting. Even Akainu looked around, a little wary. Suddenly, the sea rolled over. The crust at the bottom of the sea is moving and rising, causing the sea level to rise rapidly. All the ships were shaking violently. Everyone be careful! Aokiji yelled immediately, and then put his hands together. A cloud of cold air emerged from his palms, covering the surface of the sea, completely freezing the sea water. Click! But in the next second, a crack suddenly appeared on the ice surface, which continued to expand and then shattered. Aokiji, be careful, there seems to be a huge creature down there, it should be sea kings. Kizaru made a reminder. Akainu and Aokiji also noticed and watched silently. The ice surface shattered, and a very huge creature ran out from below. What came out was a bipedal, huge creature that resembled a dinosaur. This is Groudon, Lord of the Earth in Legendary. As soon as he came out, the momentum was very strong. No worse than Marine 3 Admiral. If you want to deal with any Admiral, you have a chance of winning. 3 Admiral looked at Giulardo who came out, and he wasn't too surprised. The world is so big, and there are all kinds of strange creatures under the sea. The only surprise is Giulardo's strength, which seems to be very powerful. But that's okay, it's just a good-looking sea kings anyway. Giulardo, let's do it now, first give them the sunshine flame. Lin Xiao appreciates Giulardo, that is, he can't fly, otherwise it would be even better. After hearing Lin Xiao's order, Giulardo shot a ray of light at Akainu. Akainu's pupils shrank. At the critical moment when the light was about to shine, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the fatal attack. The flames of the sun hit the sea surface on one side, erupting with dazzling light, and a huge air current was set off in the center of the light. The sea water kept shaking, and a huge wave slapped towards the marine warship. But before it got close, Aokiji waved his hand, and a wave of ice froze the wave, and did not touch the marine warship. The sun's flames dissipated. A part of the sea surface was sunken, stretching for more than 10 miles, as if it had been evaporated. Yo, what a powerful attack! If this is hit, it must be very miserable. Although Kizaru's tone was teasing, his expression was serious. The other two marine admirals didn't look too well either. If such a powerful light hits the body, it will definitely be finished. And from the looks of it, this huge creature seemed to obey Lin Xiao very much. The situation has now been reversed. Between the two sides, no one can gain an advantage. The next thing to watch is the battle. Akainu, a new round of fighting has begun. Lin Xiao smiled smugly, feeling very excited inside. Chapter 55. Humph, it's just a Sea Kings, it can't change the situation of the battle at all. Akainu snorted coldly, not paying attention to Gilardo. But also, few of the world's top powerhouses are afraid of Sea Kings. The world is always human beings are the protagonists. Lin Xiao chuckled. They actually regarded the mythical beast Gilardo as Sea Kings, and today Marine saw it. It's a pity that it wasn't Kyoka who was summoned this time, otherwise, in a world full of seas, the three admirals would be finished. Gilardo, you go and deal with Aokiji, the ice player, and play with him. Lin Xiao did not command Gilardo. He also has to fight Akainu, but he doesn't have that much energy. Ho 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 ho! Gilardo roared, then opened his mouth. A huge flame spewed out. Jet flames. One of the big moves of the fire department. In this world, the power is extremely powerful, but it is not the world where Pokemon can't burn people to death. Before the flames got close, the heat wave came. Aokiji felt a burst of heat. This fiery feeling, Akainu's magma can't compare, which makes Aokiji very shocked. Ice Cube 2 thorny spears. Aokiji grabbed at the void, suddenly 2 icy spears appeared in the air, and then threw it forcefully. Carrying the momentum of piercing through the air, the spear pierced the flame. Click! The extremely cold air froze the flames in an instant. But in the next second, the high temperature of the flames softened Aokiji's ice. The crimson flames flew past Aokiji and rushed into the sky, dyeing the whole sky red. The temperature in the air kept rising, the water evaporated, and the space looked distorted. But when the temperature reached Aokiji, it disappeared. After all, he is also a frozen fruit capable user, and the cold air on his body seems to be in a world of ice and snow. It's very hot. Aokiji was a little surprised. This temperature is no worse than that of Akainu. Aokiji, can you handle it? Although Akainu usually doesn't get along with Aokiji, but at this time he still cares a lot. Don't worry, although this Sea Kings is very powerful, with my strength, I can still fight. You guys end the battle as soon as possible. Aokiji is still very confident about his own strength. At least it can block Gilardo. Well, I'll end the fight as soon as possible. Pfft! Lin Xiao couldn't help laughing. Akainu, UBD, what are you doing, bragging about number 1? Akainu's face turned dark. This is looking down on him, Marine Admiral. What? Don't you agree? Don't forget, who was beaten by me last time, and finally thrown into the sea. Akainu looked even uglier. This is not about him. The nearby Marines didn't change their faces, they couldn't laugh at Akainu. Lin Xiao, today is your death day. Akainu had a gloomy face, unable to hide his murderous intent. Then let me play with you. Lin Xiao twisted his huge body, flying in the air, spit out a thunderbolt from time to time, or lashed at Akainu with his tail. Rumbling. Akainu rushed to Lin Xiao first, and the two fought fiercely. The sky is full of thunder and magma, and huge explosions occur from time to time. Beside, several other people also started fighting one after another. Groudon let out a roar and walked slowly towards Aokiji. Wherever it passed, the sea was gone, and Gilardo could walk on it. Because of this, Gilardo is called the creator of the earth. Yo, although you look very powerful, I'm really sorry. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, I can only deal with you. Ice sprouted from Aokiji's body, and kept expanding, covering half of his body. The temperature in the air gradually dropped, but the temperature on Gilardo's body kept rising. The heat and the cold are intertwined, and there is a feeling of ice and fire. Lin Xiao took a sneak peek. This is the most important battle. As long as Gilardo wins, the possibility of their side winning is very high. Ice Cube stormed Pheasant's mouth. Aokiji spread his hands, and the cold air formed an ice bird, howling, and flew towards Gilardo. Gilardo spit out a flame casually, melting the ice bird. Then it strengthened the power of the flame and sprayed it towards Aokiji, and Aokiji felt a burst of hot air. It's very hot. Aokiji dodges quickly, then throws a few more attacks. All kinds of ice covered half of the sky, enveloping Gilardo. But these ices were melted by Uzumaki with the flame Uzumaki just approaching Gilardo. Aokiji couldn't do anything to Gilardo for a while. On the contrary, Gilardo can use all kinds of attacks, all of which are very powerful. Aokiji dare not attack hard, so he can only dodge passively. Okay, strong enough. A ray of light bloomed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Although he knew that Gilardo was very powerful, he never thought that Gilardo could suppress Aokiji. Even Marine Admiral was suppressed. Lin Xiao just wanted to shout now. Who else? But considering the current situation, it's better not to be so arrogant. You must be low-key. Akainu also saw the suppressed Aokiji, snorted coldly, and moved more swiftly in his hands. Maybe it felt that Aokiji couldn't win, so he wanted to defeat Lin Xiao as much as possible, and then go to end the battle. Rumbling. Lin Xiao also noticed that Akainu's attack became more fierce, and seemed a little desperate. Chapter 56. Ho 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 ho! Gilardo roared angrily, spouting flames continuously from his mouth. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky, shooting Aokiji non-stop. Aokiji's reaction was not slow, he moved at a high speed, and quickly hid aside. Gilardo turned his head, and the pillar of fire was also moving, approaching Aokiji non-stop, but Aokiji avoided it. Hey, so scary, are all the current Sea Kings this powerful? Aokiji patted his heart with a happy face. Gilardo's attack was too violent. Every flame shot up into the sky, and all the clouds in the sky were washed away. Wisps of hot air radiated around the flames, and the temperature in the air had already risen, as if in a crater. That is, Aokiji's frozen fruit is quite powerful. But even so, the sea around Aokiji is frozen, so the temperature is lower. Ice Age. Aokiji jumped onto the ice, endless cold air erupted, and another frost condensed on the sea. The ice continued to spread, and the nearby sea water and ships were all frozen in ice, and even Gilardo's body was also frozen in ice. Great, this is Aokiji Admiral's trick, we Marine will win. Of course, that's just a Sea King's, how could it be Aokiji Admiral's opponent? The nearby Marine shouted excitedly. They only saw that Aokiji had sealed Groudon in ice, but they didn't know that it couldn't do anything to Groudon at all. Aokiji knows this too, so saves time and takes this opportunity to appear right above Gilardo. Ice Cube 2 Thorny Spears. The two ice spears were thrown vigorously. Click! The icy spear pierced Gilardo's body, and soon shattered, turning into icy slags that fell from the sky. As soon as the ice slag touched Gilardo's body, it melted into water, and evaporated into water vapor in an instant. A large amount of white gas enveloped Giulardo. What a solid body! Aokiji's pupils shrank. His icy spear, if mastered, using armament haki, should be able to withstand it. Unexpectedly, Giulardo blocked Aokiji's attack with only his body. Kika. A gust of hot air emanated from Giulardo's body, and the nearby ice instantly melted into water, and then gasified again. Your Excellency's white steam enveloped Giulardo, blocking everyone's sight, and many people couldn't see Giulardo clearly. Ho 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 ho! There was a sound of anger. There was a violent roar in the air, and the sea water roared wildly. A warship in the distance was affected by this shock wave and shook violently. Plop plop! Many marines did not react and fell to the ground, and some even fell to the bottom of the sea. Aokiji frowned slightly. What a powerful guy, what is going on, why can he control sea kings? Until now, Aokiji still thinks that Groudon is the sea kings. The white mist still hangs over Giulardo. Giulardo in the mist opened his mouth, and a golden light shot out from his mouth instantly. Similar to Kizaru's laser beam. This is the big trick in Pokémon to destroy the dead light. Aokiji dodges quickly, and the gold light flashes past him, almost hitting his body head-on. Rumbling. The beam of light hit the distant sea surface. The sea water exploded, setting off a huge gold mushroom cloud. The strong air current blows the sea water, forming a huge wave that rolls over. The waves surged to more than 10 meters in an instant, and continued to climb, and soon the waves rose to tens of meters. It's like a mountain is pressing down. No, sea water is coming, everyone be careful, get out of the way. Retreat, everyone retreats quickly. The Marines were terrified when they saw the monstrous waves. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot compare with the power of nature. Just like the original Atwal naval battle, the famous Golden Lion was defeated by a wave. Ice Age. Aokiji didn't care about dealing with Giulardo, and aimed at the waves in the distance. The cold air spread from his hands, and he touched the waves soon. The surface of the wave was frozen, and then spread, and the surrounding sea was all frozen, and the tsunami was stopped. Lin Xiao felt a little regretful. Marine Admiral is still pretty strong. The short fight between Giulardo and Aokiji made Lin Xiao understand that Giulardo's attack was so fierce that Admiral didn't dare to fight it. But it is not so easy to solve Admiral. After all, people can flash. If the two sides really fight, Giulardo, as a beast, should be able to kill Aokiji. But obviously Aokiji can't fight Giulardo desperately. However, if Giulardo can be brought back to the original, it may be possible to defeat Marine Admiral. It's a pity that what he got was not the Giulardo in the original return form. Giulardo roared suddenly, and a huge mass of magma burst out from his body, similar to Akainu. At least Aokiji subconsciously glanced at Akainu. This kind of attack is still very uncomfortable. Instead, Lin Xiao took another look. The Sword of the Cliff. Aokiji should be dissatisfied with Giulardo. Giulardo actually came directly to the Sword of the Cliff to warn. Great eruption. Akainu didn't care so much, he jumped in front of Lin Xiao and punched him down. Hot magma formed a giant arm. The magma arm, like a volcanic eruption, rushed towards Lin Xiao with a huge shock wave. There is an unstoppable urge to Lin Xiao, who will never give up. Chapter 57. Rumbling rumbling. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and a huge rock with lava burst out, aiming at Aokiji. The speed of the rock was very fast, and the magma on it was like an injector, pushing the rock, and in the blink of an eye, it came directly above Aokiji. Aokiji's originally calm face changed. The impact is too strong. In addition to such a big rock, once it hits him, no matter how strong his constitution is, he will not be able to hold it. In this world, only Kaido of the beasts has such resistance. Aokiji turned around and prepared to retreat. But at this moment, the magma rock suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Not good. Aokiji's face became even uglier. Rumbling. A huge roar sounded, and the magma rock exploded, and the dazzling light carried a violent shock wave. Aokiji was about to escape, but it was too late. The shock wave from the explosion had already reached him, and he could only be elementalized immediately. Not good, everyone run. Lin Xiao moved away immediately. He doesn't have the elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit. If he is affected by Gilardo's unique move, it will be too late to regret. Several others also retreated one after another. Akainu also retreated immediately, but before he had time, he could only use elementalization. As for Kizaru, it's fast and hits the spot. Several powerful marines nearby also ran away. The shock wave of this explosion feels very powerful, and they don't want to be injured for no reason. It's just that Common's marine is out of luck. The marine warship left very slowly, and was soon affected by the shock wave. The strong air current overturned the marine warship at once, and countless marines fell into the sea. Although struggling desperately, a wave beat over, and marine, who fell into the sea, lost the strength to resist and followed the wave. Lin Xiao returned to his own pirate ship, flicked its tail lightly, and kicked the pirate ship that was about to overturn. Then a wave slapped over, the pirate ship shook, and swam away with the shock wave. Marine and pirates separated. "Captain, is this Sea King's your pet? It's amazing." A gleam flashed in Ace's eyes. He also wanted to have this kind of destructive big move, thinking in his mind that Maramara fruit should also be able to do it. Even the name of the ultimate move has been thought of. It is called Dianjaian Emperor. The other pirates and marine were all shocked. This trick is too powerful and has too wide a reach. If it is in the middle of an island, it is estimated that the island can be destroyed in an instant. Remember, he is our companion, Gilardo, and the Lord of the Earth in Legendary. Lin Xiao pointed to the center of the explosion in the distance, his face full of pride. This is his companion. The other people beside him didn't say much, but they were all shocked by Gilardo's strength. In particular, K-Lock Doll was also shocked, and his loyalty continued to increase. At this moment, the explosion is still going on. The seawater is superimposed layer by layer, forming a huge wave. Many marine warships are rolling. That is, Lin Xiao's ship was far away, so it was not affected too much. Fortunately, Gilardo was running directly towards marine. If he got too close, he would also be affected. The explosion gradually stopped. Aokiji also stopped elementalization in an instant, moved quickly to the distance, and patted his heart, very grateful. Great, fortunately it can be elementalized. He even imagined that if there was no elementalization, he would definitely be hit hard in the middle of the explosion. What a scary guy, this Sea King's is actually so powerful. Kizaru's tone was weird, but he looked wary. The faces of other marines are also quite ugly, especially Akainu, who has already failed once and does not want to fail again. Continue fighting. Akainu didn't intend to give up, and rushed to Lin Xiao again, planning to deal with Lin Xiao first, and then the others. He believes Aokiji can hold off Gilardo. Kizaru also came to K-Lock Dar at the speed of light. Fighting broke out again, this time even more violent. There were shouts of killing and clashes of swords, guns, swords, and halberds everywhere. People die every moment. As time passed, K-Lock Doll gradually lost the wind. Although he was 7 warlords of the sea, his strength declined rapidly after being defeated by Whitebeard. These days, K-Lockadar trained crazily, fought Lin Xiao, was besieged by several people, and regained control of armament Haki. But after all, he didn't fully recover, so as time passed, he gradually became unable to match Kizaru. Lin Xiao's complexion was not very good either. After all, his men were too few, and Yamato and Ace were besieged by the Marine Elite Vice Admiral, unable to spare their hands at all. If this continues, you will definitely lose. So it's time to break out of Marine's blockade. At the same time, just north of the battle area, a huge figure was swimming fast. And the target is the sea area of the battle. If Lin Xiao were here, he would be surprised to find that this person is the Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts from New World. Kaido swam for a long time, stopped suddenly, and looked up at the sea area where Lin Xiao was fighting. In the sea area in front of him, not only bursts of explosions could be heard, but the sea surface not far away seemed to be frozen. Someone is fighting, this freezing ability, could it be Marine? Kaido thought of Marine Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji is Logia frozen demon fruit power. Chapter 58. Yo, K-Lock Dar, well, why is 7 warlords of the sea inappropriate, and actually joined the pirates, is it over now? Kizaru moves left and right, very fast. He's the most relaxed Marine Admiral ever. Against a gram of lock doll, the advantage is quickly gained. Unlike Akainu, although he was still injured, Lin Xiao couldn't help him in a short time. Aokiji is even more unlucky, the opponent is the strongest, one suppresses Aokiji, making it impossible for Aokiji to gain an advantage. Lock Dar rolled his eyes, despising Kizaru. I really thought he was willing to join Lin Xiao's team. Wasn't he defeated by Lin Xiao and had to compromise, although in fact he also recognized Lin Xiao, but he was still speechless. Kizaru is like a beam of light, moving at high speed, dodging around K-Lock Dar, attacking K-Lock Dar from time to time. Under this fierce offensive, Cloak Doll was exhausted from defense, and even had scars on his body. Clock Keter, why don't you surrender? For the sake of you being 7 warlords of the sea, I can intercede with Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru is smart and knows to use small tricks. It would be nice if Kelketer surrendered without a fight, saving a big fight. Don't talk nonsense, Lao Zi will not surrender. Lock Doll immediately refused. He knew very well that the betrayed Marine, once caught, would definitely be sent to Impel Down. Lin Xiao gave him hope at the beginning, so he surrendered naturally, but Marine would not give him hope. Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for being rude, I can only defeat you. Kizaru didn't hesitate anymore, flew into the air, pulled his hands towards the void, and a gold longsword appeared in his hand. Just when Kizaru was about to make a move, there was a sudden pause, and then it turned into a beam of light, quickly dodging away. The moment he got out of the way, a huge mace broke through the air, carrying a terrifying momentum, and then flew towards the marine warship. Boom! With a loud noise, a big hole was smashed out of the marine warship, and a large amount of seawater surged in, quickly engulfing the marine warship. Everyone felt such a huge movement, stopped fighting at the same time, and quickly retreated, and then looked into the distance at the same time. A tall figure swam towards him quickly. Seeing this familiar figure, the faces of all the marines present changed. Especially Akainu, with an ugly face. It's as if Lin Xiao snatched his daughter and wife away. Kaido of the Beasts. Akainu nearly gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, Kizaru was on the verge of defeating Cloak Dar, but Kaido of the Beasts actually came over. With Kaido's strength, he can completely turn the tables. At that time, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Yamato's face was also ugly. She could already guess that Kaido personally dispatched, most likely to bring her back, and Lin Xiao by the way. It happened to come at this time. Kaido approached slowly. That huge figure brought a great sense of oppression. Many marine pirates were jumping in their hearts, and most of them dared not look directly at Kaido. This is the power of the New World Four Emperors. Each one is an existence standing at the pinnacle of pirates. Kaido approached, glanced at the crowd, and finally set his sights on Yamato. Yamato, come back with me. Yamato's body trembled, his eyes full of panic. Ever since she was a child, she has always been terrified of this father and wanted to resist, but Kaido is too powerful for her to resist. Lin Xiao also noticed Yamato's panic, and quickly returned to Yamato's side. The nearby marines also retreated. Now that the situation is unclear, it is best not to interfere. Lin Xiao patted Yamato, then looked directly at Kaido in the distance. Kaido, I'm so sorry, Yamato is already mine, if you want to bring her back, then defeat me first. Lin Xiao. Yamato looked at Lin Xiao's side face, his heart was surging. For the first time, she discovered that Lin Xiao actually felt so secure. The other pirates were also very touched. Whether it's Nami or Nico Robin, and the confused ones are Ace and K-Lock, they all admire Lin Xiao. This is the captain who deserves their respect. Kaido glared at Lin Xiao, a sense of aura enveloped him. Although it is not Conqueror's haki, but with a strong murderous look, many marine pirates in common are trembling. Lin Xiao looked directly at Kaido, completely ignoring Kaido's frightening aura. Although Kaido is strong, he is not weak either. You are very powerful, I saw it, you seem to be in the form of a Zoan phantom beast dragon, give you a chance, rely on me, I can help you get rid of these marines. Originally Kaido wanted to kill Lin Xiao. But seeing Lin Xiao in Thunder Dragon form, Kaido let go of his killing intent and prepared to recruit Lin Xiao. He even prepared to make Lin Xiao one of the 4 disasters. After all, this is a phantom beast. His pirate group has such a huge army of capable people, and there is no phantom beast. The faces of many marines next to them were pale, and the marine generals seemed to have taken gunpowder. This is the most critical moment, and Kaido will actually intervene in this battle. And with Kaido's strength, he can definitely turn the situation around in an instant. When the time comes, Marine will have to think about how to escape. Akainu wanted to run away and take Kaido down. But considering Kaido's strength, Akainu could only suppress the anger in his heart and glared at Lin Xiao at the same time. This look is like that of a boudoir who hates a woman, complaining that the little fresh meat in front of her is not seduced by her. Chapter 59. Well, have you decided? Kaido's calf-sized eyes stared at Lin Xiao. A murderous look filled the air, as if as long as Lin Xiao refused, Kaido would kill without hesitation. Yamato became nervous and clenched the mace in his hand. As long as Lin Xiao made a decision, she would fight out with Lin Xiao. All the pirates are ready. Father-in-law, do you need to be so nervous? We are a family. Lin Xiao started dating relatives directly. Yamato was a little surprised, he didn't expect Lin Xiao to say that, he thought Lin Xiao was going to fight Akainu desperately. Just when she was about to say something, Lin Xiao pinched Yamato lightly. The movement was so light that Kaido didn't even notice it. Yamato also understood Lin Xiao's thoughts, so she didn't say any more, she also wanted to see what Lin Xiao's purpose was. Everyone was silent. Father-in-law, you call me father-in-law. Kaido froze for a moment, then set his sights on Yamato. He is a daughter of Yamato. In other words, Lin Xiao has a relationship with Yamato. Although I have heard Jack say it a long time ago, but I really heard it, that is another concept. Wait, that seems pretty good too. Kaido thought carefully. Lin Xiao has outstanding talent, is a Zoan phantom beast, and is able to fight Marine Admiral Akainu. No matter which aspect, Lin Xiao is very good and indeed qualified to be his son-in-law. Very well, as long as you join my beast's pirates, I agree with you to marry my daughter. Yamato felt a little uncomfortable. She was actually used as a bargaining chip by Kaido. The faces of the marines turned green. Kaido actually teamed up with Lin Xiao, which means that they have to face more enemies. In this battle of encirclement and suppression, their marines are doomed, and now they should be thinking about how to retreat. Father-in-law, I was going to take Yamato to meet you, but Marine came right away. I've heard that my father-in-law is very powerful, why don't I show my father-in-law? Lin Xiao smiled, as if the relationship was very friendly. A vain combat power, useless. Anyway, he was Kaido's son-in-law, but he may not listen to Kaido's words, and he may even annex the beast's pirates in the future. Akainu and other marine generals were blown up. It's fine if you don't run away, but you still let Kaido do it. This is really abhorrent. Wait, Kaido, you're watching what we do. The Marines suddenly became anxious. If Kaido attacked them, together with Lin Xiao's team, they could only run away. Humph, some trash Marines, I'll get rid of them now, and then I'll take you away. Kaido thought that Lin Xiao agreed to join the beast's pirates, and immediately prepared to attack Marine. By the way, show off your own strength and let Lin Xiao know his terror, so that Lin Xiao will not have any dissatisfaction. Whoosh! Kaido swung his fist down. If the weapon hadn't just been lost, he would have smashed it down with a mace. Akainu didn't say much, and got out of the way immediately. Aokiji jumped to the side of Akainu, grabbed it towards the void, condensed a spear of ice in his hand, and threw it at Kaido forcefully. They didn't say much about Kaido either. And they are very clear that it is useless to talk too much. Kaido wants to do it, and will never give up, so the only way is to defeat Kaido. Gyulardo stood beside him and didn't do anything to Aokiji, which was Lin Xiao's secret order. Let Kaido go fight Marine hard. He took the opportunity to paddle, or slipped away sometime. Anyway, the father-in-law belongs to the father-in-law, and it is absolutely impossible to join the beast's pirates. Rumbling rumbling. Kaido is also worthy of being Kaido. The two just punched each other in common, and it set off a huge shock wave. Let the pirate ship shake violently. Ace, what are you doing so stupidly? Hurry up and leave. Lin Xiao patted Ace on the head. Ace reacted instantly and immediately let his men run away. This strange behavior, of course, caught Kaido's attention. Father-in-law, I was injured just now, I will retreat for now, please help me block Marine. Kaido thinks about it carefully, it seems to be true. Lin Xiao and the others are still young people after all. Although they blocked Marine's attack, they should be injured and need to rest. Anyway, Marine can deal with it alone. Seeing Lin Xiao leaving, Akainu originally planned to stop him, but after thinking about it carefully, he finally gave up. Lin Xiao's strength is not bad, and if they really want to fight, they don't have enough confidence, so it's better to find a way to deal with Kaido first. Look for a chance to deal with Lin Xiao later. Soon, the pirate ship left the battlefield. Captain, are we really going to join the beast's pirates? Ace asked impatiently. Others also set their sights on Lin Xiao. Especially Yamato, he was even more disturbed. When did I say I was joining the beast's pirates? But you just... Please, I'm Kaido's son-in-law. It's okay to catch up with my father-in-law, but there is no rule that a son-in-law must join his father-in-law's pirate group. Everyone immediately understood that Lin Xiao was fooling Kaido and asking Kaido to help them fight for free. Lockdoll blushed. Lin Xiao, if Kaido finds out, he will definitely look for you every minute. The other pirates also nodded. This is provoking the Four Emperors. It would be weird if Kaido wasn't angry. Chapter 60. Send the order, go west, and drive at full speed. A pirate turned the rudder, and the pirate ship made rapid progress towards the west. Ace frowned slightly. Captain, why are we going west? Didn't we promise Kaido to be north? Before Lin Xiao left, he had told Kaido to gather in the north. You idiot, I'm fooling Kaido, why are you going there? Are you fighting him hard? Lin Xiao patted Ace. Ace covered his head, not daring to say more. On the other side, Kaido and Marine fought for a long time, and finally didn't want to fight anymore, turned around and left. This is because he wanted to meet Lin Xiao earlier, and then recruited Lin Xiao's pirate group, so he didn't want to fight. In normal times, since he had fought with Marine, he would never have escaped if he hadn't lost his strength and was captured by Marine. Akainu looked at the fleeing Kaido, hesitated a little, and finally gave up the pursuit. Even if they catch up, they may not be able to beat Kaido and Lin Xiao together. As for keeping Kaido, this idea is even more impossible. Kaido has been caught many times without incident, so they don't want to waste time. If you have this opportunity, why don't you go back and take a rest, and at the same time think of a way to solve Lin Xiao completely. 3 days later, a remote and uninhabited island. This small island is not very big, it appears every morning, and at night, it will be submerged by the tide. When Kaido came, it happened to be daytime. A lonely island, just floating there. The sea rolled and lapped on the shore. Kaido glanced at the lonely island, and saw the end at a glance. Nothing, let alone a pirate ship. Well, he must have lost his way, and he should be able to come after a while. Kaido didn't doubt Lin Xiao at all. He is the Four Emperors, and it is Lin Xiao's honor to join his pirate group. It's a pity that Kaido didn't know that Lin Xiao had already left with his men, and he was the only one waiting here foolishly. At night, Kaido's lower body was submerged by sea water. That is to say, his size is huge. Normal people probably have been completely submerged together with this island. The next day, Kaido still waited alone. It must be to escape the marine, it must be like this. Third day, Kaido is still waiting. It is estimated that the pirate ship is broken, and the pirate ship should be repaired now. Third day, Kaido always believed that Lin Xiao would definitely come, but encountered some troubles. After all, he would sometimes get lost in the sea, let alone Lin Xiao. Anyway, he didn't think Lin Xiao dared to deceive him. Until the nth day, Kaido finally got a little impatient and called Jack to help him investigate. This afternoon, while Kaido was still waiting, Jack's phone call came. After Kaido answered the phone, he couldn't contain his anger. Because according to his information, Lin Xiao is already on the Grand Line. It is far from where he is now. At this time, Kaido didn't know that he was played by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't want to join him at all, he was just using him. Damn it, BD, Lao Zi must kill you. An angry Kaido hit the ground angrily. Rumbling rumbling. A crack appeared on the island, and it continued to spread, and then the entire island broke apart and sank into the sea. With just one move, a small island became so silent. Kaido was furious. Lin Xiao not only used him to fight Marine, but also made him wait here for a long time. Anyone would be PD off, let alone Kaido with his bad temper. Kaido glanced in one direction, then swam quickly. Now Kaido just wants to find Lin Xiao, and then teach Lin Xiao a profound lesson. Archer. Captain, why are you sneezing? Is someone missing you? Ace joked. Lin Xiao slapped him down, and Ace dodged easily. Hey, Captain, you can't hit me, you can't hit me, he he he. Ace smiled smugly, his expression was rather beating. Snapped. Lin Xiao suddenly slapped again. This time Ace didn't react. Look at you, am I that kind of person? With your deputy captain and historians, I'm enough. Am I greedy? The nearby pirate rolled his eyes. There were only 2 women on the entire pirate ship, and Lin Xiao unexpectedly fell in love with them all, and didn't give them a chance. As for the remaining Nami, that is, a child, they naturally didn't take it to heart. He also rolled his eyes, then he was a little shy and lowered his head, embarrassed to continue looking at Lin Xiao. Even Nico Robin, on one side, felt shy. Lin Xiao's words were basically a confession. Ace covered his head, looking aggrieved. Captain, I'm not wrong. Someone must be thinking about you. It must be the deputy captain, or our historian. Whoosh! Yamato smashed over with a mace. Just because I'm too embarrassed to do anything to Lin Xiao doesn't mean I'm too embarrassed to do anything to Ace. Ace was sent flying like that. Nico Robin also used his ability, with many arms emerging, grabbing Ace, and it was a blast. Poor Ace, talk without brain. Chapter 61. Hey, Deputy Captain, you two know each other, why did you hit someone? It hurts. Ace looked distressed. Although Yamato and the others didn't hurt the killer, they did use their strength, and the hitter still hurts. Humph, who told you to be cheap? Lin Xiao snorted coldly and hugged her chest triumphantly. This is the gap between the two of them. Ace was even more speechless. Captain, it seems that what I said is what you said, there is nothing that cannot be said. Of course, it should be me. Lin Xiao's deputy captain is also a historian, and has nothing to do with you, so you and us cannot be used. Lin Xiao was talking nonsense solemnly. Ace and other pirates were shocked by Lin Xiao's speechlessness. When did it actually belong to Lin Xiao? Yamato and Nico Robin blushed a little. Both of them were embarrassed to refute. Captain, the conscience of heaven and earth, you also said this just now, how can you blame us? Ace felt very unlucky. They obviously said the same thing, but in the end he was taught a lesson, but Lin Xiao is still fine. This. Lin Xiao pretended to be thinking. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome than you. Handsome guys are often easily protected. Puff. Ace was about to vomit blood. This explanation is weak. And he is also very handsome, okay? The nearby pirate also touched his face, then nodded. They can be sure, they are handsome. K. Lockdoll snorted coldly. This kind of pirate group is still very warm, much warmer than his previous bar lock studio. By the way, my historian, I remember before the battle, what did you promise me? Does it still count? Lin Xiao suddenly looked at Nico Robin. Nico Robin covered his mouth and smiled. Captain, I don't mind, but I don't know if the deputy captain will agree. To be honest, if Yamato agreed, Nico Robin would not necessarily reject Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is so heartwarming. Such a warm-hearted, excellent pirate captain is exactly what she needs. The premise is that Yamato agrees. Humph, she still needs to agree to this kind of thing. In this pirate group, I am the absolute king. I want to open a harem, and no one can refuse me. Lin Xiao snorted arrogantly, then took a sneak peek at Yamato. Don't look at his arrogant tone just now, but in fact he still cares about Yamato a lot. If Yamato refuses to agree, he will definitely not be able to forcibly open the harem, at most he will use various legal means to make Yamato accept this. Yamato raised his eyes and picked up the mace. Although he didn't do anything, he still had a smile on his face, but Lin Xiao could feel the murderous look in Yamato's eyes. If Yamato did it, it would be terrible. Ha ha ha. I'm joking, am I this kind of person? I like you the most, I wish you all, everyone is happy. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed. The murderous aura gradually faded. What a scary girl. Nico Robin was still a little disappointed. Captain, how can you give up? If you like her, you don't even have the courage to say that you love her. It's not a big deal for Ace to sow discord at the side. Lockdoll just dropped the word coward. Lin Xiao clenched his fists and walked slowly towards Ace. Ace, it seems that your skin is itchy, and it seems that you should teach yourself a lesson. Ace's face changed slightly, and his heart felt cold. It seems that he can't beat Lin Xiao now. Wait, Captain, Cloak Doll also said that even if you want to hit someone, you should hit him too. Lin Xiao chuckled and ignored Ace. Hitting one is still very easy, but hitting two is asking for trouble. Locky Dale glared at Ace, actually betraying him. Sorry, who made you easy to bully, so I plan to teach you a lesson. Ace had a bitter expression on his face. This is purely bullying soft persimmons. Who made him the weakest existence among several cotters? Ace made up his mind that he must become stronger so that Lin Xiao could bully Locke in the future. I hit. Lin Xiao jumped to Ace. Captain, I was wrong, I don't dare again, please give me a chance. There was a shrill scream on the deck. Of course, the two sides didn't really come to each other, they were just punching and kicking. It's just how Ace can compare to Lin Xiao. Ace gets punched and nearby crew booed. The most booing was the members of the original Spades Pirates, and they even started to place bets. Nico Robin looked at all this and felt very warm in his heart. This is the pirate group she wants. Saul was also gradually recalled in his mind. I also have friends. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded. Everyone stopped. Because the sound of the siren means that the enemy is coming. Lin Xiao, UBD, you dare to trick me, I will never let you go. A roar came from a distance, and a stream of air was blown up in the sea, hitting the pirate ship, bumping and shaking non-stop. Lin Xiao's complexion changed slightly. The voice seemed familiar. Turning around, a tall figure approached. I'll go, Kaido, why is this guy here? Lin Xiao cursed loudly. I thought I had already thrown Kaido away, but I didn't expect to meet Kaido again after a long time. Looking at Kaido's angry look now, there must be a lot of anger in his heart. This time I came here, 9 out of 10 are looking for trouble. Yamato's pretty face was also a bit uncomfortable. Actually met Kaido again. Chapter 62. Kaido gradually approached. That huge body stood erect in front of the pirate ship. A frightening momentum was released. Under the cover of this aura, everyone felt very small. It's like seeing a big mountain. Kaido's calf-sized eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao, full of murderous intent. Lin Xiao, didn't you mean to wait for me there? I waited there for 7 days, why didn't you go? Lin Xiao was speechless. Kaido is so obedient, really waited so long. And still waited 7 days. The other pirates were also speechless, and Yamato didn't expect his father to be so honest. Oh, you don't know, after I left, a storm flew over, and just like that, I gradually got lost. Lin Xiao was talking nonsense solemnly. Everyone in the room was complaining in their hearts. Do you really think Kaido is an idiot? This kind of thing, if you are cheated once, you will definitely take precautions, so don't think about being cheated a second time. Really? Then I will trust you once, and come with me now. Kaido still believed in Lin Xiao. He didn't think anyone would dare to deceive him. Everyone. For the first time, I realized that the Four Emperors were such naive people. This is clearly a trick, but Kaido believed it. Yamato was also very emotional. Kaido is so easy to fool, why didn't she fool Kaido before? Lin Xiao didn't think of it himself. Okay, let's go now. Kaido turned and left. The confident Kaido didn't think Lin Xiao dared to do anything, and even handed over his back to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is also very helpless, it may be difficult to fool Kaido away this time, so he can only use force to solve it. With the strength of a few of them, it is estimated that it is particularly difficult to defeat the beast's pirates, but it is still possible to defeat Kaido. Yamato, release Gilardo, the 3 of us will do it together. Clock Keter, you retreat now. Lin Xiao jumped into the air, kicked down hard, and kicked Kaido on the back. Because he was too confident, Kaido didn't think that Lin Xiao dared to make a move, so he didn't resist at all, and was kicked by Lin Xiao head-on. Pang! Lin Xiao's kick contained great power. Kaido didn't react for a while, and was just kicked away by Lin Xiao, sliding on the sea surface for a long time. Kaido was stunned when he hit him all of a sudden. Not to say join his pirate group. What a hero to attack from behind. Yamato also jumped out and landed in the water. As far as she and Lin Xiao are able to fight in sea water, K-Lock is the demon fruit power. While falling into the sea, Yamato threw the pokeball. Gilardo appears in the sea. We retreat. K-Lock doll understood Lin Xiao's thoughts in an instant. He also knew that as a demon fruit power, it was definitely impossible to fight in the sea. Ace thought of that too. But soon, Ace suddenly thought that the last time Lin Xiao gave him a medicine, after taking it, he seemed to have no side effects. but Lin Xiao told him not to take part in the battle. Ace figured it out very quickly. Lin Xiao probably thought he was too weak, so he didn't want him to intervene. He was looked down upon. In the sea water, Kaido came to his senses and quickly swam towards the sea surface. He also knew that Lin Xiao was teasing him, so he was naturally very angry, and he made up his mind to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. By the way, take his girl back. Kaido is here. Lin Xiao shouted, while getting ready for battle. Although Kaido is still in the sea at the moment, Lin Xiao still noticed it with the advanced observation haki. It is worth mentioning that after breaking through the encirclement of marine last time, the lucky draw is the advanced observation haki. Thump! Kaido came out of the sea, staring at Lin Xiao with angry eyes. This look, can't wait to eat people. Lin Xiao, how dare you play tricks on me? Idiot, do you know? How could I join your pirate group? I have my own dreams. Lin Xiao also stopped fooling around. It's time to fight Kaido. Very well, you are doing well. Kaido glared at Yamato suddenly. Yamato, what about you? You're going to betray me too. Yamato looked at Lin Xiao, saw the encouraging look in Lin Xiao's eyes, and strengthened his determination in his heart. I have decided that starting today, I will be a member of the Thunder Dragon Pirates and will never betray. Very well, you are all well, I have decided, I will kill you all. An angry Kaido hit him with a fist. That fist, which was about the size of a hill, hit Lin Xiao on the head. After this punch, no matter how tough Lin Xiao's physical fitness is, it is estimated that the pain will be unbearable. Ho 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 ho! Gerudo opened his mouth, and it was a fiery flame. The flames hit Kaido like a pillar of fire, and then exploded. A strong airflow swept Kaido, and the endless flames engulfed Kaido. But Kaido's arm still slammed. Waves of heat blew on Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao jumped, stepped on Kaido's arm, and then ran quickly, running towards Kaido's head. Yamato on one side also jumped into the air, held up the mace in his hand, and smashed it at Kaido as well. The two started at the same time, attacking from both sides, and launched the most violent attack. An unprecedented war broke out completely. Chapter 63. Damn it, you two bastards, Lao Zi must kill you. Kaido roared, the flames on his body trembling. He could clearly sense that Gyulardo's jet flames were carrying a scorching heat. That is to say, he has rough skin and thick flesh, and ordinary people really can't bear Gyulardo's jet flame. Idiot! Lin Xiao sneered, he was already an enemy, so he naturally wouldn't care about Kaido's opinion. And the three of them together, want to defeat Kaido, don't be too simple, at most it is a matter of time. Although Kaido was shrouded in flames, he could feel Lin Xiao running on his arm. Then he raised his other hand and grabbed it against his arm. Despite its size, it is not slow. The huge palm soon enveloped half of Lin Xiao's sky, ready to catch Lin Xiao at any moment. Whoosh whoosh! Lin Xiao's figure flickered, quickly passed through the gap between Kaido's fingers, jumped onto the fingers, and stomped hard. Kaido's arm trembled, and at the same time he shook it vigorously, and the other hand also patted Lin Xiao. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato rushed out suddenly, holding a mace in his hand, surrounded by thunder, and smashed hard at Kaido with a stick. Boom! Kaido was huge and was in the sea, his actions were blocked by the sea water, and he had to face Lin Xiao's attack, so he couldn't block Yamato's attack for a while. Yamato's mace, carrying great power, sent Kaido flying in an instant. Kaido's huge body just flew towards Gyulardo. Gura opened his mouth more, and there was a golden light. Destroy the death ray! Rumbling rumbling! Kaido was hit head-on again. The power contained in that huge energy was like hitting a baseball, knocking Kaido into the air. Poor Kaido is miserable, being hit twice in a row. That is Kaido, the strongest creature. If the common people were hit like this, it would probably be over long ago. But Kaido was fine, he was just blown away, at most he was dragging on the surface of the sea, and then fell into the sea. It looks like the captain has won. Ace watched from a distance, very happy in his heart. K-Lockdoll also had a strange look in his eyes. According to Lin Xiao's current strength, if he develops for a while, he might be able to defeat Whitebeard. Then he can take revenge. Thump! Kaido crawled out of the water and rubbed his body. It hurts, it really hurts. Although there was no injury, there was still pain. After Kaido came out, he looked at Yamato angrily. Yamato, I taught you to fight, is that how you face me? Yamato looked calm, but his eyes were full of determination. Although you taught me since childhood, I have my own life and my own future. Even if you stop me, I will never let you go. Kaido just looked at Yamato. This is the first time he has seen Yamato so determined. Maybe he hasn't seen Yamato for many years, and he is not particularly clear about Yamato's changes. Very well, since you dare to resist me, then I will take you back. Kaido punches Yamato. The angry Kaido used all his strength, and seemed to want to wipe out Yamato completely. Yamato also clenched the mace in his hand. Lin Xiao jumped out of the sea suddenly, his right hand instantly turned into a dragon, and then he grabbed Kaido. Kaido suddenly abandoned the target and took a photo of Lin Xiao. I wipe it, UBD. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse out. As expected, he is Yamato's father, no matter how angry he is, he will show mercy. It's just that Yamato was used to cheat him. But since you have fought, you must not escape. Lin Xiao didn't dodge either, and slapped Kaido hard with his right arm. Rumbling rumbling. The two men bumped their arms together. With Kaido's huge body, accompanied by strong shock waves, coupled with powerful strength, Lin Xiao felt a little overwhelmed. In the final analysis, the time is still too short, and there is no foundation to fight against the Four Emperors. After a while, he will be able to. Seeing that Lin Xiao was at a disadvantage, Yamato suddenly jumped into the air and smashed down on Kaido. Gallardo also opened his mouth, and a hot flame burst out of his mouth, and then spurted out from his lungs, blasting towards Kaido. Kaido dodges Yamato's attack, and then narrowly escapes Gallardo's attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiao quickly approached Kaido and kicked Kaido's right hand hard. Although he is relatively small in size, he is powerful. Kaido flew upside down and nearly fell into the sea. Yamato, let's be together as a husband and wife and defeat Kaido together. Lin Xiao rushed towards Kaido quickly. Yamato's cheeks were slightly red, with a hint of shyness. But the speed is not slow, and they also rushed towards Kaido together. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, started at the same time, attacking frantically. Gallardo stood in the distance, constantly using long-range attacks, spraying flames, destroying death rays, or other skills, bombing in turn. Although Kaido's strength is very strong, he is still slightly insufficient in the face of the three masters, and he is quickly suppressed. Great, Captain, come on! Yes, the Four Emperors must be defeated. The little pirates shouted excitedly. Especially seeing Lin Xiao and Yamato suppressing Kaido, they felt their blood boil. This is Four Emperors. If they can defeat the Four Emperors, their pirate group will surely become famous all over the world. Chapter 64. Damn it, you bastards, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kaido roared, becoming more berserk. But even so, Lin Xiao couldn't help it. If it was a person, Kaido would have enough confidence to defeat Lin Xiao, but he had to face three top players. This fight back and forth is completely crushed. Although Kaido usually provokes Marine, he has been used to being crushed. But this time, he was teased by Lin Xiao and beaten violently. Of course, he couldn't restrain the anger in his heart. An angry Kaido punched him. Lin Xiao narrowly avoided it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yamato jumped at Kaido, the manual mace, covered in pitch-black haki, and smashed it down hard. Kaido quickly dodges, and Lin Xiao leans forward. The right hand that had already turned into a dragon grabbed it hard, and it happened to be on Kaido's arm, causing Kaido's body to tremble slightly, and then fell backwards. Groudon also uses jet flames. A ball of flame hit Kaido, and the flame exploded, engulfing Kaido in an instant. Gyulardo, the sword of the cliff warns, Yamato, you come with me. Clear. Yamato followed Lin Xiao, and the two attacked at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. The Gyulardo behind is also ready. Facing the siege of 3 people, Kaido has only one choice, which is to bear the attack of some of them and avoid the others. It's great. The captain and the vice-captain are working together. This should be the same heart as husband and wife. Nami shouted excitedly. At the beginning, she was afraid of being affected by accident, but seeing Lin Xiao so brave, she was not so afraid anymore. Standing in front of Nico Robin, with 2 big eyes shining, his heart was extremely shocked. This is the real pirate. With every gesture of your hand, you can cause changes in the world. Compared with Kaido and Lin Xiao, Evil Dragon is a little brother. Lin Xiao almost didn't fall. But it sounded pleasing to the ear. On the contrary, it was Yamato who blushed pretty and couldn't help but give Nami a supercilious look. Nami stuck out her tongue too. You two, don't underestimate me. Kaido punched Lin Xiao and Yamato aside. Gyulardo. Gyulardo's body was covered with magma, exuding scorching heat. A huge rock, emerging from the water, rushed towards Kaido. Here it is, Master Gyulardo's ultimate move. The pirate shouted excitedly. Ever since Groudon's precipice sword almost defeated Aokiji, these pirates have become fervent fans of Groudon. Ha ha ha, it's just a stone, I'll smash it right away. Kaido smiled triumphantly, rarely in a good mood. It was just a rock with magma, as long as he wanted to, he could smash it with his fist. And Kaido did exactly that, hitting the lava with his fist. Lin Xiao smiled. Yamato also smiled brightly. The whole pirate group laughed. Kaido noticed everyone's smiles and felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. In the next second, the stone covered by magma suddenly emitted a very dazzling light. Not good. Kaido said badly to himself, but he was still a step behind. The magma stone exploded instantly. Rumbling rumbling. There was a loud bang. Kaido was affected by the explosion, and then flew out like this, his body spinning in mid-air. Lin Xiao and Yamato have already retreated. Lokdal looked at the gradually approaching waves, his expression changed slightly. Hurry up and get out of the way. Just as the pirate ship turned in a different direction, a burst of waves beat over, the pirate ship bumped and swayed, and moved forward by waves. The explosion gradually subsided. It hurts. Kaido struggled in the sea like a child. After a moment of pain, Kaido looked at Lin Xiao angrily, his eyes filled with endless flames. You two dare to resist me, I will never let you go. In anger, Kaido's body changed rapidly and turned into a huge blue dragon, floating in mid-air. Qinglong stared at everyone present, a cloud of white smoke came out of his nose, and a mouthful of flames spit out from his mouth. The dragon is actually a dragon. Except for a few people who knew it, everyone was shocked that Kaido turned into a dragon. Humph, I will never admit defeat, even if I die, I will never go back with you. Yamato's eyes were full of determination. She was very afraid of Kaido before, but after being with Lin Xiao and going through this battle, she found that she was even more afraid of being separated from Lin Xiao. So I strengthened my determination to confront Kaido. Kaido also stared at Yamato firmly. Yamato's stubborn temper really resembled him when he was young. But, he will never allow anyone to betray him. Very well, now that you have made up your mind, let me see if your determination is as strong as I imagined. Hey, Kaido, your opponent is me. Lin Xiao jumped into the air, clenched his hands, a scale appeared on his face, and then scales appeared on his whole body. After a while, Lin Xiao also turned into a giant dragon. A blue dragon with thunder on its body. Brontosaurus form of Zoan phantom beast. In this form, Lin Xiao felt an unprecedented strength, his body was filled with vast power and surging vitality. Worthy of being a Zoan phantom beast. Kaido, your opponent is me. With a roar, Lin Xiao rushed towards Kaido in the sky. Kaido also rushed towards Lin Xiao. One blue and one blue, 200s of feet of dragons fought fiercely together. The sky was full of flames and thunder, intertwined with each other, triggering a series of big explosions. Seeing this, Yamato was not so worried anymore, and followed Lin Xiao to attack together. The war broke out again. Facing the joint attack of Lin Xiao, Yamato, and Gilardo, Kaido was indeed very powerful, but he was defeated by Lin Xiao in the end. On the surface of the sea, Lin Xiao felt a little unbalanced. As expected of the Four Emperors, they are really powerful. Lin Xiao sighed. The three teamed up and hit Kaido hundreds of times, but Kaido still blocked Lin Xiao's attack with his strong body. This was not defeated until Kaido's physical strength was exhausted. Yamato finally understood the strength of his father. However, she believes that Lin Xiao is still young, and after a while, he will be able to easily defeat Kaido. Okay, take Gilardo back, we should get out of here too. Chapter 65. After returning to the pirate ship, Ace and others immediately surrounded him. Captain, that's great, you beat Kaido. Yeah, that's the Four Emperors, Captain, you will one day become the Four Emperors too. Ji-Lok-Dal did not speak. Although this time, Lin Xiao defeated Kaido with 2 people, plus Gilardo. But it is undeniable that Lin Xiao is young. In a few more years, Lin Xiao will be strong enough to stand alone against Kaido and more likely to defeat Whitebeard. He will have his revenge one day. Lin Xiao ignored everyone's compliments, walked up to Nami, and tapped her on the head lightly. When I was fighting just now, what did you seem to say? Nami smiled brightly. Brother Lin Xiao, I'm not wrong, you and the captain are indeed husband and wife. A little shy, Yamato covered Nami's mouth, then glanced at Lin Xiao secretly, and then lowered his head again. I felt a little uneasy, hoping that Lin Xiao would admit it, but also a little afraid that Lin Xiao would not admit it. Lin Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Nami's head. You're right, in our pirate group, as long as they are beautiful, they are the captain's wife. Nami took a step back suddenly, covering her not plump figure with her hands. So I'm your target too. I'm your target too. The other person took a step back. Lin Xiao looked at the other person, his face turned dark. This man is called Bentham. Once Cloak Doll's subordinates were packaged and subdued by him. If nothing else, Bentham, a ladyboy, should say something like that, it's disgusting. But he also knew Bentham's character, so although he felt disgusted, he didn't take it too seriously. I'm sorry, Clay, I'm not interested in you, please rest assured. Nami took a step back suddenly. Sure enough, you are indeed interested in me, but I will never give in. Lin Xiao. This girl knows how to stir up trouble. Looking at Yamato's expression now, it seems that he has the urge to cut someone down. Although still smiling, but a little scary. Stop talking, we're leaving here now, as for where to go, we'll talk about it later. Lin Xiao immediately changed the subject. For now, don't mess with Yamato. But one day, he must let Yamato cry and beg him to open the harem. Thinking about it carefully, I was still a little excited. He. The pirates all noticed Lin Xiao's smile, and took a step back at the same time, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. The captain is giggling again. Yeah, I giggle every once in a while, and I don't know what to laugh about. Wait, look, the captain is drooling again, he must be thinking about the deputy captain. Yamato felt a little embarrassed and gave Lin Xiao a hammer. Damn it, can you stop thinking about it? Lin Xiao woke up instantly and wiped his saliva. I just thought of the scene of opening the harem. What Yamato, Boa Hancock, Nami, all of them have become in his hands, this feeling is really good. Lin Xiao snickered again. Yamato's mace hit again, but was easily dodged by Lin Xiao. Yamato, do you need to murder your husband? Ding dong. Lin Xiao was about to say something when a familiar system sound suddenly sounded in his ears. There should be another task. Yamato, Nami, I'm tired, I need to go to rest first, you guys watch the boat, don't get into trouble. Yamato was still ready to do it. But seeing that Lin Xiao seemed really tired, he didn't stop Lin Xiao and silently watched Lin Xiao leave. After returning to his room, Lin Xiao focused on the system. System, what task? Ding dong, please host to go to Impel Down, invite 3 capable crew members, and go to New World, there will be a generous gift package after completing the mission. Ding dong, please host to go to Impel Down, and check in the eternal hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down, complete the task, and you will have a rich gift package. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and there were actually 2 tasks in a row. To be precise, the 2 systems release tasks at the same time. It's a good job. Doing one task is equal to 2 tasks, both of which have rewards. And as it happens, he doesn't know where to go right now, and Impel Down is pretty good. The people inside are very strong, and it is entirely possible to recruit some people and let them join the pirate group. As long as they successfully recruit some people, they should be eligible to go to New World and replace one of the 4 emperors. It's just that Impel Down is more dangerous. It's close to naval headquarters. If something goes wrong, Marine will send people to support it. So we must think of a surefire strategy. First of all, naval headquarters needs to be dealt with. Confirm that naval headquarters does not have too many masters. Even if there are reinforcements at that time, don't worry about it. The second is the door of justice. It is necessary to pass through the gate of justice without being noticed by anyone, or Marine will be alerted. Both are more important. Lin Xiao thought about it carefully, but he couldn't think of a way, so he stopped thinking about it. Take a good rest first, there is still a long way to go before Impel Down, and there are plenty of opportunities to think about these. Yamato, here I come. Lin Xiao roared, then ran out in a hurry. Hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Yamato turned his head and saw Lin Xiao running over, his cheeks were slightly red, and he looked a little shy. Chapter 66. In a few days. Lin Xiao sat on the deck, reading the newspaper, and killing time. Although newspapers in this world have no stories, it is also a good choice to occasionally read current affairs and politics, at least to pass the time. Next to it, the pirates are in groups of 3 or 4. Drinking, chatting. The 3 of Nami and Yamato sat together. Nico Robin held a book in his hand, read it carefully, and occasionally chatted with Yamato. Sister Robin, what book are you reading? Nami asked suddenly. I'm looking at the nearby history, and it seems to be about Sky Island. It is said that there is a lot of gold on Sky Island. Gold. Nami's eyes lit up. Lin Xiao was also speechless. To actually mention gold in front of a money fanatic, Nami is probably going crazy. As Lin Xiao expected, when Nami heard about the gold, she really became crazy and ran to Lin Xiao immediately. Lin Xiao, let's go find gold together. Other pirates nearby were also attracted by the gold. The pirates who come out are either for fame or for treasure. No, I'm against gold. Lin Xiao stopped suddenly. He seems to have remembered just now, that Sky Island is not Enel's territory. Enel is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user, quite powerful, and a good master. Can be recruited as a crew member. Moreover, Enel seems to have an arc that can fly in the sky, which can be used, and then enter Impel Down. Serves multiple purposes. Lin Xiao quickly made a decision. Of course, if you need gold, I will definitely help you. We are leaving now. I know where Sky Island is. Really? That would be great. Nami jumped at Lin Xiao excitedly, and then hung on Lin Xiao just like Shu Lai. Lin Xiao did not refuse the beauty's embrace either. 5 days later, the sun was above the sea. Nami stood beside the strings of the boat, looking at the surrounding sea, feeling a little uneasy. Lin Xiao, is this upwelling really the same as what you said? As early as a few days ago, Lin Xiao said the method. It's just that they don't really believe it. Taking advantage of the upwelling currents and flying into the sky sounds unreliable and too dangerous. Don't worry, I will never play tricks on you, this time I will definitely be able to fly into the sky. Lin Xiao looked confident. Everyone rolled their eyes. Except for a few people, most of them were a little uneasy and didn't really believe Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao couldn't help but explain, found a place to sit down, and waited patiently. He deliberately found the offspring of the big talker in the original book, and after knowing the location, he didn't need to worry at all. Unless, luck is really too bad. But with his current strength, even if he falls from a height of 10,000 meters and is hit by the sea, nothing will happen. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He could sense it. Under the sea surface, the sea water boiled up, setting off a huge air current, and rushing towards the sea surface. It takes only 1 minute to reach the sea. Yamato, Locke, and Doll noticed it one after another. Everyone be careful, the rising current is coming. Lin Xiao immediately came to the side of Nami and Nico Robin, and put his arms around their waists. This time the rising current is very dangerous, and she wants to ensure the safety of the two of them. As for Yamato, he is quite powerful and doesn't need Lin Xiao's protection at all. De Kazuya knew Lin Xiao's thoughts and was not angry. The other pirates also made their own preparations. A minute is not a long time. The upper part of the current hit the pirate ship and rushed the pirate ship into the sky. Ah! Many pirates screamed. Although Lin Xiao had reminded her a long time ago, she still felt particularly worried when facing it. Lin Xiao hugged Nami and the two of them tightly. Nico Robin felt a little shy in his heart. Even Nami is a little precocious, her little heart is jumping and her heart is a little nervous. The power of the rising current is so powerful that even the pirate ship rushed to an altitude of 10,000 meters. When it reached high altitude, the pirate ship also calmed down. Lin Xiao let go of the two of them and stood beside the strings of the boat, looking at the sea below. What a beautiful view! Looking down from the sky, it is a sea of Wang Yang, blue and blue. Others also came over, looking at the sea below. Asking for flowers. Yes, the scenery is indeed beautiful. Gradually, the pirate ship finally arrived at Sky Island. As soon as I arrived at Sky Island, I saw a gate to heaven. Everyone, welcome to Sky Island, please pay first. Don't worry about him, let's go immediately. Lin Xiao completely ignored the old woman. He naturally knew that the old woman was collecting protection money, but he was looking for trouble with Enel, so of course it was impossible to take the initiative to pay protection money. The old lady didn't say much, just watched silently, until after Lin Xiao left, Tuan made a phone call. This call, of course, is to inform the people of heaven, and it is to arrest Lin Xiao. But all of this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. When he left the gate of heaven and actually arrived at Sky Island, Nami was looking at Lin Xiao curiously. 0. Lin Xiao, that old lady just now, what purpose does he have? It's nothing, just collecting protection fees. Collect a protection fee. Nami's eyes widened. She didn't expect someone to collect protection money, but she still collected protection money with the pirates. Damn it, she actually collects protection fees. You can't give her a penny. People nearby snickered. Having been with Nami for so long, they certainly know that Nami is a complete money fan. Asking for money from an iron CK is equivalent to plucking the CK's feathers, and of course Nami couldn't agree. Okay, let's not talk so much, we have already arrived at Sky Island, do you want to find gold, or help me complete the task first? Of course it is to find gold, what is more important than gold? Nami raised her hand excitedly. It doesn't matter whether the task is not the task, the important thing is gold. Lin Xiao's complexion was slightly dark. Is this still his crew? He actually thinks about gold and does not perform the task of the team. Dahi and Nico Robin smiled sweetly and seemed happy to see Lin Xiao eating. No, you must help me complete the task first, as for the gold, I will distribute it when the time comes, and no one is allowed to grab it. Lin Xiao immediately rejected Nami. This little burglar must not be tolerated. Nami was a little lost, and could only look at Lin Xiao with pitiful eyes. This looks a little pitiful, it makes people feel distressed. Chapter 67. Lin Xiao and his group were walking in the forest. After walking for a long time, Nami suddenly became impatient. Lin Xiao, where are we going? The others were also very curious about Lin Xiao's purpose in walking in the forest. Go find a man on this island, he's Logia Thunder Fruit, so I'm going to take him for my own use. Lin Xiao strode forward. For Enel, he is still looking forward to it. Although people seem a bit stubborn, but they can be well trained, and they can become the pillar of their pirate group in the future. Logia Thunder Fruit. Everyone was also a little surprised. Logia Demon Fruit Power, most of them are powerful, such as Ace and Lock Dar. If there is a Logia Thunder Fruit, it is really necessary to take it, after all, this is the strongest devil fruit in Logia. In this way, our pirate group will have 3 Logia Demon Fruit Power, and if things go on like this, we can become the Four Emperors pirate group. 31 Yamato was a little happy. Lin Xiao's team becomes stronger and can fight against Kaido, so she doesn't need to worry about it in the future. Let's go, that's called Enel, and it should be in this forest. Boom! Just when Lin Xiao said the word Enel, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky, blasting towards Lin Xiao head-on. Fire punch! Everyone reacted one after another, but no one did anything. Ace was helpless, as the weakest cotter, he had no choice but to do it reluctantly. A ball of flame hit the thunder in the sky. Boom! Flame, thunder, and lightning intertwined, causing a huge explosion. The 2 rays of light, blue and red, are incomparably bright. A strong air current swept out. The trees in the forest trembled and rustled, and the endless leaves fluttered with the wind, setting off a frenzy. A piece of leaf floated to Lin Xiao's side, and before they got close, they were ignited by flames and flew past Lin Xiao on both sides. How is this going? Terrified, Nami grabbed Lin Xiao's arm tightly, her big shining eyes full of surprise. Other pirates are also ready to fight at any time. It's nothing, it's that Enel, who considers himself a god, so no one is allowed to be disrespectful to him. For this Zhong boy, Lin Xiao is also very speechless. But it's okay, that is, Zhong has been added a little bit, so I can give it a good training. Pretending to be a god. Many people are interested. K. Lockdoll sneered even more. Logia Demon Fruit Power, to call himself a god, is really arrogant enough. Captain, we can meet the god of legendary. Many people are interested. Even Lin Xiao didn't dare to call himself a god. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Xiao quickened his pace, his observation haki had already sensed Enel's position, now he just needed to find Enel. In the middle of the forest, Enel certainly knew that his attack had failed. You guys, get ready, someone wants to break in and challenge God. Yes. The 4 left together. These people are Enel's men, who are in charge of God's trial. Unfortunately, they are courting death this time. The 4 quickly found Lin Xiao. You guys are trying to challenge God, but if you want to challenge God, you have to defeat me first. You guys deal with them, don't be cruel. Lin Xiao took a look at the four priests who were also somewhat zhong-er, and then ignored them directly. A few guys whose names he can't remember have no right to waste his work. Ace can be dealt with alone. Captain, let me deal with one. Zoro ran out suddenly, a little excited. Lin Xiao looked at Zoro. It seems that after taking this guy over, it is useless at all. It's also to blame for this guy's lack of growth. The enemies he faces are either Marines or Four Emperors, and it doesn't work at all. But Zoro still has a future, it just needs to be nurtured. Okay then, Zoro, you go and deal with one of them, Clockkeeter, Ace, let your crew deal with the rest, and then you two fight. Lin Xiao didn't let the top cotters do it. These cotters are no worse than Enel, and dealing with these priests is simply a piece of cake. It's better to let those small cotters do it, which can cultivate their strength. Understood. Lin Xiao continued to walk into the forest. Yamato has others further behind. Wait, stop, don't. Several priests originally planned to stop Lin Xiao, but Zoro ran out first and blocked the priests. Afterwards, several people came out, all of whom were formerly K-Lock's subordinates, that is, people from Bar Lock's studio. The strength of these people is still quite strong. By the way, your opponents are my subordinates. Only by defeating them can you be qualified to fight us. Lin Xiao stopped to say something, then quickened his pace. Zoro slowly drew out two knives, holding one in his mouth at the same time, and put on a standard three-sword style posture. Finally we have met our opponent, let's play a game. Zoro was very excited and jumping for joy. It has been many days since I joined Lin Xiao's team. Although I have also experienced battles, big and small, there is no opponent like 017. In the previous battle with Marine, he dealt with minions. Now it is finally possible to deal with a cotter. Okay, let's defeat you first, and then defeat that one. The priest didn't dodge either, and looked at Zoro with scorching eyes. K-Lock Doll stepped aside, leaning on a tall tree. Take out your strength and don't embarrass me. Understood, Lock Doll Scales. A few people who used to hold the Lock Studio still respect Q-Lock Doll. Although he is already a member of Lin Xiao's crew, he still has the respect he deserves. Lin Xiao walked in the forest, stepping on branches. After a long time, Lin Xiao finally came to the middle of the forest and saw Enel at the same time. Enel was shirtless at the moment, sitting on a flat rock, holding an apple in his hand, and a metal iron rod beside him. After Lin Xiao arrived, Enel didn't look at Lin Xiao, but ate the apple by himself. Or Enel believes that as a god, no one can get into his eyes. This is the Enel, the so-called god, and it doesn't look any different. Nami observed carefully, that is, without a shirt, and a drum-like item was installed behind it, which looked very common. Chapter 68. How dare you slander the gods, this is your death penalty. There was a look of coldness in Enel's eyes, and the metal rod in his hand was beating lightly on the drum behind him. * 50 million volts Brontosaurus. Dazzling thunder burst out, forming a huge Brontosaurus, roaring, rushing towards Nami. Nami is also a person who has seen the world. When he saw the Brontosaurus, he quickly jumped to the side, hid behind Lin Xiao, and grabbed Lin Xiao's clothes. Lin Xiao, give it to me. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and he knocked on Nami. Is that how you talk to the captain? Nami stuck out her apricot tongue, a little cute. Thunder Dragon twisted its huge body, and appeared in front of Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye, and opened its mouth, as if to swallow Lin Xiao. Boom! Lin Xiao punched forward. An invisible airflow exploded, and the air seemed to collapse. Thunder Dragon suddenly dissipated, as if torn apart. Enel's pupil shrank, and the apple in his hand dropped. His Thunder Dragon was blown away by a punch. And it's just the most common trick. But it was only slightly shocked. Enel still didn't take Lin Xiao seriously, thinking that he could defeat Lin Xiao. Just take out a little bit of strength. It seems that you are quite powerful, how about it? Do you want to be my priest, and I can give you a God-tier officer position? God-tier officer. This is a very good position. If it was the Dragon Ball world, Lin Xiao would definitely agree, but in this world, where a God-tier officer is still subordinate to Enel, Lin Xiao would definitely refuse. Big Kazuya chuckled slightly. This is simply contempt for Lin Xiao. Boy, you are quite confident, believe it or not, I can knock you down with just one fist. Lin Xiao clenched his fists with a mocking expression on his face. Oh, really? Then I will give you a chance to punch me. Enel was triumphant, with disdain in his eyes. Lin Xiao was speechless. How could he not know what Enel was thinking? I definitely want to use the elementalization of the Logia fruit to open Lin Xiao's eyes and see him for a long time. It's a pity that they didn't know that Lin Xiao knew armament haki, which was a free gift. Big Kazuya has some mercy. It's not good to pretend to be with anyone, but it's just to pretend to be with Lin Xiao. Okay then, I'll hit you right now. Lin Xiao jumped to Enel, but he didn't use any force, and the speed was not very fast. Since Enel killed himself, don't blame him. Today I will show you God. Lin Xiao punched Enel in the stomach. Enel was still very proud, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. The originally calm face turned extremely pale, the stomach rolled, and then rushed up the throat, almost vomited out. Boom! In the next second, Enel flew upside down, accompanied by a powerful impact. A white air mass shot out from his body, and bursts of explosions were also made. Enel smashed into pieces of big trees, the leaves were blown away by the wind, and then fell heavily on the ground, blasting a huge deep hole on the ground. Oh, don't seek death as a human being. Yamato sighed. He thought he was a Logia demon fruit power, so he was so arrogant that he even let Lin Xiao punch him. It's also stupid enough. Come on, let's go and have a look. Lin Xiao walked towards Enel slowly, while the others stood behind. Inside the deep pit, Enel's body twitched slightly, foaming at the mouth, and his eyes turned white. Apparently, this guy who claimed to be a god was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiao's punch, and was almost blown away. Captain, is this the so-called god? The strength is too weak, right? A Logia devil fruit was wasted. People around are envious and jealous. If they have this devil fruit, they can definitely become the codders of the pirates. Okay, come two people, tie him up for me, remember to use sea stone. Clear. At night, in the forest, the whole Thunder Dragon pirates sat by the bonfire, sang songs, danced, drank fine wine, and had a great time. Maybe this is life. While everyone was drinking and carousing, Enel woke up leisurely. What's wrong with me? Enel still hasn't remembered what happened in the morning, because his head is a little dizzy. But soon, Enel saw several people tied up on the other side, all of them were his subordinates. Why are you tied up? As soon as he finished speaking, Enel remembered what happened in the morning. It seemed that a group of people came to provoke him, and he was punched by one of them, and then passed out. Although he fainted very quickly, Enel could recall the pain at that time. Until now, he felt a dull pain in his abdomen and a bit salty in his throat. Several priests were also embarrassed. They were captured by Lin Xiao, and even the god in their hearts was captured by Lin Xiao. And God seems to be pouring faster than them. Yo, wake up! With a glass of wine in his hand, Lin Xiao walked up to Enel and sat down cross-legged. Enel was furious when he thought of Lin Xiao. It's you? You actually used conspiracy and tricks, and you have the guts to fight me again. Please, you were the one who wanted me to punch you at the beginning, but you were accidentally punched and collapsed by me. How can you blame me? Lin Xiao was speechless. Young people of today. If you can't beat it, you know how to make excuses. Enel was a little embarrassed, as if this was really the case. I was just careless, if I had the guts to play again, I would definitely not lose to you in this move. Come here, let him go, Yamato, you do it, try to kill him with one move. Lin Xiao didn't reject Enel either. He wants to convince Enel to lose. Li Wang's came next to a few pirates and released Enel. Enel had just been liberated, turned into a thunderbolt for the first time, and moved to a big tree. Humph, during the day, I was careless. This time, I will never lose to you, 50 million volts. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato remembered that Lin Xiao wanted to instantly kill Enel, so he didn't give Enel a chance at all, and moved behind Enel with his body accompanied by the thunder. Then the mace in his hand hit Enel's head hard. As soon as Enel became elemental, he was hit by Yamato. Boom, all. With a loud bang, Enel flew into the sky again. In midair, Enel's mind was in chaos. What's wrong with me? I am the god of legendary. He was defeated again and again. This so-called god has been beaten to the point of being suspicious of life. Chapter 69. In the dark forest, Enel was hanging upside down on a branch, with a dazed face and a huge red mark on his face. That's what the Yamato mace just left its mark on. Just, what happened? Enel was a little confused. It's fine for him to be defeated by Lin Xiao, after all, she took the initiative to let Lin Xiao do it. But it was defeated by Yamato again. A girl who looked very cute, but she almost knocked him out with a stick, in the past. Clatter. Lin Xiao, Yamato, and others walked over from a distance. Enel reacted, his body turned into a bolt of lightning, disappeared into the tree, and then appeared on the ground again. Who the hell are you guys? This time, Enel was neither arrogant nor aggressive. His elementalization was useless to Lin Xiao, so naturally he didn't dare to be careless. It's just that he was very curious about who Lin Xiao was. Why, do you want to fight? Lin Xiao moved his hand aside, and a person came over to pour Lin Lian a glass of wine. For Enel, Lin Xiao is determined to win. Enel was a little tangled, not knowing whether he should continue to do it. If you do it, I don't know if you can beat it. If you want to fight, I can continue to fight with you. Single-on-one and group fights are up to you. Lin Xiao shook the wine glass in his hand, with a weird smile in the corner of his eyes. Enel was a little annoyed. Anyway, he is also the god of Sky Island, with a very arrogant personality. Lin Xiao is even more arrogant than him, so he is naturally very upset. I was just careless just now, you wait for me, and I will let you know how powerful God is. Enel picked up the big metal stick in his hand and beat the drum behind him, dazzling blue sparks emerged from the drum. Fights can start anytime. Yamato, let's go together. Lin Xiao jumped forward, and Yamato followed closely behind. The two fought one after the other, flanking each other. Boom! Before Enel could make a move, Lin Xiao hit Enel in the face, and then Yamato gave another stick. Under a big tree, several priests were tied up. Seeing Enel being beaten up and down, these people were disappointed. Well, it seems that God is not an opponent. Sure enough, you still can't count on God. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao and Yamato stopped. Enel slowly got up from the ground, ignoring the embarrassment on his body, his eyes were full of anger. Damn it, isn't it a one-on-one fight? After saying this, Enel couldn't believe it, it actually came out of his mouth. He used to be very arrogant and didn't take everyone seriously. By the way, you said heads up, of course you singled out the two of us. Enel. Yamato. Everyone. Shameless enough. People are shameless, and indeed they are invincible. Enel didn't know what to say. What else can I do in the face of such a shameless person? Then I'm going to gang fight. Okay, a few of us gang up on you alone. Enel was on the verge of crying. This is clearly bullying. He is a god of Sky Island, but he was hit by a few outsiders. Unfortunately, he has nothing to do. Come again. Lin Xiao perched in front of him, grabbed Enel's head, and pressed it hard on the ground. A hole was made in the ground. Enel's head was stuffed into the deep pit, with a bite of soil in his mouth, which was very bitter. Lin Xiao lifted his foot and kicked Enel flying. Beep! Enel didn't dare to fight Lin Xiao, and turned into a lightning bolt, moving at the speed of lightning and flashing to the other side. Hit you, but I'm faster than you. This is Enel's self-confidence. Did you run away? Lin Xiao sneered, jumped into the air, his body quickly turned into a brontosaurus, and then flew towards Enel. The thunder dragon flew very fast, and in an instant, it came to Enel's side, and then used that huge body to wrap around Enel. Not good. Enel's complexion changed suddenly, and he quickly became elemental, hoping to avoid Lin Xiao. Idiot! Lin Xiao exhaled fragrance, and his whole body was covered with haki. Even if Enel uses elementalization, he cannot dodge haki's attack. In just a split second, Lin Xiao's huge thunder dragon body wrapped around Enel and bound Enel. Click! There was a crisp bone-cracking sound. Enel's face suddenly turned pale, and there was severe pain in his body. Asking for flowers. Under Lin Xiao's huge brontosaurus body strangling, Enel couldn't bear it, and even collapsed. Just when Enel was about to be strangled, Lin Xiao stopped suddenly, and fell slowly, his body twisted, and his head moved directly above Enel. Why, our so-called god, you, damn it, you actually cried. Lin Xiao cried out in surprise. That mighty god actually cried. Tears flowed near the corners of the eyes. The nearby pirates also looked incredible. The captain said that the man was beaten and cried. Really? He is the Logia demon fruit power, and he will be beaten and cried. Many people can hardly imagine that a big man will be beaten and cried. Hey, don't want to cry, you are not a girl, I will not allow you to act like a baby to me. Enel sobbed, holding back tears, but just couldn't help crying. How long, he has not been beaten. Being beaten so violently by Lin Xiao this time reminded him of the shadows of his childhood. At that time, he was beaten every day. Sometimes it hurts more than it does now. You, who the hell are you? Why did you become a dragon? Enel fought back the urge to cry. Don't cry, or you will be ashamed. Especially now that he is a god, he absolutely must restrain his impulse. But it hurts so much, I want to cry. Lin Xiao changed back into human form and let go of Enel. Forget it, looking at you like this, it seems quite pitiful, so I will let you go once. Enel immediately moved aside. You, who the hell are you? Lin Xiao patted his clothes, turned and left. Clock dar, this guy is handed over to you, you have a good chat with him, and teach him some things by the way. One Enel, K Lock doll is enough to deal with. Understood, I'm here to play with this guy. Lockadar walked towards Enel slowly, spread out his right hand, and a small sandstorm emerged from his palm. Just after Lin Xiao left, a big battle broke out in the forest. Dazzling thunder and lightning illuminated the night. A huge sandstorm flooded Fan in the night. Chapter 70. At night, when Lin Xiao was resting, a fierce battle broke out outside. Although Enel couldn't beat Lin Xiao, but when he played against Clock Keter, he was still a little bit capable, and the two sides played brilliantly. But in the end, Enel was defeated. The next morning, when Lin Xiao woke up, he saw Enel sitting outside wearily, with a sad expression on his face. Clock Keter, how was your talk with him? He has deeply realized his mistakes, so he plans to join our pirate group to make up for his mistakes. Lockydale gave Enel a wink. Enel was speechless. What does it mean to recognize one's mistakes? Obviously, he was beaten up by Cloak Doll and had to confess. That's right, I've realized my mistake. 890 Enel gritted his teeth, feeling very upset. It's good to recognize your mistakes, and learn haki well in the future. One day, I will give you a chance to challenge me. Lin Xiao patted Enel for encouragement. Ace and Locke had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed that Lin Xiao had also said this to them, but after a long time, they seemed to have forgotten it. I will definitely learn haki, and then I will defeat you and become the strongest pirate. Enel's eyes blazed with excitement. Locke Dar had been spoken last night, including devil fruit and haki. This also made Enel determined to learn haki, increase his strength, and then defeat Lin Xiao to vent his anger. He. Enel snickered triumphantly. Lin Xiao picked up the mace behind Yamato, and hit Enel on the head with one stick. Enel was ready to be beaten to the ground. Remember, don't think about it, if you dare to betray me, I will beat you into a cripple. Enel shuddered. Of course he knew that Lin Xiao was the strongest, and it was because of this that he felt a little scared. Okay, you have to be obedient in the future. As long as you are obedient, you are a member of our pirate group, but if you are not obedient, I will let you know what despair is. Lin Xiao squeezed his fist. Enel nodded quickly. I understand, Captain, I will be your subordinate from now on, please give me your advice. At this moment, Enel has completely lost the arrogance he had before. Or his arrogance has been interrupted by Lin Xiao. Okay, in order to celebrate we have one more crew member, we will have another banquet today. Good. The nearby pirates all cheered. Although envious of Enel, but also very happy in my heart. Because of the addition of Enel, their team will become bigger and bigger. At that time, it is marine, and there is nothing they can do about it. During the banquet, pirates and Enel toasted from time to time. At first, Enel was still a little uncomfortable. After all, these are some common pirates. In the past, they were not qualified to meet him as a god. But now, Lin Xiao was staring at him, so he didn't dare to say something he shouldn't say. Likewise, Enel had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling is like a friend from childhood. During the banquet, Lin Xiao suddenly looked at Enel. By the way, have you ever built a flying ship? Lin Xiao thought of the proverbs of the Ark. This ship seems to be able to fly. In the original book, Enel even flew to the moon. Now that you can fly to the moon, you can fly to Impel Down, directly assault, and then quickly complete the mission. Yes, but mine has built a boat that can fly, and it's almost finished. Although Enel was curious why Lin Xiao asked such a question, he still said it out. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. The Ark of Proverbs is almost finished, which is a little different from the original book. But he wasn't too entangled. Now that it is almost ready, it can be accelerated. Well, you go to supervise the construction tomorrow and try to finish it as soon as possible. I need a ship that can fly. Clear. Enel wanted to refuse, but considering Lin Xiao's strength, he finally had to agree. He didn't want to be taught a lesson by Lin Xiao again. In his heart, Enel was still very curious, how did Lin Xiao know about this, but he never told these people. But Enel didn't dare to ask. Kingdom of God, a certain secret base. Many pirates surround the front of a ship. Nami's eyes were even brighter. Because the ship is partly made of gold. For a money fanatic, he can't wait to dismantle the ship and pack all the important parts. There's a lot of gold. It's shameful to use so much gold to build a ship. Nami gritted his teeth. Enel was very upset, and actually questioned the supreme god. But considering that his status in this pirate group is not very high, many people can defeat him, and they can only restrain a little. Lin Xiao looked around the Ark motto carefully, it seemed that it was about to be built, and then lightly knocked on the hull. Enel, when will this ship be built? Have no idea. Enel didn't know when he took an apple and started to chew on it. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and he ignored him. Sure enough, this guy's temper is still very arrogant, and he didn't hit him hard to dampen his spirit. Still have to give it a good beating. Enel, do you like to fight alone or fight in groups? We will have a good time with you. Enel's face changed slightly, these words sounded familiar. When Lin Xiao beat him yesterday, he used this excuse, and they beat him together. Thinking of Lin Xiao's terror, Enel shuddered, feeling 5.8 chills in his heart. Ha ha ha. This thing originally took a few months, but if it is processed, it shouldn't take a month. Enel smiled awkwardly, completely abandoning the dignity that God should have. After all, even a god would be afraid of being beaten. 1 month. Lin Xiao touched his chin, which seemed not unacceptable. Well, you go find someone to process it, and I'll give you a month, and I hope to see this ship in a month. Lin Xiao wasn't too anxious either. Anyway, there is no time limit for the task, he can wait for a while, this is also for the sake of safety. Understood, don't worry, within a month, this ship will definitely be ready. Enel made up his mind that he must let those people work overtime. He didn't want to be taught a lesson. Chapter 71. 1 month later, the Arc Proverbs was finally manufactured and tested. Lin Xiao is also preparing to leave Sky Island. On Sky Island, many people are packing supplies. In addition to the necessary food and water, there is a lot of gold. It's just that there is too much gold, even if the entire ship is full, there is still a lot of gold. Nami could only watch reluctantly. Those big shiny eyes can't wait to stay on the gold. Okay, this is my territory. I will send someone to stay behind and come to pick it up at any time in the future. Lin Xiao rubbed Nami's head. Nami could only look back reluctantly, and then looked at Lin Xiao expectantly. Then, can I keep the gold on board? Reject. Of course Lin Xiao couldn't let Nami take care of him. This little money fan, the money is in her pocket, will it belong to him in the future? Nami was very disappointed, and could only look at Lin Xiao pitifully. Lin Xiao was a little moved by the longing eyes. Come, come, everyone, get ready and set off immediately. Lin Xiao turned and left. Nami was even more disappointed and gave Lin Xiao a supercilious look. 31. Half an hour later, when all the supplies were ready, Lin Xiao took the lead to set foot on the Arc Proverbs. Enel and others also quickly followed up. In addition, Lin Xiao also left some people to manage Sky Island. After all, he knows that Sky Island and the Sandia people are against him all the time. It's just that these people were very lucky, and they didn't come to look for him during this time, and Lin Xiao didn't bother to look for trouble. Enel, it's time to go. Captain, you can also generate electricity, why not you do it? Enel gave Lin Xiao a supercilious look. Obviously everyone can generate electricity, why let him generate electricity? Lin Xiao picked up the mace in Yamato's hand, and tapped the ground lightly twice. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Enel's heart skipped a beat. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding, I like doing this kind of thing the most, labor is the most glorious. A high-spirited god has turned into a tease. All this is due to Lin Xiao. Then hurry up. Clear. 1 month later, Lin Xiao's Arc Proverbs successfully arrived near the Sabayati archipelago. Because of the high-altitude flight, no one discovered it, nor was it discovered by Marine's intelligence agency. Otherwise, Marine will definitely send people to encircle and suppress them again. When they arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, Lin Xiao led his men to Shuki's rip-off bar. That is to say, this place is relatively remote, and there are usually no people there, so Lin Xiao will basically not be found when he comes here. Boom. What? Do you still want to eat Overlord meal? As soon as Lin Xiao opened the door, she saw a woman throwing a pirate heavily to the ground. On the ground nearby, there are many pirates lying in disorder, with bruised noses and swollen faces, with broken arms and walls, looking very painful. This woman is Genkai, the owner of this shop. Shuki also saw Lin Xiao, and his pupil shrank. As the head of an intelligence agency, Shuki certainly knew Lin Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao was quite famous during this period of time. Come on, leave the money, and get lost. Yes, yes, yes. The pirates immediately took out all the money in their pockets and put them on the table. The captain looked at Shuki tremblingly. Is this much okay? Roll. The pirates didn't care so much and ran away quickly. Lin Xiao took a pat on Yamato, and gestured to K-Lock Dar who was next to him. He is now in a state of secrecy and must not let anyone know. If it is leaked, Marine will definitely come. K-Lock Dal quickly understood and rushed out. Big Kazuya took the mace and attacked the closest pirate. After a few minutes, all the pirates were dealt with. Shuki was watching, not stopping at all. Anyway, they are just some pirates, they die when they die. Lin Xiao walked to the bar and found a place to sit down. Shuki, the former great pirate who seems to have escaped from Garp, is now Pluton Rayleigh's old lover, isn't he? Shuki paused, then poured Lin Xiao a glass of wine. I didn't expect that I, who has been retired for so long, would be known by the famous big pirate now. She was still very curious. How did Lin Xiao know her identity, and the key is to know that Rayleigh lives here. This matter, but few people know. By the way, Shuki, I want you to help me investigate something. Oh, give me a reason. Shuki had a cigarette dangling from his hand. Enel, you are a newcomer, report to Marine now that there is Pluton Rayleigh's whereabouts. Cough cough cough. Shuki nearly choked on the smoke. It just didn't work out, so I went to Marine directly. A pirate actually reported to Marine. Hey, can't you have a good talk? Do you need to go directly to Marine? No need, what to talk about, it's too troublesome, it's better to go directly to Marine. Shuki was speechless. Hey, the young people nowadays are really amazing, I guess Rayleigh can't compare to you. And, be confident and get the estimates out. Xia 520 Chi. How dare you call her aunt? She swears. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao's relatively strong strength, and there were so many masters around, she would definitely teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Tell me, what's your business? I want to know the whereabouts of the celestial dragons recently. A gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Celestial dragons are part of his plan, so they are essential. Shuki froze for a moment. Lin Xiao actually wanted to find celestial dragons. Thinking of what Lin Xiao did last time, Shuki wondered what Lin Xiao's purpose was. Anyway, it must be a sensation. Celestial dragons, you want to know, I can ask someone to help you investigate, but I want to know, what do you want to do with celestial dragons? Shuki was still a little curious. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I'm short of money recently, so I want to borrow some from celestial dragons. I heard that he is very rich. Everyone nearby frowned. They had just obtained a large amount of gold from Sky Island, so Lin Xiao was definitely not doing it for money, and must have other purposes. As for Shuki, quite speechless. It is also enough for Lin Xiao to borrow money from celestial dragons. I see, I will help you pay attention. By the way, the glass of wine just now, 1 million Baileys. What? What are you talking about? My ears aren't very good. Shuki. Chapter 72. After leaving Shuki's rip-off bar, Lin Xiao followed the information and came to the nearby auction house. It can be learned from Shuki that there was an auction here recently, and there were many auction items in it, even murlocs. There's a good chance celestial dragons will be going there. So Lin Xiao is going to have a look. If he can find the celestial dragons, then he will kidnap the tickets. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao came to the auction house. The auction had already started at this moment, and Lin Xiao was about to go in when he was stopped by a person. Stop, there is currently an auction going on here, no one is allowed to enter without an invitation. Get lost, celestial dragons asked me to come. Lin Xiao shouted, and the two people who opened the door were frightened, thinking that Lin Xiao was really called by the celestial dragons. They stepped out of the way. These two people also want to thank themselves for their cowardice. If they don't back away, Lin Xiao can only kill them. Without the gatekeeper's obstruction, Lin Xiao walked in openly. As soon as he entered the auction house, Lin Xiao saw a fiery auction going on inside. The object of the auction happens to be the murloc. Yamato frowned slightly. He was not used to this scene, and the others had already adapted to it. I offer 500 million Baileys. In the front row, a person shouted. The people around were all silent, and no one dared to continue to bid. Because the person who bid the price is the noble celestial dragons of the world. Except for Lin Xiao, who would dare to offend the nobles of the world, at least none of the nobles and pirates present would dare. I'm offering 500 million and 1 Pele. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and broke the silence. Many people present were surprised that someone dared to bid on celestial dragons. Many people showed pity. They didn't know that Lin Xiao had killed a celestial dragons, otherwise they wouldn't be so shocked, but would feel sorry for the celestial dragons. When celestial dragons heard that someone was competing with them, they immediately flew into a rage, stood up angrily, and glared at Lin Xiao. The lowly untouchables dare to call me the price range. A guard next to him saw Lin Xiao, his pupils shrank, his eyes were full of horror, and he immediately ran to the side of the celestial dragons. Master Wells, he is Lin Xiao, the pirate who killed Lord Oaks. Celestial dragons regretted it after hearing it. Although celestial dragons is very proud, sometimes they can't see the status quo clearly, but they are not stupid to a certain extent. Since Lin Xiao dared to kill other celestial dragons, he naturally didn't care about him. Quick, hurry up and call Marine. The celestial dragons were on the verge of crying. Why come out to buy a slave? You will encounter this pervert. Especially that pervert's eyes, a little scary. That is to say, Lin Xiao didn't know what celestial dragons was thinking, otherwise he would have hacked the balance to death with a knife. Lin Xiao walked towards the celestial dragons slowly. Celestial dragons was terrified and retreated subconsciously, but was tripped and sat on the ground. You, don't come here, I. The terrified celestial dragons were speechless. The people nearby were also very surprised. The proud celestial dragons was actually scared to sit on the ground, eyes full of horror. No matter how you look at it, I think Lin Xiao is a special common. Stop, not allowed to move forward. Although the several guards were afraid of Lin Xiao's strength, they had to stand in front of the celestial dragons. Boom! In just a few breaths, several guards were easily defeated by Lin Xiao, leaving only the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons panicked even more. Don't come here, as long as you are willing to let me go, I can give you a lot of money, a lot of money. A lot of money. Nami's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran to the front of the celestial dragons. How much are you willing to give? I want 100 million Baileys. Yes, I agree. Celestial dragons agreed without hesitation. 100 million Baileys, that is, a little chic money. Lin Xiao tapped Nami's head lightly. Can you stop talking nonsense? Okay, I get it now. Nami covered her head aggrievedly. This looks a little cute. You are looking down on people. This guy buys a slave for 500 million berries, but he has to extort 10 billion berries. Lin Xiao said solemnly. The audience present were speechless. To blackmail celestial dragons in public. Celestial dragons didn't care so much, although they asked for a lot of money, they still nodded without hesitation. Yes, I agree. Nami's eyes are shining. This is 10 billion Baileys, when will it be used? But Lin Xiao didn't come here for money, he walked directly to celestial dragons and knocked celestial dragons unconscious. The target has been achieved, the wind is tight, and it is screaming. Lin Xiao pulled the celestial dragons and left. And when they left, Celestial Dragon's hand was dragged on the ground, not caring about Celestial Dragon's identity at all. Everyone was completely bewildered. This. Celestial Dragons, have they been kidnapped? It seems to be true. There was silence for a few seconds, and then the crowd became enraged. No, Celestial Dragons has been captured, everyone run. Marine Admiral will come. Whether it was pirates or nobles, they all ran away, fearing that they would be affected by the capture of Celestial Dragons. After leaving the auction house, Lin Xiao looked around. Enel, use your heart net to see, where is the marine, let's get out of here now. As a Zoan phantom beast with the ability of the Thunder Dragon Fruit, Lin Xiao can also control thunder and lightning, but he has never tried it before, so he doesn't know the mind network. But as long as time passes, Lin Xiao will be able to learn. Next, under the leadership of Enel, Lin Xiao successfully came to the location of the pirate ship, and then left on the pirate ship. On board Qian Zhao, everyone was a little curious. Especially K-Lock Dar, very confused, why Lin Xiao took the risk to capture the Celestial Dragons. Although they have killed Celestial Dragons, it is unwise to provoke them everywhere and touch the bottom line of the world government. Captain, why did you catch Celestial Dragons? Lock Doll couldn't help being curious. It's very simple, my daughter-in-law goes to the Impel Down hall. Lin Xiao stated his purpose. Lock Doll was even more puzzled. So you kidnap Celestial Dragons and want him to take you to Impel Down, but it's too dangerous, and Marine will definitely ambush you. The others also nodded. This is indeed extremely dangerous. To capture the Celestial Dragons, plus the most wanted criminals in Marine will definitely send many people to round up Lin Xiao. Don't worry, I have a wonderful plan, and Marine will never find out. Lin Xiao grinned. Chapter 73. On the deck, Lin Xiao kicked the Celestial Dragons awake. After Celestial Dragons woke up, they reacted quickly and cried loudly. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I can give you a lot of money, devil fruit, this can be given to you. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and call Marine, or world government. Lin Xiao kicked Celestial Dragons again. Celestial Dragons trembled, a little uneasy. I don't know the phone. Lin Xiao was stunned. This idiot doesn't have his own phone. Lin Xiao took 2 slaps in a row. You trash, you don't even know your phone number, what use is there for you? Celestial Dragons want to cry but have no tears. Who knew someone would kidnap him? It was always just his subordinates who contacted Marine, and he was not needed at all. They Celestial Dragons only need to raise themselves to be white and fat, and enjoy a life of prosperity and wealth. Forget it, K-Lockadar, you used to be 7 warlords of the sea, you should have a phone, and it's up to you to notify Marine. Understood. Lock Doll reached out and took out a phone bug, feeling a little emotional inside. He has been deprived of his 7 warlords of the sea status, this phone bug hasn't been used for a long time. A few minutes later, the phone was dialed, and Sengoku's angry voice came from the other side. Lin Xiao, where did you tie up the 597 Tianlong people? After such a long time, Sengoku of course knew about the kidnapping of Celestial Dragons by Lin Xiao, and was very angry. The last time I killed a Celestial Dragons, this time I actually kidnapped another Celestial Dragons, which is against the world government. Hey, Celestial Dragons, look, Sengoku has such a bad attitude, he definitely wants you to be killed. Sengoku nearly vomited blood and died. He is obviously angry, what is hope that the Celestial Dragons will be killed, this is definitely sowing discord, and he has evidence. Damn it, Sengoku, do you want me killed? Celestial Dragons got angry, really thought Sengoku wanted him to be killed, and cursed even more. The nearby pirates were speechless. Celestial Dragons was really stupid enough to fall for such an obvious sowing discord. Sengoku is also very helpless, he already knew that celestial dragons are stupid, and now it seems that they are not ordinary stupid. Although speechless, Sengoku could only restrain himself. Lin Xiao, what is your purpose in capturing the celestial dragons? It's nothing, it's just kidnapping and extortion. You have to prepare 10 billion Baileys for me, plus 5 devil fruit, DBCD, or I will tear up my ticket. Lin Xiao also deliberately picked up the mace, placed it on celestial dragons, and tapped it lightly. Celestial dragons are scared. Sengoku, promise him quickly, I have devil fruit at home and money, I agree to the deal. Sengoku was about to say this when he choked. He was still ready to bargain, and celestial dragons agreed. What else to do, he had no choice but to agree. Well, tomorrow, I will wait for you on an island near the Sabayati archipelago. If you don't come, I will tear up your ticket on the spot. Lin Xiao hung up the phone. Beside, K-Lock Doll burst out laughing. He, Captain, you are really smart. You want to lure Marine there, and then you can break into Impel Down openly. He sort of understood Lin Xiao's plan. With their strength, it is definitely impossible for Marine to send only one admiral, and they will definitely send out 3 admirals together to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. But once the 3 admirals are dispatched, naval headquarters will have a combat power vacuum. Once they hit Impel Down, Marine will not have enough combat power to support them. That's right, that's my purpose. Well, everyone, get ready, and start hitting Impel Down tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao walked slowly to the cabin. But just as he was entering, Lin Xiao stopped suddenly. Everyone is optimistic about their subordinates, and no one is allowed to communicate with the outside world. Enel, I will shoot you tonight. Although he doesn't think there are Marine spies here, he still has to pay attention to avoid being ambushed by Marine. The night passed like this. Very calm, without any abnormality. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao took the Arc Proverbs and headed for Impel Down. Before leaving, I specifically contacted Marine, notified Marine of the location of the transaction, and dropped celestial dragons there by the way. Anyway, this guy is useless. Marine, after preparing the ransom, also came to the place of the transaction. On an uninhabited island. Just arrived, Akainu set foot on the island first, and then began to wait. Waited for a while, but no one came. Even the other 2 admirals were a little impatient. Sigh, I don't know where the celestial dragons are, it's this time, and they haven't appeared yet. Kizaru sighed. It's a rare holiday to come here to redeem someone. The point is that Sengoku still doesn't give a wage increase. I'm afraid, Lin Xiao is just playing with us, and has no intention of releasing the celestial dragons, and may even have killed the celestial dragons. Aokiji also muttered. The nearby marine generals looked at each other. If the celestial dragons died, they would definitely be scolded again. Akainu's eyes were filled with evil spirit. Humph, you damned pirates, all of them should be dealt with, not one of them will be spared. Kizaru Aokiji looked at each other. Neither of them said anything, and they knew Akainu's character very well, so there was no need to talk to them. Several marine admirals began to wait again. It's just that Lin Xiao had already left, even if they stayed here, they couldn't wait for Lin Xiao's death. After such a long time, Tio Yutian finally became a little impatient. Come on, go search this island and see if you find anything. Clear. A group of marines walked into the forest. After a long time, a marine found the celestial dragons in the forest. Tied to a big tree by Lin Xiao, his body kept struggling, but he couldn't speak a word. Celestial dragons are here. Many nearby marines all surrounded them. Seeing the celestial dragons tied up, several marines became anxious and immediately put the celestial dragons down. Akainu and the other 3 admirals also heard marines shout, and immediately walked over from a distance, and then saw the celestial dragons. You marines are all trash, every one of you is trash, which caused me to be tied up for so long. 11. As soon as the celestial dragons were put down, they started yelling. The Marines all had rather ugly faces. 3 Admiral even turned his head, completely ignoring it. Although the celestial dragons have a noble status, there is nothing they can do about it. Chapter 74. The celestial dragons cursed, and the 3 admirals did not stop them. When the celestial dragons were almost done venting, Akainu turned to look at the celestial dragons. Master Wells, do you know where those pirates went? Oh, they went to Impel Down. Celestial dragons said casually. Going, to Impel Down. Akainu almost shouted out, even forgetting the identity of the celestial dragons. The other 2 admirals were also surprised. That's right, their goal seems to be Impel Down, and they have already set off. Celestial dragons still didn't care. On the contrary, there are 3 admiral, all of whom have ugly faces. They didn't know that Lin Xiao's purpose was to lure them over so that he could attack Impel Down. However, celestial dragons didn't take it to heart at all. That's all, I scolded for more than 10 minutes just now. During this time, it was enough for celestial dragons to inform them, but celestial dragons didn't say anything. All 3 admirals have an urge to curse. Okay, take me back quickly. Celestial dragons left proudly. After watching the celestial dragons leave, Akainu glared at Marine. Hurry up and notify naval headquarters and get Impel Down ready. Yes. It's really unlucky to waste such a long time. It is estimated that Impel Down should have been attacked. Kizaru touched his chin. The faces of the other Marines are not very good either. There are so many pirates in Impel Down, once they are released, it will definitely be a disaster for the Marines. Meanwhile, Impel Down is just above. Lin Xiao's arc proverbs arrived just in time, but Marine has not received the news yet. I would like to thank Celestial Dragons for being so arrogant and giving Lin Xiao such a rare opportunity. Enel, it's time to descend. Understood. The arc proverbs descended slowly. Such a huge ship. Of course it caught the attention of many jailers. The jailer sounded the alarm for a moment. The shrill siren resounded throughout Impel Down. Countless jailers are ready, holding their own weapons, and returning to their combat positions, ready to strike at any time. The arc proverbs landed on the ground smoothly. A large group of jailers immediately surrounded Lin Xiao with the short sword in their hands. Everyone, although Marine was scammed away, time is running out, so don't waste it. Lin Xiao jumped lightly and landed on the ground, and the others jumped down one after another. Fire punch! Ace took the lead, and a ball of flames spewed out. The fire fist formed by the flames rushed forward, knocking all the nearby jailers flying, and the raging fire was still burning on his body. 50 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel did the same. The thunder dragon formed by thunder and lightning roared, engulfing countless jailers in one gulp. Ah! There were screams everywhere, and the nearby jailers ran away desperately, quite embarrassed. Lin Xiao and his group quickly broke through the jailers' block and entered the Impel Down. Although he knew that Marine Admiral was unlikely to be there, Lin Xiao decided to speed up and quickly broke through the prison a few days before Impel Down. Hot hell! Magellan was relaxing in the bathroom when he heard the siren, frowning slightly. What happened? Director Magellan, someone broke into Impel Down. It's the great pirate Lin Xiao. The jailer covered his nose for fear of being accidentally poisoned. Lin Xiao, that big pirate, hurry up and notify naval headquarters, I'll lead someone to stop it right away. Magellan didn't know Lin Xiao, but he also knew how powerful Lin Xiao was, and none of the 3 admirals caught him. Such powerful people, just relying on them to Impel Down, have no ability to stop them at all, so naval headquarters must be notified. Boom! Magellan's face livid as he listened to the approaching roar. Damn it, we got here so soon, go out with me to stop the enemy. Yes. A large group of jailers followed Magellan to the elevator entrance of the hot hell. Lin Xiao's team happened to be standing next to the elevator, ready to take the elevator and enter the eternal hell. Dragon. A purple liquid emerged from Magellan's body, surging continuously, forming a huge purple poisonous dragon. The purple poisonous dragon pounced on Lin Xiao. From time to time, drops of liquid came out of the poisonous dragon. The venom fell on the ground, corroding the ground, emitting a foul smell. Asking for flowers. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected of Magellan, most people really can't handle this venom, but it's a pity that someone restrained you. Lin Xiao took a picture of Ace next to him. Ace understood, clenched his fist with his right hand, and swung it out violently. The fierce flame formed a fire fist, and collided with the purple poisonous dragon. Chi 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 chi. In the final analysis, the poisonous dragon is just gas and liquid. Although it is poisonous, it will be evaporated quickly in the face of flames. It's just that the venom gasified and drifted into the air, but it was quickly burned by the flames, and there was no toxin at all. 50 million volts ultralisk. Enel tapped the bronze drum. The thunder dragon formed by thunder and lightning rushed towards Magellan. 0. Yamato, let's go in, K-Lock-Dar, you are here, you must be careful, this guy's poison is very powerful. Lin Xiao made a special reminder. He didn't want to wait for him to come back, and Lock Doll was accidentally knocked down by Magellan just like Blackbeard and the others. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Xiao was still worried and turned to look at Yamato. Yamato, it's better for you to stay here. If you encounter danger, release Giulardo. Lock Dar, you follow me. Let Yamato flow down, also for the sake of safety. At least as long as Giulardo is here, it is absolutely impossible to lose to Magellan. As for Eternal Hell, although it was very dangerous, Lin Xiao didn't take it to heart at all. A group of people who haven't had enough to eat for many years, and how capable they are, otherwise they wouldn't be able to be knocked down by Magellan. Many people are too hungry and too tired to resist. Lin Xiao, leave this to me. Yamato nodded to Lin Xiao with a firm face. Lin Xiao walked into the elevator on one side, K-Lock Doll followed behind, and the elevator door closed quickly. Damn it, don't let me leave. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to leave, Magellan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately prepared to stop Lin Xiao. But before he could stop it, a bolt of lightning passed by him, hit the wall next to him, and a huge explosion occurred. Please, your opponent is me, don't stop our captain. Enel stood up, looking down with arrogance. Chapter 75. Lin Xiao walked into the elevator without looking at Magellan. Although Magellan wanted to stop it, but the people nearby were very powerful, and he dared not underestimate it. In the end, he could only watch Lin Xiao enter the elevator. Eternal Hell, Impel Down the 6th floor. The prisoners here are all the most vicious pirates and criminals in the world. Everyone placed in New World can be a cadre of the Four Emperors pirate group. In the original book, Blackbeard wanted a crew, and the first thing he saw was the pirates of Eternal Hell. As soon as Lin Xiao walked in, a strong momentum swept over him. As expected of the vicious pirates, there are more than 10 of the Conqueror's Haki, which are very rare in New World. Someone actually came. Hey, you are also a pirate, which pirate group? Wait, no, he doesn't look like a prisoner. The 973 pirates suddenly discovered that Lin Xiao didn't have handcuffs at all, and he didn't look like a prisoner. Hey, who are you? Let me go out quickly, and when I go out, I will let you be my deputy captain. A pirate shouted arrogantly. Lin Xiao paused for a moment, his eyes full of murderous intent. To come to this place, you must show some strength, otherwise, these vicious big pirates will not care about him at all. Originally, he planned to find someone to stand up, but now, this guy came to his door for nothing. K-Lock Doll. Lock Doll immediately understood, rushed to the front of a cell, opened his right hand, and a large amount of yellow sand filled the air. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Many people in the prison felt their scalps go numb, and they looked at Lin Xiao with horror in their eyes. There are only a small number of relatively powerful people, although they are not afraid, but they are particularly jealous. The screams quickly disappeared. In the prison, the originally arrogant pirates became a whole family after being sucked dry by the yellow sand in an instant. Everyone, before you become arrogant, please consider your own situation and whether you have the ability to resist me. Lin Xiao sneered. These people have all lost their ability to fight, otherwise, the jailers would not dare to come over to deliver food. It can be said that as long as Lin Xiao is willing and spends a little time, he can solve all the prisoners in eternal hell. Even the former big pirate is still under his control. Unless these people are released, with their deep background, they can still fight him. It was very quiet in eternal hell, no one spoke. Lin Xiao glanced around. He doesn't know most people in the prison, but he knows many people. For example, members of the future Blackbeard pirates. And those top pirates in the world. Baloric Redfield, Douglas Bullet, World Destroyer Burndy World. Each of these three is great. If possible, Lin Xiao would really like to subdue these people, but unfortunately, these people have a very hard temper, and probably won't agree. But it doesn't matter, he has plenty of ways. Lin Xiao finally walked in front of Shiryu of the Rain. This guy is still up for grabs. Shiryu of the Rain, I remember, you used to be the chief guard of Impel Down, have you gotten to this point now? Shiryu of the Rain looked up at Lin Xiao, then lowered his head and closed his eyes without saying a word. If you speak too arrogantly, you may be killed. If you speak too softly, you will be underestimated. So silence is golden. Shiryu of the Rain, I let you out, how about you join my pirate team? Only then did Shiryu of the Rain raise his head. Do I have a second choice? Okay, if you refuse, I'll kill you, and I won't leave any trouble for myself. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of murderous intent. You have to be ruthless, otherwise, why would Shiryu of the Rain surrender? Shiryu of the Rain was silent for a moment. If one day, you are too weak, then don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xiao smiled. This is obviously surrender. And he also trusts Shiryu of the Rain, as long as he is strong enough, he will never betray. On the contrary, Lin Xiao would not feel relieved if it was someone else. Don't worry, if one day I am defeated by Marine, you can leave at any time, but only if I am defeated. Lin Xiao turned and walked aside. K-Lock Dar came over immediately and released Shiryu of the Rain from inside. The eyes of many pirates are full of anticipation. Quickly release me, as long as you release me, I will join your pirate group. Yes, I would too. Many pirates yelled. Most of them have been smoothed by Impel Down, and they are no longer as proud as before. They don't mind joining Lin Xiao's pirate group if they can leave. Lin Xiao didn't even look at these people, and finally walked in front of Redfield. He looked down on others, and it was obviously impossible for Redfield to succumb, otherwise he would not be able to be called the Lonely Red Earl. But it's okay, there will be opportunities in the future. I will never join your pirate group. Redfield refused without hesitation. Even after being locked up for so many years, he still has arrogance forever, so it is naturally impossible to just compromise like this. Don't get me wrong, let's make a deal, I will let you out today, you owe me a favor, and promise me a condition in the future. Lin Xiao also didn't know whether Redfield would keep his promise, but none of that mattered. Whether Redfield agrees or not, he will let these people out and cause trouble for Marine. Shiryu of the Rain has a weird expression. He paid the price for his freedom, and in the end, Redfield only had to agree to one condition. But he was just a little speechless in his heart, he didn't say it out, and he didn't take it to heart. Redfield was silent for a moment. This doesn't seem to be possible with 4.1. Just a promise and nothing else. Yes, I promise you. The eyes of many nearby pirates are full of anticipation. Whether it's a promise, or joining Lin Xiao's pirate group, it's all within their acceptable range. Lin Xiao walked in front of the others. Both Burndy-Wald and Bullet agreed to Lin Xiao's trivial request. As for the rest, Lin Xiao casually found a few people he knew and collected them for a few uses. One is the evil government king Abalo Pizarro, the other is the barrel Basque Shote, and the last is the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. Lin Xiao basically has all of Blackbeard's future crew members wiped out. At the same time, it can be regarded as a successful completion of this task. Chapter 76. Eternal Hell, Boiling Extremely. A lot of pirates have been released by Calcutta. After these pirates came out, they were not in a hurry to leave. They are not stupid, they have been imprisoned for so long, their bodies are exhausted, and if they go out alone, they will definitely be defeated by Magellan. You asked me to promise you a condition, and then let me go, but those people, you don't seem to have made any demands with them. Redfield's tone was a little flat. Can't hear the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Are they eligible? Lin Xiao only said one sentence, and Redfield stopped talking, because in his eyes, these people were all trash. As for Lin Xiao, let him take a high look. Those who dare to break into Impel Down are definitely not common people. Boy, do you look down on me? Don't think that you can be so arrogant after letting Lao Zi go. A thick and big man came over, his eyes full of ridicule, and he stretched out his rough-skinned hand to grab Lin Xiao. Many pirates nearby had teasing smiles. Just now he had no choice but to compromise with Lin Xiao, but now that he has come out, there is no need to compromise. Lin Xiao turned his head and suddenly smiled. Seeing Lin Xiao's smile, K-Lock felt sorry for the pirate in his heart. If it was the heyday, he could still be arrogant with Lin Xiao. But now, with poor health, he still dares to be arrogant with Lin Xiao. This is an act of committing suicide. Lin Xiao moved suddenly, just a black shadow, appeared in front of the thick and strong man in an instant, and then punched out. The burly man didn't even react, and was hit in the heart. Boom! Covered with Haki's fist, the surface was surrounded by thunder, piercing through the heart of the thick and strong man, and blood flowed out. The burly man trembled, lowered his head mechanically, looked at his own heart, very annoyed. The next moment, the thick and big man fell to the ground. As a human being, don't be too arrogant. Lin Xiao took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. Many pirates nearby were too frightened to speak. Although this overthrown burly man was not the top pirate, he was considered pretty good among them. It was actually instantly killed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was able to instantly kill this thick and strong man, so naturally he could also instantly kill them. No one is not afraid of death. What's more, they still want to leave here, so it is naturally impossible to fight Lin Xiao desperately. Anyone else want to do it? Lin Xiao raised his head and scanned his surroundings. Although these pirates were aggrieved, they didn't dare to say anything, they could only suppress their unhappiness. Then let's go. In the crowd, a big man suddenly stepped out. The big man is none other than Douglas Bullet. Bullet walked straight towards Lin Xiao, and everyone nearby saw it, and suddenly felt a little anticipation in their hearts. They all knew Bullet's strength, and naturally hoped that Bullet could teach Lin Xiao a lesson. What? Do you want to do it too? Lin Xiao was slightly surprised, but didn't care. Bullet, who doesn't have enough to eat every day and is malnourished, is not qualified to let him take it to heart. Bullet walked towards Lin Xiao, then raised his fist and punched him down. Between punches, accompanied by gusts of wind, a strong fist blows on Lin Xiao's face, causing a slight sting. It's amazing. In this state, you are actually so strong. You are worthy of being the heir of the so-called devil. Lin Xiao praised, and stretched out a hand, spread out the palm, and with a light squeeze, he grabbed Bullet's fist in his hand. The ground trembled, and a gust of air flowed around Lin Lian. But Lin Xiao still stood there, motionless. The people nearby widened their eyes in surprise. Actually blocked Bullet's fist. There was also a gleam in Redfield's eyes. The boy in front of him doesn't seem to be common. But also, have the guts to score Impel Down, which common? Common people can't enter eternal hell at all, and they have already been arrested. Yes, your strength is very strong. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand, turned and left. He could feel that Bullet didn't really want to do something, but just wanted to test Lin Xiao's ability. You are very powerful, I owe you a favor, but if you want to use this favor to let me do things for you, then you are wishful thinking. Bullet is also ambitious, so naturally it is impossible to live under Lin Xiao. His dream is to replace Roger and become the new One Piece and the new king of the world. Naturally, it is impossible for him to seek refuge with Lin Xiao. It's okay, as long as you remember to owe me one thing. Lin Xiao didn't care much either. It's like raising a horse, you can't expect the horse to listen to you in the first place, it needs to be tamed. Lin Xiao believes that he will do it one day. Even if he can't be tamed, Bullet can still cause trouble for Marine, so it is still useful. It's time for us to go. Lin Xiao walked out slowly. The other pirates followed immediately, ready to let Lin Xiao be the vanguard, and they took the opportunity to leave. Captain, are we going to go out like this? Will Marine stop us? The evil king is a little concerned. He is still very afraid of Marine's strength. The other pirates also had worries in their eyes, for fear that Marine would suddenly appear and disrupt their escape plan. Don't worry, before I came here, I kidnapped celestial dragons and made a deal with Marine. Marine and Admiral are probably all fooled away by me, most likely Garp and Sengoku. But the two of them definitely need one person to guard naval headquarters, only one can come. A confident smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. He feels that he is not only responsible for the strength of the pirates, but also responsible for his appearance, and he is also a think tank. Sure enough, he was the best among the traversers. Quiet. The scene was very quiet. Everyone was stunned. Even Redfield, Bullet, was amazed. Someone actually captured celestial dragons. That is the world noble celestial dragons, even they, if not necessary, will never trouble celestial dragons. But I didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so ruthless, in order to score Impel Down, deceive Marine Admiral, and actually capture celestial dragons. Lin Xiao stopped, looking at the dazed pirate behind him with some surprise. What? As a pirate, isn't this normal operation? Or have you never done anything like kidnap celestial dragons? No way. There are pirates in this world who haven't kidnapped celestial dragons. Redfield. Bullet. Pirates of Common. Lockdoll was also speechless. His captain is excellent, but occasionally funny, and likes to pretend. Now it's pretending again. Pretend is like the wind, always with me. Lin Xiao has deeply grasped the essence of pretend. Chapter 77. Naval Headquarters, Marine Variety. When Lin Xiao scored Impel Down, Naval Headquarters also received a message from Akainu. Boom! Angry Sengoku slapped the table. At this time, he didn't know that Lin Xiao didn't intend to kidnap the celestial dragons, nor was he extorting money, but purely to attack Impel Down. As for the kidnapping of celestial dragons, the purpose must be to defraud Marine's highest combat power and prevent Marine from supporting Impel Down. But he didn't see the situation clearly, and he really sent Marine 3 Admiral to rescue celestial dragons. Tsuru, Naval Headquarters now, is there anyone else? Sengoku could only look at Vice Admiral, a crane next to him. Anyway, Impel Down still needs to be saved. Crane Vice Admiral also admired Lin Xiao's wisdom. Sengoku, the 3 admirals are not here. If they want to come back and move forward at full speed, it will take at least a few hours. When they come back, the battle for Impel Down is over. As for our naval headquarters, Zephyr is not there. Although some marine generals are there, they are not strong enough. As for Garp, it seems that they have returned home. Crane Vice Admiral's complexion is not very good. Marine has so much combat power, but now he can't provide combat power to support Impel Down. Boom! Sen 31 Kingdoms kicked the broken table. Damn Garp, there's no good time to go home, but this is the time to go home. Although very angry, Sengoku had no choice but to sit in his seat, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. He knew the strength of Lin Xiao's team. Any admiral can't do anything about it, so there must be enough combat power. Otherwise, it's just delivering food to Lin Xiao. Now he is a little bit stuck. As a marine, it's natural to support Impel Down, but they just don't have enough combat power. As long as the 3 admirals are there, he dares to send them over. If it wasn't for Kaido's help last time, their marine might have defeated Lin Xiao's team. After all, Clockadar's strength is still a bit weak. Sengoku, what should we do now? Crane Vice Admiral asked. Notify the world government, let them send people to support our marine, there is not enough manpower. Sengoku can only ask the world government to help. As the marine marshal, he must guard the naval headquarters, and he cannot be dispatched casually. Otherwise, if naval headquarters is captured, the consequences will be greater than Impel Down. Then inform the world government. Crane Vice Admiral also knows that this is the only way. Sengoku immediately called 5 elders, although he was scolded, but in the end 5 elders sent someone to support Impel Down. It was also thanks to Lin Xiao who killed the celestial dragons and touched the bottom line of the 5 elders, otherwise it would not be so easy for the world government to send troops. Impel Down. Lin Xiao had already left Eternal Hell, but he did not leave in a hurry, and followed Shiryu of the Rain to the office. Shiryu of the Rain also wants to get back his own sword. In addition, some antidotes are also prepared. As for the other pirates, because they couldn't wait, they left immediately. In the hot hell, the battle between Magellan, Yamato, and others is still going on, and it is very fierce. Because Lin Xiao reminded them that Yamato and the others were very careful about Magellan's poison, so they didn't get caught. Nor was he accidentally killed by Magellan like Blackbeard in the original book. The pirates that came out of Eternal Hell attracted Magellan's attention, and the battle between the 2 sides stopped temporarily. With me here today, you hateful pirates, don't even think about leaving here. Magellan just paused for a moment, then flew into a rage, spurting a stream of purple liquid from his body, forming a huge poisonous dragon. Not good, everyone get out of the way. Some pirates react quickly and get out of the way in time. But some of the pirates didn't have time to dodge. They were hit by the poisonous dragon in the front, and the poisonous gas entered their bodies. Their bodies turned into purple, and then fell to the ground. It's just one trick to solve most of the pirates. The name Magellan deserves to be the strongest pillar of Impel Down. If you don't guard against it, you will really be defeated by Magellan. On the other side, Lin Xiao accompanied Shiryu of the Rain and found his saber. We found the weapon, so let's go. Shiryu of the Rain drew out the knife, and the light of the knife flickered. Shiryu's eyes were illuminated. Captain, if one day you are defeated, then I will leave. Lin Xiao stopped suddenly. Don't worry, I will never be defeated. After speaking, Lin Xiao left. Shiryu of the Rain looked at Lin Xiao's back and seemed to see Lin Xiao dominating the world. Perhaps, this is a good choice. Lin Xiao, K-Lock, and a group of people, one in front and one behind, came to the hot hell. As soon as I came here, I saw pirates all over the place. Her skin turned purple, and her mouth was foaming. This is a sign of poisoning. On both sides, there are many people standing. One side is headed by Magellan, and the other side is naturally Yamato and the others. Seeing Lin Xiao's arrival, Yamato was overjoyed. Damn it, Don't think about leaving here, too long. Magellan saw Lin Xiao and attacked Lin Xiao first. In his opinion, Lin Xiao is the leader of these people, so it is natural to deal with Lin Xiao first, and then deal with the prisoners in Impel Down. Lin Xiao looked at the coiling poisonous dragon, and spread out his palms. A huge thunderbolt came out dazzlingly at 950 degrees, making a resounding roar. The two dragons of blue and purple collided and intertwined, roaring. Soon the two dragons exploded and the poison spread. Lin Xiao looked at the poisonous mist drifting in, and let the poisonous mist float on him, quite calm. Yamato's expression changed slightly. Lin Xiao, be careful, these fogs are poisonous. Yamato, it turns out that you care about me so much, I knew you belonged to me. Don't worry, I will repay you well at night. Lin Xiao joked with a smile. Yamato's heart trembled when he heard it, and he lowered his head shyly. There are pirates nearby, all of them are speechless. Please, this is a battlefield, and the battle is fierce. Can you stop flirting? Can you take into account the feelings of single dogs like them? K-Lock Doll covered his forehead, feeling ashamed. It's okay to show affection at ordinary times, but now, in front of so many people, they are openly showing affection on the battlefield. Magellan was very excited when he saw Lin Xiao shrouded in poisonous fog, and finally he was going to defeat Lin Xiao. But after waiting for a while, Lin Xiao was still very calm, not like being poisoned at all. Lin Xiao naturally knew what Magellan was looking forward to, and deliberately showed a smile. Why? Are you particularly surprised? Magellan. Wrong chapter. Previously, after Chapter 75, Chapter 77 was issued directly, and Chapter 76 was reissued just now. Plus, this is a free chapter. Chapter 78. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I took the antidote in advance, so nothing happened. Lin Xiao is very proud. When Shiryu of the Rain was holding the knife, Lin Xiao also got the antidote. Otherwise, of course Lin Xiao couldn't be foolishly attacked by Magellan's poisonous gas, that would be an act of death. Magellan was about to say something when he suddenly saw Shiryu of the Rain behind Lin Xiao. Wearing the previous clothes on his body again, and holding a knife in his hand, he suddenly understood everything. Shiryu of the Rain, are you going to betray Marine? Pfft. Forgive Lin Xiao for his unkind smile. Come on, Magellan, you are stupid enough to lock up other people and not allow others to fight for freedom. Magellan's cheeks flushed slightly. It seems to be true. Shiryu of the Rain has been imprisoned for many years, and it is only natural to betray Impel Down and seek refuge with pirates. Shiryu of the Rain didn't speak, just pulled out his saber and flicked the blade lightly. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Very well, since you betrayed, don't blame me for being rude. Magellan spewed a great deal of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas even diffused into the air, passed through the air, and was breathed into the lungs by some pirates. These children still didn't know it. Yamato, come here to get the antidote, take it every day, after eating, we will type it in together. Clear. The Thunder Dragon pirates all ran over. Don't try to run, Duran. Just as Magellan was about to stop it, Lin Xiao shot out suddenly, approaching Magellan in an instant. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, a thunder roared in his lungs, and then he breathed out, roaring towards Magellan like a giant dragon. Looking at the dazzling thunder, Magellan quickly avoided Yamato and the others. Had Magellan been struck by this lightning bolt, he would have been seriously injured. Rumbling rumbling. Lightning passed by Magellan and hit a wall, causing a huge explosion in an instant. A strong airflow erupted, setting off a huge cloud of smoke and dust, covering everyone's sight. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a huge hole appeared on the wall, and small stones were everywhere on the ground. It's amazing, this guy's strength is quite strong. The pupils of the nearby pirates shrunk. They were not absolutely sure to block Lin Xiao's attack just now. It's no wonder that Lin Xiao dared to break into Impel Down, it turned out that he had enough strength. Yamato and others also quickly finished the antidote. Lin Xiao, do you want us to help? Then let's go together and end the battle as soon as possible. Lin Xiao did not refuse the help of others. He's not stupid. With his own strength, even if he can defeat Magellan, it will take a long time. Then Marine might come back. It is false when Akainu and Aokiji fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Clear. Yamato took the mace, jumped to both sides of Lin Xiao, and rushed towards Magellan together. Captain, let me help you too. Enel's face jumped with joy. After leaving Sky Island, he discovered how vast this world is, and his god is like a frog in a well. But precisely because of this, his desire to conquer was aroused. He wants to become stronger and become a real god. * 50 million volts Thunderbird. Enel released a bolt of lightning, turned into a blue bird, fluttered its wings, and jumped at Magellan. Logia Thunder Fruit. All the pirates were a little suspicious. Lin Xiao has the power of lightning, and Enel seems to have the power of lightning. One of them must have Logia Demon Fruit power. In addition, Yamato, who is very powerful at a young age, K-Lock of Sand Fruit, and Ace of Mara Fruit. This pirate group is really full of talents. Shiryu of the Rain, Evil Government King and others suddenly feel that joining Lin Xiao's pirate group still has a bright future. At least Enel and Ace will become the pillars of the pirates after they grow up. Boom rumble. Inside Impel Down, the fighting was fierce. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao crushed Magellan. After all, in the entire Impel Down, there is only such a high-end combat power as Magellan, and the others are very poor. If it wasn't because Magellan's toxin was too strong, even if he took the antidote, he wouldn't be able to withstand a frontal hit. Magellan wouldn't be able to persist until now. Fortunately, Lin Xiao still won. Seeking Flowers 0. Lin Xiao looked at Magellan lying on the ground, but didn't move. Take good care of your Impel Down, I won't kill you this time, after all, without your Impel Down, it's much more boring. After finishing speaking, Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to the fainted Magellan, turned around and left. All the pirates followed behind. The other pirates had already fled when Lin Xiao was fighting. Walking out of Impel Down, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and enjoyed the sunshine in the sky. It's really a rare sunshine, alas, sometimes, invincibility is also a sin, it seems that in the future, it will be a little weaker. Shiryu of the Rain. Evil King. Suddenly found that their new captain seems to like pretending a lot. Obviously he was worried about Marine, so he used celestial dragons to trick Marine away, and he was so complacent with peace of mind. Even Lin Xiao's subordinates were quite speechless. Captain, can you stop pretending? If you don't pretend, we are still good friends. Ace couldn't help but said. Lin Xiao stopped suddenly, turned to look at Ace, and Ace's scalp felt numb. Captain, what do you want? It's okay, don't worry about it, I don't regard you as my friend, I was under my command at the time, so you should be able to get used to it. Ace. Sure enough, he couldn't help but want to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Ha ha ha, don't talk about it all, let's go back now, if this drags on, Marine is coming. Lin Xiao smiled triumphantly, and then came to the port. After arriving at the port, Lin Xiao suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the sea in front of him. The other pirates were also stunned. Damn, where's my pirate ship? Damn it, which BD drove it away? Enel even jumped to the beach, looked around, with an angry expression on his face. You BD, you actually stole my arc proverbs, you must not let this thief go. Lin Xiao walked over and knocked Enel on the head. That's my arc motto, not yours. But you are right, you dare to steal my ship, you must repair it severely, and you must not let it go. The other pirates were also outraged. Didn't it just go out for a trip, and the boat was stolen 10 times. Chapter 79. Enel, use your mind net ability, show me who is so shameless and dare to steal my pirate ship. Lin Xiao looked at the calm and unremarkable sea, his eyes full of evil spirits. To steal his pirate ship is to light a lamp in the toilet. Court death. Don't worry, Captain, wait for me a while, I'll find them right away. Enel closed his eyes, felt carefully, and soon found the pirates who stole the ship. Captain, I found it, it's just to the north, not far away. Let's go then. Lin Xiao jumped onto one of the warships, and other pirates also ran up one after another, and then manipulated the warship, chasing the pirates in front. In less than half an hour, he caught up with the proverbs of the ark. It is worth mentioning that it is possible to catch up so quickly because the marine warship is very fast, and the ark motto 050 needs lightning as power, so it is a little slower. At this moment, on the pirate ship, the gathered pirates are very excited. Finally escaped from Impel Down. Ha ha ha. I was so lucky today, I was able to escape from Impel Down. Yeah, and it's a nice ship. It's all made of gold. I like it. When we leave, we will divide the ship, and everyone will get a part of the gold. Many pirates were talking about it, with greedy eyes in their eyes. When they left Impel Down, they saw this golden pirate ship, and they were naturally attracted, so they chose this ship. In the crowd, Laidfield and the others sat in a corner, silently, and didn't pay too much attention to the gold. They actually knew who the ship belonged to, and felt sorry for the pirates, so they actually robbed Lin Xiao's ship. Can you tell me? Why are you so excited? Lin Xiao stood on the golden deck of the Ark Proverbs, his expression was flat, and he didn't seem to be angry. But those who knew Lin Xiao well knew that Lin Xiao must be full of annoyance. When the pirates saw Lin Xiao appearing suddenly, they were all silent. They were not fools, of course they knew who the pirate ship belonged to, but they didn't expect Lin Xiao to catch up suddenly. It seems that you are very excited, but you don't know if you can share my pirate ship alive. 11. Lin Xiao made a sudden movement, teleported to one of the pirates, and punched the pirate on the head. The pirate's face was flattened, teeth spit out one by one, the whole person leaped into the air, and then fell into the sea. These pirates hadn't recovered yet, so they didn't have to be beaten at all. Lin Xiao sent a lot of pirates flying with 3 punches and 2 punches. Afterwards, Shiryu Yamato and others also joined the battlefield, killing the quartet. There was no pirates to stop them, and they were quickly defeated. On the deck, blood stained the gold. Lin Xiao stood in the middle of the boat, squeezed his fist, and then sent another pirate flying. It's almost time to stop. After hearing Lin Xiao's order, Yamato and the others did not continue to do anything, and stood behind Lin Xiao one after another. The rest of the pirates hurriedly hid aside, their eyes filled with endless fear. Remember, before asking you to steal something from now on, think about the consequences, and investigate again, whose property it is. Lao Zi rescued you, and even dared to snatch Lao Zi's boat. These people are the price they paid. Next time, I will not show mercy. Lin Xiao's piercing eyes scanned the crowd. Many people lowered their heads, their hearts filled with panic. The battle just now made them deeply aware of the terror of Lin Xiao, a group of pirates who killed most of the people. After taking care of these pirates, Lin Xiao looked at the deck, frowning slightly. Pirate corpses were everywhere on the deck, blood had already stained the deck red, and even flowed into the sea. Clean up here, and you guys, go to the warship behind me, don't get in the way here. Lin Xiao's tone was a little cold. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the pirates also knew that Lin Xiao had murderous intentions, and fled in a hurry, fearing that they would be left behind by Lin Xiao if they took a slow step. Soon, everyone left, even the big pirates like Laidfield did not stay. They didn't want to depend on others, and they didn't have enough confidence to snatch the pirate ship, so they simply left here. After all the pirates became powerful, and cleaned up the pirate group, Lin Xiao controlled the arc proverb and flew into the sky. As for whether these pirates will encounter Marine, it has nothing to do with him, anyway, he has already completed the task. On the warship, these pirates were surprised to see the arc proverbs flying into the sky, from ear to ear. Originally thought it was a boat built by a local tyrant, but now it seems that this is not only a local tyrant, it can actually fly. In mid-air, Lin Xiao looked at the sea below, unable to conceal his inner unrest. By the way, Captain, does that guy just let him swim on the surface? Ace pointed to the sea surface with curiosity in his eyes. What he was referring to was naturally the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. Lin Xiao glanced at the sea. Don't worry about him, he's so big, he won't be able to get on the pirate ship, we can only let him swim below. Ace thinks about it too. The San Juan Wolves are bigger than their pirate ship, so they can't come up at all. Yamato, Ace and others, observing the person who just came up. They all seem to be pretty strong, just look, some don't look like a good guy, Piccolo Lockdoll don't want Tien. Poor K Lockdoll didn't know what they were thinking, or would have tossed his hair, said confidently. He used to be a big handsome guy too. He. I just don't know how I feel when Marine is here. Lin Xiao snickered, put one arm around Yamato's waist, and gently pulled her 1.8 into his arms. Yamato struggled a little, then fell into Lin Lian's arms. I have to say that Lin Xiao's embrace was very warm, and Yamato didn't want to leave. Besides, many people looked at the two of them. As the only couple on board, Lin Xiao and Yamato sprinkle dog food every day. They are forced to eat dog food every day. Captain, can you stop spreading dog food? We people look uncomfortable. Ace complained a bit. The idea of spreading dog food was first proposed by Lin Xiao, and it was later used by Ace. Lin Xiao scanned the crowd. It seems that you are the only one who cares about it. Ace looked around for a while, as if he was really the only one who was very entangled in this matter, and everyone else didn't care. None of these people is normal. Chapter 80. Naval Headquarters, Marin Variety. Sengoku's face is not particularly good. Because someone was pointing at his face and swearing. But this person's status is very special, and he can't do anything to this person. This person, of course, is the Celestial Dragons. In order to support Impel Down as soon as possible, Akainu went to Impel Down without the consent of Celestial Dragons. But on the way, he heard that Impel Down was breached, so he went directly to Naval Headquarters. Forget about the Celestial Dragons because they're too angry. As soon as Celestial Dragons saw that they were taken to Naval Headquarters and not sent back to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, of course they were very angry, so they pointed at Sengoku and cursed. Okay, that's it, now send me back to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, don't blame me for being rude if you dare to take a step back. After cursing for a long time, the Celestial Dragons stopped. He also knew the status of Marine Admiral, he could point fingers at him and yell at him, but he couldn't kill Marine Admiral either. I'll arrange for someone to take you away. Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief, he could finally throw the package out. Celestial Dragons are just too annoying. After the Celestial Dragons were sent away, Sengoku sat on the couch, feeling rather pained. Especially 31 is the pirates who escaped from Impel Down. Everyone is very powerful and will definitely bring trouble to Marine. Damn Lin Xiao! Sengoku can't wait to beat Lin Xiao to ashes. On the other hand, after Lin Xiao left Impel Down, he took the arc proverbs, crossed the entire red line, and came to New World. On the deck, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged. The pirates nearby were talking and laughing, doing their own things. Yamato, Nico, Robin and others were sitting next to him, acting very peacefully. As for Nami, who is still counting banknotes, she has fallen into fantasy and cannot extricate herself for a long time. Lockdoll and Ace are all in training. Especially Ace and Enel. Lin Xiao has high demands on them, and makes them fight hand to hand and train hard every day. After all, the two of them are not like K-Lock, they are still very young and have high potential, and they will definitely become admiral-level masters in the future. It can also become the backbone of the pirate group. Of course, Lin Xiao also has high expectations for Q-Lock. He doesn't want to beat Admiral, but only wants to compete against one or two. System, the task is completed, what about the reward? Lin Xiao asked in his heart. He is now full of excitement, as long as he gets enough rewards, he can become stronger. An offended marine and world government, he must be stronger. However, the entire pirate group, alone, can confront Marine Admiral head-on. As for the others, even Yamato, it was a little bit worse. They only have Admiral's potential, but not Admiral's strength, so Lin Xiao is a little worried. Ding dong, congratulations to host, successfully entered Impel Down, and won a lucky draw chance. Congratulations to the host, successfully punched in Impel Down and got a lucky draw chance. 2 opportunities were used. Ding dong, congratulations to host, you have successfully obtained a Devil Fruit Awakening card. Ding dong, congratulations to host, you have successfully obtained a 1-year training buff. Lin Xiao was ecstatic. If nothing else, just say Devil Fruit Awakening card. Just look at it to know what it means. Devil Fruit awakens. It is the higher level power of Devil Fruit. When Paramecia Devil Fruit is awakened, it can affect things other than the capable user. After awakening, Zoan Devil Fruit can greatly improve recovery ability and combat effectiveness. He is the animal fantasy beast species Demon Fruit power, and his resilience is very strong. Once the Devil Fruit is awakened, the recovery ability will become stronger and the strength will become stronger. At that time, maybe it will be as pervert as Kaido. Of course, all this is just speculation, and Kaido doesn't know what ability it is, but it is true that it can become stronger. Originally he was at a slight disadvantage against Akainu. But once Devil Fruit awakens, his strength will change drastically, and he will have the strength to defeat Admiral. Beside, Yamato saw the smile on Lin Xiao's face, thought Lin Xiao was giggling, and pushed Lin Xiao lightly. Lin Xiao, what are you giggling about? Cough cough cough. Lin Xiao immediately restrained his smile. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about one very important thing, I'm going to have a wife soon, she's peaceful. Yamato blushed slightly and pushed Lin Xiao down. Idiot, so many people. I understand what you mean, when there are few people, we can roll. Yamato pushed Lin Xiao away and ran away shyly. Lin Xiao didn't chase after him either, and focused on the system again. System, there is another reward, tell me. Ding dong, practicing buffs can increase the speed of the speed team's cultivation, and 1 year is equivalent to 3 years. Lin Xiao's eyes almost lit up. This is a good thing, no worse than the Devil Fruit Awakening card. The former is relative to the collective, and the latter is individual. With this card, members of his pirate group can grow faster. Especially Ace them. Is Ace's talent bad? Not bad. With Conqueror's Haki, who has been suppressing Luffy in the first 450 episodes, and has the blood of One Piece, the talent must be very strong. But Ace is bad time. As long as the time is strong enough, not to mention a new One Piece, at least it can compete with Marine Admiral. Enel is not bad either. Logia Thunder Fruit, the current physical fitness is no worse than Ace, as long as it is trained, it can become more fishy. Yamato doesn't think she is a woman, but she has Kaido's bloodline, not to mention the same pervert as Kaido, but in terms of strength, the entire pirate group, Lin Xiao alone can suppress her. It can be seen that Yamato's talent is also very pervert. But their pirate group is not as good as any of the 4 emperors, nor is it as good as Marine, even as long as 3 admirals, they can suppress them. Purely because Yamato they are too young. Lin Xiao has this cultivation buff bonus, 1 year is equivalent to 3 years, and these people can grow completely in a short period of time. Once these people have fully grown up, New World will let them do whatever they want. Clock Keeter, is there any remote place in New World, preferably no one passes by? Lin Xiao looked at K. Lakadar. This buff bonus card has a short period of time, only 1 year, and it would be a waste of time to float in the sea. So Lin Xiao plans to train in New World for 1 year. Chapter 81. New World, a certain uninhabited island. The proverbs of the ark slowly fell from the sky. K. Lokdal stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the lush island in front of him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Captain, there is no one here all year round, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. Lin Xiao took a look at the island. The island is lush, and there are many creatures on the island, which can be used as food at ordinary times. Okay, get off the boat, I have something to tell you. Everyone got off the boat together. Then many people stood in a row. Lin Xiao glanced at it, feeling deeply moved in his heart. These are all his crew. Ace of Fire Fist, Enel of Thunder God, Lok Dar of Sand Crocodile, King of Evil Government, Huge Battleship of Holy Lake and Evil Wolf, Barrel of Wine, Shiryu of Rain. After traveling for less than a year, he has achieved such an achievement. It's just a pity that apart from him, there is no one who can fight against Marine Admiral. Those who came from Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain is the strongest, weaker than Magellan, and a little worse than Marine Admiral. As for the evil kings and the others, their strength is indeed powerful, but they are only about the same as K. Lok Dar, and some of them are even weaker. And also, if these people have the strength of Admiral, then the Blackbeard pirates are very pervert. It's also impossible to be scared off by Akainu in the original book. But Lin Xiao is also very satisfied. These few people can be the backbone of the pirates. The Whitebeard pirates still have more than a dozen captains. Everyone, it is my honor and everyone's honor that our pirate group has achieved such a high level of achievement. Lin Xiao began to deliver his acceptance speech. Pirates also began to travel around the world. If it's so boring, they don't care at all. Lin Xiao also felt that it was almost the same. It's a pity that our pirate group still has flaws. The high-end combat power is too poor. There is no one comparable to Marine Admiral. In addition, we offended Marine and captured celestial dragons. Marine will definitely capture us. So I decided to train on this island for a year to improve my strength so that I can fight against Marine in the future. Lin Xiao looked at the people present, and no one refused. But also, during this period of time, they have fought against Marine many times, which made Ace and the others understand the shortcomings of their own strength. Those pirates who Impel Down are also experienced people, so they are naturally very aware of the gap between themselves and the world. So none of them refused special training. Very well, since none of you have any objections, then from today onwards, special training for 1 year. Shiryu of the Rain, you guys, this year's task is to restore to peak condition, and then temper Haki. As for Ace, Yamato, and Enel, the 3 of you have to train harder, you must master Haki, exercise, body is the most important thing. No. Everyone was lazy and didn't care. Lin Xiao was not angry either, this is the character of these pirates, and they are not soldiers, so it is impossible to order and prohibit them. Well, let's do your own special training. Enel and Ace will fight against each other. In the morning, we will train in gymnastics and hand-to-hand combat. In the afternoon, we will practice Devil Fruit, targeting the sea. Understood. All separated. Enel and Ace stepped aside and engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Both of them are demon fruit power. Originally they didn't care about body skills, they only focused on training Devil Fruit. So not long ago, Lin Xiao specially trained the 2 of them and beat them up with physical skills to let them know their flaws. Yamato, you come with me. Lin Xiao turned around and walked towards the woods. Big Kazuya followed behind. Nami looked at the 2 people who were going away, and gently pulled Nico Robin next to him. What do you think the two of them were doing in the past? Nico Robin understood Nami's thoughts instantly. Although this little girl is young, she is very mature in her heart. I think it must be more than just exercise. Lin Xiao walked for a long time, passed through the woods, and then stopped. Big Kazuya stopped behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, what is your purpose for asking me to come? Yamato, you should be very clear. Although our pirate group is developing very rapidly and has many masters, it is worse than Marine Admiral. I know. Yamato nodded slightly, knowing the flaws of the pirates. To offend the world's largest organization, you need to face a very large combat organization. However, the strength of the pirate group is not very strong. It's not like Marine. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and 3 admirals. Once again, there is Marine Admiral alternate. Among the pirates, only Lin Xiao is very good, and the rest of them are not so good. Lin Xiao, I understand what you mean. During this time, I will definitely work hard and never let you down. Yamato's eyes were full of determination. She vowed in her heart that she must become stronger, at least able to help Lin Xiao block an admiral. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I will definitely help you. During this time, I will train with you. Try to make you the strongest woman, and show Kaido. Yamato was very moved. If he hadn't been a little reserved, maybe Yamato would have rushed to Lin Xiao, and said, the little girl will promise her body in the future. Of course, this is just a thought. Yamato took out the mace and pointed it at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, let's do it. Lin Xiao didn't act in a hurry, but walked towards Yamato slowly, then approached suddenly, and stretched out his hands. Put one hand in front of Yamato, one hand behind Yamato, and then. Yamato felt that he was being attacked, his calm pretty face turned red all of a sudden, and he swung his stick to hit him. Linyos, Lin Xiao, UBD. Ha ha ha. Yamato, you have a good figure. I like it very much. You must take good care of it. If your figure changes in the future, and you are like Ant, I won't like you. Lin Xiao teased unscrupulously. Sometimes angry Yamato, even more cute. Go to hell with me. Yamato was furious and showed no mercy, he threw Lin Xiao down desperately, wishing he could kill Lin Xiao with a stick. At the same time, I was still thinking about my aunt. She remembered how her aunt was when she was young, she was a full-fledged beauty, and she even fascinated thousands of men back then. As a result, when you grow up, you will change a lot. Thinking that he might become like his aunt when he gets old, Yamato shivered and felt a little uneasy. No, we must take good care of it in the future, and we must not be like aunt. That would be ugly. Chapter 82. 1 year later. Boom. On the uninhabited island, roars are everywhere. In midair, Lin Xiao and Yamato collided fiercely. The two moved very fast, leaving black figures behind, like phantoms. When they collided, bursts of torrents and violent air currents were generated, hitting the ground and kicking up a huge cloud of smoke and dust, filling the sky. From time to time, there were explosions. Yamato, your strength has increased, and your figure has become better, more plump, I like it. Damn it, shut up, I'll kill you. Yamato was angry on the surface, but very happy in his heart. Lin Xiao was teasing while dodging, colliding with Yamato from time to time. During the year, Yamato has improved significantly. He has fought with Yamato many times, each battle is fierce, and gradually, it is no longer possible to completely suppress Yamato. Every time you have to fight for a long time, you can gain an advantage. This made Lin Xiao very happy. It is indeed a reward from the system. 1 year of practice is equivalent to 3 years of practice. After a long time, Lin Xiao stopped suddenly. That's the end of today's battle. De Kazuya didn't continue to move, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, then quickly ran in front of Lin Xiao, wiping the sweat for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at Yamato's face close at hand, couldn't help but took a step forward, and tapped 353 on her face. A fragrance came out. 1 year has passed, and Yamato's figure has become more and more plump, and his growth has become more and more beautiful, full of femininity. Yamato blushed and backed away quickly, like a frightened bird. Yamato, you are so beautiful. From the bottom of her heart, Lin Xiao really thinks Yamato is beautiful. Lin Xiao. Cough cough cough, too, can you stop showing your affection in front of us? Nami grumbled, a little unhappy. Nico Robin was sniggering next to him. Yamato distanced himself from Lin Xiao far away. Lin Xiao felt helpless, such a good atmosphere was ruined by these two people. However, Nico Robin are getting more and more hydrated. Especially Nico Robin, maybe he didn't live in the hot place like Alabasta, and his skin became smooth and white, not the Kurozumi skin at the beginning. Nami also gradually opened up. Living among the three beauties is both happy and helpless. Okay, you guys have a good chat here, I'll go see the others. Lin Xiao turned and left. In the grove, Lin Xiao looked up at the sun in the sky while walking. Today is the last day of the year. After tonight, the cultivation buff will be gone. But over the past year, their harvest is obvious. Yamato, for example, definitely has the Admiral experience. Even if Admiral cannot be defeated, invincibility is guaranteed. As for Lin Xiao, the achievements are also obvious. Devil Fruit awakened him, becoming stronger every day at a speed visible to the naked eye. I just don't know who is stronger than the Four Emperors. He has never fought against Four Emperors alone, so it is not clear who is better between Four Emperors and Admiral, but thinking about it, the gap is not particularly obvious. Boom! After passing through the woods, there were explosions from time to time. Looking up, Blue's lightning and Sanyang's flames intertwined and collided fiercely, setting off big explosions from time to time. The two sides in the battle are naturally Ace and Enel. After a year of fighting, the ones who have improved the most are Ace and Enel. The same is Logia Demon Fruit Power, coupled with hard training every day, I have made great progress. Both have mastered Armament Haki and Observation Haki. And they are all high-level 2-color Haki, which is slightly worse than the high-level Haki that Lin Xiao got at the beginning. Coupled with the powerful Logia Devil Fruit, it can be said that the current Ace and Enel can also fight against Marine Admiral. As for the outcome, I haven't fought and I'm not sure. Captain Enel and Captain Ace are amazing. Yeah, it's getting stronger and stronger, and Haki is also very proficient in using it. The nearby pirates are very envious. With such a powerful strength, they are hopeless. Shiryu of the Rain and others also recognized the two aces. Although very young, but strong pervert. In this world of the jungle, strength is the most important. Lin Xiao watched from the side, not intervening in the battle between Ace and Ace. This battle of flames and lightning is destined to be impossible to tell the winner. After all, the strength of the two is not much different. After a long time like this, the battle between the two became more intense, and neither side could do anything to the other. Lin Xiao felt that it was almost done, so he stepped forward. Okay, you two can do it, if you continue to fight, this island will be destroyed by you. The two stopped immediately after hearing Lin Xiao's words. Enel, your strength is quite good. Ace, you've made great progress. Both of them are proud masters, neither can make the other surrender, but they have also gained the other's approval. Come here, all of you, I have something to tell you. Lin Xiao gathered everyone and stood by the sea. Looking at the completely transformed people in front of him, Lin Xiao was deeply moved. His pirate group became stronger and stronger. Not to mention defeating the Four Emperors, but even the Four Emperors' pirate group cannot destroy him. Everyone, after a year of special training, everyone has become stronger and has enough strength to fight against Marine. Then we don't need to keep concealing it. We should also let the world know our existence. The pirates were all excited. After holding back here for so long, they are very bored and want to leave the island long ago. It's just that Lin Xiao didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to leave. Now it was time to wait for Lin Xiao's order. He. It seems that the captain is going to attack the Four Emperors, and I can let the world know the existence of my evil king. The evil king's face showed cruel actions. This year, if you want to say that you are unhappy, there are also some. It's just that Lin Xiao's strength is too strong, especially Lin Xiao. In order to make them surrender, he specially fought with them. The result is obvious. With Lin Xiao, Yamato, and Giulardo joining forces, they, the Impel Down pirates, were quickly defeated. So from then on, they recognized Lin Xiao. Next to him, Shiryu of the Rain did not say a word, slowly pulled out his saber, and tapped it twice, with a cold light in his eyes. The other pirates were also talking about it, wishing to leave this place where there were no birds and no smokers immediately. Chapter 83. On the seashore, Lin Xiao stood on the arc motto, with one foot on the strings of the boat, and his finger pointing in the air. Everyone, let's go. The pirate ship gradually sailed into the sea. Qianlong out of the abyss. This world is bound to set off a huge storm. As the center of the storm, Lin Xiao will become the king of this world, the uncrowned king. Of course, that is at least many years later. New world, very calm. Since Lin Xiao broke into Impel Down a year ago and let go of countless pirates, the whole new world has become uneasy. Those pirates are crazy to hit the new world. It's just a pity that, except for a small number of people, most of them were eliminated by Four Emperors. As far as these people are concerned, the most they can do is give experience to the Four Emperors. This year, the Four Emperors were not peaceful, and so was Marine. Not only to deal with these pirates, but also to find a way to find Lin Xiao, give the world government an explanation, and reduce trouble by the way. It's just a pity that after Lin Xiao trained for a year, Marine never found Lin Xiao. New world, on a certain island. At this moment, the island is full of killings. Many civilians are frantically running away, and behind these civilians, many pirates are frantically chasing and killing them. Ha. Let's go together, kill all the people on this island, and steal all the money. A bearded pirate held a knife and laughed loudly, his eyes full of greed. The same is true for the nearby pirates, expressionless. That's the nature of this world. That's why, many people call Roger a sinner, because he brought disaster to this world. Not all pirates, like Luffy, are not interested in treasures, but only yearn for a free life. Basically all pirates like to kill civilians. Just when these pirates were killing all directions, the words of the ark slowly arrived at this island. Captain, it seems that there are pirates killing. Ace frowned slightly, feeling a little unbearable. Although he is also a pirate and liked to rob when he was a child, rich people who always rob rarely kill people. It's not like these pirates, killing wantonly for treasure. Not only Ace, neither Nami nor Yamato can accept these pirates. Even Lin Xiao has his own bottom line, he will never massacre the civilians in common. Only others, have long ago accepted it all. Yamato, Ace, Enel, don't let a single pirate go, kill them all. Lin Xiao's tone was a little indifferent. The pirates felt chills when they heard this, and made up their minds, discovering Lin Xiao's terror for the first time. Clear. Everyone rushed out immediately, catching up with the pirates who were killing wantonly. Fire punch. Ace took the lead. A ball of flame fist hit a pirate. The flame ignited the pirate. Ah! The pirate let out a shrill scream, then fell to the ground, struggling constantly, trying to extinguish the flames. But soon, the pirate was burned to death. The scream of this pirate naturally attracted the attention of other pirates. The bearded pirate turned his head and saw Ace, his body shivered. How is he here? The bearded pirate's eyes were full of fear. Especially after seeing Lin Xiao, this fear spread infinitely. He was once a member of Impel Down. When those pirates snatched the Ark Proverbs, he was also on it, and he was one of the lucky ones who survived. But because of this, Lin Xiao still knows the horror. Surrounded by a group of pirates, Lin Xiao slowly came to the island and walked in front of the bearded pirate. The bearded pirate came back to his senses in an instant, and looked at Lin Xiao tremblingly. "You, why are you here?" Lin Xiao looked at the small town burned by the flames, and then at the corpses all over the ground, frowning. "Do I know you? This bearded pirate is just an insignificant little pirate, even if he has met him before, Lin Xiao will not remember it. My lord, I am a pirate who came out of Impel Down, and I really thank you for your saving grace." The bearded pirate was very respectful. Even if he is famous in New World now, he doesn't have the guts to fight against Lin Xiao. Especially Lin Xiao defeated Marine many times. "Oh, so it's those scumbags, it doesn't matter, Enel, I'll leave it to you." 50 million volts Brontosaurus. Without saying a word, Enel threw out a thunder dragon and hit the bearded pirate head on. Seeking flowers 00. Ah! The bearded pirate didn't even have time to dodge before he was struck by lightning. The electric current flowed all over his body, and his body trembled slightly. The next moment, the bearded pirate fell to the ground, twitching non-stop, foaming at the mouth, and his beard and hair exploded. "The rest are all killed. From today onwards, this is my territory." Lin Xiao glanced around. Although there are flames everywhere, as long as the flames are extinguished, this place can still be regarded as a territory. Anyway, there are still so many people alive. Clear. Enel and others are a little excited. When I came to New World, I finally had a place. 0. They are no longer the wandering pirates either. Kill, kill, kill. A killing begins. It's just that this time the target of the massacre has changed. Those originally arrogant pirates were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and were easily defeated by Lin Xiao's pirate group. After finishing all the pirates, Lin Xiao glanced at the restless residents in the distance. "From today onwards, this is my target. In the first year, I won't charge you any money. In the second year, if you give me 20% interest, I will protect you. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I am a big pirate with a bounty of 2 billion Baileys." That's right, Lin Xiao's bounty has increased again. Abduct the celestial dragons and attack Impel Down. Which day is not an earth-shattering event. In addition, Lin Xiao is more powerful, so the bounty is doubled at once. In this whole new world, there are famous pirates. When the nearby residents heard Lin Xiao's words, they were not only not angry, but very happy. After all, New World is full of pirates, and many islands are protected by pirates, and they are no exception. Compared with the previous pirates, Lin Xiao's strength is much stronger, and the fee that needs to be paid is very small, only 20%. Of course they were very happy. "Captain, we accept your asylum." "Very well, then start putting out the fire. Starting today, we will be temporarily stationed here." Chapter 84. Midnight. Lin Xiao and the others stood on the shore, and a cool sea breeze blew in their faces. The sea roared and kept beating against the shore. The crowd turned their backs to the small town. Although a small part of the small town was burned after a battle, the night was still peaceful. Many people have already fallen asleep. Except for their Thunder Dragon pirates. "See? This is our first sight and the beginning of our journey." Lin Xiao pointed at the small town, feeling a surge of emotion. Although this is only an insignificant small town, it is his first step in conquering the new world. Yamato et al. Are also excited. Only people of a certain age like K. Lockdoll were not particularly excited. Because they used to have their own territory, a small town is nothing at all. Captain 823, after a while, we will occupy more territories and become stronger. Enel was very excited, with thunder on his body. That's right, one day, the whole new world will be filled with my flag. Lin Xiao is very confident. With the system, he can reach this step sooner or later. Others were also affected by Lin Xiao's momentum. This kind of person with lofty ideals and strength is qualified to be their captain. Okay, let's go to rest at night, starting tomorrow is our new journey. Lin Xiao turned around and left. The night passed like this. Early the next morning, all the cadres of the Thunder Dragon pirates gathered in a large courtyard. This is already the largest courtyard in this town, and it is currently Lin Lian's temporary residence. After all the cadres arrived, Lin Xiao didn't procrastinate. Everyone, we have come to New World, and we have a territory, it's time to decide the future of our pirate group. Captain, I think we should find the Four Emperors first, defeat them, take their place, and then find a way to become one piece. The one who speaks so arrogantly is Enel, who was once a god for a while. He doesn't care about the Four Emperors, he thinks he is very strong, and with Lin Xiao, he can defeat the Four Emperors. On the contrary, it was the other people who knew the strength of the Four Emperors very well, so they felt a little worried. Lin Xiao is pretty confident about himself, but he hasn't really fought against the Four Emperors yet, so he doesn't have enough confidence. Ding dong, please host has his own territory in New World, no less than 10 large islands with a population of tens of millions. Just as Lin Xiao was hesitating, the sound of the system came from his ear. Another mission system. But Lin Xiao is very happy, as long as he completes the task, he can get a lot of rewards. From this point of view, there is no rush to defeat the Four Emperors. Occupy a territory first, complete the task, get this reward, increase the strength of the team, and defeat the Four Emperors when the time comes. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to let his subordinates adapt to the New World battle first. He needs to hone an Iron and Blood pirate group. While Lin Xiao was thinking, everyone present expressed their opinions. Although there is no quarrel, but faintly have their own ideas. It's okay, there's no need to quarrel. We just arrived in New World, and there are still too few people. Let's find a way to occupy the nearby islands first. Lin Xiao has spoken, and the others will naturally have no objections. And it does take some territory. Anyway, he is also a famous pirate, and his territory is only such a small island, so it would be embarrassing to say it. Captain, let's go, this site is too small. Yet, no matter what, we need to occupy more territory. It's too embarrassing to talk about this place. Several people discussed in succession. Lin Xiao also felt that it made sense, and turned to look at K-Lock Doll next to him. Clock Keeter, you have been to New World before, what big territory is there near here, we can occupy it. K-Lock Doll's face turned black, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. Lin Xiao noticed his expression and seemed to guess something. Could it be that you were defeated by Whitebeard not long after you arrived in New World? K-Lock Doll's face became even uglier. He really is. After entering New World, he wanted to challenge the Four Emperors ambitiously, but was defeated by Whitebeard in the end. The island where he was training before was passed by accident when he was escaping, otherwise he would not know it. Come on, Evil King, Wine Barrel, you two, does anyone know the terrain around here? Captain, I do know a place, one is de Rice Rosa, which is quite far from us, but it is the largest country. De Rice Rosa. Lin Xiao thought of Doflamingo. This seems to be his territory. It's just that Doflamingo's strength is too weak, there is nothing to be afraid of, and he can be taken away. Very well, since it is Doflamingo's territory, it is also my territory, I have decided to occupy here. The people present basically had no opinion. Because they didn't pay attention to Doflamingo at all, a small 7 warlords of the sea, the pirates simply looked down on him. If there is no special purpose, Dar will definitely not join 7 warlords of the sea. Captain, I've given Doflamingo to me, a little 7 warlords of the sea, I've been planning to attack him for a long time. Ace's eyes were filled with fiery fire. Next to Dal looks like he's going to eat people. What? Do you despise the 7 warlords of the sea? At this time, these people realized that Dar was also 7 warlords of the sea. Ace is the most embarrassing. Anyway, he is also a good friend for many years, but he actually forgot to give Dal some face. You misunderstood, I'm not saying that 7 warlords of the sea is trash, I mean, not all 7 warlords of the sea are like you. 1.2. Ace quickly explained, but this explanation seemed to be more likely to be misunderstood. At least Dal has a fierce look in his eyes. It seems that if you don't give him an explanation, you have to do it. Lin Xiao was also speechless to Ace. I usually know how to tease him and Yamato, but today I can't even talk. Ahem, cough. Ace, I know what you mean, so please don't say it, so as not to cause misunderstanding. He didn't know what he meant, but how did Lin Xiao know? But this is not the right time to say such things. Captain, leave Doflamingo to me. Ace's eyes were filled with anticipation. He wanted to show it off. In particular, there are more and more powerful people in their pirate group. If you don't show off, you will soon forget him. Chapter 85. Okay, Doflamingo will be handed over to you to deal with. After defeating Doflamingo, you will take over his territory. By the way, except for you, Enel, Shiryu of the Rain, and Kadar, all 3 of them will go with you. Lin Xiao dispatched half of his combat power. In case Doflamingo is very powerful and Luffy wins, it is purely due to the luck of the protagonist, so it is best to be conservative. Moreover, Doflamingo still has so many subordinates, and only Ace is allowed to go alone, so it is easy to be besieged. So it's better to send more people. Anyway, with so many high-end combat power, it's useless. Ace naturally wouldn't refuse. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he is still a 7 warlords of the sea, so he should be more cautious. Besides De Rice Rosa, what other large countries are nearby? Tell me all of them. Lin Xiao looked at the evil king. In addition to De Rice Rosa, there are several other countries with quite large land areas, and the last one is 31 Happy Street, which is also a very large town. The evil king mentioned the names of many countries, but Lin Xiao focused on Happy Street. If he remembered correctly, Pleasure Street is the largest flower street in the world, which is controlled by Queen of the Pleasure District Stracy. Stracy is not from common, but a member of world government CPO, and she is also very powerful. The most important thing is to be a member of the world government. I have decided that we will split into 2 groups, Ace and you all together, and capture De Rice Rosa, as well as nearby islands and countries. As for me, lead the rest, go to Joy Street, and occupy there. Understood 1. In the afternoon of that day, Lin Xiao's pirate regiment split into 2 groups and left this nameless small town. Lin Xiao also retained some of his subordinates, as well as a cotter. Both the wine barrel and the evil king remained. Anyway, it is also the first sight. I just said to protect others yesterday, but today the entire pirate group is gone. It is really unreasonable. But the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, Lin Xiao let him go, as Lin Xiao's pirate group. The proverbs of the arc were left to Enel. On the sea, Lin Xiao felt a little turbulent. I was a little bit excited when I went out for the first time. By the way, Lin Xiao, what exactly is that Happy Street? Nami was suddenly curious. Yamato and Nico Robin were also curious. 2 people, one on the Grand Line and one who was once imprisoned in Wano Kuni, of course it is impossible to know that much. Oh yes. It's a man's happy paradise. A pirate suddenly chuckled. They, of course, like Happy Street very much. It's just a pity that I haven't had the chance to go there. The other pirates also showed a strange smile. Seeing these smiles, Nami became even more curious. What kind of place is that? Why do men like to go there? Is there a lot of colorful treasures there? For her, treasure is the most important thing. Also in her opinion, to make so many men want to go, there must be a lot of wealth. Nico Robin, on the other hand, is very good at observing people. I don't think so, I think it's definitely not a good place, normal men wouldn't go there. Cough cough cough. Lin Xiao coughed lightly, speaking righteously. I don't like to hear these words anymore, what is called a normal man should not go, I am very normal. Seeing this expression, Nico Robin was even more sure that Happy Street is definitely not a good place. Lin Xiao, the so-called Happy Street, shouldn't it be that kind of place? Sure enough, Nico Robin guessed it. Lin Xiao wasn't surprised either. After all, Nico Robin was the best at dealing with the world, so he would definitely be able to guess something. Miss Robin, what's that place? Nami's big eyes twinkled, yet he was equally curious. Nico Robin leaned against Nami's ear, and Big Kazuya leaned over. They were also very interested in this Happy Street. After a while, both Nami and Yamato's faces turned red. Ba ba ba. You men don't have a good thing. Nami complained. Although Yamato didn't speak, he stared at Lin Xiao firmly. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. If Lin Xiao feels like doing something, Jiading will smash Lin Xiao down with the mace she hangs behind. Yamato, what are you doing looking at me like that? Do you think I'm that kind of person? That's who you are. Nami nodded, staring fixedly at Lin Xiao, and didn't want Lin Xiao to do that either. Because she also has a crush on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you are absolutely not allowed to do this kind of thing, if you let me know that you spend money to find such a person, then don't blame me for being rude. Yamato still decided to pick up the mace, swung it in the air, and glared at Lin Xiao viciously, revealing two sharp little canine teeth. This little one is still kind of cute. The nearby pirates snickered. What they love most is the flirtation between Lin Xiao and Yamato. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao's face, they might have brought out watermelon beer and watched it. That's what I said. How could I spend money to find such a person? At most, after the game is over, I won't give money, so it's not worth it, everyone, right? Lin Xiao smiled triumphantly. If you don't give money, it's fine. The pirates were also shocked by Lin Xiao. Just don't give money. This is what Lei Ren 087's operation. The captain said, well, as long as we don't give money, then we are definitely not such people. That's right, our entire pirate group is going today, and when the time comes, everyone will play together and absolutely don't give money, so there will be no problem. The pirates all yelled. I'm still very excited. If I can go and play without paying money, it seems pretty good. Anyway, their pirate group is going to occupy there. Boom! Yamato suddenly hit a stick. If anyone dares to play there, even if they don't pay, don't blame me for being rude. Hey! Vice Captain, it's not that I'm going, why did you hit me, it hurts a lot. The San Juan wolf howled in pain. Yamato was embarrassed and quickly retracted the mace. In short, if any of you dare to go and mess around there, then don't blame me for being rude. Okay, don't worry, I will never go, my first time will definitely be reserved for you. Lin Xiao blinked at Yamato, Yamato blushed slightly and turned his head shyly. Nami next to him grumbled. By the way, my second and third times will be specially reserved for the two of you. Lin Xiao teased Nico Robin again. Chapter 86. 7 days later, Lin Xiao finally arrived at Happy Street. At the port of Happy Street, there are many boats parked, all of which are men with strange smiles. The purpose of these people is the same. Coming to this place, if you don't spend some money to comfort those lovely young ladies, it's tantamount to coming in vain. It's finally here. Lin Xiao's heart was surging. The three of Yamato stood behind. Nico, Robin and Nami flushed a little. Since Lin Xiao said a few days ago that he would leave the second and third times to the two were very shy when they saw Lin Xiao. He even wondered in his heart whether it was acceptable to be with Lin Xiao, even if it wasn't the first time. Let's go down. Lin Xiao jumped down first. The others followed along. Perhaps because there were many pirates who came to visit Flower Street, Lin Xiao did not attract the attention of these people. On the contrary, it was Shenguan's evil wolf, which attracted many people's attention because of its large size. Along the way, there was a lot of people, most of them men. But there are also many girls, but these girls are all from Happy Street. They are all pretty and have a good figure. Among them, there are many who are more beautiful than Yamato, but they do not have the temperament and aura of Yamato. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the kill in Legendary, this is the first time I have come here in this life. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin. In the past, I was very envious of ancient times. Didn't expect it to be legal today. Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and there was a hot feeling behind him. Turning around, I saw Yamato glaring at him. The expressions of Nico, Robin and Nami next to them were not very good, their eyes looked like they were going to kill someone. These two people probably have repositioned their identities, that is Lin Xiao's second wife and three people. Now that their men have bad intentions, as wives, of course they must stop Lin Xiao. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm watching, but I will never do anything out of line. Lin Xiao touched the back of his head. And it's true, Yamato and the others are all pretty, Lin Xiao naturally doesn't like the others. Yamato was affirmed by Lin Xiao, and then he turned his head arrogantly, with a smug expression on his expression. After walking for a while, Lin Xiao finally came to the center of Happy Street. It is also the most luxurious place for leisure and entertainment. The women inside are all beautiful. The grade is definitely not comparable to other places. Likewise, this is also the site of the Queen of the Pleasure District. Lin Xiao's goal this time is the Queen of the Pleasure District. Okay, it's time to drive people out, everyone gets out, don't leave anyone behind. Lin Xiao's tone was indifferent. Yes, Captain. The pirates got Lin Xiao's affirmation and became very arrogant, they didn't pay attention to the people present at all. Everyone get out, this place is occupied by our captain, no one is allowed to stay. Go away, don't stay. Damn it, what are you guys? Why let us go? Yes, this is not your territory. Most of the people who come here are pirates, so it is impossible to be afraid of Lin Xiao. Many people are very arrogant and arrogant. Lin Xiao glanced at the people around him, there were not many strong ones, and no one was his opponent. None of these wastes can be beaten. Yamato, clean it up yourself. Let's get rid of all these wastes. Lin Xiao walked slowly inside. Yamato took out the mace in his hand and was ready to mobilize the people. You guys also want to do something to us, let's get rid of you first. A big man let go of the beautiful woman in his hand, and walked towards Yamato fiercely. But before he got close, Yamato swung the stick and sent the big man flying, crashing through the wall on one side, and flew away without a trace. The nearby pirates all opened their mouths in surprise. That's amazing, who are they? Many pirates are curious about Lin Xiao's identity. Wait, I remembered, he is the one who scored Impel Down, it seems to be called Lin Xiao, with a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. A certain pirate always thought Lin Xiao looked familiar, and then a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he thought of Lin Xiao. Yes, I remembered, it seems to be a famous pirate recently, and his strength is quite powerful. Everyone else remembered too. It's just because Marine deliberately concealed it, they didn't know what Lin Xiao had committed, they only thought that Lin Xiao broke into Impel Down. 2 billion Baileys, just a brat, Marine is getting more and more back, I will kill him today, let Marine know what a real big pirate is. There was disdain in the eyes of a big man, but more envy. He has been around for so many years, and the bounty has not exceeded 100 million, so why is Lin Xiao's bounty so high? So the big man is going to kill Lin Xiao, and he doesn't think Lin Xiao has any strength. Being so young must be just a coincidence. The big man walked up to Lin Xiao, took out a big knife, and slashed at Lin Xiao vigorously. De Kazuya didn't stop her, she believed that Lin Xiao could do it. Lin Xiao threw a punch casually and hit the big man's sky knife. The metal broadsword was shattered in an instant, and the blade sliced across the big man, leaving a bloodstain on the big man's body. One of the blades passed through the big man's neck. Ah! The big man covered his neck, screaming in pain. Many pirates nearby opened their mouths in surprise. Alyuk, he was actually injured. Lin Xiao turned around, looked at the big man who was screaming in pain, kicked the big man on the chin. The big man's jaw was dislocated in an instant, and many teeth were kicked out. Blood was scattered all over the ground along with the teeth. Remember, don't be arrogant in front of Lao Zi, you are not qualified to be arrogant with Lao Zi. Lin Xiao kicked it down again. This kick hit the big man's face, and the powerful force made the big man fly upside down, fell heavily to the ground, and kept dragging, very embarrassed. The big man fell to the ground, vomited blood, his body twitched, his eyes turned white, and he passed out completely. This is Lin Xiao's strength. With just one kick, he can knock a burly man unconscious. The pirates were even more shocked. Alyuk. Among them, there was also a very powerful pirate, who was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiao's kick, which shows how powerful Lin Xiao is. For a while, many people were silent. Chapter 87. The Joy Building was completely silent at the moment. Neither the pirates nor the girls here said a word. Lin Xiao frowned. These people still haven't left, they seem to be courting death. Sure enough, force should be used to make them submit. Lin Xiao grabbed a pirate who was close to him and smashed it hard on the ground. Click! A big hole was smashed into the ground. The pirate's head was sticking out of the pit, a smear of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were white. With just one move, a pirate was defeated. If you don't leave, you will all die. Hearing Lin Xiao's angry shout, the pirates reacted, turned around and ran away crazily, running very fast. Before long, there were only those women left in the happy building. Oh, this is not Captain Lin Xiao. I don't know how my happy building offended the captain, so I made such a fuss. A voice like a nightingale came. Lin Xiao turned around and saw a young and beautiful woman walking down the stairs. This is Queen Stracy of Joy Street. Although she was a bit older, she was well maintained, and 613 looked like a young woman. Looking at the aunt who is the same age as her, her daughter is in her dozens of years, she looks very old, and her body has also changed a lot, the gap is particularly obvious. Just as Lin Xiao was observing and appreciating carefully, he suddenly felt some pain in the flesh around his waist. Looking down, I saw Yamato put one hand on himself, with a weird smile on his face. Another murderous aura came. I saw that the expressions of Nico Robin and Nami were not very good. This is the naked Shura field. Lin Xiao immediately restrained his expression and looked serious. Aunt, I'm so sorry, I came to see you, there is something very important. Ah! Aunt! Stracy's face instantly became ugly. How dare you call her aunt, is she that old? Although she is indeed a little older, it seems unreasonable to call her aunt like that. Captain Lin Xiao, I'm actually still very young, so there's no need to call me aunt. Stracy said with a bitter face. TCH, how old are you? I heard that you are the same age as aunt, and aunt's daughters are older than me, and you are still pretending to be a young man here. Lin Xiao is quite contemptuous. Seriously though, Stracy has been really well maintained. This thin skin and tender meat. Ba ba ba. This white and tender skin is very smooth, and there is not a trace of wrinkles on his face. Lin Xiao was a little envious. If possible, he also thought that after decades passed, he would also be a fresh meat. Stracy's face became even uglier. How dare you call her aunt like that? If it weren't for Lin Xiao's strength, she would definitely slap Lin Xiao to death if she wasn't sure about dealing with him. But for now, we still have to restrain ourselves. Stracy hinted to herself, then forced a smile again, looking normal. Captain Lin Xiao, sit down quickly, you have come to the happy building today, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Xiao found a seat and sat down, and Stracy also twisted her body and sat next to Lin Lian. This slender waist makes people want to hold it. Being able to make it this far, in addition to being powerful, Stracy is also beautiful. Otherwise, it looks very ugly, and it would be disgusting to look at. Who would come to the happy building to have fun? As soon as Lin Xiao glanced at it, there were several murderous looks. Still can't pay so much attention to beautiful women. Fortunately, Stracy is quite old, and Lin Xiao doesn't particularly like it. Come on, Captain Lin Xiao, have some wine. Stracy personally got a jug of wine for Lin Xiao, and then served it to Lin Xiao. A fragrance came out. It's definitely not a perfume smell, it's definitely a deodorant. For such a big person, he not only maintains a youthful appearance, but also has a body, beb. Stracy is actually pretty good, just a little older. This wine is pretty good. Lin Xiao tasted it. Booze. People are more fragrant. If Captain Lin Xiao likes it, he can come and drink every day in the future. Stracy leaned on the table with her elbows, her chin with her palms, and her body was slightly tilted, showing a very provocative posture. BCH. Nami cursed secretly. Seeing Stracy flirting with Lin Xiao like this, she was very upset. Even Yamato and Nico Robin had resentment in their eyes. Stracy pretended not to hear, Lin Xiao also pretended to ignore. By the way, Captain Lin Xiao, I don't know when the little girl offended the captain and went to war here. Stracy's tone was very provocative. Actually, it's nothing, I just hope you can join my pirate group and occupy Happy Street by the way. Lin Xiao stated his purpose. Stracy froze for a moment when she heard this, for someone actually wanted to occupy her Happy Street. It's not that there were no pirates like this before, but their strength in Happy Street is already very strong. Coupled with the support of ants and the support of the world government, they have never been successful. However, Lin Xiao's pirate group is indeed very powerful. As a member of the world government, she knows the most. Fighting against 3 marine admirals, and finally escaped successfully, this kind of strength is not something they can deal with in Happy Street. Captain Lin Xiao, the little girl is acquainted with the 4 Emperors' aunt. I don't know if I can save face. The little girl will also prepare a generous gift for the captain. Stracy also didn't want to do anything to Lin Xiao, she just wanted to send Lin Xiao away by giving him a random amount of money. Ha ha ha, you accidentally exposed your age, you and aunt are the same age. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed. Stracy's face froze. Am I discussing age with you now? What I'm discussing with you is about belonging. Also, she is several years younger than aunt, definitely not the same age. Captain Lin Xiao, you are laughing at me again. With a fan in Stracy's hand, she patted Lin Xiao lightly. The eyes of Yamato and others were full of annoyance. To actually tease Lin Xiao unscrupulously in front of them, it's really disgusting. You wait for me. Yamato gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao's face, she would have done it long ago for fear that Lin Xiao would lose face. Lin Xiao suddenly restrained his smile. Auntie is indeed very powerful, but I'm sorry, I dare to offend Kaido, I dare to abduct his daughter, and I dare to capture celestial dragons, do you still care about Auntie? Stracy's face also froze. It seems to be true. Lin Xiao has offended so many people, one more is not too many, one less is not too many, there is no need to be afraid of Ant at all. She also understood that Lin Xiao must have made up her mind and would not change it. Chapter 88. Okay, don't talk so much nonsense, I will give you a day to think. Tomorrow, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, then I will conquer this place by force. A weak momentum was released from Lin Xiao's body, permeating the entire happy building. These women are trembling. Even Stracy, restraining herself, had a look of false fear in her eyes. Captain Lin Xiao, I will consider. Of course, she couldn't just agree to Lin Xiao casually, saying that she was from the world government. This matter still needs to be discussed with the world government before a final decision can be made. Lin Xiao also knew this, so he specially gave Stracy some time to let the world government make a decision. Stracy notified the 5 elders that night. The 5 elders were the first to discuss the matter. I think it's okay, Lin Xiao is too cunning, it's better to let Stracy break into the enemy's interior. Yes, I agree too. Of course, it is impossible for their world government to take action in person, so they can only be dealt with by Marine. But simply handing it over to Marine is not so easy to deal with, otherwise Marine would have captured Lin Xiao long ago. But now, they have a calendar. If Stracy breaks into Lin Xiao's interior, he can obtain important information, which is convenient for Marine to deal with Lin Xiao. I also agree, and Stracy has a very close relationship with the Ant, maybe Lin Xiao and the Ant can have conflicts, and we don't need to do it. The bald 5 elders mentioned. The eyes of the other 5 elders lit up. From this point of view, the advantages of Stracy joining Lin Xiao's team outweigh the disadvantages. It's a pity that the 5 elders don't know about their conspiracy. Lin Xiao doesn't know much about their conspiracy, but he can roughly guess it. In fact, this is also Lin Xiao's anti-espionage plan. If there is any important matter in the future, you can give the world government a false information and lure Marine away. After all, kidnapping the celestial dragons and cheating away the Marine, it is impossible to do it a second time. The 5 elders deliberated for a while, and then told Stracy their decision. When Stracy received the news, she was not in a hurry to find Lin Xiao. Anyway, there is still one night, so take a good rest and go to Lin Xiao tomorrow. On the other hand, Yamato, Nico, Robin and others are together, and others have long since left. There are only 4 of them in one room. Lin Xiao, do you have thoughts about that woman? Nami's tone was weird, as if he was jealous. Although Nico Robin didn't speak, his eyes were also weird, with a hint of jealousy in them. Not to mention Yamato, with the mace in his hand, he wanted to smash Lin Xiao down. Don't worry, I have no idea about that woman, but I know very well that she is a spy from the world government. Lin Xiao didn't hide it. Anyway, it will definitely not leak out. Yamato has already matured a long time ago, so it is naturally impossible to do such a stupid thing. Both Nico Robin and Nami are smart people, and it is even more impossible for them to leak such important news. What did you say? She's a spy. The 3 of Yamato were surprised. That's right, they are all spies, that's why I let her join our team. Anyway, it will definitely be useful in the future. There was a sinister smile on the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Stracy is indeed valuable, and she can definitely cheat world government once, but only once. Want to cheat many times, 5 elders are not that stupid. But once is enough. Only after knowing Lin Xiao's real purpose, he was not so jealous anymore, and even felt a little happy in his heart. It turned out that Lin Xiao didn't like that mature person. Hey, with the expressions of the 3 of you, could it be that you like me? Are you afraid that I will be with that person? Lin Xiao's tone was strange. All 3 of them blushed. Especially Nami and Nico Robin, the most shy, but Yamato has long been used to it. Nonsense, who would like you? Nami turned her head arrogantly, sneaking glances at Lin Xiao from time to time, with a blush on her cheeks. Yes, Captain, you can't be so narcissistic, no one will fall in love with you. Nico Robin also forcefully explained, but his expression didn't seem convincing. Lin Xiao also smiled and didn't say much. By the way, the weather is already very late, everyone go to bed early. At night, if you are afraid of the cold, you can come to me, I will warm your beds for free. Asking for flowers. The three blushed and ran away. The night passed like this. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao came to the happy building and sat in front of the gate, holding a knife in his hand and waving it non-stop. Although he doesn't know how to use swordsmanship, but with his formidable strength, he is still very powerful. At least those women looked scared. Coupled with the vicious pirates behind Lin Xiao, the momentum became very heavy, and there was an urge to fight if there was a disagreement. How are you thinking, Stracy? Stressy twisted Donna's pretty waist, walked slowly towards Lin Xiao, and then leaned on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Although Yamato and the others are very jealous, but because they know Stracy's identity, they are not as jealous as they were at the beginning. Captain Lin Xiao, for a big pirate like you, what else can I do but surrender? With a flick of the handkerchief in Stracy's hand, it passed across Lin Xiao's face, an array of fragrance came from her. It's a pity that Stracy is too old, if she is as young as Yamato, Lin Xiao doesn't mind giving Stracy a title. Cough cough cough. Think too much. Lin Xiao quickly recovered and grabbed Stracy's catkin. This is the person who knows the current affairs is a hero, you follow me, and I will keep your popular and spicy food in the future. Then it's settled. You are powerful, so you must protect me well. Although Stracy wanted to kick Lin Xiao in the face, she restrained herself and let Lin Xiao hold her hand. Don't worry, my strength is not only strength, but also the dignity of a man. Lin Xiao joked. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao felt a murderous aura permeating the air. It must be Yamato and the others. Although they already knew Stracy's identity, but Lin Xiao and Stracy were flirting shoulder to shoulder, Yamato and the others were of course very angry. Lin Xiao quickly calmed down. Okay, let's hold a celebration party to celebrate that Happy Street has found a good pirate group. The murderous aura gradually dissipated. Sure enough, Okazuya is a jealous person. But that's good too, it seems like it's time to take down Yamato Maru. Chapter 89. The moment Lin Xiao took down Happy Street, Ace and Enel also came to Rice Rosa. On the pirate ship, Ace looked at Rice Rosa in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. This is the first time he has participated in such a large-scale battle in New World, and it is also the first time he has performed. As for entering New World before, he was defeated by Lin Xiao within a few days. K. Lockdoll and others are also very complicated. After so many years, this time back to the New World, and then, it will be their era. It is also their first step to become Four Emperors. The only pity is that the captain is Lin Xiao. Okay, it's time for us to get started. Ace tugged on his hat, then jumped on board. Along the way, no one stopped him. Doflamingo attaches great importance to trade, and many of the pirates who come here have business dealings with 640 Doflamingo. So naturally no one will stop Ace. A group of hundreds of people went to the palace of Rice Rosa in a mighty way. As well-known pirates, Ace and others were discovered by Doflamingo before they reached the palace. Inside the palace, Doflamingo frowned slightly. Although I don't know what Lin Xiao did, but it must be very powerful to be able to score Impel Down and come back safely. Coupled with Lin Xiao's team, and K. Lockdoll, it can be seen that Lin Xiao is very strong. Such a person came to his territory, and Doflamingo was still a little worried. But thinking of his own identity, black and white are both, and Doflamingo doesn't think Lin Xiao dares to do anything to him. But if Doflamingo knew that Lin Xiao dared to disrespect Marine and play tricks on Kaido, he probably wouldn't be so calm. Young master, do you want to take a look? Toribel was snotty and looked disgusted. But Doflamingo didn't care. Don't worry about them, I don't think they dare to come over to trouble me, they should just pass by, or want to discuss business with me. The arrogant Doflamingo is about to face disaster. Outside, Ace came to the gate of the palace openly and aboveboard, and then broke in directly, completely ignoring the soldiers next to him. Stop for me, this is the palace, not a place where you just come here. A few soldiers stood up, holding long guns in their hands, blocking Ace's way. Enel, teach them a lesson. Ace waved lightly. Enel's face darkened instantly. Remember, I am also a coder, and my status is no lower than yours. Please don't order me casually. Ha ha ha, sorry, I forgot. Ace smiled awkwardly. Enel didn't say much, waved his hand like a thunder. Rumble rumble. Several soldiers were struck by lightning, and then fell to the ground, their hair stood up, their bodies twitched slightly, and their mouths were foaming. After taking care of a few soldiers, Ace and others continued to move forward. Not good, someone broke in, hurry up and do it. Countless soldiers nearby all noticed the anomaly here, and ran quickly. Everyone, it's time to show off Kamui. Ace took a step forward, a flame burst from his body. Then he took the lead in stretching out two hands, pointing his fingers at these soldiers, as if shooting a gun, sending out flames one after another. Many soldiers were hit. Desert Vajra Saber. 50 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel and K Lockdoll also have hands on one after another. Shiryu of the Rain is not to be outdone. Several masters who were not weaker than Doflamingo fought at the same time, and these soldiers did not resist for a long time, and the battle was over. Although the battle is fast, the impact is also great. Everyone else in the palace sensed it. Who's doing it? Doflamingo frowned, stood up slowly, and walked outside. Toripole pops up in front of Doflamingo. Young master, it's the Thunder Dragon Pirates, they've entered, and they're already inside Wangzhong. Lin Xiao. Doflamingo frowned. He didn't understand why Lin Xiao came. After all, there is no contradiction between the two. Young master, do you want to go out and teach them a lesson? Toribel asked. Only then did Flamingo come back to his senses, a strange light shone under the sunglasses. As for Lin Xiao, he was still apprehensive. To be able to get to this point is by no means a common pirate, let alone another 7 warlords of the sea. Go and have a look first, if Lin Xiao really wants to be our enemy, then don't blame me for being rude. Doflamingo walked out of the palace with strange steps. Walking out of the palace, Doflamingo saw Ace and others killing everyone. Inside the entire palace, flames and thunder were everywhere. Huge deep pits appeared on the ground, the walls on both sides collapsed, and the houses burst into flames. Doflamingo wrinkled his forehead tightly, clenched his hands, the muscles on his arms bulged, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Damn, these bastards! Young master, you must not let these guys go. Everyone in the Don Quixote family was very angry. Breaking into their territory is a slap in the face. Ace also spotted Doflamingo, and stopped. The pirates on both sides looked at each other. A strong momentum pervaded the air. What a formidable opponent! Ace and Doflamingo felt each other's toughness at the same time. However, Ace made some calculations in his mind and felt that his chances of winning were relatively high. His talent is not comparable to Doflamingo. Are you members of the Thunder Dragon Pirates? There doesn't seem to be any conflict between us. It seems inappropriate for you to call in like this. Doflamingo suppressed his anger. Although he was very angry, he also knew that Lin Xiao's team was not easy to mess with. A single gram of Lockdoll was very powerful, so he wanted to control 0.3. It's fine if you don't fight. When did the battle between pirates need a reason? There was a confident gleam in Ace's eyes. K-Lock-Dar also sneered, Enel's eyes were full of disdain, and Shiryu of the Rain drew out his knife, unable to contain the murderous intent in his heart. BD, who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can be so arrogant after a little achievement? That's right, this is the territory of our Don Quixote. Members of the Don Quixote pirates were furious. The anger in Doflamingo's heart also grew stronger. Ace's words were full of provocation. The eyes of this group of people are even more inexplicable. Fu. Doflamingo laughed suddenly, a little coldly. Chapter 90. If you think you have achieved a little, you are so arrogant. New World is not as simple as you think. There was disdain in Doflamingo's words. If he hadn't had any scruples, Doflamingo would have done it. New World is indeed not easy, but I am still sure to deal with it. Ace spread his palms, and a mass of flames spread out, forming a huge fireball in the palm of his hand. A wave of heat blows in all directions. Mara fruit. Doflamingo was not surprised either, because he already knew Ace's ability. Know Lin Xiao's team well. Since you want to do it, don't blame me. Doflamingo held out his right hand, 5 fingers jiggling. From the fingertips, thin transparent lines emerged. 5 color strings. Doflamingo moved first, and swung his right hand vigorously. Multicolored thin threads emerged from the fingertips, stabbing at Ace with the momentum of piercing through the air. Ace's figure flashed, and he dodged easily. A thin wire 31 runs through the floor behind. The floor was splintered and thin wires ran through the floor, leaving several tiny holes. Yes, very powerful, but don't underestimate me. Ace also didn't dare to underestimate the opponent. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and a flaming sword appeared in his hand, and then slashed at the void. The thin line touched by the scorching high temperature burns the thin line instantly. It seems that my Huo Yao is still better. Ace had a faint smile on his face. As Logia's strongest Mara fruit, it seems to be born to restrain Doflamingo's string fruit. Of course, the premise is that Ace is strong enough, otherwise the flame will not be able to burn the thin thread. Doflamingo frowned. Humph, do you really think that Mara fruit is very powerful? In this world, strength is still needed. Then let's see who is stronger. Ace runs to Doflamingo, and Doflamingo runs to Ace, and the two quickly approach each other. At the moment when they got close to each other, Ace made a sudden move, and a ball of flames shot out from his right hand, forming a huge fire fist. Fire punch! The fire fist carried scorching hot air and sprayed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo sneered and twitched his fingers as if in convulsions. Small and transparent long threads emerged from between the fingers, covered with pitch-black haki. The sun shines, exuding a dark light. Whoosh whoosh! With the momentum of piercing through the air, the thin line cut open the house. The fire fist split into 2 halves, passed by both sides of Doflamingo, and hit the wall not far away. Boom! The wall collapsed in an instant. The flames spread in all directions, igniting everything around them. The thin long line even flew towards Ace. Ace jumped aside, and the long line passed him, leaving a slender trail in the ground. And flew to a stone pillar not far away. The long wire is wrapped around the stone pillar, and with a strong pull, the entire stone pillar is pulled up and pulled towards Ace. Boom! Ace punched the stone pillar, and the stone pillar was split into pieces in an instant, turning into tiny stones and falling to the ground. After a year of special training, Ace's physical fitness has become very strong. Even if he does not rely on Mara fruit, he is still a master. Da-da-da! Doflamingo makes a quick run to the Ace. The two fought fiercely together, very fiercely. After fighting for a long time, no one could do anything to the other. Doflamingo's expression gradually became serious. An Ace is so powerful, so Lin Xiao, as the captain, must be even stronger. Now Lin Xiao plans to attack him, which is a very headache. White line of wilderness. Doflamingo stepped back, serious in his eyes. He intends to end this battle as soon as possible, so he is ready to use the power of Fruit Awakening. This is an ability that few people have. The moment Doflamingo waved, the floor suddenly turned into a white line. The white line kept surging, quickly drilled out of the ground, and crazily flocked towards Ace. What's going on here? Why did the ground suddenly turn into a white line? Ace yelled out in surprise. Many people nearby were surprised, only a few people were not so shocked. How? Are you surprised? This is the ability of our young master, I think you should surrender. That's right, rely on us, and I will give you a small cotter when the time comes. The people of the Don Quixote family are very proud. Humph, isn't it the Fruit Awakening? What's there to be proud of? I don't know, I thought it was some strange ability. K. Lockdoll snorted coldly, with a look of disdain. He is not a blind man like Ace. The fruit is awakened, so that's how it is. Ace nodded slightly, but actually didn't really understand. But he had heard Lin Xiao say it before, and he had a general understanding of it. Stinky boy, don't underestimate us pirates. Doflamingo slapped the void. The surrounding white lines condensed together, like huge waves, slapping towards Ace, covering half of the sky. Although my fruit has not awakened, don't underestimate me. Ace spread out his right hand, and a fiery flame burst out. With Ace as the center, the flame formed a huge ring of fire, which kept expanding and collided with the white line outside. Chi 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 chi. Before the white line got close to Ace, it was completely burned by the flame on the surface of Ace. But the white line is like a desperate warrior, rushing towards Ace frantically. Ace also controlled these flames, and burned all the white lines that came close. Doflamingo twitched his fingers slightly. A dozen thin threads emerged from the ground, intertwined to form a thick long thread, and covered Haki, passed through the flames and stabbed Ace. The speed of the long line was very fast, like lightning, and soon came to Ace's face. Fortunately, Ace's reaction was not slow. When the long line was about to pierce his head, he easily hid aside and held the long line firmly. Rumble rumble! A group of more violent and fiery flames erupted. The scorching high-temperature flame was released, burning up Doflamingo's armament Haki, and burning up the thin thread. When the two were fighting, the members of the pirate groups on both sides didn't do anything, just stood by and watched, and had no intention of intervening. Hateful! Gritting his teeth, Doflamingo found Ace particularly difficult. Coupled with the fact that Lockdoll was watching closely, Doflamingo suddenly became a little worried. Chapter 91. When Ace and Doflamingo were fighting, the others finally couldn't restrain themselves, and the battle broke out again. Members of the Don Quixote pirates each pick an opponent. Enel's opponent is one of the 4 top cotters of the Don Quixote pirates, who has the ability to fly fruit. To be able to become the top cotter, there is still strength. It's a pity that he is facing Enel, a Logia fruit-capable user who has been trained by Lin Xiao and possesses superhuman strength. How dare you do anything to Dover, today is your death day. Diamante's complexion was not very good, and he looked very angry. As a member of the Don Quixote family, he cannot tolerate anyone disrespecting Doflamingo. It's a pity that Enel is not a good-tempered person either. A group of lowly people actually tried to do something to the gods in vain. Today I will let you know how powerful Thor is. Enel's eyes were full of pride. He will give Lin Xiao and other members face, but people outside the pirates are not qualified to let him give face. Bullfighting Changshuo. Diamante pulled out the western sword beside him, flicked it lightly, and used his ability to turn the long sword in his hand into cloth strips, and then entangled them continuously, forming a cow. Finally, use the fruit ability to turn the soft bull into one as hard as steel. The pit bull seemed to come to life, running fast, and charged at Enel. Hehe, I didn't see it. Your ability is quite good, but it's a pity that you met the supreme god. Enel remained calm, slowly throwing the apple aside. As soon as the apple core fell to the ground, the pit bull appeared in front of Enel, ready to crash into Enel at any time. At the moment when it was about to hit, Enel suddenly turned into a thunderbolt, moved at high speed, and easily avoided it. Diamante's eyes widened with disbelief. It turned out to be you, I remembered, Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. He was a subordinate who knew that Lin Xiao had the Thunder Fruit ability, but he forgot it for a while. Remember now, it's not too late. Enel floated in mid-air, with thunder and lightning on his body, as if the god of thunder had descended. Thunder and lightning circled around him, forming a long spear, which was flung out by Enel forcefully. Rumbling. Blue's thunderbolt spear collided with the bullfighting bull. A huge roar sounded. The lightning spear pierced through the bullfight in an instant, and was pinned to the wall on one side, causing a huge explosion. Pebbles splashed out one by one. The cloak on Diamante fluttered in the wind, blocking all the flying stones. This cloak is not an ordinary cloak, but uses the fruit ability to turn a steel plate into a cloak. Although it has become very light, it is still very strong. Yo, it's all right. Enel grabbed at the void, another spear, and threw it forcefully. This trick was also taught by Lin Xiao to Enel, so naturally he was imitating someone. Humph, it's just a thunder fruit, it's nothing, I'll kill one today. Diamante snorted coldly, eyes full of disdain. With the long sword in his hand, he slashed down hard. Although he is a fruit-capable person, Diamante is also a swordsman, that is to say, he is a little bit stronger, and he is not particularly unique. Diamante swung his knife, the long sword in his hand, and slashed at Blue's spear. There was a sly smile on the corner of Enel's mouth, as if the trick had succeeded. Not good. Diamante also noticed Enel's smile, and said badly in his heart. Although he really wanted to stop, it was too late. The long sword in his hand had already touched Blue's spear. At the moment of touching, a dazzling light suddenly appeared from the blue spear, and then exploded. Boom rumble! A huge explosion soared into the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud kept rolling and expanding. Not good, everyone run! Doflamingo's face changed slightly, and then he quickly moved away. Once this huge explosion is accidentally affected, even he will be seriously injured. Others nearby also quickly moved away. Damn Enel, you actually use a big move here, can't you take me into consideration? Shiryu of the Rain cursed out. Among these few people, he is the only one who is not a Logia fruit-capable person. Everyone else can be elementalized, so naturally there is no need to worry about the impact of this Big Bang. Although he really wanted to kill Enel, Shiryu of the Rain had to run away. If he ran slowly, he would be affected by the air current. In the middle of the explosion, Diamante had no time to dodge, so he could only use the fruit ability to turn the ground into a soft long cloth, wrap around his body, and then restore the ground. This forms a solid defense. Rumble rumble! The airflow kept hitting the solid defense. A series of cracks appeared on the surface, and continued to expand, and was finally scattered by the explosion. The powerful airflow hit Diamante. Diamante flew out like a kite with a broken string, and kept beating on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A big pit was formed on the ground, all nearby walls collapsed, and countless houses were knocked down. Just blinking, the entire palace was affected. The buildings near the palace were also affected, with many cracks appearing on the walls. In the sky, Enel laughed triumphantly when he saw this wonderful explosion. Ha ha ha! Did you see it? This is the power of God, I advise you to surrender, God can forgive you. Thunder God's spear is really fierce. Ai, Wang Hao, wiped his forehead, blushing. This trick was instructed by Lin Xiao, and Enel studied it for a long time, and finally succeeded in the research. Although it is only a common shot, as long as it is touched, a huge explosion will occur. The power is comparable to the judgment of God in the original book. It's just that it's easier to use and doesn't need to be charged. Therefore, Enel likes it quite a lot. Just when Enel was laughing wildly, a sword energy suddenly came from a distance, passing by Enel, cutting the ground, leaving a crack, which continued to spread. Although the sword chi passed by, the sword light flashed across Enel's cheek. Enel turned his head and saw that Shiryu was very angry. "Hey, can you pay attention? I'm still here." "Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't pay attention for a while, but I will definitely pay attention next time." Chapter 92. Diamante, are you alright? Doflamingo didn't care about Ace, and ran into the palace from outside the palace, shouting loudly. Although Doflamingo is a bit cruel, there is one thing worthy of admiration, that is, Doflamingo cares about his family very much, provided that the family does not betray him. Other members of the Don Quixote family also ran out, looking through the ruins, hoping to find Diamante. Click! A piece of ruins suddenly moved, a hand stretched out from inside, and then a person crawled out. This person is of course Diamante. Hoo! Diamante was panting heavily, her face was quite embarrassed, the clothes on her body were old and dusty. His clothes are all made of steel, and then use the fruit ability to turn into common clothes. But just now, the powerful explosion destroyed the defense of his clothes. If it weren't for the particularly strong defense, he would have been severely injured by the violent explosion just now. But even so, he is not very well now, a mouthful of blood was swallowed, and his body was writhing, as if all the internal organs were affected. "Diamante, are you alright?" Doflamingo quickly ran to Diamante's side, and other people surrounded him to protect Diamante. "Dover, I'm fine, I'm just careless, don't worry, I can still fight." Diamante wiped the corner of his mouth. Although there is some pain in the body, but at this time, Diamante must not show weakness. He has to keep fighting. "Well, be careful, if you can't do anything, then retreat immediately." Doflamingo patted Diamante's shoulder, and then looked at Ace not far away, unable to contain the anger in his heart. "You guys dare to act wildly on my territory, today I think you know the strength of my Doflamingo." Angry Doflamingo burst out with stronger strength. The nearby ground was affected and turned into tiny long lines, which were then entangled together to form huge long whips. These side lines seemed to come alive, and they kept pumping against everyone present, but the main thing was to deal with Ace. Ace grabbed at the void, the hot flames formed a huge long knife, and then chopped down with all his strength. The long knife slashed at the thin thread, flames spewed out, and cut the thin thread, but the thin thread still came out, stabbing down at Ace. Ace easily jumped away, grabbed the thin wires again, the flames diffused, and burned these thin wires with ease. In midair, DBDB, Enel put his hands on his hips, took out an apple from nowhere, nodded slowly, and at the same time looked down on Diamante below. "Humble human, it's time to show your loyalty. Surrender to me, and I can consider giving you a way to survive." Enel is still the same as before, quite arrogant. It's just a pity, not everyone is afraid of death, and not everyone can understand current affairs. "Humph, today is your death day." Diamante snorted coldly, clenched her long sword tightly, and stared at Enel, as if eyes could also kill. Enel's eyes also turned cold. "Since you want to seek death, don't blame me for being rude, and let you be my first soul to die." 50 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel unleashes a Brontosaurus. He didn't continue to use Thor's gun. Although a large amount of lightning can be gathered quickly to form a huge explosion, but the consumption is too high, and it is impossible for him to use it multiple times. Bullfighting cape. Diamante immediately took out his cloak and blocked it in front of him. This cape is not a common cape. Instead, use the fruit ability to turn steel into a cloak. Although it is now drifting with the wind, its firmness can be seen as Madara. Rumble. Thunder Dragon collided with the steel cloak, blowing the steel cloak to pieces in an instant. Diamante should also be thankful, fortunately he was not careless, otherwise using the steel cloak to block lightning would be an act of death. Metals conduct electricity after all. Whoosh whoosh. Enel turned into a thunderbolt and moved. The speed was very fast, and he appeared behind Diamante in an instant, picked up the big metal iron rod, and hit Diamante down. Diamante turned around quickly and stabbed out with the long sword. J. The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the rod, and sparks of gold burst out. Army flag. Diamante used the fruit ability to change the nearby landforms, making the ground sway like a large strip of cloth blowing in the wind. The ability is pretty good. Enel is like an elder, praising Diamante. At the same time, move to the sky with the fastest speed, no matter how the ground shakes, it has nothing to do with him. Diamante gritted his teeth, Enel seemed difficult to deal with. If this continues, the loser will definitely be him. Half Moon Funeral. Diamante swung his knife suddenly, and a powerful wave of sword energy appeared, splitting the earth in two, as simple as cutting tofu. The wave of sword energy even flew into the sky, cutting through the space, and the target was Enel. Enel swung the metal stick and smashed it hard. The violent wave of sword energy was hit by Enel, turned around and flew into the sky. Rumble rumble. Dazzling thunderbolts surrounded Enel, roaring wildly. The roar grew louder. Diamante looked at the thunder and lightning all over the sky, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Rumbling rumbling. With a wave of Enel's hand, endless thunderbolts hit Diamante. Diamante fled desperately, a big crater was smashed into the ground, and a huge explosion was sent out. Doflamingo looked worried and wanted to help Diamante, but was stopped by Ace and couldn't leave. 50 million volts Thunderbird. A lightning bolt like a flying bird flew out of Enel's hand, and hit Diamante's body head-on with lightning speed. Diamante was struck by lightning, and the current permeated armament haki, spreading all over his body, impacting Diamante's tendons, bones, blood and internal organs. The strong electric current made Diamante's body twitch, and he couldn't even scream, and his eyes were full of panic. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Enel moved in front of Diamante, grabbed the void, and held the ball of light shining with thunder in the palm of his hand. Although the ball of light is small, it contains a lot of power. A hole, stop it. Doflamingo was furious, glaring at Enel angrily. Enel completely ignored Doflamingo, and lightly threw the lightning ball onto Diamante. The shrill screams resounded throughout the palace. I won. Enel smiled smugly. Chapter 93. Diamante. Doflamingo was very angry, and was stopped by Ace when he was about to save someone. Your opponent is me. Get out of the way. Doflamingo spread out his palm, and dozens of white thin wires emerged from his palm, which were quickly entwined to form a thick string, and he flicked it vigorously. The line post carries the momentum of breaking through the air, cuts the ground, and cuts to the Ace. Fire punch. Haki, who was covered by Ace's wrist, punched down, and the flames also surrounded his arm, hitting the wire post heavily. The thread post was broken up, flames spewed out, ignited the thread post, and burned it up. Doflamingo wants to save people, but there is nothing he can do. Enel walked to Diamante's side and kicked him lightly. Diamante remained motionless, her breath getting weaker and weaker. Humph, you're just a waste, yet you dare to fight God, today is your death day. Enel snorted coldly, with disdain on his face. Diamante seemed to have heard Enel's voice, her body trembled slightly, then her head tilted, her breath became weaker and weaker until it was barely there. If it wasn't for the trembling dust on the ground, maybe he really thought Diamante was dead. But even if there is still a breath, if no one saves it, it is not far from death. Okay, this waste is solved, next, who should we attack? Enel looked around. There are still many cotters in the Don Quixote family, but these people are not as powerful as Diamante. The more powerful ones are all right. Forget it, just find someone to do it. Enel suddenly turned into a lightning bolt, moved behind a pirate, and kicked down hard. Boom! The pirate was kicked away and hit the wall on one side. Rumble rumble! The ground was shaking violently. Come on, you all join hands together, wait for us to defeat the opponent, and then come to help. Toribel yelled. He was stopped by K-Lock Doll, or else he could have gone to help. However, he has no confidence in playing by Lock Doll. How to say is also a 7 warlords of the sea, and Doflamingo is the same level. He just hopes that Doflamingo can defeat the opponent as soon as possible, and then help them, to end this battle. Clear. Several cotters rushed towards Enel with weapons in hand. Boom! A burst of roar sounded. The battle became very fierce. Although there were many enemies, Enel was still able to handle it with ease. Doflamingo glanced at Diamante, then turned his head to look at Ace. Let me beat you first. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feathers, and hitting the line. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and thousands of transparent thin lines suddenly appeared on the ground. Thin sheer threads covered with deep purple haki, come together and, like the wings of a flamingo, fly to Ace. Ace looked slightly dignified. He has also known Doflamingo's strength since fighting until now, it is quite powerful and must not be underestimated. Fire punch! Seeing such densely packed thin lines, Ace swung his right hand violently. A flaming fist the size of a titan's arm flew towards these thin lines with a powerful shock wave. Rumbling! The flaming fist exploded, and the powerful air flow, accompanied by the thick flames, spread in all directions. The temperature in the air gradually rises. People nearby can feel a blast of thermal air blowing in their faces. Many people feel sweaty, like staying in the crater of a volcano, and there is a feeling of scorching heat. Doflamingo's thin line attack, though accompanied by haki, was struck by a powerful blast and then consumed by flames. But there are still a few thin lines, passing through the flames and thermals, and flying towards Ace from both sides. 666. Ace shattered the thin thread with 3 or 2 punches, and then released balls of flames, hitting Doflamingo down. Shield white line. Doflamingo twitched a few fingers, and a large number of white lines emerged from the ground, forming a huge shield. Although these are just shields formed of thin wires, but covered with haki, they can still block the attack of fire. It's just a gust of hot air, passing through the white line of the shield, and coming from the front. Under Doflamingo's sunglasses, a strange light bloomed. Ace's hard work this year has made great progress. Ask for flowers. Damn it, Lin Xiao BD. Doflamingo gritted his teeth angrily. At this time, he didn't know that Lin Xiao sent someone here to defeat him. As for the purpose, it is quite simple. Every pirate who comes to New World will have ambitions, and Lin Xiao also has ambitions, but he is smarter than most people, and he will never challenge the Four Emperors casually. So Lin Xiao chose him. He felt that he was unlucky enough to be chosen by a pervert as a stepping stone. But this pervert's men are too powerful. With an ace, he played very well with him. Even if they win by luck, there will be Lin Xiao, a stronger person. Don't you all get along peacefully? 0. Why are there so many people against him for such a good person? Isn't it just the sale of arms, which led to the destruction of many countries and the destruction of many families? What a big deal! Ace doesn't know what Doflamingo is thinking. He has decided to use all his strength to completely defeat Doflamingo. Doflamingo, you are very powerful. Among the people I have met, you are also one of the best, so I decided to use all my strength to completely defeat you. Doflamingo has a serious expression on his face. Fo. You alone want to defeat me. I am the one who defeats you today. Ace didn't speak, just spread out his right hand, balls of flames were released from Ace's side, and then gathered in the palm of his hand again. Soon a huge fireball was formed in the palm of the hand. The fireball became bigger and bigger, expanding continuously, and finally formed a fireball tens of meters wide. A hotter airflow, with Ace as the center, spreads in all directions. Everyone get out of the way. Shiryu of the Rain receded first. He didn't want to be tricked by Ace accidentally. Last time, he almost missed Enel's attack. The others also retreated. In the whole palace, only Ace and Doflamingo are left. Doflamingo clenched his right hand, a large number of transparent thin lines emerged from the ground, and gathered together, forming 16 thick long lines. Each long strand is covered with armament Haki 1000. Chapter 94. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. 16 Holy Bullets God Killing. The two shouted loudly at the same time, and launched their most violent attacks. The fireball, like the sun, rotated at high speed and flew towards Doflamingo in the distance. Doflamingo also waved vigorously. 16 wire pillars covered with high-density armament Haki flew towards the sun like fireball with the momentum of piercing through the air. The fireball and the pole quickly collided. Rumbling. A huge explosion sounded. The fireball erupted directly, and endless flames, like ocean waves, swept in all directions. 16 thick and long strings, under the cover of armament Haki, pierced through the shackles of the flames, and flew in front of Ace. Although breaking through the shackles of the flame. But these 16 long lines are not as strong as 453 at the beginning. Ace clenched his right hand and punched it up. After a stalemate for a while, Ace scattered the 16 long wires with his powerful strength. On the other side, Doflamingo looked at the dazzling fire waves in front of him, and immediately summoned a large number of thin lines, forming a huge shield to block these fire waves. However, accompanied by a strong impact, the fire wave broke through the defense formed by these thin lines in an instant, and rushed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's pupils shrank, and he had no time to dodge, so he could only use armament Haki to cover his body. The next moment, Doflamingo flew out along with the air waves, rolling continuously on the ground. Fortunately, Haki was covered, and Doflamingo is very strong. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that he will have been seriously injured. But even so, Doflamingo was having a hard time, the internal organs in his body kept tumbling, and a mouthful of blood overflowed from his mouth. On Ace's side, although he broke up Doflamingo's attack, he was also affected by his own big move and flew away. But in the middle of the flight, Ace used the elemental method for the first time, immune to these physical shock waves. In the distance, many people saw the big explosion, they were shocked, and more worried. Dded. Enel took a bite of the apple and chewed it lightly. Ace, this guy, will he be okay? But it's fine if he dies, this guy is too arrogant. Of course, Enel is just talking casually, and he also cares about Ace in his heart. Members of the Don Quixote family also cared about Doflamingo, their eyes widened, wishing they could see through the flames. Time gradually passed, the explosion gradually calmed down, the airflow slowly disappeared, and the smoke gradually dissipated. Everyone's eyes widened. In the ruins, a group of flames burst out, and then formed a human shape. Ace hurriedly crawled out from the ruins, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It scared me to death, and I was almost affected. Compared with Ace, Doflamingo was not so lucky. He couldn't elementalize, and he was directly affected by the explosion in the center of the explosion. Dover. Many people's hearts have been mentioned in their throats. They were really afraid of Doflamingo being beaten. A piece of ruins suddenly exploded. Doflamingo slowly came out from the inside, with a hideous face and quite angry inside. You bastards! Seeing the safe and sound Doflamingo, the huge stone in many people's hearts was released. It's just a pity that Doflamingo was affected by the explosion. Although he was not seriously injured, he was also seriously injured. Come again. Ace sees that Doflamingo is fine and jumps at Doflamingo again. Naturally Doflamingo would not surrender, and the two sides once again fought fiercely together. After the big explosion just now, both sides suffered a little damage, and the battle was not as fierce as before. Several other people also fought. The entire palace was once again full of battles. After an unknown amount of time, both Ace and Doflamingo were exhausted. In the end, it was Doflamingo who was the first to bear it no longer, and fell to the ground with a plop. Ace gasped. Finally defeated you, I won. Although Doflamingo fell to the ground, he did not faint and was still conscious. Unexpectedly, I lost to the young man. Lin Xiao should be stronger. All he wanted to know now was how powerful Lin Xiao was and what kind of person he was defeated by. Ace also thought of Lin Xiao and smiled slightly. Our captain, he is a very complicated person, and he is also a very good person. He never treats us as servants, and he is also very powerful. He can fight against me. The only downside is that our captain is too perverted. The entire pirate group is only a few girls, all of them were hooked up by him. That is to say, Lin Xiao is not here, otherwise Ace will be beaten severely. It turns out that he is so powerful. Doflamingo felt he deserved his defeat. He even lost Ace, and Lin Xiao, who was stronger than Ace, must be stronger than him. Fo, you defeated me, but don't be complacent, he offended so many people, someone will definitely defeat him, and Kaido will never let him go. Doflamingo burst out laughing, with some anticipation in his heart. He believes that Duo will definitely send someone to rescue him. Ace had a weird expression on his face. Are you talking about Kaido? Our captain has kidnapped Kaido's daughter, will he still be afraid of him? Doflamingo only then remembered. The newspaper seems to say that Lin Xiao is Kaido's son-in-law, but he just forgot. However, from Ace's words, it can be heard that Xiao seems to have conflicts with Kaido. That's okay, Kaido came to find trouble with Lin Xiao, and rescued him by the way. Doflamingo closed his eyes, and did not resist any more. No, Dover lost. Many people saw Doflamingo fell to the ground, some were worried, some were frightened, and some wanted to retreat. 5.2 Desert Diamond Sword. Lok Dar looked at Toripole in a daze, waved his hand lightly, and the crescent-shaped desert sword passed by Toripole. The moisture in Toripole's body was sucked away in an instant, and then he fell to the ground, his body withered, like a mummified corpse. Thor's gun. Enel also threw Thor's spear and hit one of the men, causing an explosion that affected the man. Shiryu of the Rain also clenched the knife in his hand, swung a sharp slashing wave, and cut Pika, who had turned into a titan. Doflamingo's defeat is like a domino effect. One by one, his family was defeated. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Don Quixote pirate group was defeated by the Thunder Dragon pirate group. The battle is also completely over. Chapter 95. After Don Quixote was defeated, Ace immediately called Lin Xiao to report the good news. Lin Xiao was also very happy after hearing this, and then asked K-Lock to take care of the rest of the matter. After all, K-Lock Dar was once the head of a faction, so he must be able to deal with all kinds of things with ease. On the contrary, Ace is probably not very good at this. Happy Street, Lin Xiao hung up the phone with a smug smile on his face. Lin Xiao, congratulations, you have defeated Doflamingo, you are one step closer to becoming Four Emperors. Yamato sincerely wishes Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also nodded Yamato's head lightly, making Yamato's face flushed, and he lowered his head shyly. Looking at Nico Robin next to them, the two were a little jealous. It shouldn't be congratulations to me, you also congratulate all of us, I will become Four Emperors immediately, and you too can become Madam Four Emperors. Lin Xiao teased the three of them. But the three of them blushed instantly, and lowered their heads shyly, looking very cute. By the way, you two have a good rest. After a while, we will continue our 31 expedition to conquer all the nearby countries. Kindness. In the next period of time, Lin Xiao and Ace fought at the same time, conquering nearby countries and small islands. There was a great war. But in New World, wars are often raging, so they don't care at all, even Lin Xiao doesn't care. This is the world, where the weak prey on the strong. After a month of war, Lin Xiao conquered 3 nearby countries, 2 big pirates including Doflamingo, and Happy Street. Added up, there are a total of 12 large islands. The biggest contributors are these 2 big pirates. All of a sudden, more than half of the island and 80% of the population were provided for Lin Xiao's task, so that Lin Xiao could complete the task. At the same time, the events during this period also spread throughout the New World. Many people know about Lin Xiao. Especially Marine, who paid the most attention to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao provoked Marine again and again, and escaped from Marine many times. Of course, Marine was very angry. If there were no special circumstances, Marine would definitely besiege Lin Xiao again. As for special circumstances, of course 5 elders prevented it. 5 elders naturally hope that the pirates will fight each other, and it is best to be able to lose both pirates. On the shore, Lin Xiao was sitting on a rock, holding a newspaper in his hand, and the headline on the front page was Lin Lian's photo. Behind Lin Xiao, there are many people. It can be regarded as a family portrait of the entire pirate group. More than half of this newspaper is introducing Lin Xiao and his team. Among the more than half, the other half is to introduce Lin Xiao. With so many compliments written on it, even Lin is very likely to be New World's 5th tomb. After all, he has ruled so many places, defeated 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, and subdued 7 warlords of the sea K-Lock Dar. This newspaper is quite good. I must keep it in my collection. After I become 4 emperors, I will eliminate this newspaper. Lin Xiao put away the newspaper, feeling happy. The big Kazuya next to him was very happy, leaning on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao, congratulations, you have been called the 5th organ. Yamato was also very emotional. At first, I only thought Lin Xiao was capable, so I escaped from Wano Kuni together with Lin Xiao. But they never expected that Lin Xiao would have reached this step in less than 2 years. There is only one step away from the most supreme 4 emperors in New World. As long as this step is taken, Lin Xiao will be the real 4 emperors. At that time, even if Kaido comes over, she won't be able to do anything to her. Lin Xiao pinched Yamato's face. It's not that easy. At least one of the 4 emperors must be defeated, or one of the 4 emperors must escape, otherwise he cannot become the 5th emperor. Indeed, that is what it says in the newspapers. And Lin Xiao always felt that this was probably a conspiracy by the world government, wanting the 4 emperors to deal with him. Naturally, it is impossible to be so self-sufficient thinking that I am already the 5th thing. It's okay, I believe in you, you can definitely become the 4 emperors. Yamato grabbed Lin Xiao's arm tightly. The two leaned together like this, and the nearby crew members gradually left, handing over this warm scene to Lin Xiao and the others. Even the 2 future concubines, Nico Robin and Nami, have left. This kind of scene should still be left to the big woman. New World, 100 Beasts Island. After Kaido came back, he searched for Lin Xiao for a long time, but couldn't find him, so he had to give up in the end. However, with all the trouble recently, Kaido still found Lin Xiao's trace. This BD has actually come to this point. What kind of thing is he? He is also called the 5th Emperor, and he also cooperates with me. Kaido's tone was a little grumpy. The nearby pirates lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. They have long been used to Kaido's abnormality. One day, if Kaido is normal, they will think that Kaido is not normal. On one side, Quinn came out. Brother Kaido, why don't I go and catch that guy back? No need, you are not their opponent. Kaido immediately refused. 113 Lin Xiao Yamato teamed up, and even he was easily suppressed, let alone just a Quinn. Let Quinn go there, it's no different from delivering food. I see. Quinn also guessed something, of course it is impossible to die. Humph, put this matter aside for now, you go and save that trash Doflamingo, I still need his man-made devil fruit. Clear. For Ace, Yamato didn't take it seriously at all. I think it only needs to send one subordinate to get it done. But they don't know that the current Ace has long been extraordinary, and ordinary subordinates are not against the people at all. Even if he, Kaido, goes there in person, Ace will have the power to fight, but it is very likely that he will be defeated in the end. Likewise, another 4 emperors got angry too. Seeing that Lin Xiao conquered Happy Street, and thinking of Stracy, and suddenly flew into a rage. Damn brat, you actually did something to your mother's friend. Come with me to Happy Street, I'm going to crush that brat. Yes, Mom. Compared with Kaido, Auntie has a more violent temper and doesn't know Lin Xiao's situation, so the local area is ready to do something to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't know about this, but even if he knew, he didn't really care. He wanted to challenge the 4 emperors now. Chapter 96. Happy Street. After Lin Xiao conquered the nearby islands, he came to Happy Street, planning to make this place a temporary base camp. After all, there are enough people here, and the economy is very prosperous. The most important thing is that there are many beautiful ladies and sisters, seductive. Of course, this is just a temporary base camp, the real base camp is still on an island near Happy Street. It's not very far from Happy Street, and he has just arrived in New World, and he is destined to face 4 emperors and Marine in the future. If a war breaks out at that time, it will definitely destroy Happy Street. Such a large entertainment place has a good income, so it can't just be destroyed like this. But once the situation stabilizes and his position is thoroughly consolidated, he will still find a prosperous place as his base camp. In the Happy Building, Lin Xiao has already occupied it, and there is no one else, except Lin Xiao's own pirates. At night, just as Lin Xiao was about to take a rest, a system sound came from his ears. Congratulations to host, you have successfully completed the task and won a chance to draw a lottery. May I ask if the host will draw a lottery immediately? Of course, wait, I'll be right there. Lin Xiao immediately went to the bathroom, took a shower desperately, and even wiped it with soap. For something like a lottery, it still depends on luck. You must take a good bath and change clothes in order to get good things. But he's late at night, so it's fine to wash his hands. After washing his hands, Lin Xiao returned to the room, looking forward to it. System, draw the lottery now. Ding dong, congratulations to host, you have won the Conqueror of Death. The Conqueror of Death, is he alone? Lin Xiao frowned. It sounds like it is really a person, and it should also be a person of high strength. System, let me introduce you. Ding dong, Death Conqueror, a title, after the host wears it, he can gain special abilities. The voice of the system came. Special title. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then came to his senses. The title is the title, which is pretty good, and it can also increase special abilities. What ability specifically? Death Conquerors, a special group of people, they increase their body's immunity through various death behaviors, so as to achieve the effect of conquering death. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, feeling something was wrong. You can't let him go to all kinds of death. Like Kaido, that was too embarrassing. As long as you wear the title of Death Conqueror, you can go through thousands of tempers to further strengthen your body, and finally achieve immortality. I see. Lin Xiao figured it out, it wasn't for him to die, but for special training to gain immortality, just like Kaido. This ability is quite good, he just wants to obtain immortality, preferably stronger than Kaido, then he can roam the world blindly. Thinking about it now, it's still quite exciting. Wait, something seems wrong. Lin Xiao thought about it carefully. This Death Conqueror seemed to be a group of people who kept dying. This so-called hard work, shouldn't it just let him die? Ding dong, congratulations host, you have understood the true meaning of the Conqueror of Death, please do all kinds of things to make your body immortal. Lin Xiao's face instantly darkened. System, you can come out, I promise I will never kill you. Absolutely not. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Although this reward is pretty good, it would be too embarrassing to tell him about it. At that time, even if you can't die, it will be very painful. Forget it, it's a good reward anyway, there's no need to be so angry. Lin Xiao calmed down a bit. In the final analysis, this reward is quite good, it is just this process that makes him feel very headache. Okay, it's getting late, and it's time to take a good rest. Tomorrow, I'm going to practice hard, and when Lao Zi has an immortal body, I'll go to the naval headquarters every day. Don't look at Lin Xiao complaining just now, but he is still very happy in his heart. This is an immortal body, who doesn't want it? Early the next morning, after Lin Xiao woke up, after breakfast, he called Yamato and the others away, and went to an empty place nearby. Yamato, I feel that my body seems to be limited. I hope you can help me exercise my body. I see, how should I help you? Yamato saw the serious Lin Xiao, and didn't ask any more questions. In her opinion, all she had to do was help Lin Xiao, and there was no need to know so much. Pick up your mace and hit me hard, remember, as long as I don't shout to stop, I can't stop. Lin Xiao gave special instructions. He was afraid that Yamato would be reluctant to give up at that time, and he had to be more ruthless if he wanted to practice hard and reach the point of immortality. Otherwise, how can it be said that it has been tempered and tempered? I understand. Yamato originally planned to show mercy, but when he saw Lin Xiao's eyes, he instantly understood, and he didn't show mercy, and just hit him with a stick. After the fight, Yamato was a little bit reluctant, and looked at Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao nodded to Yamato, and Yamato raised the mace again and hit it desperately. One stick after another. Although such training is very hard, it doesn't matter, as long as he can successfully conquer death, he can wander around in this world. But in his heart, Lin Xiao was a little upset. Just give him a Kaido constitution, or just give him an immortal body, so why bother? But as time passed, Lin Xiao was ecstatic. Because he could feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger, and it didn't take long for him to have such a big change. Worthy of being the conqueror of death. Although it's a bit of a pain, if you follow this growth rate, it won't take long at all, and you won't suffer much. After a day of training, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and gently pinched his arm. Although the arms are still as thin and tender, Lin Xiao can feel that the skin has become a little tougher, and the Death Conqueror is still very useful. Very well, in the next period of time, let me successfully conquer death. Lin Xiao's eyes were full of confidence. Although Yamato next to him didn't know what happened, he was happy for Lin Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Lin Xiao, do you want to continue? Of course, next, I will cover the body with haki, you attack desperately, don't care about anything. Clear. Yamato raised the mace, and haki, who was also covered, slammed down with a stick. Chapter 97. Half a month later, the deep seabed. Lin Xiao is in the seabed, using the pressure of the seabed to temper his body. As early as a week ago, Yamato's attack could no longer make his physique go any further. It's not that it can't bring harm, it can only say that it can't give Lin Xiao experience points, so Lin Xiao thought of using other methods to bring oppression to his body. For example, using the pressure of the seabed. Death Conqueror is indeed excellent. At the beginning, Lin Xiao still needed to breathe, and often came out of the bottom of the sea to take a breath, but after a long time, even if he was in the sea for a long time, he didn't need to breathe. This may be the true meaning of Death Conqueror. Exercise your body in all aspects and adapt to various extreme environments. By then, not only will your physical fitness be very strong, but you probably won't need to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and swam towards the sea. Number NB. After Lin Xiao swam out of the sea, Yamato immediately walked over, holding a towel in his hand, and gently wiped Lin Xiao. Nico, Robin and Nami stand by. One was holding food in his hand, the other was holding a drink, all eyes were on Lin Xiao. During this time, the two have fully adapted to their identities, Lin Xiao's concubine of the future 980. As a concubine, of course she has to provide food for Lin Xiao. After Yamato finished wiping, he pulled Lin Xiao to sit aside. Lin Xiao, you are getting better and better. Yet, you can actually stay on the bottom of the sea for such a long time, it's probably been 6 hours. All three of them admired Lin Xiao a little. To be able to survive on the bottom of the sea for 6 hours without even needing to breathe is no longer an ordinary human being. It's okay, I already feel that I have become stronger. Lin Xiao took the juice on the side and drank it. In the past half-month, he has become stronger, and his physique has also become quite pervert. Ordinary swords can't scratch him at all. But it has not reached the level of Kaido, at least not someone can hurt him. When I rest for a while, I will continue to practice. You should also rest well, and don't be too tired. I see. The three of them felt warm in their hearts, and they looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of love. While Lin Xiao was training, a huge pirate ship gradually approached on the happy street not far away. At the bow, the pirates who stayed behind naturally noticed it. Yes, it's the Big Mom pirates. A pirate's eyes were full of horror. Although he thinks their captain Lin Xiao is very powerful, but that's just the captain, not them. Quick, notify the captain quickly. The pirates ran away quickly. They didn't forget Lin Xiao's respectful teachings. When encountering a powerful enemy, they should retreat immediately, there is no need to fight recklessly. But if they dare to betray, Lin Xiao will definitely hunt them down all over the world. Lin Xiao was resting and preparing to continue training when he received a message about Dama. Okay, it's time for us to go back, Ant is here, and the opportunity to become 4 emperors has come. Yamato stood up immediately, slightly worried. Lin Xiao, it's better to be careful, that's the 4 emperors, if something goes wrong, we will die. Don't worry, calm down, it's Big Mom, we can win. Lin Xiao was quite calm. Because just today, K-Lock, Daruji, Shiryu, and the others will come back. Looking at the time, it should be almost the same time, and they can completely catch up with this battle. There is only Ace alone, staying in De Rice Rosa, stationed there. Ace is also chosen for a reason. First, he is strong enough, and second, his devil fruit has no side effects, and he can swim back when in danger. If other people encounter danger, there will be no place to hide, and they will basically die by then. A group of 4, sitting in a boat, soon came to Joy Street. And at this moment, the interior of Happy Street. Big Mom finds Stray C. I'm really sorry, Stray C, you must have suffered during this time, but don't worry, I will help you deal with that kid right away. Thank you then, Linlin. Stray C looked appreciative and emotional. Half of her plan was finally realized, and she took refuge in Lin Xiao. In addition to being an undercover agent and infiltrating Lin Xiao's inner circle, the second thing she wanted was to cause Lin Xiao to have conflicts with her aunt. It would be best to spark a fight between the two pirate groups. Finally, the aunt was brought over. By the way, Linlin, I've already asked someone to prepare dessert for you. Although it may not be as delicious as your wangguos, it's definitely not bad. Mama, then please. From beginning to end, neither of them discussed Lin Lian. The aunt is very confident, Stray C doesn't want to tell the aunt, and also knows that the ant will not take Lin Xiao seriously. This battle will definitely be very tragic. At the port, when Lin Xiao arrived, K. Lokdar's ship just came back, and the two happened to meet by chance. Enel turned into a thunderbolt and appeared on Lin Xiao's boat. "Captain, the opponent this time is too weak, you must arrange for me to be stronger, someone as excellent as me, even the Four Emperors can defeat him." Lin Xiao looked at the complacent Enel, and couldn't bear to be hit. Although Enel is very powerful, but facing Four Emperors, it should still be slightly insufficient. As for who is stronger and who is weaker between Admiral and Four Emperors, Lin Xiao himself is not very clear, there is always a fight. By the way, just now on Happy Street, it seems that a very powerful one has come. Since you are so confident, I will ask you to challenge it when the time comes. Lin Xiao thought of Dema, so Enel could give it a try. If Enel is too bad, he can't be blamed. When Enel heard that there were experts, he was full of confidence. "Lin Xiao, leave this to me. I will let you know how powerful Thor is, and I will never embarrass you." "Okay, I'll leave it to you today, I believe you can win." As an excellent captain, Lin Xiao must inspire his crew. It doesn't matter whether you can beat it or not, you can't lose your momentum. Yamato sniggered from behind. She has absolute proof that Lin Xiao must be looking for trouble with Enel, and this time Enel is out of luck. Big Mom is not that easy to deal with. Until now, she couldn't forget his father's terror. K. Lokadar at the back also felt sorry for Enel. "At a young age, I don't know how to become stronger, and I think about how to pretend all day long." Also installed in front of the Four Emperors. Chapter 98. Outside the Happy Building, Lin Xiao and his party came in a mighty way. But it was blocked outside the building. "Stop, our mother is inside, who are you? Who allowed you to come?" This is definitely a so-called pirate who doesn't even know Lin Xiao. Even if you think Lin Xiao is not the opponent of the Four Emperors, but it is not something those little pirates can handle. Lin Xiao took a step forward, and suddenly slapped the pirate. The pirate was sent flying, and fell heavily to the ground beside him. "Humph, a bunch of rubbish, dare to block my way, Enel, I have already helped you get rid of those who are in the way, let's challenge Ant." "Captain, thank you very much." Enel was grateful in his heart. What a good captain, as a captain, he took the initiative to help his subordinates, it was so touching. K. Lokdal next to him had a strange expression on his face. How much Lin Xiao hates Enel, and actually wants Enel to challenge Ant Four Emperors so much. The captain is also good enough. "You don't have to thank me, come on, teach Ant a lesson, I believe you can win." Lin Xiao clenched his fist with his right hand, his eyes full of encouragement. Enel was encouraged and ran quickly. K. Lokadar walked up to Lin Xiao and glanced at Lin Xiao with a smile in his eyes. "Captain, are you fooling him?" In front, Enel took 2 steps, his face darkened. Was he really being fooled? "Don't talk nonsense, he is the one who wants to challenge Big Mom. I gave him such a good opportunity, and she will never let me down," Lin Xiao said solemnly. Enel suddenly believed Lin Xiao, what a good captain, such a good opportunity was given to him. He swore in his heart that he would never let Lin Xiao down, and he must defeat the Four Emperors and so that Lin Xiao would not be ashamed. "Auntie, get out of here quickly, today my uncle, Enel, is here to teach you how to be a human being." Lin Xiao smiled happily from behind. This kid, such an upright and provocative ant, just doesn't know how long he can live, and whether he will be beaten particularly badly, so he has some expectations in his heart. In the lobby, the ant was eating dessert, and when she heard Enel's arrogant words, her face instantly became ugly. Stracy next to her didn't say a word. It is best not to intervene in the battle between the two, because you don't know who will win, and you can't offend anyone. The ant stood up, her tall figure brought a great sense of oppression. Those big eyes were even redder. "Stinky boy, how do you talk to Mom? That's right, hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. The faces on both sides were black. If the ant gets angry and loses her temper, these brothers and sisters will also be unlucky. Especially the runaway ant, who doesn't recognize her relatives. Humph, it's just a fat, dead old woman, what's there to be afraid of? Look at you, you're all men, and you're all cowards. As expected of the arrogant Enel. Lin Xiao has nothing to say. Dare to scold ant for being a fat, dead old woman, it must be Itchy Bones, so domineering. Just as Lin Xiao thought, after listening to Enel's words, the ant's anger rose slowly. The nearby pirates were also ashamed. To humiliate the ant so much, this Enel can be regarded as a character. Stinky boy, how dare you humiliate mother like this? The ant gritted her teeth, and the anger in her eyes became more intense. Cough cough cough. Next to it, Lin Xiao coughed lightly and said, Enel, to be precise, Yin's mother used to be quite pretty. After hearing this, the ant's face was slightly happy, and she finally had a person with normal eyesight. It's just that when I get old, I become fat and ugly, and I look quite embarrassing, but I know that fishing for small meat is really shameless. Lin Xiao mocked solemnly. Anyway, they are all enemies, so there is no need to care about Ant's face. Go to hell with me. The furious ant punched Enel without saying a word. Perhaps because she was too angry, the ant showed no mercy at all. When she threw her fist, accompanied by a stream of air, the floor shattered instantly. Big Mom's speed is very fast, she doesn't have the speed that she should have at all. Enel only felt that his eyes went dark, and the ant's fist had already appeared in front of his eyes, even bigger than his body. A gust of air came and scratched his face so that his face stings a little. Not good. Asking for flowers. Enel's face changed, and he quickly stretched out his hands, and put them in front of him, blocking Big Mom's fist. The powerful force directly knocked Enel into the air. Rumbling rumbling. Enel shattered a wall on one side, flew out, and shattered several houses in a row before barely stopping and falling into the ruins. Alas! Lin Xiao sighed, turned to look at the others, and said solemnly, this incident tells us, never pretend in the future, and someone will hack you if you pretend. The others nodded, indeed, it was quite miserable. With just one punch, he was sent flying. In fact, after 1 year of special training, Enel is equivalent to 3 years of special training, and his strength has been significantly improved. Although I don't know if I can defeat Admiral, but under Lin Xiao's onslaught, I can hold out for a long time. If it wasn't careless, even if Big Mom attacked with all her strength just now, Enel could still block it, or at least dodge it. So it's mostly Enel's carelessness. Among the ruins, Enel crawled out and coughed lightly. It hurts, is this the strength of the 4 emperors? Enel's complexion was not very good, and the 5 internal organs in his body were writhing non-stop, with some pain. That is, at the critical moment, Enel covered his body with armament haki, so he was not seriously injured. If this was a year ago, Enel would definitely not be able to handle it. Whoosh! Enel turned into a lightning bolt and moved to Lin Xiao's side, staring at Ant angrily. How dare you sneak attack? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and he patted Enel lightly. Enel, how can the matter of pirates be called a sneak attack? Enel's face froze. There is no justice in the battle between pirates, and sneak attacks are nothing. Captain, don't worry, I can definitely defeat Big Mom, just wait. Enel gritted his teeth, a lot of thunder came out of his body. Lin Xiao saw that Enel was so careless, and it was inconvenient to lose face, so he had to hand over the battlefield to Enel. Then come on, I believe in you, you won't lose too much, definitely won't lose. Enel. He seems to have heard someone's heart. Chapter 99. Go to hell, 50 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel also lost his temper, throwing out a huge Brontosaurus, roaring, and rushing towards Big Mom. Ah! Ant shouted angrily and punched down with her fist. Boom! It was just a very easy punch, and it was broken up. Then Ant clapped her hands, and a huge flame flew out from Ant's palm, forming a pillar of fire. The pillar of fire emits scorching heat. Enel quickly moved away. But as soon as he got out of the way, the ant's huge palm patted down, and a dark cloud enveloped Enel. Although the ant is very large, she is very sensitive and not slow at all. Fortunately, as a thunder fruit capable user, Enel is also very fast. At the moment when Big Mom was about to hit, Enel dodged to the side. But even so, there was a strong 493 wind blowing on Enel's face, scratching Enel's face, which was a little stinging. "I'll go, great old woman." Enel patted his heart, feeling very shocked. This is the strength of the Four Emperors. I thought it was nothing, but I didn't expect that the Four Emperors are so powerful. He was almost hit by Big Mom just now. Whoosh! There was another gust of air blowing. Enel raised his head and saw the palm of the ant, slapped from the sky, and could only subconsciously hit it with an iron rod. Boom! The iron rod collided with the palm, creating a strong energy. The ruthless airflow spread out, setting off a huge air wave on the ground. HR! A huge crack appeared on the surface of the ground, and a large crack also appeared on the wall of the happy building, and it spread. Rumbling! The cracks got bigger and bigger, and the wall finally couldn't hold it anymore and collapsed. Enel felt a strong force, constantly hitting his arm. There is some dull pain in the arm. The next moment, Enel couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately stepped aside. It hurts. Enel shook his arm, his face was ugly. Now it seems that he is still a long way from Four Emperors. But I guess not too much difference. Lin Xiao also frowned slightly. Enel doesn't seem to be a match for Big Mom, and that probably isn't Admiral's match, but it's certainly not that far off. That's enough. Only 1 year of training is equivalent to 3 years, but Enel has already achieved a lot, and he is also satisfied. The ant slapped again. Lin Xiao rushed out suddenly and stepped on the ant's arm. The ant staggered and almost fell to the ground. Enel immediately dodged, with admiration in his eyes. The ant almost knocked him apart, but Lin Xiao almost kicked the ant away, which shows that Lin Xiao's strength is extraordinary. A strange light also flashed in K-Lock Doll's eyes. The current Lin Xiao might really have the ability to fight against the Four Emperors, and it would even be no problem to help him avenge him. The ant quickly stabilized her body and stared at Lin Xiao angrily, her eyes filled with endless anger. "Stinky boy, mother must kill you. No, I should be the one who killed you. Today is the day of your death. You should be prepared." Lin Xiao clenched his right hand and covered Haki with his arm. The pitch-black Haki shines brightly with a dazzling black light. As for whether they can kill each other, no one knows. Armament Haki. Big Mom frowned slightly. He also didn't expect that Lin Xiao would be able to armament Haki, the average rookie pirate is not so capable. But even though she was surprised, the ant didn't think too much about it, and waved her hand and it was a thunderbolt attack. "Idiot, thunder attack, I'm the best at it." Lin Xiao looked contemptuous, then opened his mouth, and sucked hard. Big Mom's thunder and lightning were all sucked clean by Lin Xiao. Ant's pupil shrank, very surprised. Just when Ant was surprised, Lin Xiao punched Ant down. There were bursts of explosions in the air. The ant came back to her senses and raised her hand with a palm. The fists collided, causing a huge explosion. A powerful airflow surrounds the two of them. The nearby pirates retreated involuntarily, fearing that they would be affected by the battle between the two. "It's amazing, you can actually fight with your mother." "No. Impossible, how could he be my mother's opponent, just a common pirate?" Everyone in the Big Mom pirates was surprised. They are very aware of Big Mom's strength. Few people can stop Big Mom when they are angry. But now Lin Xiao actually blocked it, and he was evenly matched with the ant. Obviously just a common pirate. Compared to the shock of the Big Mom pirates, the Thunder Dragon pirates were very excited. The more powerful their captain, the more excited they are. Sure enough, the captain and I are still close. Enel was a little disappointed. After working hard for a year of special training, there is still some gap between Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao in the end, and everyone will feel unhappy. Okay, don't be disappointed, you can't resist Lin Lian in this life. There is a saying that is good, since you can't resist, then enjoy it all. Nami joked, with a sly smile in the corner of her eye. Lin Xiao was confronting her aunt, and after hearing Nami's words, she almost lost her strength. Saying this, I always feel a little weird. And he couldn't possibly force Enel. Enel sighed and said no more. Auntie, come again. Lin Xiao withdrew his fist, and then punched down again. Who is afraid of who? And not to be outdone, the same fist. The two of them just fought each other, you punched me, it was just the purest fighting. Rumbling rumbling. There were bursts of roaring sounds, and the sound produced by the collision of the two was like thunder, shaking people's eardrums. The already dilapidated happy building finally couldn't bear the battle between the two and collapsed. Not good. 4.1, everyone run. The pirates reacted and quickly retreated. Yamato grabs Nami who is on the side, and also dodges. Even Lin Xiao and Dama didn't seem to be affected, letting the stones fall and attacking each other non-stop. Soon, the entire happy building collapsed, submerging Lin Xiao and Dama. Outside the happy building, many people were paying attention. Although the happy building collapsed, the battle between Lin Xiao and Big Mom didn't stop, they kept fighting, and the earth seemed to be angry. The ruins are also shaking, and the stones are trembling. Gradually, the ruins spread out, and Lin Xiao and Dama stood in the middle of the ruins, bombarding each other non-stop. Lin Xiao punched and kicked against Big Mom's hands. Time passed slowly, and no one could do anything to the other. The pirates watching the battle from afar were all stunned. Chapter 100. This is too fierce. A pirate was surprised from ear to ear. Others didn't expect that Lin Xiao was so powerful, and the fight with Big Mom was quite crazy. They had only seen the battle between the four emperors before, it was so intense. It looks like he's not from common. Katakuri had a serious expression on his face. Ask yourself, even he doesn't have enough courage to fight Lin Xiao. Brat, let me die. The ant roared, and a strong sound wave came out of her mouth. Waving his right hand, a huge pillar of fire spewed out from his hand and flew towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the flames and did not dodge them. He shattered the pillar of fire with a punch, and rushed in. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of jet-black armament haki. Somehow, Lin Xiao felt that this flame was not hot at all, without the volcanic feeling of Ace's flame. But if it was said that Big Mom's flame temperature was much lower than Ace's, Lin Xiao would never believe it. 31 It's just that Lin Xiao subconsciously ignored the ability brought by the title of Death Conqueror. After a lot of tempering, his body's resistance to various abilities has been greatly improved. Even flames brought great resistance. Lin Xiao didn't think too much, broke through the shackles of the flames, and came in front of Auntie. Her right hand formed into a claw, and the muscles on her arms bulged. Dragon Claw. The right arm instantly turned into a dragon, and it was grabbed towards the ant. Not to be outdone, the ant also punched. From the thick right arm, a flame burst out, exuding scorching heat, and blowing in all directions. Boom! The two men bumped their arms together. An explosion resounded through the sky. A big hole suddenly burst out on the ground under Big Mom's feet. The deep pit expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, spread continuously, and finally formed an abyss. The height alone is tens of meters high. This is equivalent to the power of a heavy missile. The pirates around had already run away. In the abyss, Lin Xiao floated in mid-air, with his arm facing Big Mom's fist. The ant was standing on the ground, and the two of them were in a stalemate, neither of them could do anything to the other. Suddenly, Lin Xiao jumped back and landed on the ground smoothly, and Big Mom didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue her. "Auntie, I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. Is it because you have given birth to too many children and your body is crippled?" Lin Xiao was in a very happy mood. After traveling for just over a year, he was able to fight against the Four Emperors. Although it has not yet gained the upper hand, it is not weak, so Lin Xiao is very happy. Relatively speaking, the ant was very angry. To actually tie with a rookie pirate, this is a humiliation to the ant. The faces of the nearby Big Mom pirates were full of shame. Lin Xiao was also the first to tease the ant like this. "If you have more children, will your strength become worse?" Enel talked to himself, curious in his heart. However, Yamato was a little moved, thinking in his heart, "Is it true?" After that, he and Lin Xiao can't have too many children. Lin Xiao happened to see Yamato's expression, with black lines all over his head, and couldn't help but glared at Hanny Road. This kid knows how to talk nonsense. If he has time, he should give him a serious lesson. The ant's anger grew even stronger. "Go to hell!" A sound of anger, accompanied by a strong shock wave. A strong storm swept out. Nami's body is the most vulnerable, and in this storm, she couldn't help but fly out. Fortunately, Yamato reacted quickly, grabbed Nami quickly, and retreated quickly. Then one pirate after another flew out. Not only Lin Xiao's crew, but also Dama's own subordinates. Only a small number of people, relying on their strength, blocked the storm. "Okay, so scary, is this the Four Emperors?" Nami wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling cold in his heart. Just a single roar can create such a massive storm. If it wasn't for Yamato, she would have been blown away long ago. Lin Xiao lightly stepped on the ground, leaped into the air, and instantly turned into a huge blue brontosaurus. In the face of the runaway ant, we still have to do our best. Dragon! It turned out to be a dragon. The whole Big Mom pirates were surprised. This giant dragon, which is hundreds of feet long, looks majestic, which makes people feel terrified. Auntie's furious eyes were also filled with shock, thinking of Kaido in her mind made her even angrier. What kind of ability is not good? It just happens to be the same as Kaido. Although she and Kaido used to be the same pirate group, they are also very unhappy with Duo. After all, there were battles between the two sides. Fire in the sky. Big Mom raised her hand, and the soul fruit was activated. A wave of soul power was injected into the clouds in the sky. From the pitch-black clouds, a huge deep red pillar of fire descended. The pillar of fire is more than 10 meters wide. Such a huge pillar of fire, once it hits the ground, will definitely cause a huge explosion, and even destroy the entire happy street. Stacy's face was ugly, and there was a feeling of uneasiness in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Lin Xiao had a conflict with Dama and a war broke out, which is what 5 elders meant. As long as both sides can lose out, even if the entire happy street is gone, it will be worth it. In mid-air, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, and then twisted the huge body of 283. The huge dragon body was covered with pitch-black haki. On the surface of the body, flashes of lightning flashed. Dragon fist explodes. Along with the thunder and lightning, Lin Xiao rushed towards the pillar of fire. The lightning around his body was like a thruster, carrying a vast momentum. The dragon fist in the form of a full-body dragon erupted, and its power became even stronger, rushing directly to the sky. It is also because this flame is a bit huge. If it really explodes on the ground, it will definitely be very powerful. Even if the ant doesn't care about her children, she still has to take care of Nami and Nico Robin. The others are strong enough, but these two are much weaker. Once they explode, they will definitely not be able to stop them. Rumble. At the moment Lin Xiao charged towards the fire pillar, Yunhe and the others were all entangled in their hearts. The pillar of fire exploded. Accompanied by the flames, the hot air flow scattered in all directions with a huge impact force. The pirates below have already retreated. The moment the flame erupted, there was a burst of intense energy, which kept tearing off the scales on Lin Xiao's body. Weak cracks appeared on the palm-sized scales and spread, and Lin Xiao also felt a sharp pain. But the next moment, the pain disappeared, and there seemed to be no feeling. Death Conqueror. Lin Xiao thought of the title. Chapter 101. Death Conqueror. That's right, that's the title. Lin Xiao remembered, because of this title, his physique became very strong. Even if he was injured, the dragon scales were torn off, but he recovered quickly, with only a little itching feeling. No wonder before, he didn't even feel the heat from the high-temperature flames of ant. Lin Xiao. Nami clenched her tender little hands, feeling very nervous inside. Yamato and others felt uneasy, fearing that something would happen to Lin Xiao. The explosion gradually disappeared, and Lin Xiao was floating in mid-air, with dragon scales shining all over his body. How can it be? The Big Mom pirates shouted in surprise. The dragon scales on Lin Xiao's body were dazzling, illuminating their eyes. Under such a fierce attack, Lin Xiao was completely fine. Even the ant herself was surprised. Lin Xiao fell slowly, and the two dragon whiskers shook. Why, are you surprised? This is my strength, and today is the date of your death, ant. Don't look down on people, it's just to block one trick, and then I will kill you. Although the ant was surprised, she quickly recovered and clenched her right hand, ready to strike again. At the moment when Big Mom was about to strike, Lin Xiao opened his mouth, and there was a huge thunderbolt. Boom! The dazzling thunder column illuminated the dark sky. This thunder pillar is no worse than the fire pillar just now. At the moment Lin Xiao made his move, Yamato retreated with the others, leaving far away for fear of being affected. If Lin Xiao hadn't carried the pillar of fire hard just now, the final shock wave would definitely affect them as well. Don't underestimate Mom. Ant swung her fist, and it was also a thunderbolt. The two lightning bolts collided together, causing another huge explosion. The strong explosion, accompanied by the dazzling blue light, engulfed Big Mom in an instant. Ant's huge body gradually lost its support in the air current, and then flew out like this. A stone hit the ant. Mom! Katakuri and the others naturally saw that Big Mom was blown away, their faces changed suddenly, and they suddenly became worried. During the explosion, Big Mom quickly stabilized her body, faced the storm, looked at Lin Xiao in the sky, and summoned a pillar of fire again. This time, Lin Xiao didn't carry it hard, twisted his body, and escaped easily. The pillar of fire hit the ground and exploded. Endless sparks formed a sea of flames, rushing towards Lin Xiao. Accompanied by air waves, the scorching flames kept hitting Lin Lian's body. The scales on Lin Xiao's surface exploded again, but it didn't take long for them to condense together. This is not only the ability of the Conqueror of Death, but also because of the awakening of the fruit, Lin Xiao has super resilience. Adding the two together, Lin Xiao can recover in a short time from any injury. It went on and on like this, and after a while, no matter how hot the flames were, Lin Xiao couldn't feel them. Can't even get hurt. Although the ant on one side has a steel-like body, she is still slightly weak compared to Lin Xiao, so she can only use haki to protect her body. The explosion gradually faded away. Lin Xiao was floating in the sky, and ant was standing on the ground. The two looked at each other, and the aura on their bodies became stronger and stronger. The pirates in the distance felt the courage of the two of them, and their hearts sank, as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Kill, kill, kill! Lin Xiao roared angrily, twisted his huge body, and rushed towards the ant. Ant also clenched her hands and ran towards Lin Xiao. Rumbling, rumbling! The battle between the two sides became more and more intense, and the entire Happy Street was destroyed by the two. Huge deep pits appeared one after another on the ground, and the surface of the deep pits was full of scorched marks. The entire island was trembling, and countless cracks spread out, covering the entire island. Stracy looked very distressed. The Happy Street that took so long to build, the most luxurious playground in the world, and the paradise dreamed of by countless men, was destroyed just like that. And all of this was Lin Xiao's fault. If it wasn't for the situation being wrong and the outcome still unclear, she would definitely intervene in this matter. Let's go to destroying the Thunder Dragon pirates. Katakuri charged at Enel. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude, I will kill you now. Enel is certainly not shy. Katakuri has already called, he must not admit defeat. Soon, the two pirate groups were fighting together. Lin Xiao was actually quite speechless in his heart. The two captains had been fighting for a long time, but the younger brother hadn't done anything yet. It is also blamed for the fierce battle between the two, which caused people like Enel to watch their games all the time. Boom! Fights broke out between the pirate groups on both sides, affecting the entire island where Happy Street is located. Even the nearby sea water was affected, causing waves of huge waves. There was a look of shock in the corner of Stracy's eye. She also didn't expect that Lin Xiao's team would be so powerful that they could fight the ants' children regardless of the outcome. Coupled with Lin Xiao who is fighting fiercely, the Thunder Dragon pirates already have the strength that the Four Emperors pirates should have. Perhaps this sea is about to usher in a major reshuffle of forces. Only those who can continue to survive can become the real Four Emperors. An ant, it might be in danger. On the edge of the island, the battle between Enel and Katakuri was quite fierce, no worse than Lin Xiao's. One is the ant's capable son, and the other is Lin Xiao's capable cotter. Both sides are very strong, and it is difficult to distinguish the outcome in time of day. Without actually hitting exhaustion, good, failure, it's basically impossible to know who's stronger. What a great team! Katakuri looked a little serious. I thought that Lin Xiao's team, that is, Lin Xiao, was relatively strong, but I didn't expect that there was an Enel. Plus not far from Lock Dar. It can be said that the Thunder Dragon pirates are no worse than their Big Mom pirates. It's just that neither side showed their full strength. Lin Xiao, Ace, and Giulardo, the ant and several powerful children did not appear on the scene. While the two sides were fighting, marine warships approached in the distance of Happy Street. On the bow of the warship, several marine admirals stood. Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Aokiji, and Garp, the legendary marine hero. This can be said to be Marine's strongest lineup. Any Four Emperors who encounters this lineup of Marine will avoid the edge for the time being. Chapter 102. On the sea, warships cut through the wind and thorns. Garp ate his donut, quite unflappable. On the contrary, the other three admirals were not calm at all, they were all a little nervous. Vice Admiral Garp, you're almost there, you can stop eating. The adjutant couldn't help reminding. Garp still doesn't care. Don't worry, it's not already said, Lin Xiao and Dima will fight, and both sides will definitely suffer. The adjutant was speechless. Although the intelligence is like this, it is not inevitable after all. I'm afraid that there will be some problems with the information at that time. On the other hand, Lin Xiao was fighting with Big Mom when he suddenly paused and turned to look in the direction of Marine in the distance. After a long period of hard work, Lin Xiao also learned the ability of the mind network, and at the same time noticed Marine. Ant didn't care about that much, she just punched Lin Xiao, and the fiery flame formed a pillar of fire, soaring into the sky. Lin Xiao quickly moved away. Wait, stop fighting. The ant subconsciously stopped. Others in the distance also stopped. What? Do you want to surrender? Auntie had a smug smile on her face. Who will surrender? I just want to say, Marine is here, it is in the north, so I don't want to fight, I don't want to cheap Marine. Stracy's face changed slightly. She also knew about the news of Marine's arrival, but she didn't expect Lin Xiao to know about it too. Marine is here, are you kidding me? Maybe you are scared, so you want to find an excuse. Ant was a little skeptical and didn't think Marine would come. Believe it or not, Lao Zi won't fight with you anymore, and when Lao Zi comes back next time, he will teach you a lesson. Lin Xiao turned into a human form, and then quickly retreated. The ant also hesitated. Because Lin Xiao still seemed to have strength, the two sides basically had no advantage in the battle, and Lin Xiao didn't seem to be lying. If Marine does come, it's over. Lin, don't believe him, how could Marine come, he must be making excuses. Stracy was afraid that Lin Xiao would run away, so she yelled subconsciously, and then regretted it, why did she intervene? If Lin Xiao made a move on her, she wouldn't have any power to fight back. Lin Xiao glared at Stracy. This guy has made such a big deal, and he hasn't settled with her yet, but now he wants to sow discord. After listening to Stracy's words, the ant also became determined. Humph! I don't believe that Marine will come by such a coincidence, don't even think about leaving today. Humph! Hit me if you want, whoever is afraid of whom. Lin Xiao is not someone who admits cowardice. Turned into the Thunder Dragon form again, pounced on Big Mom, and then launched a fierce attack. Ant also greeted Lin Xiao. The two sides fought fiercely together again. When the fight started, Big Mom regretted it a little. Lin Xiao didn't seem to be lying. If Marine came, they would both lose. Then the consequences are obvious. Big Mom gave Katakuri a sneaky look. Katakuri also understood what Big Mom meant, and while fighting Enel, he asked his men to investigate. If Marine does come, they must shake hands and make peace. A pirate ship left secretly. Only the pirates from both sides found out, Stracy didn't see it, otherwise they would definitely stop it. After the pirate ship left, Marine was soon discovered. Marine also discovered the pirate ship, although it was destroyed in time, the news still spread. Happy Street. On Big Mom's huge pirate ship, the person in charge immediately got the news that Marine was coming. Mom, it's not good, there are really Marine, Garp, and 3 admirals here. The pirate staggered and almost fell to the ground. The two sides that were fighting all stopped. Auntie looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression. Originally intended to defeat Lin Xiao, but now that Marine is here, the fight must stop, and Marine must not be cheap. This time, Stracy didn't stop. Because it was discovered by Ant's subordinates, if she said more, she might be suspected by Ant. Mom was silent for a moment. Today's battle will stop here, but if you dare to attack Stracy, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, I'm not willing to do anything to her. Lin Xiao showed a bright smile. Stracy's heart skipped a beat, feeling a little uneasy. I always feel that Lin Xiao is uneasy and kind. By the way, although we are enemies, we are all pirates, why don't we go there together and catch up with Marine? Lin Xiao suddenly proposed, with a sly smile in the corner of his eyes. This is his base camp, and if Big Mom retreats, he will have to face Marine alone. How about inviting Big Mom to go together? The two top pirate groups will definitely be able to frighten Marine. A smile suddenly appeared on the ant's face. It's pretty good, and I like it very much, so let's go together, just to pass the time. Stracy suddenly felt sorry for Marine. The two pirate groups seemed to have reconciled, and they left Happy Street together, each took their own pirate ship, and went to where Marine was. At this moment, Marine is floating on the sea surface and does not continue driving. They were going to wait until the two of them were completely wounded, at least several hours later, and then took the opportunity to defeat the two of them. While everyone was waiting, 2 huge pirate ships appeared, the eyes of Marine. Vice Admiral Garp, Lin Xiao, and Big Mom are here. Garp saw it too, and his face darkened. A Four Emperors pirate group is already amazing, and their marines have to go all out. Now that the two top pirate groups are here, it is even more dreadful. The entire marine is ready for battle. 3 admirals, marine elite vice admiral, more than a dozen warships, and countless marines are all in a state of tension. Gradually, the 3 pirate ships approached. Lin Xiao jumped onto the strings of the boat. Aokiji Admiral, an old friend, came over to catch up. No matter what, I have to get a piece of ice on the sea, let's chat. Aokiji hesitated for a moment, then jumped into the air, opened his hands, a burst of cold air spread out, and a small piece of ice was frozen on the surface of the sea. Lin Xiao jumped onto the ice. Auntie saw Lin Xiao jumping up, so naturally she didn't want to be outdone, so she also jumped up. Garp didn't hesitate either, jumping onto the ice as well. The 3 admirals, the cotters of the pirates, and the elite vice admiral all stood on the small ice surface, staring at each other. The atmosphere at the scene was very weird. Pirates and marines actually stand together. As for the marine pirates in common, they have all the guts in their throats.